The events begin to take place in a night city, where the lights are bright and a large number of cars are driving. There was a young man in the car who was very sad and thought that he didn't want to give people a ride at night, but just wanted to go home, wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, a girl came out onto the roadway, and the hero began shouting at her with all his might to cross the road more carefully. The worried lady began to panic and immediately took out a knife to protect herself. At that moment, the girl started to climb into the car, and the young man shouted at her because he did not understand why she suddenly ran out onto the road, and it was very dangerous. This girl was not simple, and she presented a knife directly to the protagonist's throat and told him to go to Jonglu immediately. Because the stranger behaved this way, and the guy even had to drive through a red light and break the law, the speed of the ride was simply incredible, since the young man's life was in danger and he did not know how to save himself. The impudent girl even ordered the guy to give her his phone, but he began to refuse because his phone was old and useless. This answer made the girl even more angry because she didn't care at all what kind of phone he had, and she still ordered him to give it to her. As soon as the stranger got the phone, she immediately started calling someone. It turned out that she called the police and said that her name was Liu Mei. She was a student at Zijing School, and her friend had been kidnapped. Hearing this, the young man immediately realized that the stranger was threatening him simply so that he would get to Jonglo faster. Although because of this, he almost wet his pants. Feeling ashamed of what happened, Liu Mei began to claim that the driver had just heard all the information about her, and she would pay compensation for tonight tomorrow after school. Her younger sister had been kidnapped. She had managed to send her a distress signal while the kidnapper was not seeing it. The determined hero smiled and exclaimed that saving people is a good thing, and helping beautiful girls is the basis of happiness, which is why he will do it. In order to get to the scene as quickly as possible, the driver began to drive even faster, and now felt even more enthusiastic. Liu Mei felt sick from driving too fast, so they stopped to let her feel a little better. Unfortunately, the girl had absolutely no time and she had to run. She also asked the driver not to forget to come to school tomorrow. Looking at this girl, the young man realized that she was really quite strange, as if something was wrong with her. Meanwhile, another stranger came up and asked the handsome man if he wanted to have some fun, but he immediately refused. Turning around, at the last moment the girl said that in that case, he could come back here tomorrow and would easily find her here. At that moment, Liu Mei was just looking for her sister named Vivi, and was panicking because she still hadn't found her. While examining the abandoned building, the girl still managed to find her sister, who was tied up and completely unable to move. Coming closer to her little sister, Liu Mei was grateful to God for finally finding her, and immediately wanted to free her. Suddenly, someone nearby started clapping and watched as the loving sister burst into the abandoned factory alone. There were a great many criminals and they all looked quite threatening. The main villain exclaimed that since the girl came here, she will not leave here anymore. Looking at these scoundrels, the girl immediately realized that it was a trap. Many grown men immediately began to pester the girl, saying that she was really quite beautiful and that they would help her relax. There was also another person nearby, but he was completely uninvolved in the attack on the girl. The hooligans immediately noticed another guy and immediately decided to find out who he was. Starting to twist his knife, the young man introduced himself and said that he was the girl's driver, and she had forgotten something in his taxi, and he had come to give it to her. The worried girl did not understand why the driver came here, and ordered him to run away from here quickly because it was very dangerous here. The impudent bandits began to laugh and shouted that now there would be another dead man, after which the boss ordered the taxi driver to be killed. The red-haired criminal began to swing the crowbar in order to strike the main character. Attacking with all his might, the impudent man thought that he could now easily beat the skinny guy. As soon as the man approached the young man, he discovered that the taxi driver was no longer there, as if he had evaporated. In fact, the smart guy was able to jump onto the container and began to mock the villain who was going to attack him. The main character had incredible and impressive parkour skills, which allowed him to easily escape from such a clumsy bandit. Looking at the criminals who were trying to attack him, the hero realized that a lot of time had passed since the last time he moved so quickly. But he still couldn't allow himself to relax. The boss noticed the impudent driver and wanted to know why he had prevented the attack on the girl, but the young man only said that he had simply come to the client to return his thing. Winking, the driver told them not to forget to give him 5 stars for service in the app. Liu Mei was truly surprised that this man was trying to joke at such a time. Continuing to listen to the uninvited guest, the bandits decided to deal with him and do everything possible to ensure that he also did not get out of this place. Many armed men began to attack the protagonist, hoping that they could defeat him easily. Smiling, the young man exclaimed that the beautiful lady would be in his debt for what he was doing now. Having jumped out of the container, the young man prepared for battle and understood that he needed to defeat his enemies. The first blow was delivered with the head. The guy with all his strength hit his enemy right in the forehead. The men immediately noticed that something was wrong, as the driver was fighting suspiciously well. Deciding to continue the battle, the boys said that they had really attacked the wrong person, and he was much stronger than they thought. The battle continued, and many enemies were defeated. The young man overcame them with ease. The boss watched everything that was happening all this time and did not understand how it was even possible that 10 people could not cope with one. Having easily defeated absolutely all the enemies, the boys said that now they needed to call a doctor, since they were no longer able to move on their own. Looking at her savior, the girl realized that he was truly amazing, and she could not believe that he was really a simple taxi driver. At the same time, the bandit boss decided it was time to use his plan B. Taking a gun out of his pocket, the impudent fellow immediately brought it to the girl's head and shouted that he now had a hostage, and the guy had no choice but to escape. Hearing this statement, the young man only smiled, because he found it funny. Feeling incredible aggression towards the villain, the hero decided to check whether the criminal could really harm Liu Mei. Pointing a gun at the protagonist, the enemy decided to shoot and wanted his enemy to finally die. Closing her eyes, the girl did not want to see what could happen to the young man, because she did not want him to die. Determined, he realized he had to act and abruptly threw the knife at his enemy. The flying knife instantly hit the target, and the bandit began to scream with all his might, as he was in great pain. Thus, it turned out that a simple taxi driver was able to easily win the battle against a criminal group. As he began to fall, the bandit could not understand at all how this was even possible, because it seemed to him that an ordinary person was not capable of something like that. Feeling strong anger towards the guy, the man wanted to do everything to make the stranger lose the battle. The protagonist at that moment decided to attack again, and threw a plunger in order to subdue his enemy. The flying plunger instantly hit the target, making it impossible for the enemy to see properly anymore, as his face was covered. Looking at everything that was happening, Liu Mei really understood that the taxi driver was too good. He was like a knight descending from heaven on a dragon. This knight was truly the bravest and most courageous guy in this room, who literally defeated an army of bandits. Watching the main character, the girl even thought that she was hallucinating, because she really saw a knight in the driver. At that very second, someone ran into the room and put handcuffs on the guy, depriving him of the ability to move. It turned out that it was the special forces that had seized the building and began to free the hostages in order to hinder the activities of the bandits. The excited father started calling for his daughter, as he was very happy that they had finally found her. Liu Mei and Vivi were also very happy to see their parents, as they had recently been captured by a large number of bandits. The mother and father began to hug the girl and thank God that she was okay. The captain of the Special Forces team exclaimed that the hostages were safely rescued, and everyone else needed to be arrested. But the hero began to shout that he was a model citizen who brings justice. Suddenly, some man said that there was no need to detain this guy. The muscular man began to warm up and said that all the Special Forces were free to go, because he would deal with this man himself. The subordinates immediately began to leave, as they agreed with their boss. He started to leave. The soldiers were talking among themselves about how the captain would personally deal with this guy, and he was really unlucky, since the boss was really very strong, and no one could fight against him with dignity. Soon after everyone left, the man began to look at the protagonist as if he was about to fight him. Laughing, the muscular boss turned to the young man to tell him something. But as it turned out, the man actually decided to ask the boss what he was doing there, and the young man replied that nothing special, he was just stretching his muscles. The guy also did not forget to remind that a man should also learn to be vigilant in time and act carefully, as well as do his job well. Having given the handcuffs to his subordinate, the hero told him not to call him boss anymore, because he was now a simple taxi driver. A few hours later, events continued to take place late in the evening in the main character's house. After the shower, the boy looked at the photograph and thought about what his mission was at the moment. Thinking about everything that happened, he concluded that he had transferred to Zijin, and now he would finish school with flying colors and also go to college to get a bachelor's degree, and he would definitely do it. The next morning, the event continued to take place at Zijin School. The teacher asked his students to welcome their new classmate, as he would now be studying in their class. As it turned out, it was the same guy named Lo Feng, who just yesterday was a taxi driver and defeated more than 10 opponents. The classmates immediately noticed this handsome guy and realized that they wanted to date him. and the Odnoklassniki realized that another narcissistic rooster had come to them. It was at that moment that the two girls realized that the same guy who had saved them from the bandits yesterday had come to their class. Several classmates were very angry and wanted to make fun of Luo Feng, so that he would not be so arrogant anymore. One of the impudent fellows realized that it would be a good idea to trip up his new classmate. The impudent scoundrel wanted the newcomer to stumble and fall on his face, because maybe then he wouldn't be a freak. But the main character was much smarter than this scoundrel, and with all his strength he stepped right on the foot of his new classmate. The impudent guy immediately paid for his actions and began to scream in pain, as his leg was now incredibly painful. The teacher did not immediately understand what was going on and asked his student what had happened. But he only replied that everything was fine. The classmate who sat next to him decided to tell Luo Feng that he had better not get involved with Liao Qian right after he entered. The young man didn't understand why he shouldn't do this, but Odnoklassnik explained that although this guy wasn't particularly strong, the Heavenly League behind him was amazing. Many paid them not to be touched, because they were the school Yakuza. Hearing that these scoundrels were collecting money for protection, the young man immediately realized that they were probably rich. After the lesson was over, a break came, and events continued to happen during the break. In order to start learning effectively, Luo Feng even started reading books during breaks, because he wanted to be much smarter than others. Suddenly, someone decided to kick the desk with all his might to attract attention. It was that same Liao Tian, and he came along with his friend, shouting that the newbie probably didn't know about their rules yet. And now they would explain to him that everyone had to pay 2,000 yuan for protection. Otherwise, the newbie would become crippled for life. Classmates immediately began discussing that the newcomer was being bullied, and now he would have to pay money because he was being threatened. At the same time, another classmate realized that the fee was only 1,000 yuan, but for some reason the price was doubled for Luo Feng. The bandit didn't care at all about this, and he decided to explain to his classmate that the newbie had stepped on his foot, and therefore he had to pay for the medication, and next time, the guy better keep his mouth shut. Seeing what was happening here, Liu Mei decided to go up and ask Liao Qian what he was planning and why he was putting on a farce in front of the new guy. But the bandit couldn't understand at all why the princess was meddling in his affairs. This caused even more concern among the classmates, because now they realized that Liu Mei and Vivi herself were taking care of the newcomer. And perhaps they really knew each other. The main character decided to laugh at the antics of the bandits and said that they were probably stupid because power is in knowledge, and they would understand this when they read the book more. This statement only made the scoundrel laugh, and he could not believe that Luo Feng told him this, and since he did not want to pay the money, they were going to beat him up. The impudent classmates immediately began to swing at the newcomer in order to show their true strength, and so that he began to fear them. Closing his book, the young man exclaimed that he had said earlier that knowledge is power. That was why Luo Feng decided to show his true abilities and hit the two scoundrels with one book. Now the classmates began to worry even more, because they realized that the newcomer dared to fight with the Heavenly League itself, and now he would not live. In fact, the protagonist tried to enlighten and teach them, and now they must pay for his efforts. The heroes also understood that as soon as the hooligans walked out the door, they would immediately run to their boss, like mongrels, to tell him what had happened. In connection with this, he ordered a message to be conveyed to the boss so that he would come to him after school to pay for his protection. Luo Feng insisted that the hooligans must definitely convey this message, otherwise they themselves would know what would happen to them. Watching everything that was happening, the classmates were really shocked, because they were surprised that a newbie wanted to collect protection money from the Heavenly League, as if he was unbalanced. The main character's desk mate was also shocked, because he didn't understand whether this guy was really going to do something like that. Even Vivi and Liu Mei were just incredibly surprised, because they wanted to take the initiative, and then this guy decided to stand up for himself. Meanwhile, the teacher came and did not understand why the hooligans were sitting on the floor, and Lo Feng was sitting on a chair in front of them. The English lesson began and the teacher ordered all the students to sit down in their seats so that the lesson could continue. At that moment, the hooligans were holding their cheeks and experiencing severe pain, while simultaneously saying that Luo Feng was simply very lucky. This answer really struck the young man, because he didn't expect that the hooligans would really be so impudent. At the same time, the teacher noticed that there was a new student in the class, and she decided to introduce herself again, saying then that she was an English teacher named Jun Byun. Today, they would look at the use of prepositions in English. While sitting in class, the boy noticed that English was really very boring, and even began to yawn. Turning to the class, the teacher decided to ask a question in order to involve the students in the lesson process. All my classmates absolutely did not want to answer questions about English because they were not capable of it. They were very scared. But as it turned out, at that moment the main character had already fallen asleep, which is why he even began to snore. The woman immediately noticed that this guy dared to sleep in class, and Odnoklasniki realized that he was in trouble now, and he would have to answer questions. The hooligans were also glad that the newbie had made a mistake, and now had to suffer at the hands of the teacher. The woman came closer to the sleeping student and began to watch him closely. Soon after, she grabbed the book and hit the young man on the hand with all her might. During the blow, the guy managed to dodge, which is why he wasn't even hurt by the blow from the book. At the moment Luo Feng dodged, he continued to sleep, and his classmate was incredibly surprised as he realized that his deskmate was indeed not human. Becoming even more indignant, the woman began to try with all her might to hit her student, but he kept dodging, and she did not believe that he had been sleeping all this time. Liu Mei watched everything that was happening, and her sister was shocked because it all looked very funny and absurd. Soon the woman decided it would be a good idea to kick her student with all her might, but the blow flew past, since the guy managed to dodge in time and was not harmed by the attack. Experiencing severe pain, the woman began to jump on her leg, as she could no longer stand normally. The teacher's cry finally woke the young man up, and he decided to find out from the woman what had happened. Looking at the teacher, Luo Feng asked her what had happened, and the woman at that moment realized that she was now truly humiliated. Starting to get angry, the teacher began to talk to her student in English, and if he could not answer correctly, he would suffer. It turned out that this was not a problem for the guy, and he easily answered in English, apologizing to the teacher because he had not slept well the previous night. In the woman's opinion, this was not a reason, and if he fell asleep in class again, he would fly out the window and listen to the lesson outside. But Luo Feng liked this option, and he said that he would never be kicked out of class for this reason. The response irritated the teacher even more, and she didn't even know what to say to something like that. Feeling extremely ashamed, the woman realized that Luo Feng had perfect English pronunciation. It was even better than hers. Turning around, the woman said that she would forgive the student this time, but he should learn to manage his time more wisely. The newcomer was really good, and some of the classmates realized it, because he spoke English so well that even the teacher couldn't beat him. Smiling, the young man thought that he had fought abroad for several years, and for him English was like his native language. The bully began to complain, saying that the teacher had acted unfairly because he had forgiven the troublemaker. But the woman did not think so and decided to punish Liao Qian because he had spoken in class. So the bully was punished and kicked out of the class because he had disturbed the order. Sometime later, events continued to happen after the lesson. The students began to leave the classroom during the break in order to get some rest. But some of the students were quite hostile and were going to teach the protagonist a lesson. Worried, a classmate realized that the Heavenly League was coming to their class and decided to warn Luo Feng that his enemies were very evil and he would not be able to defeat them, which is why it was necessary to escape from the class as soon as possible. At that very second, someone heard the classmate's screams and immediately grabbed him. These were the same scoundrels who were the school Yakuza, and they had come to teach a lesson to a daring newcomer named Lo Feng. Starting to laugh loudly, the main character shouted that he would never in his life have thought that such a serious group would have a dwarf as its boss. The boss, nicknamed the dwarf, was very angry, and with an evil grin, he exclaimed that Luo Feng would now be punished. The young man was not against the punishment, but said that his classmate should be released first, since he had absolutely nothing to do with what was happening. In the boss's opinion, Tan Dai had just helped Luo Feng, and he couldn't just let him go. All the Yakuza servants were ordered to pile on the protagonist to force him to lick the boss's boots. The mad dwarf was simply a worthless leader who was not even capable of fighting on his own. Having found the weakest boss, the main character decided to attack him, and grabbing him by the neck, ordered him to repeat everything he said earlier, but only in person. After capturing the Yakuza boss, Lo Feng told his comrade to come over and beat him up in revenge, as Tan Dai had previously told him that the bastard was constantly bullying him. This was indeed necessary because if Tan Dai wanted to become a real man, he had to do this, or else he would remain a useless coward for the rest of his life. Hearing these words, the cowardly classmate remembered how exactly this scoundrel had mocked him. Such actions from the Yakuza boss greatly offended Tan Dai, and he really wanted to take revenge for what was done to him. Starting to swing his fist, the Izio guy shouted with all his might that he didn't want to be a coward and didn't want to be bullied all his life. but wanted to become a real man. Tandai dealt his assailant many blows and shouted that he would never be able to intimidate him again in his life. These events were truly shocking to all of his classmates, as no one could have expected that the cowardly Tandai would be capable of such a thing. So, thanks to the short fight, Tandai was just happy and told his brother that if he was the boss, he would always follow him. Pointing his finger at his new comrade, Luo Feng exclaimed that Tang shouldn't talk nonsense, and if the wards wanted to take revenge on the guy who beat up their boss, then he was just around the corner. The shameless. But the smart guy, meanwhile, decided to approach the Yakuza boss and said that he was offering him a good deal, and he had to pay for protection, or he would throw him out the window. Soon after the incident, the boss began shouting at his charges to bring him money quickly, because he was captured by a crazy guy who was capable of many things. The bandit began to cry and said that all the money had been refunded, and Luo Feng asked his comrade to give all the money to the classmates who had paid for their protection. Also, the young man could not leave the Yakuza boss unpunished, and began to drag him straight to the window in order to finish the battle that had begun. The Yakuza boss started to fly down from the window and screamed very loudly, so he got what he deserved. Watching the scoundrel fly, the young man at that moment hoped that the Yakuza boss would still be able to survive. In a panic, all the classmates started to run because they thought that Luo Feng was the murderer, because he had already killed Huang Laoda. Tandai also began to panic and asked his brother why he did this, because now part of the blame would be on him. But the young man did not panic and said that the bandit was not dead at all. This news made his classmate happy, and he decided to look through the window to see what had happened to the bandit. It turned out that the scoundrel was actually thrown straight into the trash can and suffered only from the fact that the place where he fell smelled very bad. Turning to his comrade, the hero exclaimed that now no one would dare to take revenge on him. After several hours, events continued to occur near the school gates. Looking around, the young man discovered strange people who wanted to talk to him. They were men in suits, and they were looking for Luo Feng to come with them and talk to the boss, who had been waiting for him for quite a long time. The agents ordered the guy to get inside the car in order to drive to the place where their boss was, after which the main character and the men began to go somewhere. The man in the suit decided to ask the young man if he knew who he was, and Luo Feng immediately replied that the person sitting in front of him was Zheng Vivi's father, Zheng Geichen, and he was a famous entrepreneur and philanthropist. The boy immediately assumed that they probably wanted to thank him for saving his daughter, and he was not that greedy and asked for only 1,000,000 yuan, because that would be quite enough. But after such a statement, the man looked angrily at the young man and asked if he was deliberately persecuting his daughter. After all, it was really suspicious because when Vivi was kidnapped, the guy was an ordinary taxi driver and was nearby. But today, he had already turned into a high school senior. But in the hero's opinion, it was just a coincidence. Perhaps it really was fate, and Boss Zheng had better think about the fact that he could become his son-in-law, and then they wouldn't have to pay anything, and he would just share dozens of assets with them. These words made the man even more angry, and he asked if the guy really thought he was joking. In that case, the hero could not understand at all why he should admit to something he did not do, as if he were considered an idiot. Feeling very angry, the man shouted that he was going to call the police. The young man could not stand such behavior from his interlocutor and kicked him in the stomach with all his might. At that very second, a collision occurred, and the truck crashed into the car they were traveling in. A major accident occurred, resulting in a massive explosion. But fortunately, Luo Feng and Zheng were still able to escape. Looking at the exploded car, no one could believe that it really happened. The boss immediately felt that he was saved, but he did not understand what had happened, and only saw that something had exploded there, and they needed to urgently leave here and also call an ambulance. Zheng's charges immediately started running towards him to see if he was okay. There was indeed no one in the truck, and the guy immediately noticed this, after which he decided to find out if Zheng really thought this was also built. The worried old man claimed that Luo Feng had no way of knowing that he was waiting for him, and that he would go this way, and that someone had really wanted to kill him for a long time, and that these people must have been connected with the kidnapping of his daughter. The boy laughed and started to walk away, saying that they should forget about it, because a good man is often misunderstood. It was already a common thing for him, and they should investigate this case, and he would go home. Starting to scream loudly, the boss ordered to strengthen security for his wife and to investigate this case because he was going to find out who did it and skin him. The boss also ordered to take him to the hospital because the guy who saved him seemed to have broken his ribs. Several hours later, the events continued to take place outside at a night restaurant. Looking at the restaurant menu, The young man realized that even on the street the prices were very expensive. The friendly waitress came closer to the boy and decided to ask what he wanted to order. He replied that he wanted to eat a bowl of ramen with egg noodles. As he prepared to eat, Luo Feng only thought about how poor he was, how the money he earned from work was barely enough to pay for his studies, and how little he had left for food. Sighing heavily, he realized that he had not been able to find an apartment of a suitable price to rent for a long time. Suddenly, someone started shouting that a cockroach had been found in the soup, and the dissatisfied customer immediately started calling the waiter. The angry men started to behave aggressively and shouted at the waitress because they saw a cockroach in their souper and ordered her to pay them compensation. The alarmed waitress did not understand what the men were talking about, and they, in turn, continued to behave aggressively and said that now the girl owed them 20,000 yen. Or maybe the impudent visitor had another way in which they could come to an agreement without paying. Blushing a little, the impudent fellow noticed that the waitress was quite a beautiful woman and offered to spend the night with them, and then they would forgive her. These words made the girl even more nervous, and she realized that the scoundrels had started this on purpose, and she even wanted to call the police. This answer did not satisfy the visitors at all, and they overturned the table, ordering the girl to shut up. The hooligans could not understand how the girl could allow herself to accuse them of lying, because they had previously said that they had eaten soup with a cockroach, and if they had said so, then it could not be a lie. As the conflict unfolded, the visitors also began to panic, as the hooligans belonged to the Black Fox gang, and they were the bosses of the area. The gang member approached the waitress and said that if she could prove that there was no cockroach, they would leave. Otherwise, she would have to pay with money or her body. The young man nevertheless decided to stand up for the girl and said that it was easy to check, and the guy simply needed to spit out everything he ate. Having heard a rather strange answer, the man immediately wanted to know where this sucker came from, who dared to answer him like that. Starting to warm up his hands, the protagonist exclaimed that he had simply offered a solution, and it was necessary to check whether the man was telling the truth. Blushing with shame, the scoundrel shouted that he didn't care that they were bothering the guy, and that he was just a stupid child. The scoundrel didn't understand at all how he could spit out what he had already eaten. The guy's behavior was disgusting, and the guy really didn't like it, so he threw a piece of paper at him. Having hit the impudent man with all his might, Luo Feng shouted that it would really be very easy to check this, and now they would find out what exactly the scoundrel had eaten. Having received such a strong blow, the man immediately felt ill, and he really began to spit out everything he had eaten. Although the boys had poor eyesight, the bully's older brother could see better if there were any cockroaches in what the man had just spat out. Looking at everything that was happening, even the visitors realized that Luo Feng was really crazy, because he was not afraid to get involved with the Black Fox gang. Another gang member grabbed a chair and began to try to attack the stranger since he dared to contact them. There was a bottle lying near the guy, which he immediately decided to use in the fight. Luo Feng kicked the bottle and used it to make the attacking man fall. This strategy actually proved effective, as the second member of the gang also fell not far from the already beaten scoundrel. The main character ordered the enemy not to get up and to watch how his friend decided to help him look for the cockroach. Although the young man acted quite cruelly towards these scoundrels, it was fair, and all the people who watched the duel understood this. For every resident of this city, Luo Feng's act was impressive, because no one had dared to oppose such an influential gang before. The bandits had already started to run away in the meantime, and at the end they shouted that they would return to take revenge. The grateful waitress began to say that she was really grateful to the guy for saving her. Luo Feng then said that he didn't need gratitude, and those bandits were just annoying him. The kind girl asked her brother to take at least a little money, and also said that he didn't even have to pay for his order. Although the guy could use some money, he still said that he shouldn't be rewarded for his good deeds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be any different from those guys. It was then that the rescued girl said that she would not talk about money, since a hero like her brother did not need it. Coming closer to the post with the advertisements, the young man noticed that there was an apartment for rent nearby. The waitress immediately saw this and said that it was her advertisement, and that morning the girl had just stopped renting an apartment from her. After leading the guy to the rented apartment, the waitress began to tell him that 2 girls used to live here, but today they moved out, and Luo Feng could just settle in this house. The girl also said that her savior may not pay for the night today. Her husband is responsible for the rent, but he works the night shift, so they will agree on the price tomorrow. After which, the sister said that she was glad to meet him and was about to leave, saying that if the young man needed anything, he could call her. Sitting down on the bed, the boy thought that as long as he stayed here, if this gang returned, he would be able to take care of them. Feeling the unpleasant smell coming from his body, Lo decided that he needed to take a bath first, because walking around sweaty was simply disgusting. Having taken off his clothes, the hero immediately climbed into the bathtub to wash himself. Meanwhile, someone nearby had already arrived in a car and was gradually heading towards the house where Luo Feng lived. It was a girl who looked quite good and was wearing a beautiful dress. The tired girl thought that she would never go to such boring parties again. When she started to open the door, the girl didn't even suspect that there was someone else in the apartment. At first, the stranger began to unbutton her dress because she felt that she smelled bad, since there was an unpleasant smell of smoke in the place where she was. As soon as the lady undressed, she immediately entered the bathroom to take a shower. But there she found an uninvited guest. Having started to get angry, the girl simply did not understand how to react. Since there was some guy in her soul, addressing the girl in English, Liu Mei greeted his teacher and wished her a good evening. After closing the bathroom door, the teacher couldn't believe that there was a student in her shower. Having called the owner of the house, the woman immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, but the owner only replied that she did not know that only one girl had moved out because her husband did not say anything about it. Soon after everything that happened, the protagonist and his teacher were sitting at a distance from each other and were very embarrassed. The polite young man asked the woman not to worry because his sister didn't know the whole situation, and until he brought his things, he could leave and not tell anyone about what he saw. Bowing her head, the woman exclaimed that the student could stay here. The guy immediately reacted and bowed down to the girl's knees, shouting that he was very grateful to the teacher for not leaving him to spend the night on the street. Even more embarrassed, Teacher Jun said that Luo Feng could indeed stay here, but he had to promise her one thing, and if he didn't do it, she wouldn't forgive him. The conditions were that the student would have to take part in the national English-speaking competition in a month's time. And in any case, to avoid suspicion and sidelong glances, they had to keep it a secret that they had a teacher-student relationship. But it was completely unclear how they could explain that they lived together. After which, the owner of the apartment came, and the teacher said that her cousin had arrived, and they were relatives. This was indeed good news for the woman, as she would have been very nervous if they had turned out to be strangers to each other, and she decided to invite them to her restaurant tomorrow, as she wanted to treat them to dinner. Starting to laugh, the young man said that in that case they would see each other tomorrow, and his sister had nothing to worry about. So the two of them managed to get out of this difficult situation, and also they would be fed for free, and they happily accepted this offer instead of spending money. Meanwhile, events continued to take place in the expensive mansion. The guy who belonged to the group shouted that his brother should stand up for him, because he hadn't been humiliated like this since childhood, and this would clearly hit the reputation of their Huang family. In my brother's opinion, it was simply impossible, since some poor man, Tan Dai, and some new guy beat up and threw Liao Chang into the trash. Still, the brother had to believe it, since Liao told everything in detail, and now the guy wanted to take revenge on his offenders. At school, the sisters talked to each other and said that they should talk to Luo Feng. The girls think that the young man is really handsome and they should definitely go together because Vivi will feel uncomfortable when she is alone. One of the sisters nevertheless decided to approach the young man in order to talk to him. The slightly worried girl said that she wanted to invite Luo Feng to her birthday party next week. Nodding politely, the hero said that he thanked her for the invitation and would definitely come. This news really made my sister happy. And she also said that her dad would also like him to come because he wants to thank him personally. The classmates immediately heard this and began to discuss that Vivi had invited the newcomer Luo Feng to her birthday party, and everyone present wanted to be in his place. Suddenly, the bully exclaimed that Director Huang had ordered Luo Feng to come to him, and his little henchman named Tang Dai was already waiting in the office. After such a strange invitation, the young man nevertheless headed to the director's office. Looking at the disciple, the man immediately asked, "Is this guy really not Luo Feng?" Upon seeing his friend, the boy immediately decided to find out why Tan Dai was standing in such a strange position, as if he was grimacing. The principal slammed the table with all his might and asked again if the student who had come was really Luo Feng. Coming closer to the director, the young man introduced himself, saying that his name was indeed Luo Feng. So the principal saw what this student looked like and took out a document about the school punishments for him and Tan Dai. Now everyone will have to write an explanatory note of 5,000 words and then personally apologize to Huang Lao. Upon hearing about the punishment, the hero immediately realized that the director's surname, Huang, was the same as Huang Lao's, as if they were related. This question made the man angry, because he did not understand what the student was hinting at, since yesterday he had violently thrown the student out of the window. Fortunately, he ended up in the trash and survived. if his uncle Jung Gaechin had not vouched for him. He would have been expelled long ago. After thinking for a while, Luo Feng couldn't believe that Jung Gaechin had listed him as one of his relatives, and he probably realized that there might be problems with the director. Realizing that there was no point in talking to the principal any longer, the young man called his friend and told the principal that he could talk to his uncle about what had happened. After leaving the office, Tang Dai told his comrade that he was indeed right in guessing that director Daoyan was related to Huang Laod, since he was his fourth uncle, and they probably wanted revenge. Looking at his friend, the young man noticed that every time he mentioned someone from the Huang family, he became noticeably angry, as if he had some kind of grudge against them. And as it turned out, this was indeed the case. Tang also decided to say that Jung Gaechin was really amazing compared to the Huang family, because they were the trash of society. This made the boy feel satisfied, as he was almost related to Jung Gaechin. The hooligans had been watching the main character and his comrade all this time and did not understand how they managed to survive. After several hours, events continued to occur after school. The comrades decided to invite Lo Feng to dinner because he cooked very tasty, and the hero happily agreed because he never refused free food. Suddenly, someone came closer to the two friends and started laughing, saying that they were ugly. It was the same scoundrel who had been beaten up earlier, and he told Luo Feng and Tang Dai that they would die today because his elder brother Huang Ma Chen had come to take revenge for the humiliation. Looking at everything that was happening, the hero could not understand what was wrong with this family and why they always wanted revenge. But Tang Dai was ready for a fight. The boy with big ears felt very angry towards this family because the father and sons were to blame for the death of his mother, and he also broke his father's leg. This story made the scoundrel laugh because in his opinion, Tang Dai's father and mother were useless, and they should have known who they were dealing with. The young man clenched his teeth with all his might and continued to watch the impudent man who laughed at his mother's death. Looking at his friend, the young man decided to calm him down because it was obvious that he was very angry. The main character still decided to ask the impudent guys what they wanted to achieve, but the humiliated guy from the Huang family said that today they would see it for themselves. The vile scoundrel exclaimed that first his brother Ma Chen would break Tang Dai's legs so that he would remain crippled for life. Sneaking up to the impudent guy, the young man grabbed him by the neck and decided to ask him again what he had just said. The bandits' henchmen immediately grabbed their weapons and were about to attack Luo Feng, since he had captured their boss. One of the gang members ran with a baseball bat and was about to hit the young man who dared to attack first. But it turned out that the Huang family's ally missed when he struck, and thus he hit his boss right in the back with a baseball bat. Seeing his opponent disoriented, Law immediately took action, and ISO hit him right in the face with all his strength. The loser immediately fell to the floor, as he could not withstand such a strong blow. The eldest brother of the Huang family immediately realized that his opponent was indeed quite good and possessed impressive strength. As the bandit started running towards Luo Feng, he thought that he could easily beat this guy now. According to the elder brother, no one in the world can resist his blow called the First World Blow. The worried comrade began shouting at Brother Feng to be careful, as he might get hit now. Suddenly, the enemy stopped and did not hit the young man directly in the face. The blow was stopped for a reason. In fact, Luo Feng carried out an ultra-fast counterattack, which simply left the enemy discouraged. Thus, all the bandits realized that even Huang Ma Chen's elder brother had been defeated and was not a serious opponent for Luo Feng. Now the main character for the bandits was like a huge devil, who was very scary and simply impossible to defeat. At the same time, the older brother continued to scream in pain and could not even get up from the floor. Looking at the defeated enemy, the young man understood that his friends did not even help him. The angry opponent realized that he had to act differently and took out his knife to carry out a sneak attack. Overcoming the pain, the bandit was about to attack Luo Feng using the element of surprise. But for the young man, it was a completely obvious attack, and he easily defended himself against such a stupid opponent. Having caught the knife, the hero realized that he needed to teach the enemy a lesson for using such a serious weapon. Because of this, Luo Feng began to repeatedly strike with his knife directly at the enemy who was trying to dodge. Feeling extremely afraid, the eldest brother of the Huang family closed his eyes so as not to see himself being attacked. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that all his clothes had simply been cut with a knife, and his body was completely unharmed. The frightened older brother simply did not understand what to do, since the enemy not only humiliated him, but also deprived him of the ability to resist in a fight. Taking one last look at his opponent, the protagonist exclaimed that they should not laugh at him again to appear before him in the future. Otherwise, he would simply kill them. Thus, the bandits began to run away in fear, trying to take their boss to a safe place. A worried Tan Dai told his comrade that he was indeed amazing, but he had humiliated the Huang family and they could go back. The hero didn't care much at that moment, and he said that someone was probably helping him, and now they'd better go to dinner. After a short journey to Tan Dai's house, they found themselves in a bad area that was quite dirty. Entering the house, Liu Mei couldn't believe that such old houses still existed. Although it was clean, it smelled strongly of alcohol. Looking around, the boy discovered a man lying on the bed, and not far from him were bottles of alcohol. Covering the lying man with a blanket, Tan Dai said that this was his father. Even though he drinks almost every day and makes a mess, the apartment always has to be cleaned up after him. While examining the apartment, the boy also discovered a photograph with soldiers. This is how the hero realized that the man had fought before. But now he was just lying drunk on the couch all day. The young man decided to ask his friend to tell him about himself and his family, Huan. Outside, Tan Dai pointed to a construction site where they used to live, but the place was stolen by real estate agents at a very low price, and several people died that night. Among the people killed in that conflict was Tan Dai's mother, which made him very sad. His father was also there that night. That's why his leg was injured. Those scoundrels had power and influence, so they just hushed up this conflict with money. A few minutes later, the father woke up and noticed that his son had brought a classmate with him. Luo Feng decided that he still needed to ask Tan Dai to drive him to the store for beer. Since he wanted to have a few drinks with his father, as soon as the son left, his friend immediately greeted Uncle Tan and told him his name. Taking off his jacket, the protagonist exclaimed that he wanted to have a little sparring with his uncle. Starting to laugh, the man actually appreciated the joke, saying that an old man like him couldn't compare to young people like him. That is why, covering himself with a blanket, the uncle decided to lie down a little longer until they brought them beer. But Luo Feng decided not to retreat, and exclaimed that Old Man Tang, who was once part of the 17th Razor Knife Division, could not even spar, and this was a disgrace to him as a soldier. Hearing this, the old man immediately reacted and did not like what was said. As he began to get out of bed, he was surprised by the young man's impudence and could not believe that someone would say something like that to him. So the fight started, and the man wanted to teach the boy a lesson for such insolence. Meanwhile, Tan Dai entered the house and was surprised by what happened. The boy noticed that his father and his friend were beaten, as if they had just been in a fight. At the same time, the son also noticed that his father was really happy. Such a joyful reaction had not been seen on his face for a long time. During a short conversation, the man was able to reveal that his son's classmate had also once been a soldier, and they decided to have a little chat. In Uncle Tang's opinion, the youth of their time are already very strong, and he is not an opponent for Luo Feng. Feeling genuine joy, the man noticed that his opponent had excellent skills and wanted to know if he was also a member of the knife squad. The boy smiled and exclaimed that he should aim higher, and then the man assumed that the young man belonged to the sword squad. The boy closed his eyes and exclaimed that he was not in this detachment either, and then his uncle experienced a severe shock. The swordsman squad is the already selected soldiers from the knife squad. Each swordsman must fight as 10 knives. The last ones remain. The best among the swordsmen, the legendary squad, is beyond. There really was a hero in this squad, but only for a couple of months. And then Uncle Tang started shouting that he couldn't even compare to the swordsman. And this guy in front of him was in the squad of the Beyonders for several months. And it's just amazing. Looking at his uncle's reaction, the young man thought that he was even at a higher level. But he was afraid that it would scare his uncle if he said so. Continuing to talk with his uncle, the hero asked him to tell him what happened between him and the Huang family, because he had to take revenge on them. Otherwise, he would remain a useless drunkard. This conversation was quite difficult for the man because he had already tried all sorts of ways to take revenge, but nothing worked. Through this conversation, Luo Feng made it clear to his uncle that he was also at odds with the Huang family, and now they had a common enemy. He was currently limited in his abilities, and he was unable to fight the enemy alone. But if they united, they would have a chance to win. Hearing this, the man couldn't believe that the guy actually had a way to defeat such serious enemies. But instead of using brute force, they need solid evidence to crush the entire Huang family at once, so they need Uncle's help to find the evidence. The determined uncle realized that he also needed to take action, and he could easily find plenty of evidence of the Huang family's violations of the law. At the same time, Tan Dai decided to eavesdrop on the conversation, but he didn't quite understand what his classmate and father were talking about. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the bus stop. The hero patiently waited for transport to get to his home. Suddenly, a car drove up and stopped right next to the bus stop. As it turned out, it was Mr. Zheng, and the young man even began to suspect that he was following him everywhere, and wherever he went, he would still be found. After getting into the car, Luo Feng felt that the gentleman was indeed a very rich man, and it was very suspicious that someone like him would need a poor disciple, and perhaps they could even be photographed by the paparazzi, and the guy would be considered an illegitimate child. In fact, this time the man was really looking for a hero to thank him for saving his daughter. And he also wanted Luo Feng to do something for him. It turned out that the gentleman wanted Luo Feng to become a bodyguard for his daughter. But the hero did not understand how this was even possible, because he was just a schoolboy and could not spend the whole day with his daughter. The bodyguard was only needed for her birthday, and the man had already found out who was behind those attacks. And she didn't like the bodyguards he offered, so he decided to find Luo Feng. This kind of work would pay well, and the man immediately began to take out an envelope with money. Looking at the amount of money in the envelope, the young man realized that there was more than 100,000 yuan in it, and now he simply had no reason to refuse. After which, the boss decided to kick the guy out of the car so that he could get home by bus, because he still had other things to do. But the guy didn't care at all about this, because with this money he wouldn't have to worry about paying the rent for a few more months. After some time, the boy found himself at home, and when he opened the door, he was quite surprised. Teacher Jun's outfit was actually quite amazing, as if she was trying to cosplay someone. It was not cosplay, but hanfu, which is a traditional Chinese costume that is worn only during ceremonial occasions. Although the boy knew a little about tea ceremonies, he decided to drink tea with the teacher, even though the girl had not invited him. Laughing, Luo Feng didn't understand why he wasn't invited, because there were several cups of tea on the table, and besides them, there was no one else at home. After smelling the tea, the young man immediately discovered that it was first-class Longjing tea, and in order to appreciate the true taste of tea, the hero decided to try it. But the temperature of the tea was bad, and the boy immediately thought that the teacher was just pretending to understand tea ceremonies. Teacher June became very angry at such statements and looked like a little girl. Bowing her head, the woman admitted that the young man was indeed right, but she simply liked to perform tea ceremonies. The old man who taught her them said that she had no talent at all. In the guy's opinion, it was not a question of talent, but a question of feelings. He just had a few groups with a woman, and as a sign of apology, he would prepare a drink for her. Having started to prepare tea, the main character sincerely believed that only tea in which one puts one's whole heart can be called the best tea. After a short preparation, the tea was ready, and the teacher did not understand whether it was possible to drink such a strange drink at all. After tasting the tea, the woman found that the aroma was incredibly pure, and the aftertaste was very refreshing, as if her student was a master in tea ceremonies. In fact, the guy was not a master. It was like the ability to be peaceful, quiet, sincere, and serene. The only thing that was missing in the tea was sincerity. Having heard such a secretive preparation, the teacher was really shocked. However, she sometimes thought that Luo Feng was not at all like an ordinary student, since he had the ability to see through everything. So she decided to discuss something with him. Immediately after these words, the boy decided to leave, and then said that he was not interested in discussing Teacher Jun's personal problems, and it was time to go to bed. The woman reacted instantly and asked Luo Feng to wait. Continuing to pour tea, June asked the young man to do her a favor. The woman did have a rather unusual request, because tomorrow night she needed Luo Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend. After such a strange request, the hero realized that he would not be able to sleep, and therefore decided to go for a night run. Having already run several dozen kilometers, the guy didn't even think about stopping and continued training. Remembering that request, he immediately replied that Teacher Jun probably decided to play a joke on him because he was a simple schoolboy and was afraid that it would not work. As it turns out, this will only be necessary for tomorrow evening because the teacher will have to see a man she doesn't like, and she wants the student to help in case something goes wrong. Thinking about this situation, the young man realized that the teacher had barely managed to persuade him, and this really did seem like some kind of cliché. Suddenly, someone nearby started shouting very loudly that a child was being kidnapped. Some woman was beaten on the street, and her child was stolen by impudent scoundrels. Turning around, the main character immediately saw that someone was in danger. Using his trick, the boy immediately started running to the crime scene in order to help the worried woman. Having reached maximum speed, Luo Feng had to perform a rather difficult trick. The running speed was simply incredible, thanks to which the hero managed to jump several dozen meters up. The river was successfully jumped over, and now the guy only had to catch up with the villains. Meanwhile, a man noticed that someone had jumped across the river, which was at least 10 meters wide. Hearing that someone was capable of something like this, the old man was incredibly surprised. Meanwhile, the villains were already running up to the car to load the child inside. Fortunately, the young man was already very close and was about to punch the bald villain. After the first blow, the villain immediately flew several meters to the side and hit a tree. Feeling great fear, the bandit did not understand who this young guy was, but he took out a knife and said that no one would dare interfere in their affairs. The main character's anger knew no bounds, and he was literally ready to kill the bandit who dared to steal the child. Looking at his opponent, the impudent man simply could not do anything and stood rooted to the spot. Seeing that there was another villain in a car nearby, Luo Feng decided to eliminate him. Running up to the car, the young man hit the door with his knee with all his might, causing damage to the car, as if it had been in an accident. For an accomplice to the crime, it was simply a shocking sight, because he could not believe that a person was capable of something like that. The bandits lay unconscious after a short fight. One of them was right under a tree. Another bandit was lying in a wrecked car, as if there had been a serious accident. The third bandit simply trembled with fear and raised his hands as he admitted his guilt. After examining the crime scene, the man was simply shocked that all this was done by one person, and the woman did not even have time to look at him. But he was a good guy, because he saved her child. Thus, the men discovered that the main actor had already managed to leave the stage, but in the old man's opinion, there was nothing to worry about. After all, the old man guessed who it was, since destructive force was used during this fight, and among all the people he knew, only one was capable of something like this. This was the man whose face always remained hidden. The next day, events continued to take place at school before the start of the lesson. The joyful comrade told his brother that after talking with him, his father quit drinking and even started training. Luo Feng was really happy that he could help his friend and asked if he would invite him to dinner again, and he happily agreed. Turning around, Teacher Jun ordered Luo Feng and Tang Dai not to talk during the lesson. Seeing the teacher's reaction, the boy immediately winked at her because they were roommates. The woman was immediately embarrassed by such behavior and even blushed. Teacher Jun was previously a top student at Zhengjiang University, and she must have had many suitors. Tang Dai immediately realized that his friend had fallen in love with the teacher. The main character's friend didn't even realize that they literally lived together with the teacher. Evening came and events continued to unfold until the important event. To ensure that the young man arrived dressed up for the event, the woman decided to give him a suit. It turned out that it was designer clothing that cost a very long time, but June didn't want to talk about it, and simply ordered to put on a suit. 10 minutes later, the young man finally put on the suit and decided to show the teacher what he looked like in it. But at first, the boy was embarrassed, because he did not say his clothing size, but the suit that the teacher gave him looked just perfect. A little embarrassed, the woman admitted that her student did indeed look quite handsome, and exclaimed that he would be introduced as a Harvard graduate, with his own company, with an annual salary in the millions. It was truly an impressive image, and the young man knew that he was so good that he would never have come up with such nonsense himself. 2 hours later, the teacher also got dressed. She put on a chic dress, but Luo Feng waited for her for so long that he even fell asleep. As soon as the girl arrived, the boy immediately woke up because he heard someone talking to him. The teacher blushed and began to apologize for being a little late. But Luo Feng knew that it was natural. Going outside, the hero decided to call a taxi in order to get to the event. But the teacher immediately stopped him, saying that since he was an entrepreneur with an annual salary of $1 million, he was obliged to have his own car. And this car was parked right under their house. It was simply luxurious and incredibly expensive. Seeing Luo Feng's shock, Jun simply told him to get in the car and come to the event. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that since the teacher was asking him, he could not refuse her, and for her sake he was ready to drive even a tank. Together they got into the car and headed to the event they had been preparing for so long. All this time, sitting in the car, the boy only thought that he should not show that he was surprised. The teacher immediately confirmed this, and also asked not to call her teacher anymore, in which case Luo Feng wanted to know what to call the girl. The teacher blushed and replied that she should be called Mei Mei. It was quite unusual for the guy, since he was used to calling the girl Teacher June, but he still didn't pay attention to it. He decided to ask her more about the person she didn't want to see, because suddenly he wouldn't be able to afford to get involved with him. Then he would just smile and pretend to be stupid. This man turned out to be the girl's fiancé, whom her parents had found for her. They wanted a rich son-in-law for themselves. After hearing that the suitor was rich, Luo Feng immediately said that if he was offered 10 million to break up with Mei Mei, he would gladly agree. Despite all the conflicts, the couple still went to the event. After they arrived at the scene, it turned out that it was a huge yacht, and the hero immediately assumed that its owner was bogus, but in fact it was rented. Holding hands, Mei and Luo Feng headed to the huge yacht because they were already waiting there. The staff present on the yacht immediately noticed that Miss June had arrived at the event and told her that her fiancé was waiting for her on the third floor. But they did not understand who had come with her. At that moment, the girl exclaimed that her boyfriend had come with her, which was simply a shocking statement for the staff. After boarding the yacht, Luo Feng realized that the girl's rich fiancé belonged to the Situ family in Beijing. He even heard that this family was quite large and no one dared to offend them in Beijing. Suddenly, someone started shouting the girl's name and ran with flowers to greet her. It was probably that same suitor from the rich family, and he brought a bouquet to gain mutual sympathy from Mei. Looking at this bouquet, the girl thanked her suitor but said that she did not like the flowers at all. Without hesitation, the man threw away the flowers and told her to forget about them, after which he decided to ask Mei why she decided to leave Beijing, like a free-flying bird that flew away into the distance. As soon as the man realized that the girl had not answered this question, he immediately decided to invite her to a luxurious dinner, which would include beef that had been brought from abroad. After thanking her for the invitation, Mei wanted to refuse, but Luo Feng said that since she had been invited, it would be impolite to refuse. Starting to blush with shame, the girl nodded politely and said that they would still go to dinner in that case. At that very moment, the guy from the rich family noticed the boy holding Mei's hand and immediately started calling security because there was an uninvited guest on board. Seeing the aggression from the interlocutor, Mei immediately calmed down Situ because it was her boyfriend. But the impudent man didn't care at all, and he didn't understand whether the boy really wasn't afraid to take his girlfriend away from him. Feeling a strong dislike for his interlocutor, the young man decided to act and grab the impudent man by the finger. Coming closer, Luo Feng ordered the other man to choose his words better. Otherwise, he would send his headless body to his brother Maichen. The young man began to laugh evilly and ordered Situ to apologize to the lady for his behavior. And he immediately began to apologize because he was afraid of Luo Feng. Sith began to try to find out who his interlocutor really was, and why he dared to treat a member of Sith's family so disrespectfully. Trying to calm the impudent scoundrel, the hero exclaimed that he was his father, and they did not understand where such a scoundrel as he came from in the Situ family. Meanwhile, someone came closer to the guys who were in conflict and said that Luo Feng should show his respect to his interlocutor, because if he had not known his brother in the past, he would have already died. This man turned out to be Mei's grandfather, and this made her even more shocked. Looking at the elderly man who came to the ship, the main character was truly shocked. The old man said that he came here to see his granddaughter, but he never expected to meet Luo Feng here. Thus, old acquaintances met, and it seemed that grandfather was really glad of such a meeting. Coming closer to her grandfather, Mei tried to find out when he had arrived and how he knew Luo Feng. In fact, they didn't just know each other, and after parting with Luo Feng, Grandpa looked for him for 2 years, and then met him here. Feeling intense rage towards his interlocutor, the young man exclaimed that he should have fixed that malfunction, not looked for it. Grandfather explained that they tried to do this and sent people dozens of times to search, but they never found his body, Luo Feng. But this only said that not tigers, not wolves, not panthers, no animals should stop them. Because for him, does the fact that they did not find the body matter? Listening to this whole conversation, Mei did not understand at all what was being discussed, and did not even guess what they were talking about among themselves. Bowing his head, the young man asked Teacher Jun to forget about it and said that he would no longer be able to help her, after which he was about to leave first. Realizing that it was impossible to lose such an important person like Luo Feng, Grandfather exclaimed that after his departure, Xuanyuan Pavilion had become unpopular, and even the top 20 masters had left one after another. To this argument, the young man simply replied that he was not all-powerful and did not intend to return, since he was now a simple high school student. Suddenly, a man stood in the protagonist's way and asked him to stop. Feeling hostile towards the boy, the man said that old man Jun asked him not to leave and he should have stopped. Looking at the stranger, Luo Feng said that he was not his opponent, and he was not in the mood right now, so he couldn't be blamed for this. Having heard such an answer, the interlocutor did not tolerate impudence, and immediately decided to grab the guy to teach him a lesson for his insolence. The main character didn't like this at all, and he decided to teach his interlocutor a lesson. First, the guy hit the man with all his might using his elbow, so that he wouldn't dare order him what to do. From such a strong blow, the man immediately fell and hit the wall. Trying to calm everyone down, Mei yelled for the boys to stop fighting. The man didn't care at all about this request, and he began to swing his arm in order to hit the young man. The blow dealt had no effect on the outcome of the fight, and Luo Feng decided to attack again. The enemy even began to tremble with fear, as he realized that the young guy was really very fast and strong. Turning to Old Man Jun, the man apologized, saying that he lost. But in Jun's opinion, Jiang Tao shouldn't blame himself, since he was defeated by an unusual person. After all, the man lost to the strongest soldier in China, the top 100 soldiers in the world, and the top 3 killer. The main character had a nickname. His friends and enemies called him King Lo Feng. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the disco. Many people were dancing and having fun to the music and did not even suspect who was nearby. It was that same King Lo Feng, who decided to relax a little and have a drink after a hard day's work. All this time, the young man only thought about what happened several years ago. Previously, the main character accompanied a girl whom he rescued from a forest where a fire had started. A large number of dogs were chasing 2 travelers, wanting to catch them. After a long chase, Luo Feng discovered that they were near a cliff with nowhere to run. Luo Feng's companion didn't have time to stop before the cliff and fell down, which is why the young man kept thinking that she had died. He was the only one who managed to save her during this mission, and now he was constantly yearning for his partner. Because of this, the main character was now very angry at his boss, who couldn't even find the girl's body. Meanwhile, suddenly, a girl accidentally bumped into Luo Feng. The boy didn't immediately understand what was going on and why the stranger behaved this way. After all, it was quite impudent. The frightened girl started screaming that she had been a little hasty and had accidentally hit him, and for this, she was very apologetic. All this time, the hero watched the girl and was incredibly golden. But after he heard the apology, he immediately began to be kinder and said that everything was fine. Looking back, the girl saw that she was being followed and immediately realized that she needed to hide. The stranger immediately began to crawl under the table in order to hide near Luo Feng. Hiding under the bar counter, the lady begged for help because she was in trouble. The man with a bandage over one eye shouted that his charges were eyeless pigs because they did not see where exactly the girl ran off to. The boss ordered his subordinates to hurry because if the girl ran away, they would have big problems. Fortunately, the lady was still able to hide from the villains and remained unnoticed. Turning to the stranger, the young man said that she could already get out, since the bandits had gone far away, although he, Inya, was against her staying there for a while longer. As soon as she got out of the steam room, she immediately began to apologize for this incident, and the guy gave her advice to run away from here, because the people pursuing her were really dangerous. As she began to leave, the girl decided to say goodbye to her savior, and was truly very grateful to him. Thinking about what happened, Luo Feng even imagined for a second that he had met that very girl, but it was only a momentary meeting, and it seemed like he had drunk too much. However, the bandits found the girl, and the boss ordered his subordinates to seize her. Trying to ask the main character for help, the girl began to beg him to call the police. At that moment, the young man pretended that he didn't care at all and didn't react in any way. Bowing his head, Luo Feng waited for the bandits to leave so he could calmly walk back to his home. Suddenly, one of the bandits came closer and told the guy that he better forget what he had just seen. Otherwise, he would not be able to see anything at all. Stepping aside, at the last moment the bandit told the guy not to dare provoke them, the gang of Black Foxes. Upon hearing the name of the gang, the main character immediately became furious and was incredibly angry, which is why he began to beat up the villain. This event was truly impressive for the boss and the other gang members, because no one could have expected that an ordinary guy was capable of such a thing. Blushing with anger, the young man did not understand how it could be that wherever he went, there was a gang of Black Foxes, as if a pig was giving birth to them. The boss looked at the boy and asked if he knew who he was talking to and whose bar it was. The bar patrons noticed that it was the famous Cyclops, which is why they did not envy the guy, because he had messed with the Cyclops in vain. In the Black Fox gang, there are 4 famous masters: the Great White Shark, the Black Dog, the Crazy Tiger, and the Cyclops. They all have their own distinctive features. Each one is cruel and strong, and there are also big people behind them. Cyclops exclaimed that when someone comes into the bar to do business or just have a drink, they consider him their brother. But when the patrons cause trouble for him, they can't sit back, which is why he decided to ask the guy's name. Grabbing his hand, the young man exclaimed that his name was Sheriff Black Cat and ordered everyone to raise their hands up. The bandits began to talk among themselves about how the young guy had probably just gotten drunk and should be forgotten. But the Cyclops thought that they still had a reputation and it would be bad to ruin it because of such visitors. Turning to the Cyclops, the young man said that he was not going anywhere, and first of all, he would take care of that chick because he wanted to take her with him. This made the bandits even more angry, and he said that this woman had just filmed their confidential negotiations, and if she did not return the video to them, they would not be able to release her. Hearing this, the boy immediately exclaimed that she seemed to have given him the video, and when he started rummaging through his pockets, he did not find it. The other bandits reacted to this immediately and ordered the guy to quickly look for the video if he really had it. At that very second, the young man looked angrily at these bandits, telling them not to come near him. The men immediately felt genuine fear and realized that their interlocutor really did have an evil appearance. Smiling, the hero noted that these guys were just scum and dared to offend a defenseless girl. Trash always remains trash, and they will not hide their nature in any way, coming up with different names for their gangs. The people present could not understand at all how this happened, since an ordinary guy began to contradict the gang of black foxes. One of the bandits started shouting that the young man was provoking them, and that he was looking down on the gang of black foxes as if he was seeking his own death. The drunken boy exclaimed that he was really looking for death and told the face to try to kill him. Soon after, the young man noticed that his alcohol was gone, causing him to ask for more. The boss gradually began to think that abilities, there would be no more self-confidence, and he has enough courage to challenge all the bandits. That's why the Cyclops shouted that he was famous for his darts game. If someone could dodge his darts, he would let him and the girl go. The wards realized that this was not a secret technique of the Cyclops. Everyone said that he could kill with a dart, so that the enemy did not even have time to notice. Suddenly, the girl screamed for the guys to let go, because it only concerns her. And he has nothing to do with it, which is why she was going to give the video, since it was just a drunk passerby. But the boy had a different opinion and said that he accepted the bandits' challenge because he wanted to see if he could dodge his darts. Smiling evilly, Cycle was ready to begin and ordered his enemy to get ready. The music in the club suddenly stopped and there was silence. Because the young man had drunk a lot, he staggered left and right, and it turned out that it was quite difficult to hit him. The man at that moment thought that this boy should be grateful to him for the fact that he had the opportunity to see the skills of the Cyclops. In order to master this technique, the bandit even had to go blind in one eye. And this guy was not afraid to publicly challenge him. And he is the first one who asked for his own death. It seemed that at that moment the main character didn't care at all, and he continued to drink alcohol. Having prepared himself for the throw, the bandit exclaimed that he would do it now. Swinging the dart with all his might, Boss made a throw, not expecting it to be lethal. At the moment of the throw, the young man continued to drink, regardless of everything, as if he didn't care. Realizing that the enemy was very impudent, the Cyclops used a secret technique called 3 deadly throws. Looking at everything that was happening, the lady saw a vile old man who was attacking an enemy who was not even prepared for the attack. The enemy began to laugh maliciously and asked the young man how he thought he had managed to take such an important position. And even if he could dodge the first dart, he threw the other 2 in such a way that no matter where he dodged, one of the darts would definitely kill him. During the attack, no one could have expected that a drunk guy would be able to resist such a complex move. Looking at the glass that contained 4 darts, the hero really couldn't believe that the opponent was able to throw so many darts, and it was truly worthy of respect. The rescued girl was happy that her savior had evaded absolutely everyone else, while the bandits were in shock. As the lady got closer to the hero, she really realized how amazing he was in this battle. And since the Cyclops lost, they could leave this club. Suddenly, the bandit exclaimed that he did not allow anyone to leave and ordered everyone to remain in their places. Since the guy was really strong and was able to catch all 4 darts, who will be able to come out? However, this lady also has to dodge all the throws. Having stuck out her tongue, the girl began to resist, saying that now she has a little brother who protects her, and she is no longer afraid of anyone. After thinking for a bit, the main character realized that there was only one way to defeat the Cyclops, and it was quite unusual. In order to finally win this competition, the young man used his wits and threw darts. At that very moment, the enemy was defeated and began to scream in pain, as the dart hit him right in the eye. Trying to stay on his feet, the bandit did everything he could, and his charges told him to be careful. In extreme pain, the enemy screamed that he could no longer see and ordered all allies to be called in to deal with this guy. A few hours later, all of the Cyclops allies arrived at the club, and the army of bandits was truly impressive. The worried lady told her brother that there were too many bandits and that he had better run away since this matter did not concern him. Laughing, the hero realized that this was actually what he was waiting for, and a little girl like her would be better off hiding somewhere until all this was over. Preparing for the battle, the guy really wanted to have a blast in order to finish off absolutely all members of the Black Fox group. Many enemies tried to attack the ordinary guy, but they didn't yet know how much power he had. Attacks on this young opponent were indeed useless, as he fought them off with ease. The enemies simply could not believe that an ordinary person could possess such power, and began to fear Luo. The boy could easily defeat absolutely any opponent, and it was no trouble at all for him. Using his physical abilities, the young man easily threw a heavy man several dozen meters. Such attacks were indeed quite effective, as the enemies suffered colossal damage upon impact. There were still a few opponents nearby who were about to attack from behind, but Luo Feng was also prepared for this. With the help of his Tai, the hero was able to fight off this attack using his agility and ingenuity. Every blow was impressive, and the opponents simply did not understand how to fight such an enemy. The subsequent attacks from the enemies missed, and Luo Feng used his advantage. Even the most muscular and strong enemies were defeated because they did not know who they were dealing with. One of the strongest opponents was defeated, and the bandits saw it immediately. For the next attack, the protagonist jumped several meters up to strike from the air. Now the guy didn't care at all what people thought of him, because he wanted to show his true strength. None of the bandits present could understand what was happening or how to fight such an enemy. The agitated Cyclops continued to scream in pain and asked the servants if they had killed the guy. The alarmed men did not know at all how to answer this question and simply remained silent. Only one man dared to say that Luo Feng was able to take down more than 30 bandits from the group. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and realized that he was finally feeling better. Screaming out of anger, the Cyclops didn't know where this guy came from. And it didn't matter that he defeated him today, because they would still take revenge, since the weakest of the 4 great masters of the Black Fox gang was defeated now. The unwavering youth asked the Black Fox boss what would happen next, because he didn't care at all. In fact, he didn't like being threatened, but the Cyclops was lucky that the hero was already tired today, and he really was always ready to fight anyone. Taking his jacket, the young man said that he was leaving, but the girl asked him to wait. Without turning around, the boy almost forgot to introduce himself and said that his name was Luo Feng, and he didn't want the bandits to accidentally find the wrong person. The surviving bandit asked the boss what he should do. The Cyclops immediately answered that he needed to tell the boss and the 3 masters that they had lost the girl and about the boy who had helped her. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the Night City. The girl ran after the hero all this time and literally begged him to wait for her. Looking around, the young man could not understand why the girl was contacting him with a comma, since she was not in any danger. In fact, she just wanted to formally introduce herself and said that her name was Chen Jingmei and that she was interning as a journalist at a news channel. Now it was clear to the hero why she had filmed their dirty trade and they were chasing her. And it was real because she had gotten the evidence, and this time she had completely exposed them. In Luo Feng's opinion, the girl was too naive, because such a large and powerful group would not be put in prison because of a couple of pieces of evidence, and she would better forget about this job and leave the city. The journalist then shouted at her brother to at least leave her his phone number, so that they could call each other later. Meanwhile, the Cyclops reported to his boss, who told him that he had let him down. The mysterious man wore a mask all the time and never took it off. Even his charges never saw his real face. The masked man wanted to know from the Cyclops how all this happened, and why one guy was able to defeat an entire army of mercenaries. Trembling with anger, the man said that maybe he really was weaker than the others, but that guy was just amazing, because he had never met anyone like him. There was another man standing nearby who asked the Cyclops to finish reading the Manhwa, because his imagination was running wild, although now he had both eyes missing and he would no longer be able to read anything. Suddenly, another man came in, and boss called him a white shark. The white shark found out that the woman's name was Chen Jingmei. She was an intern for a news channel's journalism. And about that guy, he was a transfer student in a middle school. It seemed like he had been in conflict with their Black Fox gang a lot lately. The other bandit also realized that it was indeed that guy, since he had recently dealt with Huang Ma Chen in just a few blows. The shark also knew that the crazy tiger's brother was the one who provoked Luo Feng first. And after he was beaten, he ran to the Black Foxes. And then when he and the Black Foxes were beaten again, he cowardly ran away, swallowing his snot and tears. The mad tiger immediately went berserk and realized that his ally was probably looking for a fight, which is why they were going to find out who was stronger. Seeing the conflict between the tiger and the shark, the convoy immediately stopped them, as there was no need for it. After thinking for a while, The mysterious man let the tiger deal with this guy and asked him to do everything carefully because a person like Luo Feng is dangerous to them, and if necessary, he will spare no effort to get rid of him. At the same time, the young man sneezed because someone remembered him at that moment. Thinking about what someone was probably thinking about him right now, the guy was very curious about who decided to remember him. Having parked his expensive car near the house, the young man decided to go inside to sleep. Opening the door to the house, Luo Feng found Teacher Jun lying on the sofa, asleep from exhaustion. The boy was, of course, a little surprised that the teacher fell asleep right there, because you can catch a cold like that. So he decided to cover her with his jacket. In the hero's opinion, he was caring, because he was going to cover the teacher with his jacket. But the girl at that moment began to fear him, because she thought that he was going to do something, and was undressing for this. A few minutes later, the guy received a serious blow, and wanted to ask the teacher where she got so much strength from. Trying to justify herself, June didn't know that the guy would return so late, and he scared her a lot. Besides, she didn't do it on purpose, which is why she apologized. He feels sad. The young man said that it's okay. He'll just go to bed and everything will pass. Caring Mei Mei decided to apologize for today because she didn't know what happened between him and her grandfather, and why he was there. But it seemed like the two of them had known each other for a long time. And her grandfather had also said that Luo Feng was a king who shook the world. The boy did not dare to answer this question, and only said that the king could not turn into a poor man like him. The teacher didn't mean it that way, and decided to find out why he transferred to a middle school, and also how he knew people from Beijing, and who he really was. Laughing, Luo Feng said that he was indeed a king who shook the world, and was also a Superman who had saved humanity many times. The woman still did not believe the guy because she understood that he was not an ordinary high school student. All this made the teacher think about what was happening, and she still did not understand who Luo Feng really was. The next morning, the main character went out for a run again and quickly ran to the meeting place. Stopping near a stall with tasty treats, the young man could not resist asking the chef to make him pancakes with milk. After the boy finished eating, he headed towards the Zheng family's mansion. Looking at this building, Luo Feng was truly shocked at how rich this family really was. Coming closer to the entrance of the mansion, he was immediately met by Dongbo. He is a noble of the Zheng family. The man also informed that the master had already left on business. Suddenly, another guest arrived. It was Mr. Bao. He was an ardent admirer of the lady. Today was Vivi's birthday, and the man wanted to come early in order to give her a great gift. Such a guest alarmed the young man a little, but he was prepared for any events that could happen on his birthday. Meanwhile, the hero of the occasion had already left, and immediately saw that Luo Feng had also arrived. It was obvious that the girl was very happy to see the long-awaited guest. The green-haired guest noticed that Vivi looked simply irresistible and immediately fell in love with her. The worried girl asked the protagonist not to call her young miss, because she felt uncomfortable when he spoke like that, and asked him to just call her Vivi. Mr. Bao prepared an expensive gift for the girl and pointed to a piano that he had specially brought from abroad, and it cost him several million. While the protagonist apologized that he didn't have time to prepare a gift for her, so he just brought pancakes with milk and congratulated the girl on her birthday. Vivi laughed and exclaimed that she really liked the gift. Looking at everything that was happening, Dongbo was simply shocked that Vivi did not react at all to Mr. Bao's gift. A few minutes later, the girl was lying in her room, thinking that she actually just took this gift. But she doesn't even like street food. The embarrassed girl couldn't even imagine what the main character thought about her. But she really had a very pleasant feeling. Meanwhile, the boy was sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for the hero of the occasion. The green-haired guy decided to get to know the young man and told him that his name was Bao Ning. As it turned out, Luo Feng knew this guy because he and his grandfather Bao Jiaoji were acquainted. In fact, Bao Ning's grandfather had a completely different name, namely Bao Yuan, and the boy immediately thought that Luo Feng did not know him. The butler also said that it was normal that he didn't know Mr. Bao. After all, he was one of the 8 elite people of Yanshan, and Mr. Bao's talent was music, especially playing the piano. Hearing this, the young man immediately remembered that this guy was nicknamed the best player, but it sounded somehow geeky. The butler also reacted to this insult immediately and told Mr. Bao that it really didn't sound very good and he had better change his name to Best Musician or Best Pianist. Suddenly, someone else came to the birthday party and decided to find out what the interlocutors were chatting about. It was a pink-haired girl, and she greeted Dongbo first since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dongbo immediately recognized the girl and remembered that her name was Bei Bei. They had not seen each other for 10 years. The young lady was on the second floor, and the butler immediately wanted to call her, because he was sure that she would be glad to see Bebe. Looking at the girl, Baoning couldn't understand why he didn't know that Vivi had such a friend. The girl clearly didn't like this question, and she immediately wanted to hit the impudent scoundrel. Bebe's foot stopped right in front of Baoning's face, and he began to panic, afraid that he would be hit. Laughing, the girl asked if Fatso really wanted to know everything about Vivi. Watching this small duel, the young man realized that the girl was indeed moving quite quickly. Bebe also looked at the hero and decided to ask if he was also a lover of knowing something. But the guy remained silent. Vivi, meanwhile, had already started to descend from the second floor, and was glad that Bebe had finally returned. The two girls hadn't seen each other since elementary school, where they were best friends, but Bei suddenly went abroad, and Vivi was very upset. As it turned out, the girl was no longer a lady. She had studied boxing abroad and returned to China only to attend Vivi's birthday, and also offered to be her bodyguard. Vivi happily agreed to the proposal immediately and said that they wanted to go shopping together and invited Luo Feng to come along. But Bei was against it because her motorcycle was a two-seater. However, the guys managed to come to an agreement between themselves, since Baoning had a car and he could take Luo Feng to the store. A few minutes later, the girls were already heading towards the store, and Baby and Vivi were riding a motorcycle at high speed. The protagonist at the same time urged Baoning to drive faster, since the girls might leave without them. The smug guy didn't understand why he had to be the bodyguard's driver, but he continued to follow the birthday girl anyway. After a short journey, events continued to take place in the market square. There were a lot of people around the shopping area, and they were all about to enter the shopping center to buy some clothes. Passers-by near the shopping center began to discuss Vivi, and that she looked very beautiful, but her companions looked like some kind of pigs. Looking at the girl, Bebe also noticed that Vivi was like a princess, and everyone admired her. The young man had been watching the girls all this time, and it had been eating at him that they were so easily spending the money that Boss Jung had earned. At this time, Baoning was very dissatisfied because he was given all the bags of clothes, causing him to do all the hard work. Coming closer to the boy, the young man began to calm him down, saying that going shopping with Vivi was much better than playing the piano for her. Vivi has been provided for and accustomed to luxury since birth, and she really wouldn't be surprised by playing the piano. But her father is constantly busy with business, and he hardly spends time with her. After finishing shopping, the girls suddenly stopped, and Baby immediately asked what was going on. It turned out that Vivi was just hungry and wanted to go to a restaurant to order a steak. So they all went to the restaurant together, and the girl was very happy that she was spending her birthday in such company. And she had a lot of fun. After overhearing the conversation between the girls, Baoning noticed that Bebe was acting like a guy, and he didn't like it at all. Luo Feng decided to calm his new comrade down and said that this boy was probably saying bad things just to get closer to Vivi, and if he fell for her provocations, Baoning would immediately lose. Hearing this, the guy immediately shouted that if Vivi liked the steak in this restaurant, then he would buy the entire restaurant and give it to Vivi. Feeling awkward, the girl thanked her brother, but said that she does not often eat steaks, and this slightly upset the potential groom. Despite the small argument, the hero still said that they needed to calm down a little and continue eating. Meanwhile, the suspicious waiter was heading towards Vivi, pretending to bring food. In fact, it was an attempt on the girl's life, and the villain took out a knife in order to use it for its intended purpose. The young lady was in danger, and the protagonist and Beibai immediately noticed it. The determined lady immediately wanted to take steps to stop the assassination. Grabbing the knife, she literally threw it at the waiter in order to perform one unusual trick. This knife flew close to the waiter and completely missed him. At that moment, someone threw a fork to prevent the assassination attempt and nail the weapon to the ceiling. The agitated waiter began to make excuses to the client, saying that he forgot to put the cutlery. Bebe immediately noticed that Luo Feng had interrupted her attack, because he not only predicted that she would throw the knife, but also threw the fork so that her knife changed its trajectory. Looking at the girl, the young man exclaimed that she really needed to relax a little, because lack of concentration leads to mistakes, and she could have taken an innocent life. Not understanding how this was possible, Baby was simply in shock and did not understand what kind of person was in front of her now. The protagonist at that moment replied that he was just a classmate of Zheng Vivi and did not understand what surprised her so much. Frightened, the girl assumed that the guy probably really wasn't an ordinary odnoklasnik. Hearing this question, Vivi decided to chime in and exclaimed that Luo Feng was really amazing and he had saved her from the kidnappers earlier. The smug girl immediately realized that thanks to this classmate, Vivi was safe. This was indeed true, And the hero also told her that he was her bodyguard today, which made Vivi happy since she now had 2 knights in white armor. Several hours later, events continued to unfold at the amusement park, where the birthday celebration continued. While going through various attractions, the birthday girl was very happy. She liked to have fun in this way. But Bao Ning only suffered from this. Finally, the birthday party was over and the sunset had arrived. The birthday girl thanked all her guests because she had never had so much fun. While talking to each other, the girls realized that they needed to go to the restroom. Events continued in the restroom, and Baby decided to contact someone on the phone. While chatting with a stranger, he wrote to her that she had almost revealed her true identity, and it was just a stupid mistake. After seeing this message, Bebe immediately threw away her phone so that there would be no evidence that she was a criminal. As if nothing had happened, the girl left the restroom to take care of Vivi. Coming out of the toilet, Bebe found Luo Feng, who had been standing there all this time, waiting for her. Indignantly, the young man exclaimed that he was Vivi's bodyguard and wanted to know where she had gone. Looking at this guy, Bebe thought that he probably guessed who she was and was specifically following her. Or he was just a pervert who was taking advantage of the opportunity. After they all left the toilet together, they immediately headed home to send Vivi to bed. The joyful girl was grateful to her companion and told her that she would never forget today. Finally, the lady returned, and Dongbo was very happy to see her, asking if she had fun. Thanks to the wonderful day, the birthday girl was in a great mood, and she was getting ready to change her clothes in order to continue the celebration. The protagonist stood near Bebe and said that he felt very sorry for Vivi. A young girl, as beautiful as spring flowers, is constantly the target of ruthless conspiracies. But she could be as happy as she is today, every day. The birthday girl really did have an innocent smile, as if an angel had descended from heaven. But today, someone wanted to destroy that innocent smile from that angel, and that someone was her best friend. Looking at Bebe, the young man ordered her to stop pretending. It was no longer meaningful since she had already seen his abilities. Looking at her interlocutor, the girl decided to ask if he really thought he could stop her. To this question, the young man simply asked if Bebe really wanted to check this. Suddenly, Luo Feng relaxed and asked his interlocutor to also calm down. After all, he used to be a hired killer too. But now he has retired so she can relax, and Boss Zheng pays him 100,000 yuan for her protection, which is why he wanted to know how much Bebe's employer pays her. The interlocutor was very surprised and immediately began to deny everything that was said, as if the guy was not quite right in the head. The clever young man said that if her boss pays more, then he wouldn't mind joining her, and they would split the reward. He would take 70% and she 30%, because in the end he would have to be beaten. In a panic, Baby began to leave, saying that she did not understand what the interlocutor was talking about. So, since she didn't agree, he would have to remain her bodyguard again. At that very moment, a loud scream was heard from the room where Vivi was. Realizing that the girl might be in danger, Baby immediately began to climb onto the balcony. At that time, the main character simply continued running towards the building in order to climb it as well. Jumping onto the building, Lo Feng was the first one on the balcony and immediately asked Vivi what happened. Baby also arrived on the balcony because she thought that someone had gotten there before her. In fact, the girl was just playing with a cat she found on her balcony. No one clearly expected this turn of events, and Bebe and Luo Feng were simply shocked. At that very second, the girl noticed that there were bodyguards on her balcony, and she wanted to understand what they were doing there. Standing at attention, the young man exclaimed that everything was clear on the balcony, and Baby asked him not to pretend to be an obedient soldier, because one soldier would be enough to protect Vivi. After a few minutes, events continued to take place at home, where the hero was sitting near the second bodyguard. After the situation that happened, the boy started drinking tea, and Bebe felt very awkward. In a calm tone, the young man told his colleague that she was too impulsive. Meanwhile, another guest came and said that he was glad to see Dongbo. It was Mr. Chu Q. A handsome man arrived at Vivi's birthday party to congratulate her, because even Uncle Zheng didn't know that he was coming. The guests present at the birthday party realized that this was the eldest son of the Chu family, a super rich teenager nicknamed Autumn Chu. The guy was surrounded by many bodyguards, and all of them were literally ready to kill anyone who dared to harm him. Chukyu suddenly announced that he was inviting everyone present to visit the 5-star hotel he had booked and celebrate his birthday there. Looking at everything that was happening, Bebe realized that her mission had failed because Chukyu's bodyguards were mercenaries who had been retired from the battlefield. Feeling anxious, The girl decided to figure out what the hell was going on here and why someone was forcing people to leave this mansion. The bodyguard turned to the hero and his girlfriend, saying that they also needed to leave. After putting the glass on the table, Luo Feng decided to figure out on what grounds he should leave. After all, he came here to celebrate his classmate Vivi's birthday, and he hadn't yet managed to eat the cake that she would cut. Seeing this guy, Chu Kyo immediately wanted to know who this person was. Baoning reported to him that it was just classmate Vivi. Smiling, the guy politely asked why a simple classmate shouldn't go to the hotel. There were already prepared dishes for every taste, and there would also be many entertainment programs, and he definitely wouldn't be disappointed if he went there. The impudent bodyguard also came closer to the guy, and touching him on the shoulder said that he definitely needed to leave. Unable to tolerate such behavior from the man, the young man decided to take action. He kicked the villain right in the head and pinned him with all his might right onto the table. Feeling great difficulty while resisting, the man realized that he could not get out, and this guy was really stronger than him. The hero laughed and added that he never lost a battle, and if Chu Kyu couldn't make him leave, he would stay and eat cake. Watching this duel, the guests were simply shocked, as they understood that an ordinary classmate was facing Chu Kyu himself. Bei Bei was also able to understand that this guy was so devious, and he deliberately hit that bodyguard, and now they are using Zheng Mansion as a shield. Chu Kyo turned to Mr. Vivi's classmate and said that he came here to congratulate Vivi on her birthday and did not intend to look for trouble. The boy didn't even want to listen to this rich man because he was unhappy that people like him grow up rich and handsome. Besides, first he should have asked Vivi's opinion and not kicked out all the guests. According to the guest, Vivi definitely had to agree because he had prepared a special gift for her that she definitely couldn't refuse. Unexpectedly, the hero of the occasion herself arrived, as well as her father, who wanted to know what gift the eldest son of the Chu family had prepared for his daughter. After kissing Vivi's hand, Chu Kyu immediately congratulated her on her birthday in person. Since Uncle Zheng wanted to see the gift, he could not hide it any longer and asked the bodyguards to bring it here, because everyone had to see it. The muscular man began to take out the very same long-awaited gift that Chu Chu had been preparing for so long. As it turned out, it was a snow magical mountain flower, which had rather unusual properties. Some said that this magical flower could preserve youth forever. Everyone understood that this was not an item that could be bought for money, and no one could refuse it. Chu Kyu gave this flower to Vivi, and hoped that she could remain as beautiful as a butterfly and live a very long life. The excited girl said that she was really happy with this gift, but she was afraid that it was too expensive for her, and she could not accept it. Laughing, Luo Feng said that Vivi should accept this flower, because in truth, it was not that valuable, just like an ordinary flower from the flower bed near their mansion. This answer did not satisfy Chu Chu, and he did not understand what this impudent guy said and wanted to understand what classmates gave her. And Baoning said that he gave her street food. Because of this, the guests began to laugh, and almost died laughing, because they did not understand what a poor man like Luo Feng was doing here. In the young man's opinion, this flower was completely useless, and his street food would bring much more benefit. The people present at the event began to discuss that perhaps this magical flower that Chu Kyu had spent a fortune and a huge amount of effort on was actually useless, and he should be ashamed. Thus, Chu Kyu realized that he had probably been fooled by the merchant back then, since he had sold this magical flower for 50 million yuan. At least Chu Kyu was really trying to make a good impression, and all the guests could see his sincerity. The enraged boy decided to ask the hero if he was deliberately trying to humiliate him, since he saw that he also liked Vivi. Looking at her classmate, Vivi had no idea that Luo Feng might like her. The father of the Zhen family hinted to the boy that he should not leave the mansion, since he promised to protect Vivi, which is why the young man did not even intend to leave this place. Looking around, the guy discovered a piano standing nearby. Remembering about another gift, Chu Chu immediately began walking towards the piano in order to give it. The guy did this only because his classmate Vivi provoked him, and he wanted to demonstrate a composition called Spring Breeze. By a strange coincidence, the celebratory banquet turned into a battle between two men for Vivi's favor. Chu Kyu really played the piano very beautifully, but it was not surprising after all. He was a member of the Chu family, and everyone there was talented and beautiful. Hearing the piano playing, Vivi realized that Mr. Chu Kyu was indeed very handsome and talented, but she knew that he was only here because his family wanted to intermarry with their family. A little embarrassed, the girl asked Luo Feng to make his exit in order to show his favor to her. Vivi began to think that she was caught up in the rivalry between Luo Feng and Chu Chu and would have to make a choice, but she was completely at a loss as to who to choose. Even Bebe couldn't say it was a great melody, but it definitely took years of practice. The guests at the birthday party started clapping for the guy because they appreciated the melody he played on the piano. Grinning, the evil youth asked his classmate if he could surprise Vivi with something. All this time, the hero just sat silently and did not answer anything. The father of the Jung family also watched the boy and thought that he could not afford to offend the Chu family. But he also could not leave Vivi defenseless because he knew for sure that the assassin should come today. The main character decided to act, and he got up from the sofa in order to demonstrate his skills. Turning to his rival, Luo Feng mentioned that he was not talented enough to write his own melody, so he would borrow Chu Chu's melody. According to the enemy, this was simply impossible, since there was no way to play this melody again after hearing it just once. In that case, if Luo Feng could play even one verse of the melody, he would win, and he took action. The young man began to play, but the melody was completely different from the one Chu Chu had played earlier. Listening to this melody, the guests realized that it was completely different from the one Chu Chu played. Only Chu Kyo realized that this guy was playing his melody backwards, even though he had only heard it once. In fact, not only Chu Kyo noticed this, Vivi also realized that Luo Feng was playing the same melody backwards. This time, luck was on the side of the protagonist, and Chu Kyo finally admitted his defeat. This event caused concern to the father of the family, because Luo Feng was still able to win. But by doing so, he offended the Chu family. Meanwhile, the lights in all the rooms suddenly went out and people began to panic. The young man and baby began to explore the area in order to understand what was going on. As it turned out, the lights were turned off only because they were bringing out the birthday cake. The main character didn't lose his head and started singing the song "Happy Birthday to You" for Vivi. All the guests sang along and applauded, because with these competitions they completely forgot that Vivi was the main hero of the occasion, which is why they all gathered together to sing a song and congratulate her. Hearing this song was a very pleasant event for the girl, as she was glad that so many people came to her birthday. The birthday girl began to blow out the candles on the cake in order to make a wish, but Baby was about to do something unpredictable and began to get up from the sofa. Digging in her pocket, the girl began to take something out and came closer to Vivi. It turned out that there was a knife in the pocket, and Baby wanted to do something very horrible. Fortunately, someone stopped the enemy in time with his sword. It was Chu Q, because he noticed that Bebe was trying to take Vivi's life. The young man had no idea what Agent 98 was doing, because Secret had sent him to help her complete the task. But it was at that moment that he learned that Bebe had probably betrayed all the agents. Bowing her head, the girl realized that Vivi was her friend, and she was doing something terrible. Considering Bebe to be a traitor, Chukyu began to swing his sword in order to strike. Trying to fight the girl, the guy sincerely hoped that she would die first. But Bebe wanted to conduct the battle differently and told Chu that if he wanted to kill her, then they should go to another room. Immediately after that, the two of them ran out of the main room and headed to another room. Once in the room, there were only the two of them, and no one should have heard them here. The fight began, and Chu wanted to do everything possible to destroy the agent who turned out to be a traitor. The abilities of the two opponents were truly impressive as they fought equally. However, in Chu's opinion, Agent number 98 could not be his opponent because she was too weak. Meanwhile, the protagonist finished playing the piano, and Vivi really appreciated this amazing melody. The guests asked Vivi to blow out the candles and make a wish, as this was their family tradition. Looking around, the birthday girl discovered that her friend was not there, because she wanted them to blow out the candles together. The boy assumed that Bebe was on the upper floor and decided to go and check. And so that no one would get bored, Dongbo suggested that everyone sing songs to make it more fun. The impudent guy understood that he was higher than number 98 in the rankings, and Bebe was a much weaker opponent than him. The girl's willpower was simply excellent, and she still tried to resist as much as possible in order to not give the enemy the opportunity to win. Bebe tried to strike with her knee, but Chu immediately blocked the girl's attack using his knee. Her leg actually went numb from this, as if her opponent had bones made of steel, which made it no wonder that he was actually higher in the rankings. Laughing evilly, the young man couldn't believe that the enemy was capable of only this, and it seemed that the organization had made a mistake in sending her on such a mission. Soon after, Bebe decided to strike at the villain so that he would finally shut up. The young man couldn't believe how this scoundrel dared to hurt his precious face, which is why he began to attack. The impact occurred, and Bebe's weapon was completely destroyed as it could not withstand such a crushing force. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that Bebe was fighting with a guy and told him that Vivi asked her to blow out the candles with her. The impudent man was immediately angered by this, and he asked the hero who he was and how he was able to sneak up so unnoticed. Hearing this question, Luo Feng immediately decided to find out if Bei Bei was really sent to kill Vivi. The girl nevertheless admitted that this was indeed the case, but she was unable to kill her friend, even though she had plenty of opportunities throughout the day. The agent began to get even more angry because he did not understand why such a worthless person like this guy was talking to him like that and was going to kill him. Feeling hatred towards his enemies, the young man only exclaimed that he did not think so, and that only one person would die today. And this person will be the scoundrel who wanted to finish off Vivi, but now simply did not understand how he was killed in a few seconds. Not understanding how this was possible, Bei Bei only watched everything that was happening and understood that Luo Feng had instantly killed the man ranked 86th in the assassin rankings. Suddenly, the police burst into the room and ordered everyone to raise their hands and stay in their seats. The boy and his ally raised their hands, and Luo Feng realized that he was seeing his friend. This acquaintance really didn't expect to see Luo Feng here and thought that he had committed a crime, because of which the main character's old friend arrested him for murder. Suddenly, the father of the family came and saw that Luo Feng had killed the murderer who wanted to finish off his daughter. Because of this, the father of the Zhen family decided to explain that this was just a misunderstanding and that Luo Feng was his hired bodyguard. But in the man's opinion, the bodyguards can also be hired killers. This must be thoroughly investigated with all the rigor and necessary procedures, because of which they will check everyone. Hearing this answer, the man could not believe these words and was very surprised by this turn of events. But the main character at that moment was very upset, because now he would be detained. Luo Feng still began to resist, and said that he had stopped the murderer, and he could not be the murderer himself. But if they wanted to arrest him, then that was fine. He ordered the police to call their captain Peng Wei here anyway, so that he would come right now, because he wanted to ask him if all the people in his unit were so stupid. The disgruntled policeman began shouting that if the young man did not want to be arrested, then they would start shooting. But the captain ordered them to stop. At that very moment, Captain Peng Wei came in and ordered all his men to put away their weapons. The boy began to explain to his captain that something was wrong with this case, and he suspected that the other guy was to blame for everything. They needed to detain him and take him in for questioning. The captain at that moment looked at his old friend and asked him to stop involving him in his problems. The grateful young man told Pei Wei that in that case he would leave all his problems for him to solve. The wise man decided to ask his subordinate if he knew the killer nicknamed Joe. Joe is British by nationality and was recently wanted by 7 countries including the UK itself on the World Killing Star list, ranking 46th. This man was also involved in the kidnapping of young Miss Zheng, but now he has been killed by another killer. The evil captain told all this only so that his subordinate would find the killer's employer within 7 days, because he needed to be put in prison. Having frightened his protege, the commander ordered him to quickly return to his work, because now they had detained the wrong person. Watching the entire situation unfold, Bei Bei couldn't believe that Luo Feng ended up going unpunished. That's why the girl wanted to know how all this happened, because the guy in front of her had just killed a top killer, and it was obvious that that captain was helping him. But Luo Feng only replied that he was an ordinary schoolboy. With a heavy sigh, Lady said that they should forget about it, as she didn't know who the organization could have sent besides her. But she had enough already, and she left Vivi's protection in the hands of Luo Feng. But if something happens to Vivi, then Baby will take cruel revenge. Although the hero understood that she could not do anything to him. Although the couple had hostility between each other, they still said goodbye and parted as friends. Sometime later, events continued to unfold at the Yangqin City News Bureau. The girl who was investigating the crime shouted to the editor-in-chief that she wanted to know what was going on here. Not understanding anything, the man decided to ask Jingmei what exactly happened and why she was unhappy. It turned out that the girls had previously said that today's headline in the news would be the exposure of the dark deeds of the Black Fox Gang. Well, there was absolutely no mention of these crimes in the newspaper. That is why the dissatisfied Jingmei wanted to understand what exactly was happening in this editorial office and why they treated her this way. The man initially didn't even know what to answer to this, and simply began to think, after which he took out some envelope from the locker and began to make excuses. In this envelope was the girl's salary. This time it was a little more, and the boss also put her salary there for 3 months in advance. The newspaper's boss said that Jingmei was not fit to work as a journalist, so she had to take the money and get out of the office. Looking at the editor-in-chief, the girl immediately exclaimed that she wanted her flash drive with evidence back. To this, the editor-in-chief only replied that things that are better not to be messed with are howling. The additional 3-month salary was approved personally by the boss. He wants the girl to forget everything connected with working for them. Snatching the money from the editor-in-chief's hands, Jingmei threw it right in his face to show that he was simply a scoundrel. After all, even if the girl is dying of hunger, she still will not accept handouts from villains and will not stop turning a blind eye to their shameless actions. Turning around, the upset lady began to leave and said goodbye to the newspaper editorial office. Meanwhile, events continued to occur near the orphanage. Standing near the bridge, Jingmei thought that her younger brothers and sisters would not be able to get new clothes from this house this month. This orphanage didn't even have air conditioning, which means all the children will be very cold this winter. The determined lady realized at that moment that she would not give up, no matter what the trials of fate might be, and would definitely allow her brothers and sisters to spend this winter happily. After several hours had passed, events continued to take place in the Zheng family mansion. The whole family drank wine, and the father thanked Luo Feng for saving his daughter. The girl's mother also asked the young man to eat whatever he wanted and not to be shy. The woman also remembered that she had previously heard that Luo Feng had only recently moved to their school, which is why she wanted to know which school he had started at first. The kind young man exclaimed that he had transferred from a school called M. This really surprised the woman, and she wanted to understand who Luo Feng's parents were. Although she apologized that her family line was not closed due to questions, but she wanted to know absolutely everything about this guy. Hearing the question about his family, the hero immediately said that he was the only one in his family. This answer immediately made the woman feel awkward, and she apologized for asking such a question. But for the guy, it was not a problem, because it did not bother him anymore. Although the hero had one old man who looked after him all the time, all he gave him were nightmares. If the hero ever meets this old man again, he will definitely beat him half to death and take revenge for the past. The father of the Zheng family, in turn, said that Luo Feng had good skills and offered to stay as a bodyguard for Vivi. The boy immediately refused such an offer and suggested that the mister find someone else. Although the young man loved money, he no longer wanted to get involved in these family conflicts. The determined man exclaimed that he was asking to protect Vivi for another month and would pay 10,000 yuan for each day. This offer made the main character think seriously because the salary was really impressive. The father of the family also decided to mention that after today, some disagreements had arisen between him and the Chu family. But fortunately, the man promised to help with this issue when needed. At that moment, the young man realized that life without money is not easy, but he also did not want to get into trouble. The boy finally agreed, but only for 1 month because he couldn't stand it any longer. After family dinner, Vivi decided to play the piano a little to relax after a hard day. The girl really played very skillfully and sang beautifully too. In the young man's opinion, the song was truly wonderful, and Vivi's performance was simply gorgeous. Suddenly, Vivi noticed that she was being watched and immediately stopped playing. Having finished playing, the lady decided to thank the guy for today, and she hopes that she is not too late with her gratitude. The happy girl said that the young man had already saved her twice, and she was very grateful to him. The protagonist said that the first time it was just a coincidence, and today her father specially hired him for protection, and this month he will save her as much as it takes. Although in any case, Vivi clearly needed to get into less trouble. Although that was indeed the case, Luo Feng would not be able to save her in that case. As it turned out, the father was watching the ongoing dialogue and noticed that the young people got along well with each other, and his daughter hated the bodyguards the most. But it seemed like this time it was the other way around, and she really liked the new bodyguard. At that very moment, the young lady felt that she was starting to feel dizzy, and her condition was bad. Gradually, the girl began to lose consciousness, and the young man did not understand what the problem was, asking his father to immediately take her to the hospital. In fact, these were the consequences of an illness in childhood, although they are not serious. But for a long time, my father invited medical experts from abroad. This happened every month, but all to no avail. Turning to the man, Luo Feng offered to examine the girl, although to tell the truth, he also knew a little about medicine, but he could probably help. After examining the girl, she immediately wanted to know what her diagnosis was. But the hero only replied that this disease was not worth the strong worries. It's just that the lady actually has a weak body, Chinese medicine can help her, and very soon she will be healthy. Hearing this, the man was immediately angry because he had shown Vivi to more than 200 foreign doctors, and only Chinese medicine could help her. Father really couldn't believe what he heard. Luo Feng at that time insisted that medicine was now highly developed, and almost any disease could be cured. In order to help his classmate, the young man wrote down several medications and asked her to take them as prescribed, once every 3 days. And in a month, there would be no more dizziness. Having sorted out the situation, the young man said that he was going to bed and decided to say goodbye. Looking at this boy, the man understood that he was too capable, and he was even afraid to imagine who he really was. But Vivi herself was very embarrassed, and she understood that Lo Feng really was simply amazing. The next time the man even thought about asking the guy to solve his problem in that place and try to have a second child. On the way home, the boy thought that 10,000 yuan a day was just a dream, and the rent for the apartment had also dropped, for which he could thank Sister Lan. As soon as he walked a little away from the mansion, he immediately noticed a noisy crowd nearby and wanted to understand why so many people had gathered in one place. The crowd was watching the restaurant at the time as it was destroyed, and the broken windows caught the attention of passers-by. Near the destroyed restaurant nearby, a girl was sitting on the floor, crying from despair. Feeling very angry, the young man immediately wanted to achieve justice and understand who did it. Coming closer to the upset girl, the hero immediately wanted to understand whether the gang of black foxes did this. In fact, all this only happened because of the woman's husband. The man was a casino gambler and lost a lot of money. And then the thugs came to collect the debts, but she had no money. This was truly impressive news, which made Luo Feng want to understand how much the woman owed to these thugs. Continuing to cry, the lady explained that her husband owed the scoundrel another $500,000, although they tried to hide. But they found them, and were even going to cut off her husband's hand as punishment. After listening to the woman, the young man decided to find out what she was going to do in this situation. The determined lady realized that she did not want to put up with this any longer, and would quickly divorce her husband, because she did not want to get into such troubles because of him anymore. The hero thought about the fact that almost every family has stories like this, and perhaps it's better to leave everything as is. A few hours later, the events continued to take place in the apartment where Lo Feng returned. Upon entering the apartment, the boy discovered some strange noise coming from another room. Teacher June was lying on the floor, and it was completely unclear what had happened to her. Coming closer to the teacher, the boy wanted to understand if everything was okay with her and what exactly happened. The situation was very strange because she was unconscious, but her pulse was normal, and there seemed to be no reason to worry too much. Taking the girl in his arms, the young man realized that he needed to carry her to bed, since lying on the floor was not very good. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and did not understand what was happening here and why she was being carried somewhere. Feeling intense shame and anger, the art teacher slapped her student with all her might. Soon after, she became embarrassed and explained that she seemed to have passed out. And when she came to, she saw him and did something she didn't want to, for which she began to apologize. Experiencing severe pain after the slap, the hero still forgave her, since he was already used to it. The teacher also said that tomorrow there would be a mock exam test, and as an apology, perhaps she would help him prepare for it, and could help him not only with her subject, but with the others as well. According to Mei Mei, the guy really needed help in preparing, but he only replied that he could easily handle such tasks. Having asked the girl not to worry, the main character said that she should expect only good news tomorrow. The next day, events continued to happen in the classroom, and Tan Dai asked his friend if he was confident that he could pass the exam. Luo Feng convinced his friend that he could do it easily. Meanwhile, the teacher announced that the students would be given practice exams, and everyone needed to stop talking and start writing. To tell the truth, the hero was a little nervous. But since he said he would pass the exam, he was going to keep his word. After the exam, each of the students was incredibly tired because it was really difficult. Still, his comrade offered Lo Feng to go home with him. But the young man refused and then said that he had some business to attend to. Classmates began to think that Luo Feng was probably hiding something, as if he was trying to go on a date with a girl. Suddenly, Vivi and her little sister shouted for Luo Feng to come home with them. It was at that moment that all the classmates realized that the guy, who was an ordinary schoolboy, was dating 2 school flowers at once, as if he was blessed by heaven. Several hours later, the events continued to take place in the city at night. Vivi began to get out of the expensive car and was met by the butler Dongbo. Addressing the girls, the hero said that he had delivered them home safe and sound, after which he needed to return to his house. Looking at her bodyguard, the girl mentioned that he might not have to walk, and she would just ask the driver to take her home. The slightly embarrassed young man replied that it was not worth it, and he just wanted to take a little walk, and they could see each other tomorrow. In fact, Liu Mei was very angry at this behavior and did not understand why Vivi was trying to please this guy. The hero refused because he had relaxed a bit in recent days and needed to keep himself in good physical shape. Jogging was ideal for this. Suddenly, some girl overtook Luo Feng and began to run much faster. Looking at this girl, the guy immediately assumed that she had good speed. Perhaps she even studied at some sports school, and she also had a good figure from behind. At that very second, the mysterious lady turned around as if she had heard what was being said about her. This even embarrassed Luo a little, because he didn't expect the stranger to pay attention to him. After a few seconds, the girl slowed down completely, as if she specifically wanted to run on par with the guy. And her figure from the front was also awesome. Thus, the young man discovered that this girl really tries to keep herself in shape. Unexpectedly, the lady asked if the guy next to her was really Luo Feng. He didn't even know what to answer. A little embarrassed, he still said that this was indeed the case, but he did not understand how she knew his name. The green-haired girl in turn asked if Luo Feng really didn't know her. The boy couldn't understand why he should know some girl because he just wanted to compete with her a little in speed. But the stranger asked him not to be so arrogant. Hearing about arrogance, Luo Feng did not understand at all why the girl said this, and began to feel awkward. Meanwhile, some man was passing by the couple. The villain held a knife in his hands and was very glad that he met school children who were walking on a date in a dark alley at night. It turned out that the bandit was not alone, and he decided to say that the girl should not worry, because they were ordinary robbers, not rapists or murderers, because of which they just wanted to get money, and the couple would be free. Looking at these men, the young man exclaimed that he did not quite understand what they were talking about, but they looked really impressive. This answer made the scoundrels laugh, and they began to laugh maliciously, as if they wanted to commit some terrible act. The boy immediately stopped the bandits and asked if they really wanted to get money, since he had just gone out for an evening jog and hadn't taken anything with him. This answer immediately angered the bandits, and they began to claim that they were knights' companions from the Yellow River. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed that a year ago, bandits, who called themselves knights, had crawled out of nowhere. Each of them had several serious cases of theft. But the worst thing was that the victim of the robbery was a woman. All of them were disgraced, which is why she did not expect that this time they would not leave a man without attention. A little shyly, the protagonist exclaimed that this was his first time, and they should approach this matter with all responsibility. Feeling incredible anger, the bandit shouted that the girl had crossed the line and he would kill her now. Previously, the bandit had no plans to kill, but the stranger simply pissed him off, which is why he wanted to commit a crime. Looking at the bandit, the young man was already about to counterattack and was preparing to carry out the blow. But at that very second, the unfamiliar girl Aizo kicked the scoundrel right in the face with all her might. In the boy's opinion, it was indeed a little unexpected, but he was glad that the girl could stand up for herself. The lady exclaimed that the police were looking for the scoundrels everywhere, but they did not dare to come out, and it would be better to go straight to the police station and confess. Trying to get to his feet, the bandit realized that this girl was a samurai with visible third-degree enhancement, and he couldn't handle her. The statement about the samurai made the boy think, because Teacher Jun had previously told him that there were many followers in this city. Upon reaching a certain level of strength, they could become samurai. And it turns out that the visible strengthening of the third degree is also a level. Having stopped his thoughts, the hero nevertheless realized that he must definitely help the girl. But she didn't need help, since she could easily beat up the bandits. The stranger was too cool, and she was only taking away Luo Feng's screen time. The brave lady asked the young man to call the police because she saw that he was just standing and watching what was happening. Sometime later, the police arrived, and the pair of robbers were finally handed over to the judicial authorities. The friendly police officers thanked the couple for their contribution to the community and asked them to come in during their free time to give oral statements. Looking at the girl, the hero could not even imagine that she was so cool, and asked her to introduce herself. The smart girl asked the young man to return to school so that he could personally find out her name. Soon after, the stranger simply started running away, causing Luo Feng to not even be able to find out her name or understand what a third-degree enhancement was. The next day, events continued to happen at school, and the boy really wanted to know the name of that very girl. Looking around, the young man could not understand what odnoklasniki were talking about so diligently. Suddenly, Tandai ran up and asked his brother to accept his bow. The hero sincerely did not understand what was going on, and decided to ask his friend to explain in human terms what exactly had happened. It turned out that the headmistress was passing by and had already told them everything. This time, Lo Feng was the hope of the entire school, and later in class they would announce an important event. The cool brother who has the best grades in the entire school and doesn't show them off, and perhaps Luo Feng will soon become the first one to become the fifth handsome man in the school. But this news really surprised the young man, because he did not expect that he would be able to become the fifth handsome man in the school. The protagonist's admiring comrade merely nodded his head, as he was truly impressed by Luo Feng. After thinking for a bit, the boy decided to find out what this title actually meant and why they were giving it to him. I was suddenly shocked by such questions and didn't understand why Feng didn't know about such an important title. Traditionally, the school selects the most beautiful students. The school flowers, 8 girls and 4 boys. The 4 main handsome men in Lublin already have more than half the girls, and perhaps brother Lo Feng will become the 5th. After hearing the information about the 8 flowers, the young man immediately decided to ask if there was a girl in this group who was very good at fighting. The comrade immediately decided to think, could there be such a girl in the group of 8 flowers? After all, he had never thought about this before. This group even included Liu Mei, who possessed incredible beauty and charisma. The friend immediately began to list that the first of the beauties, the gifted Qian Yilan, was more delicate than a flower, and the probability of mastering martial arts was close to 0. There was also another girl named Sun Dayin. She had a beautiful figure, but most likely she also didn't know how to fight. Listening to stories about girls, the young man could not stand it and asked the guy to stop, because the lesson would start soon. When the teacher came to class, he said that he had good news for all the students today. A student from their class, Luo Feng, passed the trial exam better than everyone else, and in the future, all students should follow his example. Classmates immediately began to discuss that the main character is really very cool, and it is necessary to re-elect 4 handsome guys. In any case, a crowd of girls will surround him after the end of class bell. Because of this, the young man began to feel awkward, because if he had known that everything would turn out exactly like this, he would have tried not to be so noticeable. Otherwise, unnecessary trouble might arise. Soon, the lesson ended, and the hero thought only about the fact that under no circumstances should he force a girl to make the first move. And this time, he would speak to her first. Approaching Vivi, Luo Feng decided to ask if she was going home, and the slightly embarrassed girl replied that she was indeed heading home now. At that very moment, the boy was distracted by a friend who asked him to step aside so that they could talk. It turned out that they had some kind of unforeseen situation, and Tan Dai handed his friend some kind of envelope. It turned out to be a love note from Song Dayan, who wrote that when the moon rose higher, the two would meet at dusk, at 6 p.m., in a pavilion by the lotus pond. The sisters immediately began to discuss among themselves some news that shocked them greatly. Liu Mei said that one of the school's flowers wrote a love note to Luo Feng, although she didn't know who it was. But there was no doubt that she had a rival in love, which was why Vivi needed to step up her game. Even more embarrassed, the lady asked her friend not to talk nonsense because she thought that she had no competitors. Laughing, Liu Mei only asked her friend not to regret later that she had not caught herself in time. At the same time, Tang Dai told the protagonist that Song Dayin was the school's miss. She was the best fantasy of all the guys, and she had long legs and an incredible figure. In fact, the guy didn't care at all about it, and he asked his friend to pass the note on for him. This made my friend cry because if he had passed the exams better than everyone else and was a handsome guy, he would have never missed such an opportunity. Soon the young man and Vivi were preparing to go home, and they had no idea what would happen next. It turned out that bandits would be waiting for Lo Feng, right near the exit from the school. The disgruntled scoundrels wanted to take revenge on the young man for what he had done to them earlier. They began to smile and clap for the scoundrel, because they realized that this was the same Lo Feng, who would be the 5th handsome guy in the school. And they did not want to put up with it. Even if the bastard had to ask the director to stop Luo Feng from being the 5th, they would do it. But first, they wanted to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't get cocky, because Boss Huang was on their side, and they had nothing to fear. Looking at this gang, the young man realized that he had met them before, but fortunately, they should not take up much of his time. Although these bandits made a lot of noise, they were still quite easy to deal with, since they were all weaklings. Having calmed Vivi down a little, the hero asked her to wait, because he was going to deal with the bandits. Having started to warm up, the boy asked the bandits whether to deal with them quickly or to stall for time a little, since it seemed that there were only idiots there who could only threaten. Looking at these faces, the hero even began to think that they probably already knew what awaited them. But perhaps they still had some kind of plan that they wanted to stick to in order to defeat Luo Feng. There probably was a plan, because someone was standing nearby and watching everything that was happening. This observer was director Huang Daoyan, who wanted to watch the fight. Thus, the boy realized that if he beat up the hooligans now, the director would catch him and accuse him of mass beatings. After which, the hero exclaimed that he was sorry to upset the villains, but their pathetic plan was visible through and through. He didn't even have to do anything to send them to the hospital. The most muscular guy started shouting that Luo Feng shouldn't be so overconfident, because he didn't have the strength to deal with everyone. The clever young man simply exclaimed that if the hooligans didn't start, then he would start the fight. And before they could even blink, they would find themselves on Earth. Suddenly, someone started shouting and asking what was going on here. It turned out that it was the teacher who had previously asked Luo Feng to come to her office after school, and it was completely unclear what he was doing there. The friendly young man greeted the teacher and told him that hooligans were not letting him pass and were preventing him from carrying out the teacher's orders. The disgruntled woman began to ask the hooligans what they were doing there because the lessons were already over, and they still hadn't left. And if they dared to offend the newcomers, they would have to deal with the management, who would immediately expel them from the school. Feeling afraid of the teacher, the scoundrels immediately said that they were leaving now, and until then they were just chatting together. Teacher June warned the main character that all these hooligans have parents with money and status, and she can only scare them a little, so it is necessary to be more careful. Thus, the problem was solved, and they and Vivi could return home. Meanwhile, the events took place somewhere in the school, in one of the classrooms. The villains were sorting things out among themselves. The muscular guy hit the other one because he was supposed to detain the teacher, but for some reason he couldn't do it. The beaten accomplice in crime began to justify himself to Mr. Gan, saying that he himself did not expect this. But he had another plan to crush Luo Feng. This plan was that Luo Feng's only friend was Tan Dai. He was nothing special, so they could start with him and show him that they were not to be messed with. The bandits immediately realized that it was a really great idea to start with a friend who would not be able to resist during a fight. The bandits were simply very annoyed that the main character was constantly surrounded by beauties, and this really irritated them. Meanwhile, events continued to take place near the lake, where the beauty invited Lo Feng. The girl was very upset because the young man did not come at her invitation, and she was going to remember this to him in the future. Sometime later, events continued to take place at Tan Dai's house. The friend's father and the main character were drinking. The man was very happy to spend time with such a nice guy. I turned to my son. His father asked him to go get a couple more bottles because he and Lo Feng definitely won't return home sober. The boy was not at all against it and said that he would soon have to come with a few more bottles of beer. The main character immediately got down to business and decided to ask the man if he had called him this time to tell him something. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. For several days, he continued continuous surveillance and finally was able to overhear their shameless plan, and they were already crossing all boundaries. The young man could not wait any longer and asked the man to tell him about this plan as quickly as possible. It turned out that Zhang Tehong, together with the Black Fox Group, under the guise of developing the real estate industry, was running fraudulent schemes involving children. This made the guy really angry, and he hit the table with his fist with all his might. Soon after, he decided to ask the mister if they had any more evidence. The man said that the black people had recently acquired a new product and were supposedly preparing to make a deal in the next couple of days. Now no one will give them the opportunity to achieve their goal. At that very second, the man noticed that his son had been gone for a long time, and their drink had run out. At that moment, Tan Dai was in trouble and the hooligans were already talking to him. The scoundrel noticed that this big-eared guy had become arrogant lately, and still decided to enlist as their enemy. That's why the impudent people wanted to teach the guy a couple of lessons so that he wouldn't be impudent. The frightened young man immediately decided to find out from the hooligans what they wanted from him because he could not understand anything. The impudent fellow noticed that it seemed that, constantly following Luo Feng, the guy's ego had already grown stronger, and they wanted to check which was stronger, him or the brick. Trying to get out of such a difficult situation, Tan Dai ordered the villains to let him go. Otherwise, brother Luo Feng would take revenge on them. The bully didn't listen to the guy and hit the young man in the face with a brick with all his might. The impudent guy was very angry that this fool's name was mentioned, because sooner or later he would get to him too. From such a strong blow, Tan Dai hit the wall and was in great pain. Trying to get up, the boy only wanted to say the name of his comrade so that he would come to his aid. All this time, the scoundrels were mocking him and telling him to scream louder because no one would hear him. As soon as the bully came closer, the young man immediately struck because he wanted to take revenge for the way he was treated. Thanks to Luo Feng, Tan Dai will believe in his own strength and will never become a pathetic coward again. This behavior on the part of the guy only encouraged the hooligans, and they immediately wanted to beat him up brutally. The fight began, and unfortunately, the weak boy was defeated, since the enemies were much stronger. Because of this, it was very difficult for Tandai to fight, but he did not want to give up and continued to resist. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the hospital. The doctors thought that the patient did not have much time left, and they were going to provide him with emergency assistance. Initially, the doctors needed to contact the patient's relatives, but the guy's phone was ringing off the hook and he needed immediate help. At that moment, the doctor only replied that he sympathized with the victim, but he thought that they would cure him, but he would not be able to pay. No one would be able to pay him for this loss. Suddenly, someone shouted that the operating room should be prepared for emergency care immediately. This is what Dr. Zhang shouted because she didn't care about the money at all and she only wanted to save the patients. The impudent doctor simply asked the girl to wait, because in his opinion it was against the rules. The lady's first thought was not about money or about what was right, but about the fact that she was a doctor. There is a human life at stake now, and she cannot calmly watch as life slips out of her hands. If the worst happens, she will take full responsibility. Immediately after this, the operating room was closed and the life-saving operation began. The scoundrel only sighed heavily and saw that the doctor who had arrived was showing off, and he really didn't like that. The boy's father had already started to worry because more than an hour had passed and his son had disappeared somewhere, and his phone was also turned off. Well, as soon as the phone rang, the happy father immediately decided to ask his son where he had gone. At that very moment, he was told some upsetting news, which made the man scared. The main character immediately noticed his father's reaction and wanted to understand what happened to his friend. As he was preparing to go to the hospital, his father exclaimed that Luo Feng urgently needed to go with him because Tang Dai had been badly beaten. Sometime later, the woman stood in front of the director, and he told her that he had nothing against her saving people's lives, but she also had to take the money required for it. The man also thought that this time, at first glance, it was obvious that he was a poor student who had no money. But the hospital budget also could not be spent so carelessly. Addressing the director, the woman exclaimed that it was a question of human life, and she was confident that he could deduct everything that concerned money from her salary. These words made the director laugh, since there was nothing left to deduct, since the doctor's salary had been completely spent, and she could no longer continue the operation, since she would be fired. The doctor was only glad about this outcome of events, because he understood that the girl did not know how to think about the consequences, and in the future, he advised her not to repeat her mistakes. At that very second, someone threw several wads of cash, which flew straight towards the doctor. A pile of money hit the scoundrel right in the face, who was simply shocked by this turn of events. No one could believe that they would pay for an ordinary student to undergo an operation and cure him. It turned out that the main character had thrown away the money and ordered the director to urgently start treatment in order to cure Tandai. The young man ordered his friend to be cured, because if you don't do this, he won't be so kind later. The impudent doctor also did not tolerate this, and decided to find out from the guy who he was, and how he dared to insult him. The boy's father also convinced the doctor that this was his only son, and he literally begged him to save him. In the director's opinion, there was too little money, and he did not understand why everyone was making so much noise, as if they knew where they were and did not respect their elders. That is why the impudent director called his security so that they would remove the impudent visitors from here. The frightened father began to insist that they had misunderstood everything, and that it was just a misunderstanding. And the determined young man called his boss and said that he urgently needed money for one thing, and decided to find out how much cash he could give. The boss immediately replied that he could give 1 million or more because he, as the great Gen Gaichin, could help with any issue. Nobody expected such an answer, and everyone was simply shocked, because they didn't even think that a simple guy was familiar with such an influential person. Even the principal couldn't believe that this student had just spoken to multimillionaire Jung Gaichin. Absolutely everyone understood that it was undoubtedly Jung Gaichin's voice, because they had recently heard him on TV, and they also said that he was the investor of this hospital. In that case, if there are no more problems, the boy asked to continue the operation. The director immediately became happy and asked everyone to get to work, because it was just a small misunderstanding. The boss, also worried, asked the doctor to be sure to use the best medicine, because they could not allow the patient to die. That's why the doctor asked the boss to be confident, because he put saving lives and patients first. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached the woman and asked her if she was Tan Dai's attending physician. This was indeed the case, and the boy immediately bowed before the doctor, telling her to continue the operation. The bald man said that Jiang was indeed a good choice. Despite her young age, she already had quite a lot of experience in medicine, No one listened to the man at all, and everyone immediately left the office. At the same time, the doctor began to doubt that this beggar was really acquainted with Zheng Gaishan. According to the director, it was impossible to ask such a question, since they could not obtain proof now. If this guy really knew the multimillionaire, the hospital would already be closed. Sometime later, the doctor came out of the office and said that the patient's condition had stabilized and they could visit him. But they just shouldn't make him talk too much. The alarmed father immediately decided to find out from his son who had beaten him so severely. The boy immediately said that these were Juan Lauda's men, and he told his friend that this time he was not such a coward and fought to the end like a real man. The hero was very upset by this, because he realized that these scoundrels were crossing all boundaries. He didn't care if they attacked him, but if they attacked his friends, then they shouldn't be surprised by his anger. The guy was about to go and take revenge, but the doctor suddenly stopped him, saying that it would be a rash act. And if he does something wrong, something might happen to him that will make him pay. The young man only insisted that his classmates suffered because of him, and he could not turn a blind eye to it. The hero also hinted to the director that he had a good reason not to involve the police in this, and nothing would happen to him. Grabbing the bat, Luo Feng exclaimed that he was leaving the doctor to look after his patient, while a friend will take revenge for his classmate who was injured in a gang attack. As it turned out, the doctor had been listening to the conversation the whole time and realized that the guy was studying in Zijing, and he had connections there, and he wanted to check something. Sometime later, the doctor came to the director and told him that the guy was just a simple poor student. The man said with absolute certainty that he had people at the Zijing school, and there was no way this guy could have 1,000,000, and he was clearly hiding something. In any case, the director believed that it was necessary to use the best equipment and medicine to treat Tan Dai, no matter if he had money, but they needed to give him a huge bill. The father stood over his son all this time and literally begged him to get well soon and recover. The doctor came, and since the patient's family agreed, she was going to give him the vaccine. But then an impudent man came out and asked the doctor to stop. The scoundrel told Mr. Tan that the money he had brought today had already run out, and that the next payment was necessary to continue the treatment. The father immediately took out some money, but unfortunately, he only had 500 yen, and he immediately handed it to the doctor. 500 yuan was not enough, because one day in this ward costs more than 20,000, and one vaccination costs more than 3,000. At this rate, they will not be able to pay off the entire amount soon. Feeling dissatisfied with the doctor, the man began to claim that they first needed to cure his son, and he would find a way to return the entire amount. The girl also claimed that the patient's condition was terrible, and if they didn't give him the medicine now and prescribed it, this action would have serious consequences. A crowd of people gathered near the office, and they watched the impudent doctor because he only thought about profit and did not care about the patient's life. After passing the ward, the director and his bodyguards shouted at the crowd to leave because they had to follow the rules and the law, and they were working according to the regulations. Unable to tolerate such treatment of the patient, the girl ordered that he not be touched because he was her patient. And as she said, so it would be. The director at that moment shouted that he was her boss, and if he said to discharge the patient, then so be it. And since the girl did not want to follow his instructions, then she could get out with her precious patient. The bodyguards immediately headed towards the girl in order to drive her out of the hospital. At that moment, someone shouted at the bandits to stop. It turned out that Director Su had arrived and was clearly unhappy with what was happening here. The worried bald man didn't understand what Director Su was doing here. He came for an inspection and didn't even warn, because then he would have been met personally. The man immediately decided to ask Chief Q what was going on here and why he was making so much noise. Feeling a strong sense of shame, the bald scoundrel only said that it was nothing special, just the usual hospital fuss, and that they would do better to go to his office and have some tea. But then the director said that he didn't come for that, and he had more important things to do than tea, which is why he wanted to go to see Nurse Jiang Xiaoshui. Rubbing his hands, the scoundrel said that this doctor would soon be fired, and there was nothing to worry about. These words made Director Xu nervous, and he decided to ask why the girl was being fired. At that very moment, a girl arrived and told the director that she had hoped that the hospital would be able to understand the patient's situation and give him more time to recover, rather than throw him out on the street. The dissatisfied man immediately decided to ask the bald man if he wanted to explain what had happened here. Other doctors said that this Q Kai is just a snob and has no money. He immediately drives patients away and has never considered human life. Turning to the doctors, the nasty man ordered them to shut up and stop talking nonsense. In fact, Director Su came here solely at the request of Mr. Zheng. After all, He had previously been asked to transfer money to Ms. Zheng for the treatment of a patient. The woman immediately accepted the suitcase because she understood that this was payment for Tan Dai's treatment. At that moment, the impudent director and his assistant could not believe that Luo Feng actually knew the multi-millionaire Zheng Gaishan. The director also did not forget to mention that he would have to conduct a thorough inspection and check whether they had disgraced his hospital. These words made the men fall to the floor, as they understood that this would cost them their jobs. Even the doctor didn't understand who Lo Feng was, since Director Su himself came to hand over the money to the hospital. Hearing this question, the man only replied that the young man was just an ordinary schoolboy. Meanwhile, the events took place in one of the city's cafes, where strangers were having a barbecue. As it turned out, the scoundrels were discussing how they had beaten Tan Dai like a little pig. The main character clearly did not like this discussion, and he decided to intervene in the conversation in order to restore justice. The bandits clearly did not expect that their strongest opponent would arrive to punish them. After some time, the scoundrels found themselves at a construction site, and their hands were tied. The hero decided to find out if these men really belonged to Huan Laoda's gang. And this was indeed the case. In order to restore justice, the young man decided to find out how many attackers there were when Tan Dai was beaten. The bastards didn't want to say anything at all, even if they were beaten to death, because they weren't going to give up their brother. Swinging the bat, the boy realized that it meant they were close with their partner, and if he continued to beat them, then maybe they would finally get off the ground. In order to scare the hooligans even more, the young man from Izido hit the concrete structure with all his might, causing it to literally fall apart. The young man also decided to mention that he had previously heard that if a finger bone is ground into powder, no medicine will be able to restore it. However, he is not sure whether he has enough strength for this. Because of such statements, the bandits were simply scared to death, and they understood that if they did not speak up, things would be very bad for them. The scoundrel who was conscious said that there were 10 of them in total, and they were all at the abandoned Ilumao market. Thus, the young man realized that it was Huan Lao again, and he had already said that if he were attacked, he would laugh. But since the bandit dared to touch his friend, he would simply kill him. Still, the hero decided to spare the two scoundrels and left them at the construction site. Although they were tied up, they remained alive. A few hours later, the event continued to take place in an abandoned market, where the main character arrived to restore justice. The main bandit was glad that Luo Feng had finally come, because he had been waiting for him for a long time, and his guys were starting to get bored. It turned out that the boss had specially prepared 100 people in order to finally destroy the young man. There really were a lot of bandits, just an incredible number, much more than 10 people. In the opinion of the main character, it made no difference whether there were 10 ants or 100, since they could all be trampled at once, after which the boss announced that whoever could kill Lo Feng would become his deputy, as well as an honorary member of the gang. None of the opponents yet fully understood the power that this guy with a bat possessed. The hero was able to easily fight off each opponent, and they couldn't even get close. The master of bat control was in action and fought back very well during many attacks. The enemies even approached from behind. But this did not bother the young man at all, and he easily continued the battle. Some of the enemies seemed much stronger than the guy himself, but he still continued to compete with them. Watching everything that was happening, the convoy even became nervous, because they saw that Luo Feng was doing quite well. Taking out a knife, the scoundrel exclaimed that the guy shouldn't even hope to leave here alive because, in the end, one direct blow from the knife would be enough. After a few minutes of fighting, the boy was again surrounded on all sides, and it seemed that he could no longer win. Smiling maliciously, the bandit shouted for the allies to kill Luo Feng. Everyone immediately began to take out their huge knives in order to finish the battle that had begun. No matter how tough the enemy is, he still won't be able to dodge so many knives. Starting to be serious, the young man exclaimed that he simply wanted to teach his enemies a lesson, but it looked like he would have to resort to more radical methods. To his opponents, he was nothing more than an arrogant scoundrel, and they would only need to hit him to win. Having started waving knives, the bandits hoped that they would now easily win this fight. But what happened next, no one could have expected, since the scoundrels had never seen anything like this before. The hero literally disappeared, and the bandits never saw him again, as if he had teleported somewhere. It turned out that the young man was so fast that he could move behind his opponent in a matter of seconds, and he wanted to show how to really kill. Turning around, the opponent didn't even see the hero, and began to get nervous, since he only heard his voice from behind. Immediately after this, the bandits began to scream, not understanding what was happening, since some of their legs began to give out. as if they had been severely beaten. One by one, the villains continued to scream as they experienced incredible pain. The hero was so fast that his opponents simply did not see him while he was attacking. Feeling anxious, even the boss realized that Luo Feng was probably not a real human, but some kind of demon. Starting to panic, the main bandit realized that he urgently needed to get out of here. It was already too late, as the hero noticed that the enemy was leaving and did not give him the opportunity to do so. Feeling the lust for murder, Luo Feng still decided to ask why the scoundrel dared to beat up Tan Dai. Without answering this question, the boss simply told his assistants to stop screaming and kill this guy quickly. Starting to smile maliciously, the young man asked Huan to look around, because it seemed that he had no one else to talk to. The agitated enemy quickly retreated to look at his allies. What he saw was simply astonishing, as Luo Feng was able to defeat absolutely everyone. Now Huan couldn't understand how this happened, because so many people were beaten and all were defeated, because of which it was not clear who this guy was. For what Huang's gang did to Luo Feng, he could forgive them. But for what they did to Tan Dai, he was going to send them all to intensive care. Greatly frightened, Huan fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy, since he did not know who exactly he was dealing with. The man had been ordered to attack Tang Dai earlier, and it was Gan Meng who would not dare to act on his own. And he was currently in the office in elective. Having struck his enemy with all his might, the young man warned him, saying that this was his last chance to correct himself, and if there was another such provocation, he would simply kill him. Some time later, events continued to occur in the lesson. A conscientious student named Gan answered the teacher, and the teacher praised him for answering well. Suddenly, someone literally burst into the office and broke down the door. It was the main character who immediately greeted the teacher. Feeling dissatisfied, the boy decided to find out if Ganmen was in this class. Looking at the door, the man could not believe that it had flown off from an ordinary kick. The dissatisfied Gan immediately decided to turn to Luo Feng to ask how he dared to barge in while class was in progress, and whether he didn't know about his passion for learning. Raising his hand, the boy immediately said that he had a stomachache and was going to go to the toilet. Other students also began to raise their hands to leave the room. A lot of guys were going to come out to deal with the young man, because he had clearly crossed the line. There really was a large number of enemies against the main character. There were actually many more of them. Luo Feng shouted that no one dared to touch his friends, and those of them who did so should step forward. The rest can leave before it was too late. Such statements were quite funny for the hooligans. After all, they had long been planning to finish off Luo Feng, but never had the opportunity. And then he himself came. Still, the boy was ready for battle and asked to start it as quickly as possible, since he still had a night snack waiting for him. Soon after, the enemy began to run at incredible speed straight towards the guy, preparing to strike. Dodging the attack, the hero saw that the enemy's massive muscles was not just for show. Gan Na only said that these were all the results of his daily training, and now he would show his true power. In order to win this battle as quickly as possible, the enemy began to strike multiple times. But this was a completely useless exercise, since the young man turned out to be much more agile. After a short battle, the boy realized that it was time to teach his enemy a little lesson. The enemy did not understand at first what other lesson he would receive, to which Luo Feng replied that it would be a lesson in traditional medicine. As he was about to strike again from behind, the bastard had absolutely no idea what the hell traditional medicine was, but while he was making the strike, for some reason he suddenly froze and couldn't even move. The allies could not understand what was going on and asked their boss to begin the attack. Without making a single accurate strike, the enemy literally began to fall, although he was not even hit. Now Gan was completely helpless and could not compete with him, as he was unable to even move. The other hooligans couldn't understand what had happened to their little brother, and they began to encourage him, saying that the fight wasn't over yet. As the enemy fell to his knees, he was literally torn apart by pain that he had never experienced before. For the hero, this spectacle was quite funny because he understood that the battle would be over and he would win it. Having fallen to the floor completely, Gan tried with all his might to understand what exactly Luo Feng had done to him. In the boy's opinion, there was nothing special about it. He just pressed on some acupuncture points, and now the enemy will be disabled for about 6 months. Feeling very angry, the enemy couldn't understand how Luo Feng dared to do this to him. In fact, the hero believed that Gan should be grateful to him, because if this were a real fight, he would have made mincemeat out of him and fed him to the dogs. Even the bandits' allies were afraid to approach such a dangerous guy, because he could cripple them too. That is why each of the scoundrels began to retreat, and literally begged the young man to let them go. Meanwhile, the teacher broke off and watched everything that was happening on the roof of the building. Looking at the teacher, the young man immediately assumed that he was not worried about Tandai's fate. Feeling very scared, the teacher started shouting for an ambulance to be called quickly. Gan was seriously injured. Having sighed after a hard fight, the young man only thought that he could not kill his enemies, but he had taught them a noble lesson. Teacher June also came to the roof and wanted to understand what was happening here, because in her opinion, Luo Feng committed a crime, because of which he could go to prison. The young man only replied that the teacher should not worry because nothing would happen to him, and he also thanked her for her concern. Some girl was waiting for the hero not far from the exit, and saw how he dealt with the bandit so coolly, although she had previously thought that he was a weakling. Then, the hero recognized his interlocutor, and did not want to play games with her anymore to guess her name. Then, the girl decided to introduce herself, saying that her name was Chen Yilan, and she passed the exam better than anyone else after Luo Feng. Waving his hand at the lady, the boy said that she was a good girl, but there was nothing to be proud of. Next time she would be better, and it was unlikely that they would have another chance to compete. These statements caused discontent in the interlocutor because she wanted to honestly beat the guy in the next exam. The hero still decided to have a little snack after the hard battle, because he understood that he had spent a lot of energy today. Looking at the boy, the woman noticed that something must have happened to him because he looked pretty terrible. To this, Luo Feng only said that he was fine and also handed over several bundles of money, later saying that this was rent. The owner of the establishment was really very happy that the guy was okay and that he was paying the rent regularly. The hungry boy thought about giving him one more day because he still had one unfinished business waiting for him. The next day, events continued to take place at school. The school principal was very unhappy and wanted to understand what had happened to them that had resulted in a big scandal. The worried teacher explained to the principal that it was just a simple student, and in what school fights don't happen? To the outraged man, it was a bad argument, because this simple student sent 50 students to the hospital. It was then that the teacher revealed that it was all Luo Feng's fault, and they only needed to expel him so that everyone else would be happy. The angry principal couldn't understand why this black sheep was still in their school, since he should have been expelled a long time ago. Suddenly, someone shouted out that he did not agree with Luo Feng being expelled. It was teacher June, and she said that this time Luo Feng did the best in the mock exam. So it could be concluded that he was a genius, and they couldn't make such hasty decisions. An exception was only an extreme case. Another teacher was against this because from the moment this student was transferred to their school, they had only problems, and it was better to expel him instead of dealing with all the parents of the affected students. In June's opinion, if we exclude Luo Feng, there will be many other schools that will be only too happy to take him in. They will even beg him to come to them. Taking a deep breath, the principal agreed to talk to Luo Feng's parents to see what they would say and then make a decision. June understood that she had only won one day, and there was still a chance to avoid expulsion. Meanwhile, Vivi was at home and someone called her on her mobile phone. The interlocutor told some news that greatly surprised the girl. The lady immediately ran into her father's office because she wanted to tell him something. Not understanding anything, the father just watched his daughter and decided to find out what had happened. Trying to calm his daughter down, the man tried to find out what happened. And then Vivi told him that Luo Feng was in trouble and needed help. Continuing to calm his daughter, the old man asked her to calm down and explain everything, because he knew that Luo Feng was a good person, and he would help him in any way he could. At the same time, events continued to take place in the hospital, where the protagonist's comrade was still located. The victims of the school conflict were also transferred to this hospital. The protagonist immediately noticed that all the victims were brought to the same hospital as Tandai. It looks like he will now clearly have companions. The young man also decided to visit his friend, and he was really very glad that they had not forgotten about him. The joyful father said that all this was only thanks to the work of Dr. Jiang. Although Dai's regenerative abilities are also not bad, the boy was really happy to hear this. He also said that he had successfully avenged Tan Dai, and if he listened to the sounds outside, he could hear the sound together. Feeling uneasy, the father pointed out that they had probably caused a bit of trouble for Luo Feng. After leaving the office, Feng asked the man to leave the office to talk for a bit. The hero decided to tell the man that this time he sent at least 50 people to the hospital, and he definitely couldn't avoid problems. Taking advantage of the time he has, he still wants to finish off Huang Tong. If the man has any leads, then he must report them right now. After thinking for a while, the father remembered that today at dawn, the enemy would have a meeting with the Black Fox Gang, and he assumed that there was a very high probability of concluding a deal. However, the location was unknown, so he decided to ask Mr. Tan if he had any idea how the bandits would act. Huang Qiang, Huang Tong's eldest son, only acts on his father's orders. He has been seen in the Twilight pub many times. The man can also send the guy a photo, and if he runs into him, he will know it's him. In order to continue his mission, the young man began to leave because he had very little time. Some time later, events continued to occur nearby near the Twilight pub. Being near the pub, the hero watched every customer, and it was already 2 a.m. It even seemed to him that probably the enemies would not appear today. But after some time, the bandits finally showed up, and by their appearance it was possible to determine that it was them. Before that, the hero made sure that this was indeed the same villain. Now it could be considered that he had waited for him. One of the 4 leaders of the gang of Black Foxes, namely the crazy tiger Huang Qiang. The name alone already characterized him. Having started tracking the Mad Tiger, Luo Feng wanted to understand where exactly it was heading. Huang Qiang had already driven around the city several times at low speed. Such caution was indeed very suspicious. But suddenly, the bandit decided that it was time to pick up the speed and began to drive faster. After a long trip around the city, Crazy Tiger finally found himself not far from some mansion. After getting out of the car, the tiger said that no one was watching them because only after that could he enter the building. But they still didn't know that the secret was watching them, and that surveillance was actually being carried out. During the observation, the protagonist decided to call Peng Wei to tell him something. It turned out that the young man had decided to report to his old partner that there was a trade in kidnapped children taking place in the Hua Yanshan area, and he had to send reinforcements here to put an end to it. Luo Feng now understood that his enemies would meet their end as they would be caught in the act of committing a crime. The guy brazenly approached Yu, who was waiting for him without the slightest fear. He didn't expect that the samurai master Kanmo himself would send him here, and Huang Tong was very flattered. The main character overheard this conversation and became interested in what else it meant, and it seems he still doesn't know a lot. Yu told Mr. Huang Chang that the matter was urgent, and why didn't they start inspecting the goods immediately? Huang Chang agreed with him and asked him to bring the necessary goods here. He slapped his other hand on the arm and a loud blow was heard and everyone around became alert. When the guy opened the elevator, there were a lot of people sitting there holding their heads. There were children there who asked not to be beaten. One of them shouted that he really wanted to go home and wanted to see his mother. Huang Chang explained to Yewu that he only had 50. The goods were of excellent quality, and as far as he could see, their price was not at all inflated. The man approached one of the girls and said that this was not bad at all. Approaching her, the girl began to whine, looking at this scoundrel, and tears of fear flowed down her face. Huang Chang turned to the man and said that he saw it and he liked it. Then he asked to start the exchange. But before he could finish speaking, the main character approached them. He explained that they were brazenly engaged in criminal activity here and that they were not even bothered by remorse. Huang Qiang, seriously angry, asked who he was, and everyone around became wary. There were many of them around and the boy was right in the center. He raised his hands up, smiling sarcastically at his opponents. The boy explained that they had 2 options, either an ordinary passerby or a prince from the underworld itself. Huang Chang became even more angry and ordered his men to kill him, after which they took out their cannons. The protagonist exclaimed that it looked like they were asking for trouble and that was a good thing, since he was just about to stretch his bones. The boy explained, as he moved in to strike, that he would have to teach them a lesson. One of the opponents was very surprised and asked how he could dodge bullets. But before he could finish speaking, the main character snapped his neck. Then the opponent started shooting again, and there were many more of them. The boy very deftly dodged the bullets and skillfully confronted these scoundrels. They continued to shoot, but the main character again dodged, not allowing them to hit him. Yu looked at the boy in surprise and asked what kind of person he was. Huang Chang explained that this was a student from Zijing Luofeng. It was not the first time he interfered in their affairs, and this time they had an unforeseen situation. But if they dealt with him, they would get a 50% discount on all goods. Yu said that he had a chance to get his hands on all the goods absolutely free of charge, and why should they waste money? Huang Xiang was beside himself with rage and began to take out his pistol from his bosom. How dare he contradict him, and he approached his opponent. The man thanked Luo Feng for helping him so much in dealing with this garbage. Then the boy answered the old man that he seemed to have no principles at all, and shouldn't he have been on their side? He felt very sorry for people like him. Yu spread his arms wide and told the boy that he was strong enough, and would he like to become his disciple? Only then would he spare him. Luo Feng replied that if he could withstand his blow, then perhaps he would agree. Yu smiled sarcastically in response and said that he did not understand the full significance of his position, and his blow was simply nothing to him. The protagonist asked him to shut up immediately and take his blow as soon as possible. The man, when he approached him, became seriously frightened and began to tremble with fear. Yu opened his mouth in bewilderment and cold sweat began to run down his face. The main character had already approached him and delivered a powerful blow to the body. The man flew far back, turning over and hitting himself, simply shocked by such a turn of events. He didn't understand how it was possible, and this boy was just mortal. So where did he get so much power from? If he hadn't used all his strength to defend himself, he would have died long ago. The boy asked what was going on after all. He had said that his strike was a waste of time and that he had thought too much of himself. He began to use overwhelming force against his opponent. The man exclaimed, looking at him, that it was wonderful, and it looked like he would have to show him all his strength. His eyes glowed with a bright blue light, and he suddenly disappeared in white clouds of smoke. Luo Feng smiled and said that his speed was indeed quite good. You thought that this kid was pretty good, but he still had a lot of growing to do. He, being invisible, began to approach the boy from behind to strike. But when he tried to hit Luo Feng, his hand somehow went straight through. The boy exclaimed that he was quite fast, and it was a pity that he was not destined to hit the target. Yu said, looking at his opponent, that he would not dare to kill him. He called himself Tsang Mo's ward. But before he could finish speaking, the main character hit him, knocking him headfirst onto the rocks. The main character said that he shows off too much and shouldn't disgrace himself anymore. Meanwhile, the children who were in the room were trembling with fear. Luo Feng approached one girl and asked the little girl not to be afraid, but to be patient a little longer. He explained that the police uncles had already arrived to bring them home. Indeed, there was already a police squad on the street who, having drawn their machine guns, began to approach the premises. They ordered everyone to remain calm and said that they were from the police and would save everyone now. The police burst into the room and one of them asked to immediately untie these poor children and call an ambulance. He thought that although the crazy tiger had been defeated, there were still many who had suffered from him. But this time, the boss destroyed at least half of the entire Black Fox gang, and he is so cool. The masked guy exclaimed that this Luo Feng had appeared again. He didn't interfere with his business, but he still continued to thwart his plans. This scoundrel has finally pissed him off and now he will stop at nothing. He wants to hear news of his death within 7 days, otherwise he will bury his people. Meanwhile, the main character was on the sofa in his cozy room. He was sleeping very soundly and drooling from his mouth from a rather sweet dream. The boy continued to snore very loudly, enjoying his deep sleep. Luo Feng slept peacefully and did not feel that there was some stranger in his room. He came as close to him as possible and threw a huge pillow straight at his head. The main character suddenly woke up and jumped up, exclaiming that he felt an earthquake. A girl stood in front of him with her arms crossed over her chest and said that there was an earthquake near his head. And how could he sleep so sweetly after everything that had happened? Luo Feng saw teacher June in front of him and asked why she had such bags under her eyes. The girl blushed a little and asked how else he could ask, since it was all because of him. Luo Feng said, clutching his head with his hands, that this was the last time and that he would have to leave soon. Then he would no longer bother her. June exclaimed that he had done the deeds himself, and now he had decided to run away. This would not happen, and she asked him to get up quickly and go to school. The boy suddenly stopped and asked why he could study, and she asked him to guess. Meanwhile, one of the teachers flew into the room and said that trouble had come, and a lot of parents had come. They were all very angry and looking for the principal. These are the parents of those students. They will tear the throats of all their teachers, and all because of this Luo Feng. The man turned to teacher Jun and said that this is his student, so he should bear responsibility for what happened. The teachers were already staring at the parents who entered the room. June told the respected parents that she wanted to speak up for Luo Feng and ask for forgiveness on his behalf. She asked for another chance, and in return, they would do their best to improve the situation. One of the parents smiled and said that they had misunderstood them and, for example, she had come simply to ask for a day off for her child. The man also said that his little brat had managed to break his leg somewhere, so he would also like to ask for a day off for him. The man was simply shocked and asked if they hadn't been beaten by Luo Feng. They looked at him very menacingly, and he immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Another guy said that his son himself said that he was hanging out with his classmates and accidentally broke his leg. The rest said that this is what happened to all of them, so they just came to ask for a day off for them. Then the director, clutching his head, asked teacher June to arrange time off for them for today. The director asked Mr. Huang if he had much free time to go to the hospital and teach his lessons there. He immediately obeyed and was ready to carry out his order. June explained that she had been writing them days off all evening. It seems that they had adequate parents, so he was saved in time. Luo Feng thought that it was most likely Zheng Geiqian who had done this, and he would have to ask him about it later. The boy started taking off his t-shirt in front of the girl very unexpectedly. Her face immediately changed, and, blushing a little, she asked what he was thinking about. She explained that they were student and teacher, but the boy turned away and said that he was going to wash himself. In fact, he was also only able to sleep for a few hours, but now there are no problems. The main character was running very quickly along the road and noticed a shadow flashing next to him. There was a girl next to him who said that he quickly slipped away last time, but at least she found him during her morning jog. The girl asked the main character where he was planning to go now. Lo Feng looked at her in surprise and asked in what sense. The girl replied that he knew what he had done and that he would definitely not return. She asked him to tell her which school he would go to, and she would go to the same one. And the boy stopped, looked into her eyes and told Chen Yilan that he had someone. He asked her what kind of stupid habit it was to immediately throw her fists at the slightest thing. Did she know that she would never hit him anyway? The girl replied that he simply misunderstood her, and that she had said that she would not lose to him, and that she wanted to be in the same school with him so that she could beat him. The protagonist told the girl that he might not leave Zijing, but she had to tell him something. Qian Yilan blushed a little and asked if he really could not leave. The main character, looking at the girl, said that last time they said that he was a samurai, and what does that mean? Qian Yilan immediately became angry and asked if this was what he wanted to ask her. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and smiled and replied that that was exactly it. He wondered if she had expected anything else. The girl asked if he would return to Zijing if she told him. Luo Feng replied that of course, and he always keeps his word. Qian Yilan explained that samurai is a general name for people with superpowers, and they are usually divided into two categories: visible power and hidden power. Each category has 3 sub-levels. Luo Feng looked at the girl and asked what the difference was between visible and hidden effort. Qian Yilan explained that visible effort is external force. Hidden effort is internal force. That's the difference. Each samurai masters a method of controlling internal power, which consists of redirecting the accumulated power into the dantian, the place where the life force is concentrated, which, combined with kung fu techniques, allows one to fully reveal all abilities. The samurai of visible effort, although they have internal strength, regard it as nothing more than a fulcrum, and in fact, when attacking, they rely only on the strength of their body. The samurai of hidden effort, although they can use their internal strength externally. In one moment, the weakness and softness is transformed into a hard steel force. This all happens with the power of the floating leaves and flowers to unfold their power. Luo Feng asked what dantian is. He just wanted to lighten the mood, but she immediately attacked him with her fists. With such an attitude to his jokes, their conversation won't go far. Qian Yilan explained that at the first grade of the early stage of visible effort, the force of one strike is equal to 300 jin. With each new grade, the force of the strike increases by 100 jin. Thus, the striking power of a person at the early stage of the 8th grade reaches a power of 1,000 jin. The main character listened attentively to the girl and asked what would happen next. She continued to explain that a full strength of 1,000 jin is equal to 1 ding. A person with strength of that much or more is in the stage of hidden effort. When his strength reaches 9 ding, he can be called a master samurai. Such people receive the highest position in society, complete freedom of action, and in their hands is absolute power, under which the whole world bends. Luo Feng realized that 9 dings is the same as a blow of 5 tons. A little scary, but he wonders what kind of strength he has. Qian Yilan replied that, in her opinion, he can even be congratulated, and he has surpassed an ordinary person and become a samurai. His blow strength is approximately 300 jin. Luo Feng replied that if that was the case, he was in the first class of visible effort. He asked her if she had heard of Qian Mo. She was also curious about where he had heard this name, because he was one of the samurai masters and his strength was equal to 9 dinas, and such people could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The protagonist now understood why his man was so arrogant, and it looks like he messed up again. Qian Yilan told the boy that he looked bad and asked if his stomach hurt. Luo Feng replied that it was nothing. Everything was fine, and it was time for him to go and prepare for his lessons. The girl asked if he had been expelled or if they had allowed him to return. Luo Feng replied that he himself didn't know how, but there were no problems with the school, so he wasn't planning on leaving. Qian Yilan tried to catch her breath and began chasing after the protagonist again. Didn't he have any problems with school and wasn't going to go anywhere? But he made her grovel before him and she promised to beat him up. Meanwhile, the fair-haired guy was sitting at the table. A cup of coffee was steaming next to him. The guy didn't expect that this time the most hidden military forces of the Huaxia Imperial Palace would be involved. The fair-haired boy told Commander Peng Dui that there was no need to be careful and it was better to sit down. This time, he came with his sister-in-law specifically for the matter of Qian Mo. A few days ago, he was talking about a child trafficker, and he wondered if it had anything to do with Qian Mo. The man said that the person or organization called Qian Mo was connected to a group called the Black Foxes. However, all the evidence found indicated that the leader of that gang had committed suicide by poisoning himself after retreating. The guy replied that this was Qian Mo's style. He only had one question, and he wanted to know who was able to deal with Qian Mo's subordinate. The man said that his man was indeed strong. 10 of their elite military police forces had to work together to deal with him. Then the guy stood up from his chair and slammed his hands on the table and asked them to stop talking nonsense. He asked Commander Peng Dui to think twice before lying to him, and from now on, they would take over this matter. He was obliged to tell them all the details and clues they had managed to find. This Qian Mo has the status of a samurai master, and their strength would definitely not be enough to defeat his man. He asked Commander Peng Dui not to turn this conversation into an attempt to fool the child. He does not want to spend the rest of his life in prison. Peng Dui thought that it seemed like the boss had gone too far this time since it had reached the Huaxia Imperial Palace itself. The boss stood up and asked to quickly tell who had dealt with him. Peng Dui replied that it was Luo Feng and all the evidence pointed to him. The sister mentor stood next to the fair-haired guy, and when she heard about the main character, she became wary. The fair-haired boy asked the mentor's sister if she knew Luo Feng. The girl replied that yes, and they go to the same school. At first, she just wanted to help him solve the matter, but she didn't expect him to have anything to do with it. The guy said that this man is not simple, and it turns out that he can deal with even Qian Mo's subordinate. He is afraid that his only hope now is her. The girl explained that she would like to postpone her entry into the Imperial Palace for now, and that she needed to check something. The guy stroked her head and said that if she had problems, he asked her to tell her brother and not to suffer alone. Meanwhile, the school bell rang and the teacher told the kids that everyone was free. The guy approached Luo Feng and asked if he was able to return. He exclaimed that it was just super because he heard that they wanted to expel him yesterday. The second classmate also added that the whole school was talking about how he wouldn't come back. The classmate said that without him, school would be very boring, so he shouldn't leave. The main character smiled and replied that he would not leave, and that he really loved studying, so he would definitely never leave school. Meanwhile, the girl asked Vivi to calm down. He came back and cried all night yesterday. Her eyes are very red from tears. Vivi asked her classmate to help her fix it quickly. Before she could finish speaking, the main character was already next to her. Luo Feng thanked Vivi, looking into her eyes. She replied that it was nothing. He had returned and she was very happy about it. The boy said that he had no classes after lunch and wanted to visit Dai in the hospital later. He suggested that the girl meet in the evening. Meanwhile, someone knocked on the door and the rest of the guys watched the main character and the girl. His girlfriend stood near the door and asked the main character to go out. Then the boy said goodbye to his classmate, waving his hand at her, and headed towards the door. One of the boys said that, although he was glad to see him back, he couldn't have all the school flowers running after him. He explained that he was very jealous of this boy. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at Qian Yilan and asked what else she wanted. The girl explained that she suddenly remembered something strange. How, without even knowing, he knows about the samurai. Luo Feng said that he himself did not understand where he learned this name from and probably saw it somewhere on the internet. He thought to himself that he did not understand what had suddenly come over her, and hoped that she did not suspect anything. Qian Yilan crossed her arms and asked him where he was last night, because he had bags under his eyes and it looked like he hadn't slept well. She asked him not to say that he went out for a run in the middle of the night. She asked him how he was related to Qian Mo. The girl started waving her fists in front of his face again, and Luo Feng exclaimed that he was singing Wild Disco. When she was slightly distracted, he immediately started running away at the speed of light. Qian Yilan was really angry that he decided to play with her and said that she would definitely find out everything. The protagonist was already near Mr. Tan. He said that the news was good and that the group of children were free and safe. Mr. Tan replied that he had seen it on the news, and that it was all thanks to him that he had done so much in one evening and had even gotten away with it. Luo Feng exclaimed that this was not all, and there was another piece of good news. He was not expelled and would continue to study with Dai. The man said that it was just great, and Dai had been so worried about it since the morning that he needed to tell him about it. And now they were already near the ward. They were met by a nurse who asked if they were from Tan Dai's family. The boys both stared at her and asked what had happened. The nurse said that the patient's condition had deteriorated sharply and that he needed to go with her quickly. The boys asked Dr. Jiang what had happened. The girl replied that Tan Dai had a severe headache and she immediately gave him a tomography. The man ran up to the doctor and asked how the situation was now and if it was serious. The doctor replied that the patient had suffered a serious injury and his recovery had been going quite well for 2 days. But unexpectedly, the medial nerve of the brain and blood congestion led to severe headaches and dizziness. If the blood stagnation is not cleared, the situation will immediately worsen and the patient will become even worse, even to the point of death. The man became very worried and asked how this happened and why. He was very worried and asked Dr. Jiang what to do since she had to save Dai. The girl replied that they fully understand his feelings and do their best to heal each patient. There is only one solution for his son: brain surgery, and the surgery is very risky. This operation is much more difficult than others, and success in his case is 50-50. The man grabbed his head with his hands and exclaimed that he could not lose his son. The protagonist asked Dr. Jiang if everything would be okay if he cleared this congestion. The doctor began to explain that after the cleansing, he would be able to recover. Now it was a question of time and they could not delay. Brain surgery was the only way. Before she could finish speaking, the main character immediately ran to the door and asked her to wait a few hours. Dr. Jiang asked him not to dare to be reckless. She exclaimed that she would not allow him to do so. Luo Feng greeted her and asked for some medicine from the pharmacy. He explained that they were written on a piece of paper and he needed her to prepare everything right away. The girl immediately took the paper with the medicines and asked him to wait a little. The main character said that despite all the difficulties he had to go through in the past, now he truly understands that it was not in vain. He remembered how he used to beg the smelly old man to let him go and wave his legs while tied to a tree. The father asked if he still had the strength to shout at him, and it would be better to spend it on not burning his butt. He asked him to answer that the divine 9 tasty soup huatao could cure. He asked to answer immediately, otherwise he threatened to set his butt on fire. Luo Feng called him a scoundrel. The first taste of soup can heal his tendons, hidden wounds, broken bones. The second taste specializes in protecting internal organs, and the main character was very angry. The third taste will cure rare diseases, normalize blood circulation, and balance the yin-yang system. Luo Feng suddenly shuddered at the memory, saying that he was too scared to even remember. Suddenly, a pharmacist appeared in front of him and, after apologizing, brought him the medicine. Meanwhile, the man sat next to his son and, holding his head in his hands, exclaimed that he was almost cured. He did not know whether he should sign the agreement for the operation. The protagonist appeared at the threshold of the ward and asked Mr. Tan to give Dai this medicine, and he promises that his son will recover in just 1 day. The man approached the boy and asked if he was telling the truth. Lo Feng replied that he was, and that he just needed to be trusted. He handed the whole package of medicines to the man, but the doctor started running into the room and asked him to stop. She asked where he got this medicine from and why he arbitrarily decided what could help the patient and what could not. She told Mr. Tan that she had already prepared the operating room, and in Dai's situation there was no time to waste, even though the probability was only 50%. It was his life that was at stake, and they should not hesitate. Luo Feng explained to the doctor that he had prepared this medicine and he assured her that surgery would not be necessary, and that with his medicine the chances of recovery were much higher. Dr. Zhang got angry and asked if he really made it. If so, then it is even more unsuitable to give it. Traditional medicine is a whole science, not something that a student can learn. She snatched the medicine bag from the boy. Meanwhile, he motioned to the man to help him distract the doctor. The man started screaming and saying that he was feeling very dizzy and needed help. He continued to scream and fell headfirst on the table. Then the doctor came up to him. She approached the man and began to ask Mr. Tan what was wrong with him. Luo Feng told the doctor that Mr. Tang seemed unwell and wanted to help him quickly. The doctor asked the nurse to take the patient away. The main character said that she is a good doctor, of course, but she is fixated on the rules. Lo Feng brought the hot soup to Dai's lips. He asked him not to be afraid and promised to help him. The main character was poured hot tea and he reached out his hand to the cup. He said, tipping back the cup of tea, that it was very tasty. The man smiled and said that this tea was too good to sell and every gram was worth its weight in gold. Luo Feng thanked Boss Zheng for helping him out like that, and if the parents of those 47 students had started a fight, he would have been in trouble. The man asked the boy not to thank him because the opportunity to help him was an honor for him. And he wanted to say that lately he needed to be more careful. He learned that a gang of robbers had entered the city, and it was very likely that this was the next step of his enemies. Luo Feng said that he always repays kindness with kindness, and asked to rest assured that while he is here he will definitely take care of Vivi's safety. Zhang replied that since he says so, he is calm. Meanwhile, Vivi appeared at the door and smiled and told Luo Feng that she was ready. The protagonist approached Boss Zheng and told him that he would take the girl to school. The man immediately agreed and asked the boys to be careful there. Luo Feng thanked Vivi for asking his father for help, and this time he not only saved Dai, but also spent so much effort to help him. The girl replied that it was no problem, and that she also didn't want Luo Feng to leave them like that because she liked him. Before they could finish speaking, a sound and the screeching of wheels were heard in the street. The girl was seriously scared and turned her head to the side and asked what had happened. The boy asked the girl to stay in the car and said that he would go and have a look. A guy opened the car door and called another guy an idiot. He asked if he had eyes and who would pay for the car repairs. The fair-haired guy held his head with his hand and apologized, explaining that he was in a hurry and was sorry. The main character got out of the car and asked the guys what was going on there. The man explained that the man, pointing at the blonde guy, almost crashed into them. Luo Feng listened carefully to this man and began to approach the culprit. He said that it was just a small scratch. The insurance would cover everything and no one was hurt, which was very good. The blonde guy told the main character that he was a good man. He had some fruit from the village in his trunk and he asked him to treat himself. Luo Feng replied that he didn't need anything and that they were already leaving since they were also in a hurry. But the guy didn't calm down and started to take something out of the trunk. He asked him to definitely take it because he would definitely like it. But the fair-haired guy did not stop persuading him and asked him not to rush. The main character realized that something was wrong, and this guy took a machine gun out of the car. When he started shooting, the boy dodged the powerful shots in time. The guys hid from this scoundrel, and he continued to shoot without hitting them because they were in cover. Suddenly, this scoundrel turned over and the weapon flew out of his hands because Luo Feng knew his business. He immediately shoved the man who was also injured into the car and he was very scared. It was a trap. They deliberately used this little incident to dull their vigilance. The blonde guy climbed into his car and next to him was another partner who also shot at them. Vivi asked the main character what was actually going on. The boy explained that they were being pursued by a group of killers and he did not expect them to find them so quickly. He asked to call the police quickly while he dealt with them. The boy asked if he thought they would help them since there were a lot of people chasing them. Luo Feng said that there were already 6 cars and at least a dozen or so hired killers. If they were ordinary criminals, he would have dealt with them quickly. But if they were such desperate maniacs, then a brutal battle could not be avoided. Luo Feng exclaimed that this crazy gang even dared to open fire in the street. Surely these are mercenaries of the vengeance of the Heavenly Network, and they themselves asked to find out who they were dealing with. The blonde guy was driving his car very fast and asked to race after them. The man asked Mr. Luo Feng why they had come here and why not to the police. He asked if he had been bribed. The boy replied that they were psychopaths to carry around such guns. If they arrived in a crowded place, the consequences would be too serious, and he asked Vivi not to be afraid because he had a plan. The girl replied that she believed him, and the main character asked them to hide while he dealt with them. Vivi was very worried about him and turned around and asked him to be careful. Luo Feng replied with a smile that it was not he who needed to be more careful and clenched his fist. Some black car with tinted windows was already approaching. A man with a pistol in his hands began to come out of it when the other people with machine guns were already on the street. He called the boy a reckless fool and asked if he thought he could hide here. His naivety is even a little impressive. The man with the machine gun said that he just wanted to treat him to some fruit, and he threw a stone at him. He'll wait until he blows his head off. The guys with the machine guns split up to search. One of them said that it was clean here. The others also started looking for the main character and that man, and could not find them. The commander gave the order to 2 guys to follow the stairs up as quickly as possible. The boys began to rise faster and faster. The main character was already watching them. He counted the 16 people below and then breathed a sigh of relief. He sat in the lotus position with his eyes closed and used territorial perception. Meanwhile, one of the guys with the machine gun grimaced and exclaimed that he would definitely find him. But the main character was already above him and asked what would happen then. The man did not expect such a turn of events, and only managed to turn his head in his direction before he got punched in the face. The second man with the gun turned to them, asking who was there. But it was already too late, and he too received a powerful blow to the back of the head. Luo Feng smiled and calculated that he still had 14 left to deal with. He had already approached the next one, and he didn't even have time to turn his head before he flew to the floor. The boy flew up to another thug and poked him in the neck with 2 fingers. He had already scattered many and was still counting how much was left for him. One of the men who had not yet died announced a general meeting. Everyone needed to gather very quickly. More guys with machine guns came up and asked the leader what was going on and where the others were. One of the boys exclaimed that the elder one demands to take on the task as soon as possible. The man asked not to panic, but they were the only ones left. The rest were taken out as quietly as if they had been ambushed by 50 mercenaries. One of the guys asked the elder to command, but the boss replied that there was no point in it if it was a one-way ticket. They only have 15 minutes and it doesn't matter whether they manage to eliminate the target. They need to get out urgently or they won't get out of Huaxia. He asked his men to listen to the order. From now on, he forbids them to move separately. They must look in all directions and everyone must gather together. The main character had already approached one of the guys and asked if they were looking for him here. The boss asked to listen to his order. He forbids to move separately and asks to look in all directions gathered together. Before he could finish speaking, the main character was already behind him and asked if they were looking for him. The boys immediately became alarmed and scared. He had already dealt with 2. The boy threw everyone around and started using a smoke bomb, which scared everyone even more. There was a powerful explosion and a bright yellow fire rose to the very ceiling. The boss quickly assessed the situation and asked everyone to immediately put on masks. He called him a scoundrel and asked how he dared to attack alone. The boy knocked over another scoundrel and he fell face down on the floor, screaming in pain. He hit another comrade right in the nose with his elbow, and scarlet streams of blood spurted in all directions. They were talking about him being in the southeast and that they needed to open fire. The second one said that he was actually in the northeast. The guy asked to stop the battle and retreat immediately. The boss gave the order to get out of here immediately because there are too many enemies. It's good that there is no pursuit and we need to quickly get into the car and get out of here. The boss was seriously frightened and broke out in cold sweat. He didn't have time to react and, shocked, flew far back from his car. The boy said that his opponent was only one person, and that was him. Luo Feng smiled and exclaimed that it seemed like he had overestimated them and had dealt with them so easily. Vivi stood hidden with a frying pan in her hands. She said that so much time had passed and Luo Feng was still not there. Vivi continued to hold the frying pan in her hands when suddenly a shadow appeared next to her. She was seriously scared and threw the frying pan at her opponent with all her might. The metal frying pan flew towards the guy's face and hit him right in the face. Luo Feng said that it was actually him. The girl became seriously worried and ran up to him asking if he was okay. The main character smiled and replied that everything was fine and it wasn't that easy to blow his head off. Vivi was already nearby and, blushing a little, looked straight into the eyes of the main character. When they approached the man, he asked them to go out because it was already safe outside. When the boys went outside, police patrol cars pulled up. Luo Feng glanced in their direction and said that the police had finally arrived and how slowly they were working. The blonde guy was holding a gun in his hands. The guys asked him not to move and raise his hands up. He pointed the gun towards the main character and he immediately raised his hands. The boy asked him to stretch out his hands and looked menacingly in his direction. Luo Feng obeyed the boy and stretched out his hands forward, not understanding why they were grabbed. The guy who was with them told his police comrade that he was his classmate and not a criminal. The guy told Chief Pin that there was a brutal battle in this abandoned factory. All the criminals were already unconscious, and there were more than 10 of them. The fair-haired man was very surprised because more than 10 people is quite a lot, and he asked if this was his work. The guy replied that of course not, and they all just one by one ran into his fist and passed out. The fair-haired man asked him to be less witty and not to be arrogant. He would see how he would speak when he tasted a fist of 500 jin. Luo Feng thought that this kind of fist was similar to the third level of visible effort. He looked at his opponent and asked him to act if that was what he wanted. He asked not to think that he would not dare to do so and approached him with a blow. Luo Feng decided to check what skills he actually possessed now. Before the boys had time to engage in a fierce fight, someone asked them to stop immediately. Qian Yilan raised her hand and told the senior that this was all a mistake and that it was her classmate Luo Feng. When Luo Feng saw the girl, he said that she was here again and asked the elder if they knew each other. Qian Yilan asked the protagonist to take Vivi first. And then she would sort everything out here. Is Luo Feng really capable of competing with Qian Mo? And now he has laid down 16 hired killers. And who is he in the end? Luo Feng asked Vivi to rest today and not go out anywhere. The girl immediately agreed and said that she would do so. The man thanked Luo Feng for today. The boy replied that it was all because Mr. Zheng had warned him in advance today, so he was prepared. The man explained that this time, thanks to him, there were witnesses. They say that this time, the secret provocateurs were quickly brought under control. The danger has passed for a while, but they asked Luo Feng to stay for protection. Luo Feng replied that of course, and asked Boss Zheng not to worry, as he would fight until the very end. In the meantime, he was going to go see Dai. The woman turned to Zheng and asked if he noticed anything strange when the boy left. The man could not understand what she meant, and, looking at her, asked what he should have noticed. The woman called him a stupid old man and asked if he was completely out of his mind. There was no way he hadn't noticed, since their Vivi had most likely already fallen in love with that guy, Luo Feng. Although he is talented for a simple student, their social status is not even close, and they are an unequal couple. Mr. Zhang added that 18 years ago there was a man who, as a thank you for saving her life, put forward conditions that she agreed to. After 18 years, his son will have to marry Vivi, and when she is with him, no one will dare to offend her. The woman sadly said that there are only 2 months left until Vivi's 18th birthday. In a couple of days, she will definitely talk to her. Meanwhile, the girl sat on her sofa and smiled, holding a soft toy in her hands. The main character entered the room and asked the man how Dai was doing. The man replied that he had given him the medicine according to his prescription. They had just taken an X-ray, and he thought the results would be in soon. He asked if this traditional medicine he had given him would work. Luo Feng replied that in ancient times there was no such operation as craniotomy, and people could only rely on traditional medicine. This time, he used the lost secret recipe of Hua Tuo. A doctor appeared in the office and asked the old man if he really believed in these fairy tales. Luo Feng told Dr. Jiang that eavesdropping on others was not good. The doctor replied that she was not eavesdropping, but listening openly. The man asked the doctor about his son's results. Jiang said that, to be honest, it was quite strange, since there was blood stagnation in his brain. But in today's picture, they are not visible, and she feels that it is completely impossible. The main character approached the doctor and asked how this was impossible, because nothing is impossible. Jan explained that she heard him just now saying something about Hua, and she wondered if it had anything to do with the medicine he brought this time. The boy thought to himself that the old man was saying that he couldn't reveal his knowledge, otherwise it would be the end for him. So he told the doctor that his medicine had nothing to do with it. Jan said that she didn't believe it, and Dai clearly hadn't taken any other medications, and she asked to look at it so she could take it for examination. Suddenly, the patient's father began to scream and talk about some kidneys, clutching his stomach with his hands. Luo Feng replied that the medicine was for Mr. Tang's kidney tonification, not for his son. The man confirmed this and said that he had taken it and his kidneys were not healthy, so he had to use folk remedies. Zhang said that Mr. Tang should train more, and then there shouldn't be any problems. She went to check on the other patients. The protagonist told Mr. Tan that for personal reasons, this medicine for Dai had to remain a secret. The man asked not to worry and said that he would keep his mouth shut. Lo Feng sat at his desk and looked ahead. His classmates were nearby, very surprised at something. Tian Yilan was entering the room when she was greeted as she came from the class for outstanding students. The girl greeted them and said that her name was Tian Yilan, and that from today on she would be studying with them. The boys were very surprised that she came to them. Now they have one more flower in their class. How exciting, and maybe one of them has a chance to say goodbye to a lonely life. Tian Yilan sat down and told the protagonist that they met again, and she hoped that he would help her with her studies. His classmates were very surprised and envious of him, that all the flowers were fluttering around him. One of them, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed that he had lost hope. The protagonist turned towards Tian Yilan and asked why she came. The girl replied, clenching her fists, that she had come to protect him. He's been going through a lot lately, so she came to help. She asked him in delight and winked at him, smiling. The main character did not expect this and, covered in beads of sweat, replied that he was a little scared. His classmate asked Vivi why she ignored the danger. No wonder Luo Feng was so indifferent to her. It turns out he knows Chen Yilan. She needs to turn up the heat or her idol will be taken away. When this classmate said this, the girl immediately turned around, blushing a little. In front of us, there is some kind of secret base that rises as if to the very sky. Tian Yilan was in her most beautiful state, and a little angry about something. She walked looking ahead very seriously and warily. Meanwhile, the fair-haired guy was in the training room next to the guys who were doing sports. When the girl entered the room, they immediately turned around and saw the third level of visible effort in front of them. She is so young, and in the talent rankings, she is already 88th together. One of the guys said that he thought he wouldn't make the list even by the age of 30. The fair-haired guy asked why they were wagging their tongues and gave the order to train quickly. The boy thought to himself, looking at the girl, that his sister really was popular. Tian Yilan walked up to the man who was sitting in the lotus position and greeted Elder Fan. The girl explained that she had come for the assessment. The elder immediately realized that this was the girl's song. He gave her the command to move forward and test herself. Tian Yilan saw a power testing device in front of her. It had the highest measurable power. The girl immediately prepared herself and, putting her fist forward, decided to test her strength. She hit the machine with all her might, and a very strong, bright flash of yellow light occurred. Apparently, she didn't hit hard enough because the machine asked not to worry and try again. Tian Yilan immediately closed her eyes and decided to catch her breath. She probably didn't gather all her strength, so she concentrated and struck again. This time it turned out much better, and the machine produced better results. Elder Fan told the girl that it was quite good, but training should not be neglected. The girl immediately obeyed Elder Fan and began to leave the training hall. When the fair-haired guy saw his little sister, he congratulated her and said that she had moved up one position in the ranking again. Tian Yilan immediately thanked the elder and said that this joy would not last long. This is only the talent ranking of the Xuanyuan department, and even in this ranking there is no end in sight. But even getting into it is already very honorable. There are only weirdos on this list, and you should not compare yourself to them. The girl looked towards her brother and exclaimed that indeed everyone is a wanderer. They both looked at the table and saw that her ranking had risen by 1, and Yan Luowan was in first place. Lo Feng exclaimed that some girls were always following him, and that this was no longer the case. All he had to do was change the area. The boy chuckled and became interested in who was cleaning the river at such a late hour, and whether it was hard work. In front of him was a man who thought that his life's path would end here, and no one would help him. While he was tying some bag with a rope, the main character was already next to him. This man was on a boat, and the boy asked him what he was actually doing. The guy turned his head in his direction and asked who he was and how he got on the boat. Luo Feng looked at him sternly and said, looking at him with a serious gaze, that he knew. The man thought that it was immediately obvious that this guy was a master. He had discovered him, and he had to catch him off guard and attack him. Otherwise, he would kill him here. Lo Feng knows that in their area they need to sort the garbage, but he didn't sort his, so he secretly entered here to quietly throw it out. The man said that it was true, and he was very perceptive. He asked if the boy would help him. He thought to himself that it was good that the boy had problems with his brain, and he should hide. But this won't work, and he will harm the environment if he throws everything into the river. So as soon as they land on the shore, he will sort everything. The man showed him his fist and said that he hated sorting garbage. Even if he killed him, he would not sort it. Luo Feng said that it wasn't that bad, or he was a dishonest person after all. Since he realized that this man was a criminal and a scoundrel, he stuffed him into a bag. He tied the bag with the same rope and began to sail in the boat, casting his gaze somewhere. The boy exclaimed that it seemed he had just almost drowned a man, who then could restore his good name, and he was not guilty. The man thanked the young man and said that it seemed that his day of death had not yet come. Luo Feng replied that it was a good thing that nothing happened to him. If he had accidentally drowned him in the sea, there would have been problems. He asked the gentleman if he was sure that he did not need help. He immediately thanked her and said that he had something to do after saying goodbye to the boy. When the main character was left alone, he thought that it seemed he had gotten out of it after all. A girl called him and said that she was dizzy and asked if he would meet her. Lo Feng asked where she was, and after clearing her throat, the girl said that she seemed to be on the Big Mouth Bridge. The protagonist replied that he thought she was poisoned, but she was just drunk. But he promised to come to her right away. The girl was already sitting on the edge of the bridge looking down. Some guys were also on the bridge and were talking about how if the money hadn't run out, they would have drunk until the morning. When one of the guys grabbed the second one, he said that there was a damn attractive girl in front of them. The guy was very drunk and told his friend that she was his type, and he loved girls like her. He started to approach the girl and, calling her a beauty, asked if she was lonely there alone. He licked his lips and approached her and asked if she wanted to have fun with him. The girl got really angry and scared. She asked them what they wanted and asked them to leave. But the guy didn't calm down and called her a girl with a tough character, just like he likes. He asked her to let him kiss him. Suddenly, He felt a powerful blow behind his back and someone pushed him away. The main character was already next to the girl and caught her in his arms, saving her. Luo Feng asked teacher Jun if she was okay. He asked if she could hear him. The boy asked her not to sleep and asked who she thought he was showing off to. But the guy who was pestering her called the boy a freak and said that this drunken body was intended for his lovemaking. So he asks him to get in line. Luo Feng apologized and said that the time for jokes was over and he was taking her away right now. Then the guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about and said that he had already booked this girl. The guy asked his guys to help him, but the main character had already scattered these guys. He began to hit the villains with all his might, and bright yellow flashes flew in different directions. All the boys began to fall on their backs to the ground, screaming for help and sobbing. Luo Feng very deftly scattered these scoundrels and, without letting go of the girl, looked around. He laughed and said that these scoundrels won't calm down until they get punched in the face. After he brought the girl into the room, he covered her very gently with a blanket. He told the girl that something bad must have happened because she was so drunk. He wanted to leave, but she caught his hand and asked him not to leave. Luo Feng asked her if she was sure. Then the girl asked her mother not to leave and said, "The main character didn't expect this from teacher Jun. Does the teacher really have such habits?" The girl grabbed her head with her hands in the morning and said that it was splitting, and it seemed that Luo Feng had brought her home. When the girl woke up, the main character entered the room and put milk on the table. The boy saw that the girl had already woken up and looked at her with a questioning look. The teacher asked why he put the milk like that and whether he heard anything yesterday. The boy, sweating a little, answered the girl that he had not heard anything. She exclaimed, slamming the door, that it was very good if this was so, otherwise he would have to rack his brains over finding a new apartment. The main character said that she was very angry and how good it was that his quick wit saved his life. Meanwhile, one guy was sitting on a chair and there were a lot of people around him. One of the guys asked the elder Liao, "Just say, and then he will immediately find and deliver this dawn." This is beyond all bounds. And they arrived at the appointed place with such determination, and in the end they had to resort to such low tricks. The elder replied that for now he was not bothered, and he would not bother anyone, and whoever bothered him he would punish. He asks for a thorough investigation into this matter and expects the results within 3 days. The guy immediately listened to his elder and said that he would definitely figure it out. Luo Feng thought about how teacher Jun went to meet her grandfather yesterday. He became interested in why she was suddenly so upset. Perhaps something bad had happened to her mother. Qian Yilan appeared behind the main character and said that he had run away from her up until this point. She grabbed him by the collar. The boy replied that he was deliberately avoiding her. And what did she want again? She hit him again and said that if she hadn't covered him that time, he would have ended up behind bars for an inspection. Luo Feng immediately thanked the girl. Qian Yilan explained that he knew that the research results had been published. Zheng Gaichen's main enemy is the mercenary army that destroys everyone with frightening power. The boy was surprised and asked if he was telling the truth. The girl replied that after all, they were mercenaries of the Heavenly Network's retribution, and each of their members was a member of a clan of criminals. In addition, each of them has a weapon with them and can judge for himself how strong they are. The main character, after listening to the girl, smiled and exclaimed that it was pretty cool. She said that she used to think that he was at the first level of visible effort, but after what happened, she thinks that they are about equal in strength. She wanted to ask who he learned martial arts from, to which the boy laughed and replied that she was very smart. He really wasn't at the first level of visible effort. She asked again what level he really was, and the boy said that he was at the platinum level and that he had been taught by a blind Tibetan monk. At first he learned Hongquan, and then he went beyond that stage, but after that his progress slowed down. He was lucky and learned Sinyuquan and got the dragon skills. Qian Yilan noticed that he was talking nonsense and asked him to tell the truth. Luo Feng ran away again and replied that he shouldn't believe it. But he had already run around and it was time for him to go to the hospital. Qian Yilan noticed that he ran very fast and whether his strength level was higher than hers. She wondered who this Luo Feng was. When the main character found himself in the hospital, his comrades were already waiting for him. He saw Dai in front of him and asked if he had been discharged yet. The boy's father replied that this was true. The workers said that Dai's situation had stabilized and all that was left was to rest at home. Everything would finally return to normal, and all thanks to the care and attention of Dr. Zhang. Luo Feng asked where Dr. Zhang was. He decided that she needed to be thanked properly. But the man sighed heavily, looked down at the floor, and answered the main character that the doctor had already left the hospital. Then, the angry boy asked who dared to fire her. He exclaimed that it was impossible to fire such a good doctor, and he decided to contact Jung Gaechin right away. The man explained that everything was not as he thought, and the doctor herself quit without thinking about the consequences for herself. In fact, she had already caused great damage to the hospital. After treating Dai, she immediately left, and he did not even have time to thank her. Luo Feng said that she was indeed a good doctor, and he would go and try to contact her. He decided to see if she would agree to dinner as a token of her gratitude. The girl replied that there was no point in inviting her to dinner. If he wanted to thank her, he could just go and have a bite to eat with her. That was what they agreed on. Cheng turned to her father and said that Luo Feng had just called and that he would come to pick her up. Her father said that he would soon meet a young man who knew the recipe for the divine 9-tasty huatuo soup. The main character was sitting on the train. He thought that she had agreed too quickly. But who knew that in order to have a bite to eat with her, he would have to travel 2 hours by train? It's simply deadly boring here. But he decided that it would be better if there was no one else than this little thing next to him. The child turned towards the main character, calling him uncle. The boy asked to call him simply brother, and asked what was going on. The boy replied that the road was boring and asked if he wanted to play with him. He explained that he had NS with him and they could play together. The main character decided that he could kill at least some time this way. The boy really enjoyed playing with his friend in the next seat. He turned to his uncle and said that he didn't expect that he could play so well. Luo Feng asked him to call him simply brother, and thanked him for it. The boy told his brother that he was getting off at the next station and asked if they could play some more later. The boy replied that he was also going to the next one and that he had come to visit. If they happened to meet, they could play. The boy said that it was very good and he came to his half-sister who lived in Zhuhai. If he had any problems, he could say that he was from him and she would sort everything out for him. The boy explained that she was a beauty, and it was just a pity that she already had a fiancé. Meanwhile, the girl met the main character and said that he was very punctual. She asked the boy if he was hungry and asked him to go and chat on the way. The boy asked his sister if she had come to meet him and started crying. Zhang was surprised and asked her brother what he was doing there and when he arrived. And so they found themselves in a huge, bright room. The boy told his uncle that he had not expected that he was his sister's fiancé. He asked how the boy had won her favor and whether he could play with more than just toys. Almost all the guys from noble families were chasing her, and she had turned them all down. And in the end, she had fallen in love with a rural tourist. The main character grabbed the boy by the collar and said that he could call him brother. He's not her boyfriend. He came to have a bite to eat with her, and it's not every day that you get to dine in such a luxurious place. After which he let the impudent boy go. Then the kid turned to him again and sighed heavily, and said that it turned out he had just come to have a bite to eat. He had been eating in such places since childhood, and was already bored. Street food was more interesting. Luo Feng was very surprised because he had been living like this since childhood, which meant that this little rich man was already irritating him. Zhang turned her head towards the protagonist and explained that she would introduce him. The girl told her father that this was Luo Feng she had told him about, a student at Zijing School in Yangcheng City. Father introduced himself as Zhang Tianya, the head of ancient medicine. The main character immediately folded his hands in front of him and greeted the man. Zhang Tianya said that he would not stand and they would talk while eating. The boys sat down at the table to have a delicious meal. Luo Feng thought that these were clearly people of status, and he needed to save face in front of them. The boy exclaimed that it was so delicious and smelled so nice. He asked to stop looking at him and eat too. The father and daughter actually stared very closely at the main character as he ate. Jiang Tianya told Luo Feng that his daughter said that he had cured a very serious illness in Yangcheng. The boy said that it was not worth mentioning, and that luck had simply turned in his favor, that's all. The old man exclaimed that this was not just luck. It was impossible for luck to cure blood stagnation in a person's brain in a couple of days, and only the divine 9-tasty soup huatao could do this. The main character smiled and asked if he was telling the truth and said, laughing, that he didn't even know that. Jiang Tianya exclaimed that this was definitely the divine 9-flavored huatao soup. It couldn't be any other way. He has the opportunity to learn about the divine 9-tasty soup in his lifetime. Luo Feng listened attentively to the man. The boy asked his sister about the divine 9-tasty soup huatuo. He asked what it was and why he had never even heard of it. Zhang Tianya asked them to shut up. Don't treat the divine soup so carelessly, or it will rip out his tongue. The boy immediately covered his mouth with his hand, and streams of sweat began to run down his face. The main character got up from the table and said that visiting is good, but home is better. Everything was very pleasant and delicious, and he thanks for the reception. He was asked to stay a little longer. The man explained that they were actually ancient medicine doctors and direct descendants of the miraculous healer Hua Tuo. The divine nine-tasty soup is the greatest treasure for ancient medicine doctors. Zhang Tianya asked Luo Feng to forgive him for being so impudent. He just wanted to confirm whether he really had the recipe for the divine nine-tasty Hua Tuo soup. He explained that it was very, very important to him. The man didn't have time to finish speaking before he felt ill, and his daughter ran to her father. He asked her not to interfere in this matter, and, having apologized to the main character, began to beg her to answer him this question. Jiang found herself in a very awkward position and lowered her gaze, a little upset. Luo Feng said that let's say that's the case, but first he needs to raise his head and explain everything. Then they can talk. Zhang Tianya explained that the divine nine-flavored soup, Hua Tao, is the greatest treasure and the root of ancient medicine. They still have a damaged record of his recipe, and he asks to see it. He does not ask for the recipe under any circumstances. He just wants to personally verify its authenticity. Of course, he will certainly be able to thank Luo Feng. The man asked his daughter to quickly get the recipe from his suitcase. The girl began to search, rummaging through all the papers that were torn from different sides. The main character read about Desmodium latifolia, Asian plantain, and Japanese honeysuckle. He said that there were a lot of different recipes here and many were badly damaged. Zhang Tianya explained that their lineage is very ancient, and this is all that has survived to their days. Among them are the recipes he needs, and he asks for help because it is very important to him. The boy continued searching among the torn papers and finally saw him. The man broke out in beads of sweat when he heard that he had found what he needed. Lo Feng read about 35 grams of dubious rush, and his eyes lit up like fire. The man thought that among hundreds at first glance, he had identified the right recipe. He looked at the main character carefully, thoughtfully, and a little wary. The leader of the 43 generations of ancient medicine doctors, Zhang Tianya, pays his respects to their leader. The man bowed before the main character, standing on one knee, which surprised everyone very much. Jiang opened her mouth in surprise, and the boy who stood next to his sister was also surprised. Luo Feng closed his eyes, scratched the back of his head, thought for a bit, and closed his eyes. The father again bent over and asked his daughter to pay her respects to their leader. The protagonist said to Chief Jiang that he should get up quickly and they would talk about it. The man asked not to call him Chief anymore, but simply Zhang Tianya. Luo Feng asked to sit down quickly. The man bowed before the boy again with great respect. The main character asked the man to sit down too and explained to him what the matter was. Zhang Tianya replied that everything was very simple. Doctors have ancient medicine and there is one testament from their ancestors that is passed down from generation to generation. The covenant states that from the 13th generation, the head and root of ancient medicine are all not true heads, and only the keeper of the recipe of the divine nine-tasty soup, Hua Tuo, is the real head. A dubious covenant? What if a dozen people come with this recipe at once? Then the community of ancient medicine healers will have to expand its staff, and even a football team can be assembled this way. Zhang Tianya said that this statute was passed down to them from their ancestors, and commoners would not dare to violate it. Luo Feng asked if they had accidentally signed up to find someone who could make Hua Tao soup in order to receive some kind of reward. Zhang Tianya replied that no. They are ancient medicine doctors and have great wealth in this world. In total, it can be estimated at about several billion. And why do they need some kind of reward? The main character was very surprised when he heard such a sum. He wondered if they had made many enemies for themselves, and probably the descendants of some rich families were persecuting them. The man replied that the World Hospital of Ancient Medicine is political and conducts its practice to help peaceful people. Although it is divided into 3 teachings, 5 schools, 9 subjects, but they are all in good relations, all the doctors of ancient medicine around the world are friends with each other. Luo Feng thought it was very strange. If it was about money, enemies, power, or something else, he would still believe it. But they seemed too good, which made him doubt it. He needed time to think about it. Zhang Tianya replied that he understood that the leader could not accept his post immediately, and that was normal. He would wait for positive news from them and hoped for a quick response about agreeing to accept the leadership of the Ancient Medicine Hospital. Until then, Zhang would assist the respected leader. If the leader had any requests, she would have to fulfill them without fail. Luo Feng said that he was just learning and didn't quite understand everything yet. Zhang Tianya asked the boy to let him explain everything about the 3 teachings. He began to explain about Linduism, Manduism, and Taoism. The three teachings represent the highest power of ancient warriors of China, while the organization of Tsang Mo, led by Mo Yuan, the first demon in the world, was finally defeated by three big names. The strong came and the power of the people came, which defeated the first devil in the world. The five schools are the leaders in the world of warriors, and as the number of students increased, the five schools were divided into the military school, the Palace of the Flower Spirit, the School of Mercy, the School of the Prepatek, and the Himalayan School. The 9 items of ancient medicine are the red fist, the form of consciousness, fallen flowers, sea demons, sorrow, eagles, stars, and others. Jiang Tianya explained that these are the 3 teachings, 5 schools, 9 subjects. Of course, in the world besides the 3 teachings and everything else, there are still countless other schools, religions. Altogether, they form the world of warriors. The boy thought that this world is so diverse and he was always abroad and does not really understand it all. If you evaluate the 3 teachings and everything else, then where will the doctors of ancient medicine stand? Jiang Tianya replied that it was conservatively ranked 17th. Although the position on the list is low, the position of doctors among the 9 subjects is quite outstanding, who in this cycle of worldly affairs has not encountered difficulties on the way, but no other subject tries to compete with them. Luo Feng thought that this was all so strange, and now it wasn't even a matter of whether the proposal was good or not, but rather of figuring it all out thoroughly. And until he figured it out, he would never agree to anything. The boy thought that it turned out that he didn't know so much about this world. For example, that Jian Yilan was a martial arts master, and all these teachings. At this rate, any old man selling vegetables at the market could end up being the head of some school selling vegetables. The girl approached the boy and asked when he was returning to Yangchen. He wondered if she was really looking after him. Zhang replied that she did not have the strength to protect him, but she asked him to take at least this, and that it was the symbol and root of ancient medicine. She found some kind of souvenir-like object in her hands, and she handed it to the main character. The girl said that he should always carry this jasper pendant with him. That way, when they meet one of the doctors, they will recognize each other, and by the way, his classmate will not have to worry about paying for the treatment. When Lo Feng took this amulet, he replied that it was quite a good thing and thanked the girl. He said that he had not come in vain. A black car with tinted windows stopped right at the bus stop in front of the boy. Luo Feng was very angry and couldn't understand why this rain started so suddenly. He decided that he should quickly go take a shower and go accompany Vivi. Meanwhile, some guys were telling the owner that she was forcing them to take extreme measures. They talked about how she knew that debtors had to pay their bills. The girl replied that she had not borrowed from them, and that Lin Xiangfeng had borrowed from them, and that she had not known where he was for a long time, and that they had to demand the debt from him. They had been divorced for a long time and she had nothing to do with it. The man replied that he was not interested in their family intrigues. The guy told the other guy that he thought maybe they could just go and look for the building's documents themselves. They'd find them, sell them, and maybe cover the 550,000. Meanwhile, the girl started screaming that they wouldn't dare do that. They had just recently said that the debt was 500,000, so why had it grown by 550 now? They just wanted to get their hands on her property, and that was too low. She wouldn't agree to that. This is already too much, and this land can be sold for 3 million. The guy told the second one that this is their showdown. These extortionists are local famous bandits. The second one said that they came because of her husband, and this is not acceptable because the woman runs her business alone. One of the guys asked everyone to shut up. He doesn't care about her or her husband, but they will return the money, and whoever dares to go against it, he will tear out the tongue. The guy asked the owner to quickly go upstairs with him for the contract. Otherwise, he would rip all her clothes off and throw her out into the street. The boy called them scoundrels and exclaimed that he would have to give them a real hard time. He clenched his fists and began to approach his opponents, delivering powerful blows to them. He asked who dared to raise a hand against his wife. One of the guys said that they finally waited for this turtle because he already thought that the guy died somewhere along the way. Everyone must be responsible for what they have done. This does not apply to his wife, and he will go with him. The guy told Lin Xiangfeng that he was not in a position to bargain with him now. He could go with him, but he also needed the money today. The man, seriously frightened, looked at the ground and replied that he had no money. Then the guy said that if he had no money, he had an apartment and a wife. They could take the girl and get at least something for her. He sent the rest upstairs for the contract. The man exclaimed that this was too much. They could do whatever they wanted with him, but if they touched a hair on his wife's head, he would dig them up from under the ground. The guy responded angrily, saying that he wasn't playing games here and asked his guys to beat him up. The guys immediately started approaching the man and rushed at him with their fists. The guy asked the second one to give him money. The girl started screaming and asked not to beat him, to take his house away from him, just not to beat him. But the man said that he would never give up the house and that he would rather die than give them the apartment. The girl began to cry again and beg on her knees not to beat him. She began to pray to the Lord and ask him to come and save them. The guy was holding an umbrella in his hands and asked the little fellow who he was and whether he had come to bother them. The main character laughed and replied that he simply decided to note how cool they were fighting and called them great. He asked them to ignore him and continue. The guys called him a sick bastard again. Luo Feng ran up to these guys and started beating them up to protect the poor, unfortunate man. They began to fly away in different directions and fall on their backs to the ground with a scream. The boy apologized and said that they seemed to have made a slight mistake in their calculations. Each hit will be counted as 50,000, and now they will return everything to them. If it is not enough, he will add from himself. The gang leader asked who he was and whether he even knew who he was talking to. How dare he interfere in their affairs, and, in general, he was a third-level hammer master from Baoshan. The guy smiled and said that in fact he was also a little famous. He was a bronze-ranked warrior from the Zhuan postal region and began swinging his fists. The boy called himself an elusive swindler, looking at his opponent. Luo Feng said that the other gangs, having come across him, begged on their knees for mercy. Then the enemy grimaced and looked at him with a surprised look, not understanding what he was saying. He became curious and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. He ordered his guys to immediately seize him. The girl started screaming, and with tears in her eyes asked the main character to be careful. The boys were already next to him, and with a deft movement of his leg he kicked one of them in the knee. After that, he dealt a powerful blow to another scoundrel and he flew backwards onto the ground. He told Brother Lin that he might not be able to rent an apartment from them next month. But now he would show him something worthwhile. The guy hit the other guy in the face with a huge brick with all his might and he flew back. After such a powerful blow, he did a somersault around himself and fell on the stones with his back. The leader exclaimed that he was just crazy and asked them to all attack him together. He would be damned if they didn't beat him together. And now several seconds have passed when the boys were lying head down and screaming in pain. Luo Feng said that he heard him talking about shit and asked which one he preferred, cats or dogs, cows or his own. He thought that it didn't matter who he was and why he was so strong. He was protected by Mr. Liao himself, and he wouldn't dare. The boy said that he hadn't given him such an answer, and it was immediately obvious that he was a backward person. He asked the others what they were standing there for or if they wanted to get more. He asked them to leave while he was still kind. The opponents immediately began to leave, as they did not want to lie face down on the floor. The other guys asked to help the owner clean up because she is a good person. They thanked Luo Feng and the man noticed that he was saving them again. The main character approached Lin and immediately grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, approaching him. He explained that this was the last time he would help him. The mistress was good, and if he dared to let her down again, he promised that he would get much more than those guys. He replied, clutching his head with his hands, that he would not dare and would never put her in danger again. But he should get out of here as soon as possible. Their patron is the ferocious maniac Liu Huizhou, who is in cahoots with the opium gang. They have many crimes on their account, and he too has fallen into their trap. Lo Feng explained that he personally does not like to look for problems, but since they found him themselves, he will not give in. He told Brother Lin that he had to go now, and that he would visit them in the evening. He asked not to worry, that nothing would threaten him, and that he would personally get rid of this scoundrel. The man told his wife that he thought the boy was joking, but he was quite serious, and could he really be just a student? The woman smiled, looked after the main character and said that he seemed to be a very gifted student. It was raining heavily outside and falling on the huge, spacious building. The protagonist approached Boss Zheng and said that he came to accompany Vivi to class. When the man saw the main character, he immediately looked at him with a serious look, after which he smiled and asked to come in and sit down. The boy asked what he wanted to talk to him about. The protagonist began to approach the table and he handed him a wad of money. He asked to be allowed to express his gratitude for his care during this period of time in such a modest way. Cheng said that Chu Laosan had taken drastic measures this time, and it seemed like he had suffered enough from losing his business. He had arranged for 4 guards to guard Vivi so that he could relax a little. Luo Feng asked Boss Zheng what he was saying, and he helped him so much that he couldn't accept the money. The man did not calm down and asked him to take them, because this was a sign of his gratitude. The boy said that Boss Zheng was really kind, but he couldn't accept them. He was in his debt after all. If he could do anything for him, he should ask without hesitation. The main character turned towards the man and said goodbye, saying that it was time for him to go to class and he would go. Jennings thought that Luo Feng was a promising young man, and also strong and brave. Although Vivi was in love with him, he could not neglect the promise he had made. A classmate asked her friend if her dad had forbidden her to take care of her, Luo Feng. The girl replied that she did not understand what was going on. Her friend advised her not to relax but to watch how close he became to Qian Yilan. Qian Yilan told the protagonist that they would go to the Happy Village in the fall and asked if he was in. This time, signing up is optional. The boy replied that he thought it would be boring in the fall. Vivi thought about him, feeling a little sad. She decided that this guy seemed to have already stolen her heart. Qian Yilan asked Luo Feng to listen carefully, and maybe she could interest him. Does he know why the River Gold Forest is so popular recently? Because recently there was a rumor about this place. Someone saw a miracle in one of the currents. Namely, he discovered a precious dragonstone of dazzling beauty under the water. The main character answered that it was all nonsense, but the girl said that it was true. Once upon a time, a green dragon with a pearl in its mouth swam along this river of distant lands. Every time they send people there to look for it, Qian Yilan told the boy that they should try. Maybe they will find this pearl, and it is a rare treasure. She said that she would make them rich. The girl asked if he was really going with her and shook her head from side to side. Luo Feng laid his head on the desk and said that it was boring anyway. The girl called him a bore, and now the lessons are over. Vivi asked the children not to push her, and the car doors were opened for the lady. Luo Feng thought that everything seemed to be going well for her, and that he would be able to relax and concentrate on his studies. The main character continued to watch the girl and decided that his intuition was sounding the alarm. The boy started running after the car and his umbrella flew far, far away. The protagonist exclaimed that something was wrong and Vivi was in danger. He clenched his teeth and sweat trickled down his face. The girl was in the car, leaning against the seat with her eyes closed and thinking about something. The man with the gun stood to the side and watched what was happening. The man immediately asked the boy what he had just told him. He started calling and summoning security. He asked everyone to quickly go outside and save Vivi. The guys gave the command to grab the opponents and not shoot, because there was a young lady there. The man who was sitting in the car opened fire and laughed as he looked at the guys with machine guns. Behind him was the main character who tried to confront the villains. The girl's father was already running as fast as he could to protect her. Clenching his fists, the enemy told Zheng that they had finally met. He laughed and exclaimed that he had never even dared to dream of such a thing. Zheng asked not to dare involve the younger generation in their squabbles. The man sent him away and said that he had deprived him of his business and dealt with his gang. But the time had come for his revenge, and now his relative would be gone right before his eyes. He promised that now he would make him regret what he had done. Zheng said that he was always involved in black business, and even if he hadn't turned him in, someone else would have. If he hadn't cornered him by ordering a bunch of mercenaries to open fire in the city, he would never have gotten to this point. The guy asked in surprise if it was his wine and said that he was about to put a couple of bullets into his daughter's head. The man asked not to touch his daughter and promised to give him everything he asked for. The opponent exclaimed that he should immediately and first knock his forehead on the asphalt. The girl was found with her mouth tied and wet tears were flowing from her eyes. He knelt down and asked to let his daughter go, promising to do everything. He continued to bow to his opponent and beg him to release his daughter quickly. His life is worth nothing, but he asks to let his daughter go and he is ready to do anything for this. He asked her to leave alone and said that the girl is not guilty of anything. She continued to cry with her mouth tied. The enemy started shouting and asked him to shut up because his anger was not satisfied. He just realized that he could only calm down after his death. He put the gun right to the man's forehead. Vivi listened to the whole conversation with tears in her eyes and she was very scared. Suddenly, the main character appeared above the villain's head with a gun and jumped as high as possible. The enemy hit his head on the car with all his might, and stones flew in all directions from such a powerful blow. He asked the main character who he was and what he wanted. The boy looked menacingly in his direction and replied that he was the one who had come for his soul. The man pulled out a sharp cleaver and, calling him an idiot, said that it was open. Luo Feng continued to kick and punch him, using various techniques. The guys with pistols ran up to the scoundrel and asked him not to move and to tie him up immediately. The father ran up to his daughter and asked if she was okay. Vivi asked her father to run quickly because there was a bomb on her. The father was simply shocked when he heard the ticking of the bomb tied to her belt. Zheng began to beg and plead for help. He asked his guys to immediately remove the bomb from his daughter. The main character asked to stop and exclaimed that it couldn't be removed and that if he loosened the belt even a little, it would explode. The enemy laughed and told Jung Gaidian that he had never planned to survive from the beginning, but this way they would die together. The man turned the scoundrel face down on the floor and asked him to calm down immediately. Jang asked what to do in this case and what he should do in such a situation. Drops of cold sweat began to run down the protagonist's face, and he became seriously afraid for the girl. He gives 1 minute to bring him scissors and any screwdrivers and everything like that. He continued to explain that he was giving only 1 minute and asked to act faster. The main character asked not to worry and promised to neutralize her. Luo Feng thought about how the situation would change and approached Vivi as quickly as possible. The girl begged the protagonist to save himself and not think about her. She didn't want him to die because of her. The boys said that they had so much time and they would still have time to chat and do their homework and start diffusing again, and there would still be some left. So he asked them not to be afraid. He continued to stand next to the girl and try to remove the explosives from her. Qian Yilan had already arrived. The girl started screaming and asking if he had gone crazy to defuse the bomb, but the boy gave the order not to come near anyone. Luo Feng said that he was in his right mind and asked him to step aside and make sure that all those not involved would move away as quickly as possible. One of the guys asked everyone to disperse immediately and said that he believed that he would succeed. But the enemy began to say that it was all useless and that they would all die laughing menacingly. Zhang exclaimed, slamming his fist against the wall, that it was all his fault. If he had allowed Luo Feng to continue taking care of Vivi, this would not have happened. Vivi, with tears in her eyes, told the protagonist that as long as he was near, she was not afraid of death. The boy asked why she didn't believe in him at all. Looking at the girl, he asked her what color she liked, to distract her a little. The guy advised to cut the black one. If he doesn't cut it now, it will be the end for everyone, Zhang said, sweating profusely that he was bluffing and that it must be red after all. Qian Yilan suddenly shouted to the others that it was definitely black. Vivi told Luo Feng that she liked him, so she hoped that they would meet in the next life. The main character smiled and told the girl that since she hadn't decided, he would choose the color. And so the boy took courage, took the scissors in his hands, and began to cut the black wire. Everyone became wary because they were very worried that he would cut the wrong wire. When the bomb went out, Luo Feng immediately caught his breath. He said that he accidentally guessed correctly and told the girl that she could open her eyes now. When she opened her eyes, she threw herself into the boy's arms. He asked her not to cry and said that it was all over. The guys from the outside told the main character that he had an iron will and that he defused the bomb in 3 minutes. They called him too cool. Qian Yilan slapped him on the back of the head and said that he could do that too. And who taught him to cut wires like that? Luo Feng replied that he didn't need to learn that. But tying them up was another matter. Qian Yilan looked at Luo Feng and asked how he knew that he had to cut the black one. The main character smiled and replied that he didn't do anything and that he just really liked the color black. The girl immediately clenched her fist and began to throw punches at him, blushing a little. The boy said that they would have fun another time, but now he had urgent matters to attend to. He whispered something in the man's ear, and the man listened carefully and turned to him, saluting. The boy exclaimed that he could rest assured that once he had settled things with Chu Lao-san, he would immediately take on his assignment. Luo Feng said that in that case, he was counting on him. The boy told Boss Jung and Vivi that he had one more unfinished business that he needed to deal with now, and that they could rest for now. Before he could finish speaking, the man looked at him and immediately said goodbye, waving his hand. The protagonist also waved back, and Qian Yilan asked how far he was going and said that she would give him a lift. He asked her where she got the car and said that he had never seen her driving before. Then the girl replied that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to go. Lo Feng immediately replied that he was getting into the car. Zheng thought that he didn't care about this old contract from 18 years ago, and if only Luo Feng wanted, he would give his daughter to him. Meanwhile, the main character was asked by a girl whether he really needed to go after this Liao Huizhou today. The boy then put on his shirt and asked why she was interested. Or was she just worried about him? The girl replied that no one was worried about him, and he was just tired today. She asked if he should maybe rest today and prepare for such a hike. Luo Feng said that it was nothing, and that they had already agreed on everything with Brother Lin. He was helping him because it was necessary. Besides, he was well prepared, not sleeping for 3 days, and 3 nights was a piece of cake for him. Then the girl said that she didn't want to talk to him anymore, and she didn't care even if he died there. Luo Feng couldn't understand why he didn't dodge. Maybe he really should rest, but during his service, he only had enough sleep once a week, let alone 3 days. The girl asked the main character if he really needed to go today. He replied that, of course, there was no other way. He thought to himself that today he would get his enemies out from under the ground and vent his anger on them. Meanwhile, a man was holding another man by the shoulders and he turned to the elder Liao. Then the elder crossed his arms over his chest and asked why he returned empty-handed. The boy answered the elder that yesterday he went to collect a debt, but ran into trouble. Their debtor has a defender. Then the elder said that it meant he had not collected the debt and asked to put his hand on the table. When the guy put his hand on the table, he stuck a knife into it and the guy started screaming in pain. He said it was his fault and asked to give him another chance. A guy in glasses approached the elder and asked to send him. He promised to take the guys and not return without money and no one would stop him. Liao agreed and asked to gather people at his own discretion. The boy begged the boss to give him another chance. Then the boss replied that he hated scum like him the most and asked him to disappear from his sight. The guy told the elder that things were bad and the police had descended on their bar for an inspection. The elder asked him not to talk nonsense and told Xu Xiong to deal with the police and Zhou Wu to go collect the debt. They asked Commander Peng what was going on. They were doing clean business here and he wanted to check, because they were always ready to assist the police as much as they could. An order was received to check the Black Owl Bar for involvement in underground transactions. The man asked if they had any dealings with such things. The girl reported that no suspects had been found. The commander apologized to manager Xu and said that apparently no suspects had been found, but that they would still have to check on them today, and he was calling for their assistance. The man told the commander that he was ready to assist. The guys realized that there would be a test tonight and it was just boring. It looked like they wouldn't be hanging out today and it was time to go home. The guys announced a general meeting and left the room. The guy wondered what they were doing there and scared all the customers, as if they had come specifically to undermine his business. The man told Luo Feng that he was really something. They even cleared the area for him. The protagonist replied that it was time for them to get their hands dirty. How is that possible? Such a big club and not a single visitor. It seems like things are really bad for them. One of the guys asked what he was mumbling and asked him to get out quickly because they were closed today. A man entered the room with a bat in his hands and asked permission to repay the debt. Then the guy asked what debt he was talking about. He told Brother Xu that it was their debtor, Lin Xiangfeng, and along with him, that same defender, and it was he who beat Brother Wu's team. Now he is their respected guest. Mr. Lin Xiangfeng owes him 500,000. Everyone knows that debts must be repaid. Even the most uneducated people understand this, and they need to somehow resolve this issue. Luo Feng asked if they run their business through gambling and usury. He asked if Liao Huizhou was there, and asked him to come out as he had something to talk to him about. The guy called him a cocky freak who was so disrespectful to Liao Huizhou. He exclaimed, approaching with a blow, that he should get his manners. The main character hit the scoundrel on the head with a stool with all his might, smashing it into pieces. The stool shattered into tiny pieces and the next blow was a fist to the guy's face. The guy flew far back, hitting his back, and streams of blood flew from his mouth. Luo Feng called them disobedient. Only after they got it good, they will understand something. The guy asked how he dared to raise his hands and gave the order to beat him. But before they could reach the main character, he began to throw them in different directions. He dealt with these scoundrels and felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. June's teacher was on the line. The boy asked what was going on. The teacher told the boy that yesterday's bandits had returned, and this time there were more than 10 of them. They were downstairs now and were going to break down the door. The main character asked the girl to call the cops right away and said that he would be there soon. The boy asked Brother Lin where Liao Huizhou's office was. Luo Feng told the girl that he would be there soon, and until he returned, she should hold on. The guys appeared nearby and asked him not to even think about it and exclaimed that he would not go anywhere. The boss gave the order to immediately seize him. The main character immediately turned his head towards the villains and asked if they were really going to grab him. Before they could answer him, his leg flew towards the opponent's head. The boy began to throw the guys around with deft movements, dodging their blows. Suddenly, one of the roots lifted a stool over the boy's head and he kicked him in the chest. He hit him so hard that streams of scarlet blood spurted from his opponent's nose. He apologized, exclaiming that he had hit him too hard and headed towards the second opponent. Meanwhile, the commander asked what was going on and why there was so much noise downstairs. The guy told the elder Liao that things were bad and that Bro Shu was losing and all their guys were being beaten. The elder replied that he hadn't seen any visitors and asked what was going on. Was there really a showdown downstairs and he would send his man to sort it out? He asked Brother Jean and said that using his people to sort it out was somehow awkward. He asked not to worry because Zhou Wu would sort it out now. The elder said that a couple of days ago the brothers became victims of a conspiracy and they needed to see who he brought with him. The big guy clenched his fists and his fingers cracked. He was getting ready for a fight. The boy exclaimed that before them was the undefeated king of the biggest boxing matches, Ye Tu. The elder said that today was his debut and asked not to disgrace him. The boss thought that this was just great and Brother John himself decided to help him. And if so, this lawlessness would definitely end. The main character, when he found himself at the top, was simply surprised at how many of them there were. Suddenly there was a noise behind him and a glass bottle flew straight at his head. The boy dodged it very deftly and just in time, because it would have ended up right on his head. The big guy was already flying towards the main character, clenching his fist to strike. But Lo Feng dodged in time and his blow missed his head. The boy was surprised who they had here. The protagonist clenched his fist and began to approach his opponent as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the guy asked him to stop and came as close to him as possible. Both guys immediately grinned and looked together towards the one who came. The man approached the main character and exclaimed that he was the savior of his life and asked what he was doing there. He said that this time he was in such a hurry that he did not even thank him properly. Luo Feng thought that this was the man from the trash bag. He wondered if the guy was in the same boat with these people. If so, he asked him not to be surprised that he would not fraternize with him. The boy said that they were all his brothers and if any of them dared to offend him, then let him just say so and he would sort everything out. The boy was very surprised who had caused the chaos downstairs and realized that he was an acquaintance of Jean's and he had just wanted to stand up for him. Luo Feng rolled up his sleeves and asked if he was Liu Huizhou. Liu immediately greeted him, calling him brother. The protagonist replied that he was almost left homeless because of him and asked whether he should take care of him or he would apologize himself. The boy exclaimed that this man had saved his life and how dare he cause him trouble. He started calling on the phone and asked Zhou Wu to stop everything immediately and come back. He approached his boss and asked what was going on. Were they coming in or what? But the boss replied that he had ordered them to return. Meanwhile, the girl was crying and saying that it was very good that those scoundrels had left. But she did not know how her husband was. The teacher asked little sister Lan to calm down and said that she believed in the powers of Luo Feng and that he would not let her husband get into trouble. The man exclaimed that they had crossed all boundaries and how would they explain it? What had they done? And he asked his subordinate if he would apologize. He walked up to him and hit him in the face with all his might. He asked him to apologize immediately. What did he just get him into? And if he doesn't apologize, he's in trouble. The guy was holding his face with his hand and sweat was running down his face. He asked to see what was going on. They had no one else to blame and he got really angry. Then the boy began to apologize to Brother Lin. They began to apologize more and more fervently. If it weren't for this incident, then frankly speaking, he shouldn't have gotten so carried away with gambling either. The boy asked not to bother and promised to solve everything. Lose one promissory note and that would be the end of it. In the end, Brother Lin was beaten, and for this they would add a lot of money for treatment. The elder one started to cry because his club was destroyed and the promissory note was lost. He could become a beggar. The man who was beaten after the blows asked if maybe he shouldn't have done that. Brother Liao answered his brother that of course it was worth it and that he was saying everything correctly. The main character said to his brother Lin that everything would be fine and asked him to leave. Liao asked the boy to wait and immediately handed him his business card. He asked him to tell him if there was anything he needed to know. Luo Feng waved his hand and took the business card and said goodbye to him. The guy asked him to be careful. The comrade, when he walked next to the main character, was very surprised that he had connections everywhere. Lo Feng replied that it was just luck, and that he had initially taken him for a bag of garbage. The boy with glasses told Liao's brother that this guy didn't seem so grateful. Liao asked him in return what he understood and that he had saved his life that evening. He found one master who predicted that the person who saved his life was the lucky star of his destiny. Having gained his favor, all affairs would immediately go like clockwork. The boys stood in front of the elder Liao and said that they all obeyed him with their heads down. Liu suddenly turned his head to the side with a grin, wondering where Ye Tu had gone. Meanwhile, the guy clenched his fists and the main character stood in front of him. Luo Feng asked if he had come to bother him again, staring at his opponent. The opponent replied that no, and that he was a simple man who came to ask him to teach him a couple of lessons. But the main character asked this guy to forget about it and turned away. He explained to the guy that he was not in the mood right now, and the guy turned to him. He said that he was Ye2, had won 17 battles in a row, and could guarantee that he would not harm him if he only confronted him with his own strength. The guy said that it didn't matter whether it was a victory or a defeat. He would pay him 100,000. Luo Feng stood with his back to the guy, who asked him to be a teacher and said that he was not his opponent. The big guy began to untie the bandages that were on his hands and offered him 200,000. The main character asked him not to waste money and continued to stand with his back turned. But the guy didn't calm down and offered him a whole 300,000. Luo Feng sighed and said that it seemed like he didn't understand anything about martial arts. Then the main character turned towards his opponent and asked to attack him. The guy asked him to be careful and said that few people survived his blow. Luo Feng began to call him to him and said that if he hit him, then they would talk. And now the big guy had already begun to fly towards him with a blow and clenched his strong fist. The main character smiled and said that he was wasting his time and should have saved his strength. The big guy was already nearby and clenching his fists. He pulled his eyebrows towards his nose before attacking. He started waving his arms and legs. The main character had already grabbed him. He explained that you need to calculate your movements. The amplitude of the swing is too large and it is easy to miss. The guy screamed excitedly and exclaimed, approaching the main character, that he was just getting started. Before he could get close to the boy, he grabbed him and hit him with all his might. The boxer immediately flew far back and the boy stood next to him, trying to figure out if he was okay. He raised his eyebrows warily and turned to the big guy again. He explained that you need to find an easy solution to the problem. He asked not to try to do everything at once. No money is needed. The lesson is free, and you should not forget to practice. Luo Feng began to walk away from his opponent lying on the ground and said, while touching his shoulder, that he had not warmed up, and now his shoulder was itching. The enemy stood up and, looking out from around the corner, followed the boy with his gaze. He told the boxing king that it was a good thing he came out of hiding, otherwise they would be lying here dead by now. The boy, sitting on his knees, realized that perhaps he should go home and raise pigs. One of the guys said that Luo Feng was so powerful. Their boss personally asked him for forgiveness, and his debt was paid off. They almost all broke into the house, and how good it was that they were stopped at that moment. Teacher Jiang asked Luo Feng who he was, when even their boss personally asked him for forgiveness. She asked if he was really an ordinary, simple schoolboy. The boy closed his eyes and answered that, of course it was true. There are so many beautiful flowers at school. He will definitely take one of them as his wife. And someone suddenly started knocking on the door and asked to open it immediately. Tian Yilan hit the boy and asked him how he could not sign up for the translation group. Does he really want to grab more? Luo Feng asked what was going on and whether the boxer had come to ask him for a rematch. The guy replied that no. He was Ye2. He knew how to lose and keep his word. But he's a guy who doesn't respect other people's opinions. He won money and took more, and makes him personally look for him and give the money. The boy lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that he did not agree to his conditions. Then the boxer opened a jar of liquid and drank it. Luo Feng wondered to himself. The boxer exclaimed that this was payment for the drink and he asked to wait until he trained and fought again. The guy took his friend by the shoulder and told the main character that they were leaving. Luo Feng thought he was very strange. He was looking for him just to give him money. The guys exclaimed that he was the strangest one here. And so, early in the morning of the next day, Luo Feng told the girl that he needed, as usual, a boiled flatbread with gravy and 2 eggs. The girl held a bag of food in her hands and said that he had become rich since he had bought so much. She handed him the bag of food and then threw herself into his arms. She exclaimed that it was him and began to hug him. Then the boy asked if they knew each other. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he didn't remember her. She introduced herself as Song Dayan. The boy greeted her and asked why she was looking for him. He thought they were meeting for the first time. The girl explained with sadness in her eyes that she was writing him a love letter. Luo Feng realized it was her and apologized for forgetting about it. One clung to him and said that he was so handsome, even cooler than in the photo, and asked to be her boyfriend. The main character got angry and asked Song Dayan to stop joking. The most important thing for him now is studying, and he is a diligent student, and studying is his happiness. Song Dayan replied that it was no wonder that Tian Yilan called him a nerd. In her opinion, he was not only a nerd, but also did not understand love affairs. All the girls wanted to be with him, so what kind of jokes were there? Honestly, if he transfers to her class, she will immediately become his girlfriend. Then whatever he wants, everything is possible. The protagonist exclaimed that in this case, she would have to compete with Tian Yilan. The girl said that it was exactly that way, and she wanted to defeat her and take for herself what she wanted. Luo Feng asked Qian Yilan if she had also come here to buy some cake. Song Dayan became wary when she heard that girl's name. Suddenly, she turned back because she heard something. She became angry and clenched her fists and exclaimed that Luo Feng had tricked her again and she promised to kill him. The boy opened the door to the elder and said that they had finally found Luo Feng's girl. The elder replied that they had done a good job and asked to take a look. The man said that last time they were with her at the bar, and there can be no mistake, it was definitely her. The elder gave the command to take her away and approached the girl with a cigarette in his hands. The man asked to remember that he did not want to know or hear about any incidents. He only wanted Luo Feng's head. No one would dare to harm the Black Fox gang. The guy said that this time there was only success. Failure was unacceptable, otherwise he would bury them alive. The man told the elder that he had nothing to worry about. They had carefully prepared a plan of action and there could be no mistakes. The elder gave the command to his man to step over in this case, and he immediately agreed. The guy thought that even if he killed himself 100 times, it would not bring him satisfaction. The great feast will begin very soon. When he spoke of this, his eyes shone with a bright light. Meanwhile, in the office, the teacher stood near the board and there was complete silence. The main character was sitting thinking about something and he was holding his phone in his hands. He thought about how she was tied up and why he needed to look for her. And when did Chen Jingmei become his girlfriend? Could it be the Black Foxes again? Here are the scoundrels, and in the end she is not guilty of anything and needs to be saved. Luo Feng raised his hand and told the teacher that he needed to go to the toilet. Everyone immediately turned to look at him, and the teacher looked at the boy and asked if he was going to the toilet again, after which she let him go. But the main character did not go towards the door, but towards the window and jumped down. He jumped through the window and ended up on the ground, which surprised and scared everyone. One classmate asked him if he had just jumped out of a window. The second one pointed his finger and asked if he was immortal. Meanwhile, the boy was already running along the road very quickly and thought that he needed a car. The driver asked him if he wanted to die and asked why he decided to jump under the car. If he damaged his car, he would never forgive him. Lo Feng asked how much his car cost and put his foot on it. The driver asked to remove his dirty foot and said that his super cool car was just from the store, and it costs 5 million. He would never earn that amount in his entire life. The main character replied that in 20 years it would already be trash, and then it would be worth no more than 3,000. The driver called him sick and asked him to get out of his car. Lo Feng threw the guy 4,000 and said he was borrowing his car for a day, but the guy started asking what he was talking about. Lo Feng grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. He threw the driver out of the car and, after thanking him, immediately got behind the wheel. The driver shouted after him that he hadn't borrowed it. He had simply stolen his car, stolen it right in front of him. Luo Feng said on the phone that he was there. They are in Tiantai Park. In 30 minutes, if he doesn't arrive, they will start taking off her clothes. The protagonist heard a girl screaming on the phone. He called them idiots and why they decided to play with him. He pressed the gas pedal as hard as he could and the car flew forward so fast that smoke came out from under the wheels. Meanwhile, in the huge building, the laughter of the villains who had taken the girl hostage could be heard. One of the guys said that they could have fun with Lo Feng and that they would soon deal with him. The second guy replied that that was true. And while they were waiting for Lo Feng, why not play like adults with his girlfriend? One of them laughed and told the girl that her boyfriend was slower than a turtle, so he decided not to wait for him. He wants to have fun with her right now and started to approach. The man put his hand on her leg. Meanwhile, when the man put his hand on the girl's leg, she hit him with her head as hard as she could. Blood started flowing from his nose, and he hit her with his palm, calling her rubbish. The guy exclaimed that she had ruined his mood. The guy asked her to go and take care of Lo Feng and leave the girl to him. While he was walking away, he began to reach his hand towards the girl again and said that this hysterical woman needed to be reined in. The man grabbed his cheek with his hand and walked towards the door. He grunted in pain, and his friend stayed with Chen Jingmei. He asked the girl not to be afraid and said that before he killed her, he would be gentle. Is it really that you can't even touch it and it's like a real model for him? He laughed and said that he was very sorry that she would not live to see the evening, and took her leg in his hands. Chen Jingmei was very scared and tears were flowing from her eyes. She saw a pervert in front of her and was very afraid of what he would do to her. Suddenly, the guy became wary and asked who was there, asking him to get out. The main character was already nearby and grabbed the belt of this impudent fellow in his hands. He exclaimed, looking at him, that the guy was not bad, and he thought that he had approached unnoticed. But he still noticed. The guy called Lo Feng really cool and said that he had quietly bypassed more than 100 of his guys and was even able to get to him. The main character replied that he wasn't that cool since he was able to notice him. The guy laughed and asked if he knew why they called him a white shark. He bared his teeth and explained that he was called that because he could smell rage. He had 55 Kai worth of rage. Luo Feng said that he had never encountered such superpowers before, and the guy deserved his attention. He thought that although he was calm on the outside, he actually understood that he was not his rival. However, as soon as he pressed the button in his pocket, several hundred guys would immediately be there and kill Luo Feng. The main character had already flown up to this scoundrel and defeated him. Scarlet blood began to flow from the guy's leg. Luo Feng raised the remote control with the button up and turned his back to him and asked what they were talking about. Then he turned his head in his direction and asked how much rage was in him. The enemy thought that he was too self-confident, and his rage was twice as high as his, and he wouldn't be able to stand up to him for a couple of minutes. "We need to call for help immediately." The man couldn't understand why he couldn't say anything. Luo Feng asked if he was surprised. Wasn't he a fan of pressing acupuncture points himself? He pressed a couple, and by the way, he won't be able to walk either. Now he couldn't get away from him, and the guy immediately started to get nervous and angry. The enemy couldn't understand what was happening. His rage was still higher than that of a battle-hardened warrior, and it was too scary. He simply couldn't breathe and fell to his knees, exclaiming that it was impossible. Luo Feng then approached him and asked if he was serious now. He hadn't even had time to do anything yet, and the guy had already passed out and didn't even threaten him. Meanwhile, the girl was tied up and couldn't speak because of the bandage on her lips. The boy said that he almost forgot and they had an observer here. He came closer to her and poked her above her chest at some point with his fingers. He asked her not to worry and promised to help. Chen Jingmei asked how he got here and they tricked him into coming here. The boy explained that he had to use old connections and picked up the phone. There was a ringing sound, and Luo Feng answered it immediately, waiting for the connection. The guy said that they weren't accepting orders today, and the company wasn't working. Everything was booked for a month in advance and you had to call in a month. The guy asked him to get off his ass and asked if he didn't recognize his voice anymore. Then, the fair-haired man recognized the elder and exclaimed that he had finally called. The guy asked to talk later and asked first to find him an address by this number if he hadn't forgotten how. The comrade replied that no problem, and everything would be in 5 minutes. He said that if Luo Feng was able to get inside, then he would be able to get out. Chen Jingmei told the protagonist that the entire gang of black foxes wanted to kill him. There were more than 100 of them and they were armed, so she asked him to forget about her and go alone. Luo Feng replied that black foxes were always getting into trouble. Since he had a chance to finish them off once in a blue moon, he would not let it slip away. The girl looked at him with a frightened look and exclaimed that there were more than 100 of them. Luo Feng turned to the other side and thoughtfully replied that there were definitely more than 100 of them, and that reminded him of something. The important news was that the genius Teng Ziyan had been defeated by Huo Yan. The guy said that Huo Yan usually couldn't fight on equal terms with Teng Ziyan. Besides, they agreed to fight hand-to-hand. Really impressive and not at all like Zhuan Yuan. Yan Luowang will always be one of the first anyway. The comrade asked if he was telling the truth about Yan Luoven being really cool. The guy replied that of course he was, and that he was the idol of Teacher Kan. They say that such fame was achieved after defeating the Cheetah Special Forces. The boy couldn't believe it and, sweating a little, asked if he was joking. Suddenly the boys started screaming and the boy started throwing them one after another. They fell to the floor screaming for mercy and writhed in pain as their bodies smashed the stones. The main character continued to throw these scoundrels in different directions. He had already killed a lot of guys from this 100, and they were lying on the floor. Suddenly, one of the guys exclaimed that it was necessary to move to the attack. Luo Feng asked why they all piled on him at once, and whether they really thought that everything would work out for them like that. He gave the command to kill Luo Feng, but when he saw the black bears in front of him, he said that they could not cope with them. The boy turned to Brother He and said that people had already been sent to attack and they didn't expect that Luo Feng would kill them all. Before he could finish speaking, the guy was already next to them and grabbed a weapon. He came as close to He as he could and, looking into his eyes, exclaimed that they had met again. The boys had already grabbed sharp cleavers and, shouting "Die!" began to run up to the main character. But the boy very deftly threw aside his opponent's weapons and dealt with them. He dropped another enemy to the ground, who fell on his back and broke huge stones. He started to run away, and Luo Feng asked him to stop and asked if he didn't want to chat with him about the past. Then the enemy sent him with his past and called everything that was happening a horror. He accidentally bumped into a big guy, and he said that the white shark was probably dead and the 4 generals were waiting for him. He asked him to leave and decided to greet Luo Feng. He stood in front of the boy and said that there had been rumors about him for a long time. He had been waiting for him and had not even thought that he would be able to slip past. Luo Feng asked him if he had brought a pen with him, and he looked at him with great surprise. The boy explained that his words made him feel like a celebrity and he could give him an autograph. The man became very angry and exclaimed that no one dared to tease him. He decided to deal with Luo Feng as soon as possible and pointed a gun at him. The main character, when she saw the weapon in his hands, grinned, pulled his eyebrows up to his nose, and looked closely at his opponent. The projectile was already flying towards the boy and he kept his hands in his pockets. The man exclaimed that Luo Feng was a tough nut to crack. But let's see if a grenade launcher could crack his shell. He fired another shell from the grenade launcher and the boy very deftly dodged it. The enemy was simply shocked and wondered what was actually going on and how he could withstand the bullets. He couldn't come to his senses for a long time and, like a young boy, dodged a grenade launcher shot. Not only did he dodge, he also ended up behind him, which surprised him even more. When the boys turned towards the main character, they were seriously scared and screamed in fear. The man clenched his fist and, calling him a scoundrel, began to move closer to strike. Luo Feng was already prepared and grabbed his hand in his own, holding back the scoundrel's fist. The boy asked his enemy what was going on with the pen and whether he would bring it to him or not. He deliberately played on the man's nerves and he became more and more angry. He clenched his fist again and exclaimed as he approached that he would knock out all his teeth. But Luo Feng grabbed his fist again, stopping it with his hand and twisting it to the side. When the boy twisted his arm, he began to scream in pain and fall to his knees. The main character approached him and said that he was asking him for the third time whether he took the pen with him. The enemy started shouting and asking his guys if anyone had a pen. He asked to give the pen to Luo Feng immediately. One of the guys immediately began to take it out and pass it on. He exclaimed that they were all crazy and asked the people to attack. They had to shoot him now or they would never get rid of him. The guys put their machine guns down and started shooting at the boy, and there were a lot of them. Suddenly, the man fell to his knees and streams of blood began to flow from his body. He called them freaks and continued to writhe in pain and scream as he was shot pretty good. The main character stood opposite them and watched what was happening and the fallen enemy. Is he really already dead? And the guys said that most likely he really is already dead. The boy exclaimed that this silence was bothering him. One of them said that he wanted to go home to his mother. Luo Feng was already standing in front of the boys with his arms crossed over his chest and exclaimed that he was already here. The opponents couldn't understand anything at all and were surprised why he still didn't die. But they lost sight of him and shouted that they had finally found him and needed to kill him. One of them asked to stop the fire because they were killing each other. They actually hit one of their own, and the main character watched all this very calmly. Standing near the wall, he crossed his arms over his chest and said that it seemed that only the one-eyed man was left. Suddenly he glanced to the side and grinned, seeing a man running away. He approached him and asked where he was going. He squeezed both hands and asked his brother to let him go and show mercy. He explained that he was acting on orders and had no choice. Luo Feng replied that he had gathered more than 100 mercenaries to kill him, and he should let him go. He found it somehow unfair and asked him what he thought about it. The man asked what he should do to make him let go. Luo Feng said that, to be honest, they had made him laugh a little today and asked to play with him again. If he wins at darts, then he will let him go. The man was very surprised. Luo Feng said that if he hits him, he will be free. He decided that he probably couldn't escape and would have to rely on his old skills. He rose as high as he could above the protagonist's head, and the protagonist looked down at him. The man began to use 1,000 daggers and asked them to hit the target. He wanted Luo Feng to die quickly, and these daggers would fly towards the boy. Luo Feng looked ahead and said, "Now everything is going well. It doesn't matter whether it works or not," but the enemy decided that this was his last chance. He will never contact the main character again, and the man ran away. But he didn't even have time to take a few steps before he found himself on the ground, falling to his knees. Luo Feng exclaimed as he took off his jacket that they had had quite a good time, and thanked the man. As he was leaving, he threw his jacket on the ground and said that he would send the autograph later. Outside, everything has long since become quiet. And where are the police that they have been waiting for so long? Chen Jingmei blushed a little and said that he had come to save her, and that nothing would happen to him. She really hoped that everything would be okay with the boy, but suddenly some guy appeared behind her. He approached her and said that if he were in her place, he would obediently lie down and not resist. The girl immediately turned in his direction and looked at him carefully, not understanding where he came from. Then the main character appeared on the threshold. He stood in the doorway and looked at the girl. Chen Jingmei ran up to Luo Feng and hugged him. crying and saying that she was very glad that he was okay, but then she couldn't understand why he told her to lie down. The boy explained that he was talking to the one behind her. Then, the enemy fell to his knees before the main character and, calling him a god, asked him to forgive him. Luo Feng asked him if he had any idea why he had spared his miserable life. The boy replied that the great god intended to accept him as a younger brother, and then the younger brother would help the great god deal with the remaining villains of the Black Fox gang. Luo Feng exclaimed that he was right, and that he was the only one of the 4 generals left alive. When the police arrived, he asked that his identity not be revealed. The boy asked if he understood him, and then the boy answered his master that he obeyed. And finally the police arrived, who, as always, appear at the right time. Luo Feng told Chen Jingmei that it was time for him to go and asked her not to say that he was here. And he promised the guy that he would go to jail and that he would not leave until he saw how he was arrested. And if he also dares to run away, he will definitely not like the consequences. The guy started bowing before the main character and promising that he would never do this. While they were sorting things out, the police burst into the room with pistols in their hands. Chen Jingmei was scared because they flew in here very unexpectedly and brazenly. The police gave the order to everyone in the room not to move and began to run up to the guy who was sitting on his knees. They talked about the guys having the right to remain silent. After that, they approached the girl and asked her to come with them. The guy in handcuffs started crying on the way and calling for his master with tears in his eyes. Lo Feng got into the car and said that he thought it would be more interesting. But there was only a pathetic cockroach and a bee with a gun. He still remembers well what it's like to fight for real. A huge fight began and one of the guys flew, hitting sharp, large stones. The guys surrounded him from different sides and started beating him. The battle continued not for life, but for death. The fair-haired guy was hit with all his might in the face with a fist and in the head with a baton. There was a violent guy behind him who was trying to hit him. The fair-haired guy was already lying on the ground and streams of blood were flowing from his mouth. And the guy felt like a hero and shouted joyfully like Mowgli who defeated everyone. Lo Feng, remembering all this, began to yawn and said that peace was still much better. He decided that he probably needed to return the car and he did not want to go to prison again. The main character was in front of the mirror, but his phone was on the table. He was told that Luo Feng was in Yangcheng, and he asked to tell him where exactly since he was close to Jinlin village. They needed to meet because the brothers wanted to kill him. Luo Feng, adjusting his hair and clutching his head, said that it was not worth it and that he would come to Jinlin himself next month. He asked not to tell anyone else, and if even one person found out, he would kill him. The guy replied that he had accepted and was waiting for his arrival. He was very happy that the boss had finally agreed to meet. Meanwhile, the girl wanted to thank him and said that she left the police station and didn't tell them anything. She really wants to meet him today and treat him. The main character looked at his phone thoughtfully and grinned after reading the message. He replied to Chen Jingmei that he agreed, but he was resting today and they could meet tomorrow. So they agreed, and the next day came, and the boy was already standing near the cafe. Suddenly someone turned to him and he, alert, asked a question. In front of him stood a girl who was wearing a beautiful dress and smiling sweetly at him. Luo Feng told Chen Jingmei that she really knew how to choose a place, and if he had known, he would have worn something better. The girl asked to be called simply Jingmei. When she said this, she blushed a little, embarrassed. Then she closed her eyes and smiled and exclaimed that he was always so cute. Luo Feng replied that he would now feel embarrassed to talk about his shortcomings. Chen Jingmei blushed again and said that he probably didn't expect that girls could be so bold. She asked the boy to try the local cuisine, and when he took the first piece, he said that it tasted quite good. It can compete with Viennese dishes. But even in such a battle, this restaurant should win. Chen Jingmei asked if he was telling the truth and said that the owner of the restaurant did not create it to make money, but to make new friends and give people the pleasure of food. Many experts think highly of this place, so she brought him here. The boy said that then everything here should be tried. There was another guy in the room who seemed to be eavesdropping on the conversation. He ran to his commanders Xiao Liu and Xiao Ye and said that Luo Feng, whom they asked to be reported, was downstairs and was having lunch there. The guy stood with a glass in his hands and said, looking somewhere into the distance, that this did not seem like a coincidence. He was just telling Xiao Ye that he wanted to meet him. The guy who was holding the glass in his hands turned around and exclaimed that finally there was something interesting. The second one said that young Master Liu also wanted to go with them and meet Luo Feng. The boy laughed and asked him to go and meet that simpleton sitting on the first floor, but the brother asked Liu that it would be better to wait for them here and headed towards the door. He smiled and promised to bring him here and arrange a personal meeting for them right in this office. Meanwhile, the girl laughed and told the main character that she had also been in such a situation. Luo Feng heard someone clapping their hands behind him and said that finally, in front of them was that very Mr. Luo Feng he had heard about. Chen Jingmei looked at this guy with caution, and the protagonist also thought about it. The guy explained that he was from Group 28, and his name was Ye Xinchen. Luo Feng asked if they knew each other, and the guy replied that they didn't know each other yet. His friend Liu Xiao wanted to meet him on the 5th floor, and he was very interested in him. Chen Jingmei told the boy that they were the Zhangdi family, the local nobility. They probably wanted to befriend him. Luo Feng continued eating and asked if he was telling the truth. Unfortunately, he was not interested in them at all. Ye Xinchen wondered why Luo Feng would refuse such an opportunity. There were many people who tried to become their friends to increase their reputation. The boy asked Chen Jingmei if they should eat somewhere else since the food here wasn't that special. The girl replied that it should be as he said. Ye Xinchen told the protagonist that he had heard that he used to have the courage to fight, or at least go to talk. Where did he put his eyebrows and did not dare to go to meet someone because he was afraid of being embarrassed in front of a beautiful girl? Luo Feng turned around and said that he suddenly felt an urge to go. Ye Xinchen smiled and replied that he had made the right choice and asked them to follow him. The boy furrowed his brows and thought that he would definitely regret this. When the main character began to enter the room, Liu Xiao said that this must be that same Luo Feng. He turned to him and, looking into his eyes, said, straightening his tie, that he had heard about him. Luo Feng, calling him Mr. Liu, asked him why he wanted to see him. Liu replied that they would talk about it later. But first he wanted to ask one question. Then the main character said that he was all ears. The guy explained that he wanted to invite him to join their family. But first he had a few conditions. Luo Feng listened carefully to this guy and asked what conditions he was talking about. Then the guy started explaining that firstly their capital had to be at least 5 million. Otherwise there was no other way. He wondered if this point would be a problem. The boy thought for a bit, lowered his eyes and answered that he wouldn't. Secondly, all those who join the Jiandi family are disciples of the Yangcheng Big family. He wondered which family they belonged to. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and replied that they clearly wouldn't be interested in his family. Then the guy asked if he had the right to be here in this case. Brother Liu's comrade thought that this guy was really cool and strong. He wanted to see him strangle him and then throw him out of the window. Luo Feng asked the guy with a grimace, who came up with such a stupid rule. Then one of the guys asked what they would tell him. He had no right to ask such questions. Suddenly, Chen Jingmei opened the door and called the protagonist. The boy replied that the girl had arrived just in time. She explained to him that these rules were set by Jiang Sanshao himself, so it was better for them to leave here. The main character asked the guys who Jiang Sanshao was, and they looked at him thoughtfully. Ye Qinqin explained that he was very busy right now, and it would be better for him and the girl to get out of here. Then Luo Feng sat down on their sofa and said that while the owner was away, he should not listen to his trained dogs. The atmosphere here was really good, and he even felt like taking a nap. The boy turned to Chen Jingmei and asked her to sit down with him too. Ye Xinchen was simply shocked by how Luo Feng was acting and asked what he just called him. The main character smiled and replied that he simply said it like it is, and he knows it himself. At this time, the girl suddenly grinned a little, turning away from them. Liu also did not expect this turn of events and laughed and exclaimed that Luo Feng was just a joker. He was really Jiang Sanshao's close associate and had nothing to be ashamed of. He came as close to the boy as he could and said that it was like being ashamed of your boss at work. Well, first of all, he is not afraid of being embarrassed. Secondly, he is a little tired now, preparing for an important meeting, and he asked to talk later. Liu was already seriously angry and clenched his fists and replied that he would wait. The guy called Mr. Jiang and said that they had an intruder named Luo Feng on the 5th floor. He was afraid that he might cause trouble, and if they had time, they had better take a look at him in person. Jiang said that he had not heard of him before, and he would send his man to investigate. Liu explained that Mr. Jiang would be here soon, and he would not leave now. The protagonist continued to stand calmly with his arms crossed and his gum blowing bubbles. Liu exclaimed that he was very angry and that this child was clearly an idiot. Ye Xinchen said that he was not sure, but it seemed to be 80% true. Jiang appeared at the door and asked who was causing the trouble. Let them not say that it was he who pointed the finger at Luo Feng. Ye Xinchen grimaced, pointed his finger at the protagonist, and exclaimed to Mr. Jiang that it was all Luo Feng. Jiang asked him why he was yelling. Did he really not know how to behave properly in front of an important guest? He asked him to apologize immediately. Then the guy immediately bowed before the main character and apologized, saying that he was just rude. He couldn't understand why he was apologizing to some kid and who he was anyway. It's amazing that such a little one is able to instill fear in people, and it seems that he will have problems. Chen Jingmei told Luo Feng that they had arrived and asked him to wake up quickly. When he inquired who had come, Jiang asked permission to teach him a lesson. Yashinchen grimaced as he thought that Luo Feng was unlucky today, and Mr. Jiang would show all his anger. Suddenly, this boy raised his hand and asked Mr. Jiang to wait a little. Then the gentleman turned his head towards Yingxiao and asked what was the matter. The boy asked his son-in-law what he was doing there. Turning to the main character, Luo Feng spread his arms towards the boy and asked where he had fallen from. The boys were very surprised when the boy called him son-in-law. Did they really know each other? Yingxiao asked everyone to listen to him carefully. Not respecting his son-in-law meant not respecting him and his family. He asked who had just dared to cause problems for his relative. The boys replied that they didn't know that Luo Feng was a member of their family. No wonder he acted so boldly. The boy asked what plane they would be flying out of the country on, to which he was told that he had barely gotten the job. The boy started shouting and asked them to come forward immediately. The boys were seriously scared and all came forward with their heads bowed down. They were very scared because the boy had the highest influence in their family. Yingxiao approached one of the boys and asked if he had caused his son-in-law any inconvenience. The boy replied that he had not and asked for permission to explain everything. Zhang told him that he had made a complete fool of himself and asked how he had taught him. He was their guest, so why was he so rude to him? He received a hard slap from Mr. Zhang, and the guy began to say that it wasn't him. Then he asked how he ended up with them, without any moral values or upbringing. He hit him on the other cheek and the guy turned red with tears in his eyes. Mr. Zhang asked the boy to hurry up and apologize to Luo Feng immediately. Then he bowed before the main character and immediately apologized. The boy stopped him and said that it was not worth it. It was so sudden and he could not accept them. Chen Jingmei thought that Luo Feng was being too brazen and bold. The boy approached Xiao and said that last time he treated him to dinner, and now he asked permission to invite him to the stall for shawarma. Li Xiao laughed and replied that he agreed and that when his son-in-law called him to dinner, he could not refuse. The main character laughed and said that it was very good. Mr. Zhang waved his hand to the boys and wished them a good day. But suddenly the boy glanced to the side and asked to wait a little. He pointed to one guy and remembered that he was the one who gave him the contract. Li Xiao recognized the guy who gave him the contract and he nodded his head in agreement. Mr. Zhang told the boy that if he had any questions about him, they could come out and discuss it. But suddenly, the boy began to tear this contract into small pieces. After which, when he tore it into pieces, he threw it all on the floor and the papers flew in all directions. He said that there was no need for it and he had lost interest. He thought it was better to work with the grocery stores than with their Zhang family. The main character called Li Xiao a real tiger, and the guy replied that he had not failed either. He managed to lasso a beautiful girl besides his sister. Chen Jingmei blushed a little and told the boy that they were just friends. He asked if it was true and said he couldn't believe it at all. Mr. Zhang watched them from the side. He turned to his men and said that he had just started talking about business. He grimaced in anger and clenched his teeth, preparing to strike. He began to pour out all his anger and exclaimed, slapping the boys on the cheeks, that it was all because of the two of them. He continued to scream and said that they had destroyed everything. Streams of blood began to flow from the boys' mouths. They began to cry and beg for forgiveness from Mr. Jiang. Their cheeks were red and burning from the blows. The man continued to yell at them and throw them out of the room. The boys immediately began to run out, obeying their master and holding their cheeks with their hands. Meanwhile, the sound of beer glasses clinking could be heard, and the guys decided to drink it all. Luo Feng asked the boy what he was doing here in Yangcheng. Li Xiao replied that he wanted to help with the family business when he grew up. His father had allocated several billion for his education so that he could manage on his own. The main character smiled, raised his glass and said that he probably ruined a good deal for him. The boy replied that even if these few billions went up in smoke, he would make an even bigger deal and get what he wanted. Or simply inherit his father's hundreds of billions. Luo Feng sweated from such a sum and closed his eyes and said, which meant they really were very rich. Chen Jingmei said that no matter what they said, it was very hot today. First they intimidated them, and then they ended up in their place. The boys continued to laugh and drink to the bottom, rejoicing in their success. The boy offered Mr. Liu a ride. Luo Feng handed them his sleeping brother and said that they would get there somehow. He put his arm around the girl's shoulders and they watched the drivers and the boy go. Chen Jingmei was a little drunk and asked to stand still and pour another glass. Luo Feng said that the couple said they weren't getting drunk, but they both fell asleep after 2 glasses. The main character was dragging the girl on himself when suddenly some security guard shone a light in his face. He asked the boy who they were and asked him to stop. He was curious about what they were doing there. Luo Feng apologized and asked if this was Sun Mao's shelter. He explained that he had brought Chen Jingmei and that she was a little drunk. The guard recognized the girl and exclaimed in surprise that little Sen had returned. He opened the door for the boys and asked them to quickly enter the room. Chen Jingmei hasn't been sleeping well lately due to constant stress, and today she will finally get some sleep. The main character turned his head towards the guard and asked what had happened. He asked who he is to the girl, and if he is her boyfriend, then he should know about it and they should discuss it. When he took the boy aside, he informed him that their shelter was facing a big problem. Everyone is counting on Xiao Chen's support. The man handed Luo Feng a cup of tea. He continued to explain that since Chen Jingmei was fired, he didn't know how long it would last. The main character looked closely at the man and asked what happened. The security guard, sweating a little, began to explain that the land opposite them had been purchased by Ti Hong's company to build a shopping center, which would benefit their orphanage. But he doesn't know why. They suddenly received a document that the land of their orphanage also belongs to them. They want to demolish this orphanage. The main character drew his eyebrows towards his nose and, looking at the old man, exclaimed that this was very mean. The guard replied that it was true and they had colluded with the Black Fox gang, but they had no evidence. Chen Jingmei had previously reported these scandals to the newspaper and they had been somewhat restrained. But now, if Chen Jingmei is fired, it is already going beyond all bounds. Suddenly they heard some sound, and someone knocked rudely on the door and asked the old man to come out immediately. The man exclaimed as he approached the boy that they were back. He asked him to just sit there and not stick his head out. When he opened the door, there were a lot of guys with clubs. One of them told Brother Shai that he was just an old man, and he had better not stand in their way. They didn't want to lose the money and they wouldn't leave without sorting out the matter. They are civilized people and not very rude. But if he does not agree again today, they will pretend that they did not hear anything and come again. The boys asked their brother to understand them correctly, but the man asked what they were trying to achieve and said that he would not give his consent and that he was calling the police. The guy told his uncle that he had told him more than once that this place belonged to the Zhang family, and he asked him to get out of here. Didn't he read the documents and let him call his police then? The old man replied that it was because they were acting illegally. No one would take the shelter away from him as long as he lived. But the guy said that, as he said, he lost and the old man could either pack his things or face problems. He explained to his grandfather that he didn't have to die for this. The old man asked him what he had in mind and asked him not to be stupid. But suddenly this scoundrel approached the grandfather and broke his club into 2 pieces. The old man started shouting that it was illegal and asked what they were planning. Then the guy asked him what he thought and said that he was going to send him to his forefathers. Suddenly the enemy started screaming and raised his head up as a stone flew at him. This stone hit him right in the face and he asked who did it. But the next stone again flew straight into his nose and he began to squeal even louder in pain. He and the other guys started covering themselves with their hands. They were wondering who was throwing stones. The main character asked these guys to run away and the guys called them bad guys and asked them to immediately get lost and get out of here. Then one of them clenched his fists and asked if they were tired of living. Luo Feng smiled and said, "Who else could it be?" and he came to help his grandfather. The boy asked the little boy if he knew who he was. His son-in-law was Zhang Tiekun. If that name was familiar to him, then he'd better run away from here. The main character grimaced and exclaimed that he knows a turtle and it is round. Then the boys laughed when they were called green turtles and green scoundrels. They got very angry and asked him to stop laughing and drag him here immediately. Luo Feng continued to smile and told the boys and girls that it seemed they were chickening out and they would deal with them. One of the guys jumped over the main character's head and called him a brainless bastard. But the boy very cleverly turned in his direction and asked what he had just said. He rose into the air as high as he could above the guy and kicked him as hard as he could. The guys did not expect such a turn of events and looked at their man who was lying on the ground. One of them pulled out a knife and, approaching the main character, exclaimed that she would avenge her brother. Luo Feng immediately took his hand and looked at the tip of the knife that was in his hand. He made a very skillful move and turned the impudent fellow right onto the stones. Huge stones flew in all directions and the boy kicked the rascal in the face. There was already another opponent behind Luo Feng, and calling him a good fellow, he asked him not to be so self-confident. He called himself an iron fist and asked to taste his incredible strength. Then the boy asked to tell him later how his fist tasted. He very confidently and quickly grabbed his opponent by the arm and twisted it, breaking it into several pieces. The boy started screaming in pain and called his right hand precious. Everyone was lying on the ground except one, and he, frightened, asked how it happened. The main character replied that if they hadn't played enough, they could continue to have fun. Then the man asked who he was and asked him to give his name. The little kids started calling the master a pumpkin head and jumping up together. Luo Feng walked up to the boys and patted them on the head. He said that this was his nickname. His name is Luo Feng, and he asked me to tell Zhang Ti-kun that he would find him sooner or later to pay off his debts, so he should reserve a place in the cemetery and wait for him quietly. The boys ran away and shouted as they ran that they weren't done yet and would meet later. The kids pointed at them and called them weaklings. They asked them to get out of there immediately. The old man approached the main character, thanked him, and said that now he would have problems too. Lo Feng replied that it was okay, and that they had had disagreements for a long time, and sooner or later they would have had to face each other. Now he can rest easy. They won't show up for a couple of days. The kids called their brother cool and their hero. Lo Feng told the boys that they were great too. He couldn't have done it without them, but the next time they came, they should call him immediately. He will fly to them as soon as possible to help drive them away. The boy looked at his assistants with a smile, and now he was already in the car from which he was getting out and saying that there was no need to call the master. Suddenly, he turned his head to the side because he heard someone calling him by name. Behind him, there was a girl who exclaimed that this was a big coincidence and she was here too, which meant it was probably fate. Luo Feng was a little confused and replied that it was indeed a wonderful coincidence to meet her at his entrance. The girl blushed a little and said that he didn't know what to say at all and asked him not to be boring. The main character approached the girl and asked if she was looking for him. Looking straight into her eyes, the girl became embarrassed and smiled, saying that she was really bored. She asked if he would take a walk with her in the park. The boy replied that no, it was dangerous there at night and it would be best for her to go home. The girl agreed and said that home meant home and they needed to go to the 4th floor. She asked if he would go with her. Luo Feng was very surprised and asked if she had moved to the next apartment and why they had to go to her place so late. The girl replied that it was necessary and they were in the same class. He was sitting at the same desk with her. And what was wrong with that? Luo Feng got angry and said that she was a schoolgirl. He would be stoned if they found out that he was with her. The girl closed her eyes, lowered her head and said that she had not told him anything like that. After which she opened one eye and told the boy that she wanted to go home to sleep. She explained that she would be nearby in the neighborhood, and they could see each other anytime. After the girl had spoken, she turned away from the boy and went to her entrance. Luo Feng was a little upset and told her to go to bed and lock the door. This was the only way to protect herself from all sorts of perverts. At this moment, a sensational event was happening in Zhuanyuan Pavilion. Number 1 and number 2 were on the genius list. The guys were shouting that this was simply unbelievable and such a unique duel. One of the guys said that he hoped Teng Ziyan would win. After all, he had always been number 1, whom Huoyan simply could not surpass. Teng Ziyan is number 2 on the genius list. The guy said that he was number 1 all these years, but he was beaten. He disagrees with this and hopes that he will do everything possible to convince him that he deserves this high title. The guy told Ten that he had always been his idol. But if he had the honor of competing with him again, he would naturally do everything possible to win. He had first place among geniuses, and so he began to run forward, getting faster and faster closer to his opponent. He made a high jump and began to fly towards his opponent, clenching his fists. It was above his head, and white bright lightning began to come from his hands and approach the guy. One of the guys in the crowd exclaimed that it was hard to imagine that a genius warrior of about 20 years old had such explosive power. When he was his age, he did not have even half of such power. The second answered that this is the same strike of the lightning fist and he simply does not believe his eyes. The boy clenched his fist and thought that he couldn't lose this time either. He would regain his title as the top genius. The enemy stood below and waited for this strong, powerful guy to approach. He asked the elder not to be offended by him and put his hand forward, which lit up with bright white rays. The genius began to prepare to repel the attack and bright lights began to shine in his eyes. There was a powerful explosion in the form of a flash as two of the strongest people met. A bright yellow fire rose up and in different directions and scattered lightning bolts. The one who turned out to be stronger fell to the ground and grabbed his chest with one hand. He exclaimed that this was not a classical martial art. He wondered if Huo Yan could master it. He realized to himself that he was the ancestor of Skyfi. After all, he was the better of the two, and this was all his legacy. The enemy told Ten, holding out his hand, that the past doesn't matter. Then Ten, for some reason, hit him on the hand and there was a flash. He said that there is no need for this, after which he asked them to disperse and said that the performance was over and he would continue training. And the opponent drew his eyebrows toward his nose and looked angrily in his direction because he did not shake his hand. Meanwhile, the car was racing along the highway and was approaching some building. The main character sat on the sofa and read a book, looking closely at the words. Someone started knocking on the door very loudly and asking him to open the door quickly. The boy immediately approached the door, opened it, and asked to come in. There was a lot of different food on the table, and the boy exclaimed to his sister that she had arranged a celebration. He said that there were so many delicious things here. The girl replied that she was a teacher. The speaking competition is about to start and people from all over the province are participating. She has already recorded him and he needs to concentrate. Luo Feng thoughtfully said that if it would help him pass the exam, he would certainly try. But he had a question and wanted to know why she, Teacher Jun, attached such great importance to this competition. The teacher replied that he knew that she had a very difficult family, but she always dreamed of being a teacher. Luo Feng smiled and said that now was the time to go on a gluttonous spree, and for that he was willing to give it his all. The teacher exclaimed that she believed in him and clenched her fists. Meanwhile, the boy's phone rang. He quickly snatched the phone and exclaimed that he would be there soon. He asked the teacher not to forget to hide the food in the refrigerator, and when he returned, he would be hungry. The girl exclaimed angrily that Luo Feng could take first place. Meanwhile, one man said that he had worked with Zhang Tihong before, and knew that he was out to get him. So he decided to contact him himself and said that he would testify in court. The protagonist asked if he really wanted to testify against Zhang Tihong. The man said that he was willing and ready to take responsibility for what he had done earlier. Zhang Tihong has crossed all boundaries and wants to kill people again. If he is destined to die, he should at least take him with him. Lo Feng asked if he had any evidence. The guy said that he didn't have any yet, but he knew that he had a hiding place. And once they found out where it was, they would find a lot of interesting information. The main character looked closely at his friend and asked if he knew what the consequences would be if he leaked it to him. The guy replied that now was the time to change sides. After all, prison was the safest place for him. The guy poured liquid from a bottle on himself and said that even if he lost everything, he would make him pay. Luo Feng asked permission to kick his old ass in that case. The boy with the green head stood opposite his brother and held his cheek with his hand. He asked him to help him out, and explained that Luo Feng had gone completely mad and had beaten him up without even looking, like a pathetic worm. The elder was angry when he heard about Lo Feng again. The boy explained that he was cool, and those who were with him, like children, could not do anything against him. But the elder got very angry and asked him to shut up immediately. He started to kick him out and asked him to get out. The green-haired man couldn't understand what Luo Feng had done to make him so angry, but since he had provoked this anger, he did not have long left. The man slammed his fist on the table with all his might. The elder exclaimed that their pathetic gang could not eliminate one guy. Lo Feng killed his son, and he managed to escape from him 3 times. Now he himself will find him and finish him off. The main character looked at the drawing that was on his comrade's table. He explained that they were planning everything for Friday, and that the two of them should continue to monitor Zhang Tiehong, and if anything happened, they should immediately inform him. That was what they agreed on. Meanwhile, the boy came to his father and said that the pig ears were sold out, and he bought a head and beef with spices. The father asked him to come in and said that they would eat. The main character said goodbye and explained that it was late, and he would go to rest, and they guys could eat. The guy with the bandaged head also said goodbye and said that he needed to leave. It was a bright sunny day outside, and the sun was shining on a tall building with a huge fence. The main character was not far from this building, and someone called him by name. He turned towards the guy and asked what exactly had happened. The boy began to explain to Luo Feng that he suspected that he was currently involved in some serious matter, so he was avoiding him. He knew that he might be a burden, but he wanted to help. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that he wanted to become like him. Strong and confident, Luo Feng hugged the boy and said that if he could run for 4 hours, he would help him become strong. The boy thanked the main character and said that he would not let him down and would become stronger. Meanwhile, Chen Yilan was in the room and looked at the protagonist with her arms crossed over her chest. She asked him if he was ready and said that the game would start soon. Luo Feng folded his hands behind his head and replied that he was ready to fight. Then the girl asked if he was for or against the trip. The boy replied that if she had nothing to do, she could leave. Chen Yilan asked why he was so boring and had no emotions. Meanwhile, the girl approached the main character and said that she had never thanked him for the last time. She asked if he was free tonight and said that she wanted to invite him to the coveted dinner. Luo Feng immediately waved his hand at her and said that he agreed, and so they said goodbye until the evening. Qian Yilan immediately approached the boy and asked why he never agreed to meet with her. And now the evening has come, in which the main character was next to Vivi. The girl was in a chic long dress. One of the green-headed men told his father that it was Lo Feng and that he had stolen Vivi from him. The father chuckled and, looking at him, exclaimed, "Well, he's just a schoolboy and Dad will deal with him." The man sat at the table opposite the protagonist. He told Luo Feng that he sincerely thanked him for the last time and dedicated this toast to him. He wished that in the future, everything would always be easy for him. Luo Feng replied to Mr. Zheng that he was very polite and asked if he had anything planned for today. Mr. Zheng replied that they were having a charity auction today. He asked people to donate money to the children in the mountainous areas and have dinner with them to enjoy the evening. The boy said that it was a great plan. Meanwhile, the girl thanked everyone for participating in this auction and said that all the money collected here will go to help children from poor mountain areas. She hoped that everyone present would actively participate. If each of them shows a little love, their world will be a better place. The first lot is a bracelet made of purple gold and jade. The starting price is 1,000. The guys immediately offered 200,000, raising their hands up to take this lot. The girl exclaimed that it was sold, and the first lot was sold for 200,000. She thanked Mr. Zheng for his donation and asked if he had anything to add. Zheng replied that it was nothing special and that it was just a sign of his concern. He hoped that everyone could contribute to helping children in the mountainous areas. The boy thought to himself that, alas, sometimes he really doesn't understand the actions of rich people. A bracelet for several $1,000s is not worth 200,000 yuan. The green-haired boy's father asked him to watch how arrogant Lo Feng was because he was around Vivi and her father. The girl announced that the next lot was a glass vase and the starting price was 1,000 yuan. The green-haired man immediately raised his hand and offered 600,000. But the guy said it wasn't even worth 3,000. Mr. Bao is really rich and he's a very serious guy. The girl raised her hand up and began to count 600,000 several times, after which she said that it was sold. She turned to Mr. Bao and clapped her hands, exclaiming that she congratulated him. The gentleman began to approach the table and said that he wanted to say a few words. The protagonist listened attentively and watched what was happening. Mr. Bao was already on stage and preparing a speech. He said that it was common knowledge that anyone who participated in this charity auction had to bring an item to sell before they could enter. But there is one person in the hall who came without a contribution and did not even identify himself. The green-haired man said that this has really been happening at charity auctions for almost 10 years now. As they say, rules are made for everyone, so he wants to address this gentleman. He pointed his finger at him and asked him to get up. As it turned out, he pointed his finger at the main character, and everyone immediately turned in his direction. Luo Feng looked at this impudent man carefully, and his gaze was very serious. Vivi immediately stood up from the table and exclaimed that she had brought Luo Feng as their guest, and what exactly was the problem? The guy immediately grimaced and thought that it was a shame to have a woman defend him. He asked his niece not to be angry, and said that he knew that she had brought this man. But he was leading to the fact that he was not worthy of taking part in such an event. Luo Feng stood up from the table and told Mr. Bao that he was right, but he wanted to help the children of the highlands. How about he put something up for auction? The man replied that since he was not so hardened, he could naturally participate. But there were high-ranking officials and aristocrats everywhere, so he could not go back on his words. He also thinks that he should not use the Zheng family's funds to participate, because the Zheng family has already made their contribution. In addition, the price of his lot cannot be lower than his, and whether he dares to play by such rules, the son thought that his father is cool, and this time, Luo Feng will be ashamed. Vivi approached this gentleman and said that he was making the game difficult on purpose. But the main character asked the girl to trust him. She looked at him carefully, blushing a little, and decided to really trust the boy. Mr. Bao asked what he wanted to put up for auction and asked him to show it to them all. He thought for a moment and remembered that he could offer something and surprise everyone. Luo Feng immediately turned towards the hall and, taking a plate with some item in his hand, explained that he would sell it. The guys exclaimed that he was sick and he could have gotten out of this any other way. What kind of nonsense was this, and was it smart at all? The second exclaimed that he thought he was just an idiot, and if he were in his place, he would have run away and not embarrassed himself. Mr. Bao looked closely at the boy and asked if he was completely serious about doing this. Luo Feng replied that yes, He really wanted to auction the steamed bun. This steamed bun is not very popular among the public and it may not be very tasty. The guests around began to giggle, covering their mouths with their hands and looking askance at this boy. Mr. Bao exclaimed that Luo Feng was nothing but trouble and how dare he mock him. Meanwhile, two guards were already approaching the main character to remove him from there. Luo Feng asked them not to worry so much because he hadn't even started bargaining yet. Mr. Bao asked what he was doing and asked them to stop playing around. Vivi continued to watch the main character and became interested in what he would do next. Mr. Bao's son laughed maliciously and thought that Luo Feng was an idiot, and this time he should be ashamed in front of a bunch of rich people. The boy offered a whole million for it. Then one of the guys asked if there was at least one person willing to buy a bun for such a huge amount. Mr. Bao asked not to make him look like an idiot. If they don't get a million, he'll fire them all. When a man appeared in front of them, Mr. Bao was very surprised. In front of them stood the president of the Yizhen Liao Heitu Corporation. Then the guy asked him if he thought he couldn't afford one measly million. Mr. Bao said that he didn't dare, because everyone knew that for him this was just a drop in the ocean. He thought to himself, why is Liao Yiran standing up for the protagonist, and this definitely complicates things? Luo Feng asked the girl to announce the lot and she immediately agreed. She went on stage and said that President Liao Yiran had bet $1 million. He asked if there were any more bets. The man replied that even if someone had money, no one would dare to compete with Heitu. Luo Feng was having a lot of fun behind the scenes, and this bun was definitely unlucky. When all the talking was over, the hammer struck and the girl exclaimed that the lot was sold. She held out the plate with the bun towards the man and asked him to receive his prize. When he started biting this bun, he also got really angry. He asked what kind of nasty stuff this bun was made of, and it was just awful. Its taste would haunt him all day. He's an idiot and knows who's behind Luo Feng. Why did he challenge him? Let him go and let this shame haunt him? Mr. Bao told Mr. Liao that he would deal with the boy and that he would have something to do at home. Luo Feng walked up to the guy and thanked him for his support, calling him a friend. Liao laughed and exclaimed that he was always happy to help. His problems were his problems too. The main character said that in this case he would not bother him any further and asked him to enjoy his meal. Mr. Liao wished the boy a good evening. Zhou asked the student Luo Feng how he could have known that he would come to his aid. The boy explained that he had met him at the entrance, and that it was a lucky coincidence. They had been on good terms before, and he knew that he would not refuse to help him. Vivi called the boy a big show-off, and they continued sitting at the table. Meanwhile, a young man was sitting in the bar, sadly thinking about something. He held his glass in his hands and looked at it attentively with a very sad, mournful look. A man approached him and asked if he would mind having a drink with him, and the guy turned his head in his direction and asked what brought him here. But he asked the same question in response. It's not bullying, but their sister was taken away by a guy. It's been a while since she left for training and he's worried that something happened to her. Then the guy got angry and asked who took their little sister and how he could just sit there. He asked for the name of this scoundrel, and the guy answered that his name was Lo Feng and he went to the same school as his sister. Then the man silently turned to the main character and said that he was ready to die when he started pestering his sister. The guy who was in the huge room angrily squeezed the bottle. He exclaimed that it seemed like Xiaolu was still angry about the situation that happened a couple of days ago. It was because of Luo Feng that Ying Xiao got angry at Liu Xiao. Now everyone is in a terrible mood. Suddenly, some guy burst into the room and started talking about Liu Xiao and Luo Feng. But the boss kicked him and exclaimed that the last thing he wanted to hear was Luo Feng's name. He asked him what was the matter and asked him to speak immediately. The boy fell to his knees in front of him and told Liu Xiao that this man was going to come to school. When he asked again if the guy was really telling the truth, he immediately replied that their school was holding an English-speaking competition. He saw Luo Feng on the list of registered participants, and it was definitely him. The boy got even more angry and exclaimed that he was very happy, and since he was acting like an invincible dragon, then he wanted to see what he was capable of. He will immediately take care of this matter and wants him to fail the competition, be disgraced, and feel real pain. Meanwhile, the yellow taxi car was already driving along the road, approaching its destination very quickly. Lo Feng arrived where he wanted to go. The oral competition is held at the University of Science and Technology. The protagonist decided that he needed to ask where the hall he was looking for was. He headed towards the room and suddenly some girl crashed into him. He immediately extended his hand to her and grabbed it. Asking the beauty to be careful, she immediately recoiled and, blushing a little, exclaimed that of course. After that, she pulled her hand away and called him a pervert. She asked why he was groping her. Then, the protagonist replied that it would be better to let her fall. She crossed her arms over her chest and said that there were so many geniuses around that she didn't expect to meet a pervert here, and asked what school he was from. The boys recognized Luo Feng from Chi-Ching University and said that he was hard to recognize. How could he not be ashamed to come to their school and grope their girls? Luo Feng exclaimed that this was all some kind of mistake. Two more guys came up to them and asked if he was Luo Feng. He had completely lost his shame, pestering a lady from the Liang family in broad daylight. The girl approached her little brother and, holding on to him, said through tears that she felt he was treating her unfairly, like with those other girls. The main character, looking at these scoundrels, realized that they were playing a foul game. The guy looked angrily at the main character and shouted for him to apologize quickly. There were other fighters standing around him. The stranger angrily shouted at the boy to get down on his knees quickly. He promised that Lo Feng would not get into the competition if he did not apologize. The main character stood and thought, and realized that the situation had become very confusing. If he did not hurry, he would miss the competition. A girl with pink hair appeared from the side. All the school children looked at her with surprise and admiration. The girl with long pink hair looked at the main character with a smile. The main character was surprised to recognize the song girl in front of him. He excitedly called her by name. The partner winked slyly at the guy. She told him to leave all the problems to her. Song pointed her finger sternly at the stranger and sternly asked her if the main character had really been hitting on her. The student said in a capricious voice that Lo had deliberately cut into her when he saw how attractive she was. Song sternly informed her surprised partner that the main character would never have looked at a girl like her. Song explained to the schoolgirl in an angry voice that Lo Feng was already taken and would never cheat for her. The stranger was amazed when she realized that the main character had a girlfriend. Lo stood silently next to his girlfriend. The schoolchildren looked at the departing protagonist with admiration. The stranger shouted that Song was one of the coolest girls at Ching Song School. She explained to her companion in a joyful voice that the situation had been resolved. The student was unhappy. He clenched his fist and shouted that all this happened because of that damn girl. The guy next to him said in a thoughtful voice that they needed to come up with something new. Song pointed her finger sternly at the stranger. She told her that her boyfriend was very popular at school. The frightened student looked angrily and silently at her partner. Song asked the main character on the go if he was joking. Lo Feng slyly answered his girlfriend that he was just fooling around. The student ran after the main character. He shouted on the run that Lo had insulted him. She called out to him from behind in fear. The student ran up to the main character from behind and prepared to hit him with all his might. The main character turned around sharply and hit the attacking guy with a very powerful kick. Lo calmly told his girlfriend to wait for him for a minute. The girl frightenedly agreed with him. A whole group of fighters suddenly rushed at the main character. The boss commanded his subordinates to run to the Lo. The main character began to fight off the attackers with sharp and powerful kicks. Lo, with professional and powerful blows, scattered the fighters who were attacking him. The very badly beaten boss sat and trembled. He looked at the main character with fear. The main character looked angrily at his beaten opponent. He told him that he was in a hurry for the competition and that he should wait for him here. She told the main character on the go that he was much cooler than she had heard in the local gossip. Lo answered his companion that anything was possible. A frightened and beaten fighter looked after them. Xiao sat in the classroom and laughed loudly to himself. He decided that the main character was almost finished. The guy threatened that if someone offended his girlfriend Liu Yuqin, then such a person would end badly. Two beaten fighters entered their boss Liu Xiao's office and called him by name in fear. Xiao got angry when he looked at his beaten subordinates. He angrily asked them how they failed the whole plan. The subordinate told the boss that the main character turned out to be very cool and their strategy did not work. The boss was very angry because he could not match the strength of the main character. Xiao hit one fighter on the head with all his might. He sternly reminded him that he should not mention the main character in his presence. The boss shouted at the frightened fighters to get out of here quickly. Xiao gritted his teeth in anger. He decided to continue fighting against the protagonist until victory. Song performed on stage. She told the audience that English helps them all understand the world better. The girl said during her speech that English helps to communicate with the world because no one else can. The judge at the table told the girl that she had a strong accent. The woman held up a sign with a 7 on it. She told the girl that she didn't have enough ability to get a high score. Song went backstage. She told the main character that she would support him. The guy answered his partner that he would try for her. The girl shouted goodbye to the main character that she wished him luck. Lo jumped out onto the stage. The host announced the performance of the main character. The guy stood next to the podium. The judges were waiting for his performance. Lo, in a calm voice from the podium, told the judges that the title of his poem would be I Have Dream. The judge told the contestant in a thoughtful voice that he could begin. He was surprised by the fact that the guy had chosen such a difficult verse. The main character began his performance. It was as if a bright glow was spreading around him on the stage. The judges were very impressed by the guy's performance. They didn't understand what was going on in front of them. The judges couldn't understand where the guy got such a clear pronunciation from. The director said, in an excited voice, that she heard the voice of 1,000 angels. The main character continued to perform on stage. People in the hall looked at him in amazement. She watched the main character from the side. She understood why he was able to interest that girl. Song looked at her friend with admiration. He became very nice to her. Lo bowed to the guests and judges on stage. He thanked them for everything. The people in the audience were amazed. They shouted that the performance was wonderful and touching. The woman clapped her hands at the guy with joy and admiration. She shouted that he performed perfectly. The main character went backstage. He said in a sly voice that this time he tried. The main character looked at his classmate Cow Song and shouted in a joyful voice that all this happened only thanks to her. She clapped her hands slyly. She shouted at the guy to invite her to dinner. It had to be fair. The man on the side asked Miss Jean what she would say about the main character. The woman grabbed the seal. She said that the guy's talent does not require extra words. Miss Jean put her stamp on the document. Lo passed the test completely. The girl looked at the tall building with admiration. She asked the main character with surprise why he invited her to such an expensive restaurant. Lo looked at the restaurant building with joy. He told the girl that he just wanted to thank her. The main character glanced happily at the building from the side. He realized that in this place he wouldn't have to pay for dinner. The waitress approached the customers from the side and asked what they wanted to order. Luo turned around and looked at the waitress in surprise. He was very surprised to recognize his friend Jingmei. The employee told the guy with a smile that she worked there thanks to her cousin. She got the position of manager in this place. Song looked at her friend in surprise and said that he had many acquaintances everywhere. A girl with blue hair came up from the side. She happily greeted the guy and his girlfriend. The surprised protagonist looked at the two girls in front of him in amazement. The main character jumped to his feet in surprise. Near the table, she explained to him that they saw a restaurant that had recently opened and decided to drop in. The girl came up and greeted Song happily. Surprised, Song greeted Liu Zheng back. The main character shouted to the girls in an excited voice that this was all a big coincidence. The boy came to the restaurant with his sister. He told her in an excited voice that he had bought a hotel opposite her drugstore. He wanted to show her the lobby. The client in glasses was very surprised when she saw the main character standing in front of her. The boy stopped. He approached Luo in surprise and asked sternly how he knew that he would bring his sister. The main character asked Jian Xiaoxiayue with excitement how he was feeling. The boy was surprised when he saw a bunch of girls next to the main character. They also looked at him with surprise. Zhang winked slyly at the guy and said that he had gathered a lot of girls around him. At this moment, the main character's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and looked at it carefully. A friend asked the main character on the phone if he would have time to drink today. Lo was delighted. He answered his partner on the phone in a joyful voice that he would be there soon. Lo smiled happily at the boy and told him not to get bored. He left all the girls to him. The main character suddenly broke away and ran to the side across the hall. He shouted to them that he would see them again. Jiang looked happily after the boy who was running away. He said that he wanted to be a man like Luo. The main character and his friends were standing near a table with a map. The guy said that today at 8 o'clock would be the best time to act. Lo Feng looked sternly at his colleagues and said that they were getting ready and leaving today. The man looked angrily ahead and shouted that everything would happen today. The man stood near the door and held a bag in his hands. He shouted that he would avenge his mother today. The fighter was thinking about something of his own. An angry grimace appeared on his face. The protagonist stood with his accomplices near the building of a construction company late in the evening. The man said that the working day was already over. Only the main staff remained. Another fighter said that if the Black Fox gang is the right hand of Zhang Tihuang, then this construction company is the left. The main character told his colleague that as soon as he got inside, he would definitely save everyone. The angry boss inside the building shouted to the fighters that this time they would get the territory of the orphanage. The leader explained to the fighters in a stern voice that the excavator was outside. If something went wrong, he would twist their heads off. The fighters were very happy. They started waving their hands and shouting that they would destroy the enemy. The bald fighter shouted in a dissatisfied voice that the main character was very arrogant last time. Now they will see what Lo can do this time. The bald bandit ran forward to the door. He shouted that he would do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, the door flew to the side from a powerful blow. The fighter was thrown far back. The bandits stood and watched in surprise as the body of their accomplice flew towards them. The main character entered the room with his companions. He slyly asked the bandit if they had made it in time for dinner. The boss looked at the guy angrily. He didn't expect him to come here beaten. The man demanded that the leader release his wife and children. Lo looked sternly at the bandit. He shouted that he would not spare those who were engaged in vile blackmail. The boss looked at the main character in surprise and said that he had simply come to save his own. The leader sternly asked the main character if he knew how many people he had. The boss pointed his finger at the main character and said in an angry voice that there were only 3 of them, and they couldn't scare anyone. An unfamiliar fighter appeared in the doorway. The bandits looked at him in surprise. The warrior sternly told the boss that there were only 4 of them now. The protagonist asked Dare in surprise why he was here. The fighter told his friends that he was an ordinary guy, but he was ready to fight for his mother. Lo praised his friend. An excited man stood nearby. The man happily hugged the guy. He shouted cheerfully at him that he was proud of him. The bandit swung the bat and rushed forward at the fighter. He shouted to him that he would soon see his family. The main character hit the bandit with all his might and shouted that he had ruined an important moment for him. The boss waved his hand angrily and shouted to his accomplices to run forward against the enemies. The main character stood calmly and watched as a bunch of bandits ran towards him. Lo Feng swung with all his might and with a powerful kick knocked the bandits away from him. The main character waved his arms and legs in all directions. He scattered the fighters in all directions. Lo Feng swung his leg wide. He finished off the fighter who ran up to him with a powerful blow. The man frightenedly told the main character to be careful with the bandits. The bandit, after a powerful blow, flew to the side straight in the direction of his boss. The leader turned around in fear and shouted that he was being pushed back. He decided to get away as quickly as possible. Lo Feng looked at the bandits and asked them angrily, "Where are the hostages?" One of the fighters said that the hostages were in the farthest room. The main character turned angrily to the side. He prepared to go and save the hostages. The main character broke into the door with all his might, inside which were hostages. The bandit took a fighting stance and prepared to fight back. The boss looked angrily at the hostages. He shouted at them that no one would save them since he blocked the passage. The woman with her mouth tied looked at the bandit with anger and hatred. She wanted to shout something at him. The frightened girl with her mouth tied wanted to shout something to the bandit. Suddenly, a very bright explosion was heard behind the bandit. Fire flew around him. The frightened boss turned around and saw the main character standing in front of him at the door. The main character told the bandit in an angry voice that his company had very weak walls. A fighter ran into the room and began to scatter the bandits with powerful blows. The man was holding one of the fighters by the clothes. He asked the fighter with concern, how was he feeling? The man swung his hand and hit one of the bandits on the head with all his might. The fighter rushed forward against the bandit. He shouted to the surprised Thane that he would cover him. A whole herd of bandits rushed forward towards the main character and his friends. The beaten boss shouted in fear to his subordinates to stop. The bandits looked ahead in fear. The main character held the boss by his clothes. The boss shouted in fear to his subordinates to stop. The delighted and liberated woman ran to her husband, Kung Ge. The daughter threw herself on her father's neck. The beaten leader lay on the ground. The main character looked at the lying boss, Zhang, and said that he should pay for his actions. He needed to be taken to the police. The bandits suddenly jumped up and threw down their weapons. They prepared to run away. The boss looked angrily at his subordinates. He shouted that they were traitors and stupid animals. Lo Feng walked up and angrily told the leader that his subordinates would get what they deserved. The protagonist told his friends that they were wounded and should not get involved in the showdown with Tihun. He promised to punish the boss himself. The beaten man told the protagonist in a frightened voice that he would follow him. He knew where the boss's secret room was. The woman worriedly told her husband, named Kung Ge, that the main character could handle everything himself. She called him to leave with them. The daughter, frightened, asked her father not to leave them again. Kun looked at the girl and said that he had done many bad things before. Now he wanted to do at least one good thing. The man hugged the woman and her daughter. He wanted to leave with them and not know any problems. The main character stood to the side. He silently looked at his friend with his family. Kun told his friend Ton that he trusted his loved ones to him. The fighter promised the man that they would take care of his family. Inside the building, Tai Hong boss said in a happy voice that he would finally meet the protagonist. He asked his subordinates, "Are they well prepared?" The fighters with glowing green eyes nodded approvingly to their boss. The boss said in a stern voice that they now had to wait until Lo Feng came to them himself. The main character and his friend were standing near the building in the evening. Kun told the guy with excitement that there was not a single guard around. This meant that the bandits were waiting for them inside. Lo headed inside the house. He told his surprised friend to wait for him outside and only then come in. Kun looked after the main character with surprise. He was surprised by this guy. The main character opened the door and went inside the room. They were already waiting for him inside. The stranger looked at his guest with interest and clapped his hands. The main character looked at the unfamiliar bandit with displeasure and asked who he was. The masked boss told the guy in an evil voice that he had to pay for breaking up his gang of black foxes. The main character angrily told the leader that he himself allowed this to happen and that he himself was not to blame for anything. The dissatisfied boss sternly demanded that the surprised guy tell him the truth. The main character suddenly jumped to the side and somersaulted to protect himself from the bandits' attack. Lo turned around with displeasure. He realized that he was being attacked by soldiers with nooses. The masked boss sternly told the guy that even if he was strong, he shouldn't hope to get out. There was a group of bandits standing around the main character. He looked at them carefully. The leader told the guy in a stern voice that he had to die right there. One of the bandits rushed forward to attack the guy. Other fighters ran up from the opposite side. The protagonist dodged sharply downwards. A sharp blade flew over him from above. Lo Feng jumped to his feet. He prepared to continue fighting off the bandits. The guy looked around carefully. He realized that the bandits were blocking his path with their weapons everywhere. The masked leader told the guy sternly that he had prepared for his arrival. The main character looked angrily at the stranger and shouted that he had never even dreamed of such a thing. The angry chieftain stood on the balcony above. He shouted at his subordinates to finish the guy off and use the cycle of death on him. The fighters jumped up. They surrounded the main character from all sides with bright red lightning. Lo smiled at the bandits and said that it was very stupid to use such a weapon against him. The masked bandits rushed at the guy and used bright fire against him. The boss looked at the boy with displeasure. He shouted at him that he was just a pathetic child. The leader took a closer look and noted with displeasure that the main character was alive and standing on his feet. Lo was holding the broken knives in his hands. He shouted that they would be very useful to him. Now he was armed. It was useless to go against him with such a weapon. Several bandits with blades prepared to attack the guy. He turned around and shouted that they could come. The main character deflected the knives flying at him from all sides with powerful blows. The leader was surprised when he saw that the guy had defeated all of his mercenaries with one blow. Lo threw the knives on the ground. He said they weren't made for killing. They were meant for the kitchen. Lo Feng rushed forward at the leader and shouted that he wanted to rip off his mask and see his face. The stranger grabbed his mask with his hand. The boss suddenly ran forward towards the main character and hit him on the head with all his might. After being attacked by his opponent, Lo suddenly jumped back and pressed his hand into the ground. The main character reached his hand to his face and looked angrily at the boss. The stranger reached his hand to his face and began to remove the mask. The man took off his mask and laughed evilly. He explained to the main character that he was a black fox. Lo Feng looked at the boss silently and displeasedly. He didn't say anything to him. The main character told the surprised man that they didn't know each other. The boss angrily shouted at the guy that he was making fun of him. Kun ran into the room. He shouted to the main character that the boss is Zhang Tiehong. Luo joyfully shouted that everything matches. The merchant and the leader of the dark organization are the same person. The main character looked angrily at the boss and threatened that he would be sentenced to several years in prison. Zhang shouted in an ominous voice to his opponents that he would emerge victorious today. Suddenly there was a sound of broken windows. Fighters with weapons appeared from them. The main character and Kunya turned around in fear and saw armed people. The boss lifted his head up and put his hands on it. He laughed very evilly. Zhang looked down from above at his subordinates and shouted for them to shoot everyone. Kun was scared. He looked around carefully and saw a huge number of armed people. The man looked around with his one eye in fear. He shouted to the main character that they were finished. The main character smiled slyly. He looked closely at the weapons in the hands of the fighters. Dissatisfied, Zhang began to look around. He did not understand why his men did not shoot. The angry boss slammed his hand on the table. He demanded that his fighters start shooting. The main character angrily answered the leader that he cannot give orders to his subordinates. Suddenly, the fighters pointed their guns at the boss. Lo Feng glared at the boss and said that he was one step ahead of him. A frightened Zhang turned around and asked the fighters in a trembling voice what they were planning. The commander appeared from the side. He shouted to the boss that he was surrounded by his best snipers. The protagonist listened attentively to the commander. The man shouted to the leader that he had another criminal case hanging on him. Zhang got scared when he realized that he had lost. The man was very scared. He screamed in a breaking voice that this couldn't be. The commander sternly pointed at Zhang with his hand and demanded that he not show senseless resistance. The boss angrily shouted at the soldiers to try to grab him. He picked up the remote control with the red button. The man pressed the red button on the remote control in his hand. He ran into the side door and shouted at the soldiers to keep up with him. The main character shouted in surprise that there was a secret passage in the wall. The commander ordered his subordinates to run after the bandit. Lo Feng put his hand on the commander's shoulder. He said in a stern voice that the boss is always full of surprises and has planned everything. Lo turned around and shouted to Kun to take Captain Pina to the secret room. The man ran to the side and pointed the direction to the commander. The fighters ran towards the door. The commander watched them closely from the side. Lo told the commander that Wang Kun was a good guy, but he had done a lot of bad things that he could go to prison for. Wang could be of great use in this matter. Pen told the guy that he knew what was right. The protagonist arrived at the police station. He told the police that they had not been able to catch Zhang. The man told the protagonist that they now had enough evidence to eradicate the Tihuna gang. It could be considered that half of the revenge had already been accomplished. The guy happily replied to his partner that he would take on the execution of the remaining half of the revenge. The main character happily put his hands on the guy's shoulders. He promised him that he would make him strong. The main character woke up in the morning and went outside. The sun was shining brightly around. He didn't get enough sleep. He stretched and happily told himself that today was Saturday. Lo turned around carefully and noticed a girl standing next to him. She looked at him carefully. Lo. He approached his girlfriend and asked with interest, "Is she really moving?" The partner explained to the guy that she ran away yesterday and today she is leaving. The girl asked the main character, "Is he really happy?" The guy told the girl with great emotion that he was very sorry. They were never normal neighbors. She slyly promised the guy that she would go to her city and come back. Lo was very unhappy when he heard from his partner that she was still planning to return. The girl was unhappy because the main character didn't want to see her anymore. Lo turned away and prepared to run away. He shouted to the girl that he needed to go to the toilet. She looked after the main character. She told herself that she would come back again to give him a slap. The main character abruptly opened the door to enter the room. He saw his girlfriend sleeping on the bed. Lo handed the girl a blanket and said that it was uncomfortable for her to sleep on the sofa. She jumped up very sharply from her seat and hugged the surprised guy. Lo, he stood in the arms of a girl. He could not understand what was happening to him now. She thanked the main character with her eyes closed. He did not disappoint her. The main character was very surprised. He listed in his mind the name of teacher Jun, cousin, and Jian Lianmeng. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses. She looked ahead in amazement. The main character looked at his girlfriend with excitement and said that she was very close. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses. She swung her arm with all her might and hit the guy in the face with her hand. She handed a rag from behind and put it on the main character's bruised head. Lo said to his partner with displeasure that they had already been through this. The girl apologized and explained to the guy that she had dreamed of him. Lo turned his head to the girl in bewilderment. She told the guy that she had received a call from the organizer yesterday and learned about his highest score at the competition. She had been waiting for him and had fallen asleep. Lo happily waved his hands in front of his face. He shouted to the girl that he had promised her and done everything. The protagonist leaned back and thought deeply. He remembered yesterday's battle with the boss. Lo Wang thought and decided to himself that Zhang's strength was much greater than that of old man Kanmo. The boss had the skills of a martial artist. This had to be discussed with someone. The main character was running in a tracksuit through the forest on a clear, sunny day. The guy stopped in the middle of the forest and saw an unfamiliar girl standing in front of him. Lo looked at the stranger with interest. He decided that she would tell him the answer to his question. The stranger waved her arms in all directions. She used the leopard style of level 8 boxing. Lo turned away with his eyes closed and started waving his arms too. He thought to himself that he could improve the leopard style himself. The guy suddenly extended his hand to the side, and a bright red light emanated from it. The stranger looked at the guy with disapproval and sternly asked, What is he doing? He answered the girl with a smile that he decided to repeat her techniques and then accidentally hit the tree. The girl slyly told the guy that he could ask her to be his teacher. Lo answered his partner that he was not made for violence and murder. But he wanted to ask her something. The guy showed the girl the mask and asked if she was familiar with this thing. The stranger looked at the mask in the guy's hands with surprise. He had it, she asked. Where did he get this thing from? The main character told the girl in an innocent voice that he bought a mask at a stall near the park. The partner angrily demanded that the guy stop mumbling. The main character asked the girl if this was also related to Kanmo. The stranger examined the mask and said that this thing was definitely not from the Kanmo organization. The mask belongs to one of the organizations of the Seven Gates of the Abyss of Evil. Lo Feng asked the girl in surprise about the Seven Gates of the Abyss of Evil. The partner said in a thoughtful voice that the people from the organization represent 7 evil forces. The girl listed in detail to the guy all the types of evil forces within the organization. The girl came close to the guy. She asked him, "Where did he get the mask?" Luo told his partner that he found the mask yesterday during the police raid on Boss Zhang's nest. The stranger put her hand on the guy's shoulder. She said that he wouldn't dare go inside the boss's estate. Lo smiled and confirmed to the girl that he wouldn't dare go there. He was just interested in gossiping. The stranger told the boy that next week her uncle would be 80 years old. She invited him to go with him. Lo Feng looked at his partner with displeasure. He told her that he didn't want to go to any strange places. The girl happily shouted to the guy that he would be able to listen to a lot of gossip. Lo suggested that his partner arrange a meeting. The main character waved goodbye to the girl. He shouted that they would see each other again. The stranger stood and looked silently after the guy who had left for a long time. There were tables inside the banquet hall. There were a lot of people around. The guest with green hair was unhappy because the main character was late and did not answer the phone. Lo Feng sat outside on the edge of a large rock. He was troubled by the birthday banquet. He wanted to find a corner to learn some Chinese wushu fighting styles. A guy in a suit appeared from the side. He came out to greet the guests. The host smiled at the guests and thanked everyone who had flashed smiles in front of him today. The organizer thanked the guests for coming to congratulate his father on his birthday. A competition was to be held at the banquet. The finalist was to receive a generous gift from the boy's father. The organizer stood inside a huge area. There were many people around him. He officially announced the start of the tournament. The main character was sitting and watching him from above. The guy on stage shouted to the guests that the tournament had officially begun. Lo was sitting high up and watching everything. He thought that professional fighters didn't show up at such training camps. The fighter Ding Xiong appeared. He stretched his arms and shouted that he would hurt anyone who wanted to. A fighter named Wang Jiachen came up on stage. The host shouted that the contestants looked strong and that there should be a hot fight. The athletes were fighting each other in the arena. The main character stood above and said that it was boring for him to watch the guys fight. A fighter with red hair suddenly jumped out onto the arena from the side. He was ready to fight. The host shouted that Xinmen's elder brother, Huo Yan, had appeared. He was the first person on the Suiyuan pavilion list. Luo looked at the arena. He happily thought to himself that the fun was beginning. Both men clasped their hands and looked at their new opponent with anger and hatred. A bright glow appeared around Huo and the Red Dragon. He shouted to the opponents that they could begin. The man rushed forward at the fighter and swung his arm. He didn't like the way the fighter looked down on him. Huo closed his eyes and raised his hand above his head. He decided to attack his opponents with magic. The fighter jumped forward and knocked the 2 men away from him with the help of the Red Dragon. Lo stood above and watched the fight in the arena. He told himself that the snake style of fighting was much more flexible than the leopard style. Huo looked proudly at the men lying on the ground. He told them in an angry voice that they had not trained enough to show themselves properly in the ring. The fighter looked around slyly and angrily asked, "Are there people around who are stronger than his previous opponents?" None of the guests dared to fight against Huo. He was number 1. Huo looked around happily. He decided that there were no more rivals and he could be called the winner. A girl on a big cloak suddenly descended from the sky. She shouted to the fighter to wait a minute. The stranger shouted to the fighter that she wanted to challenge him. She had a skeleton painted on her cloak. The old man looked ahead in fear and pointed his finger at the cloak. He shouted that 7 enemies of the abyss had appeared here. It was the abyss of skeletons. Lo looked ahead slyly. He thought happily that an interesting show would soon begin. A participant from the 7 gates of the abyss of evil had arrived here. The stranger angrily told the people that they might have already been forgotten. She said that Jiang Zi was sending holiday greetings to old Jinyuman. People looked at the stranger from the side in surprise. Someone shouted that the 7 gates of the abyss of evil should have disappeared many years ago. The old man shouted at the stranger to get out quickly. He did not want to accept her congratulations. The girl got into a fighting stance. She told the fighters that they could have a little competition. Huo swung his arm and rushed at his rival. He shouted at her that he would stop her rage. The spectators shouted words of encouragement for the fighter. They wanted Huo to beat the girl. The demon must know that intimidation will end badly. Huo jumped up and started fighting against the stranger. She quickly dodged his blows. The warrior shouted at her opponent that he couldn't defeat her with such techniques. Hu got very angry. He shouted at the girl that she was very arrogant. The presenter looked slyly at the fighter and shouted that he had other tricks and he should win. The stranger looked at her opponent slyly and piercingly. She jumped up and prepared to kick him. The girl swung and hit her opponent with all her might with a powerful blow. Huo took a strong blow to his body. After that, evil spirits began to emanate from him. Huo, after a short battle, fell to the ground with a bang. A shocked old man stood behind him and looked on. The elder was very scared. He turned around and looked at the beaten fighter with concern. The old man turned around and looked angrily at the stranger. The girl slyly told Master Pinyu that she was ready to fight him. Lo watched the fight from above. He said that the appearance of the poor skeletons of Letov had greatly affected the tournament. The spectators below were in complete silence. Zhang jumped out from the side into the arena. She shouted at her opponent to hold back her horses. The warrior in glasses sternly demanded that the stranger stop showing off. Luo was very scared when he realized that Zhang had entered the arena. He knew that the unknown woman was much stronger than her. The stranger glanced at her opponent. She said that the local men were very lazy if they allowed such a beauty to fight in the ring. The male fighters understood that they would not be able to beat the stranger if even Huo Yan could not handle her. Zhang suddenly jumped up at her opponent, demanding that she start fighting. The main character watched the arena from above. It would have been hard for him to watch if his girlfriend had started getting beaten. Lo looked to the side and saw a black cape. At that moment, an idea came to his mind. The stranger swung her hand and a purple glow appeared near it. She shouted to her rival to be careful so as not to get hurt. The stranger attacked the girl with all her might with a bright lightning bolt. Zhang then flew to the side. Zhang fell to the side after being hit by her opponent. The main character flew up from the side to pick her up in his arms. A guy in a mask and a long cloak picked up the weakened Zhang in his arms. The girl looked very carefully at the main character. She recognized him. Lo sternly shouted at her not to say anything. The main character, with his girlfriend in his arms, landed on the ground after jumping. The guy stood on his feet. He turned to the audience and asked them for food. She watched him from behind in surprise. The master on the side watched the main character with surprise. The host looked at the arena. He said that Lo would be able to influence the situation. The main character stood in the ring. He offered his opponent to try playing. A dark aura appeared near the girl's hand. She angrily told her rival that he should first announce his name in front of her. The main character looked slyly at his rival and said that he had a very long name. After that, the guy jumped up and shouted that he was sleeping under the open sky on the 3rd street of Qianmen. The stranger glanced at the main character. She said that he had just saved his girlfriend, which meant he must be good at kung fu. Lo said in a cheerful voice that he was just passing by. The spectators around could not understand where the main character came from. He was not afraid of anything. The fan looked at the main character and said that he couldn't be stronger than Huo Yan. The girl swung her arms and prepared to launch a magical lightning bolt. She shouted at the guy that he himself wanted to die. The main character looked ahead in fear. The girl jumped up and tried to kick him. He dodged in time. The stranger was surprised that her opponent dodged. She jumped up and tried to hit him with her knee. Lo quickly dodged her blow. Lo thought to himself with excitement that the longer he evaded, the easier it would be for people to understand who he was. He needed to sort this out with the girl as soon as possible. The stranger looked at the guy angrily. She told him that he would die if he didn't start moving. The main character decided to do something. Red lightning started to flash near his hand. A huge, sparkling red magical monster appeared next to the guy. It was a Xinyiquan strike. The elder on the side was very shocked. He watched the protagonist with great excitement. The girl was surprised when she saw a bright fire in front of her. A red magical beast was rushing towards her. A bright flame hit the wall and a very loud explosion was heard. The girl jumped back in fright. The main character landed in the middle of a big hole in the wall after the attack. The audience was very surprised and someone shouted that the leopard fighting style is very powerful. The stranger stood in clouds of smoke. She decided to get out as quickly as possible. Her goal was achieved. The stranger jumped up and started to fly away. The main character decided that it was time for him to leave too. Suddenly, someone from the side extended a hand and stopped the main character. The host strictly demanded that he identify himself and tell where he learned such a technique. Luo answered his partner that he was just an unknown passerby. He advised him to check Huo Yan's condition. The presenter got scared. He turned to the side and looked with great excitement at the fighter near the wall. The main character ran away. The presenter ran up to the beaten fighter near the wall and started calling for a doctor. Jiang stood next to the body of the beaten warrior on the bed. She said that the demon's poison had not yet spread throughout the body. Therefore, the patient would need some time to come to his senses. The guy thanked the doctor for her help. He decided to send someone to get some medicine. Jiang turned to the side and looked thoughtfully in front of her. She realized that the protagonist had a powerful force. The master turned around and asked the guy with displeasure if they had established the identity of the beggar. The partner answered the old man that they had not found out. The old man said angrily that the stranger's leopard style was very good. The stranger had been taught by someone. The boy thought about it and remembered that the stranger looked very familiar. He looked like Luo Feng, the girl's classmate, Xian Yilan. The old man asked his partner about his classmate in surprise. The guy said that Luo always behaved strangely and little was known about him. The main character could secretly learn combat skills with the help of Chen. He came to the arena today to show off. The old man turned around abruptly. He wanted to teach the child a lesson. The main character stood near a large building late in the evening. He prepared to go inside. A girl with a big bag appeared from the side. She waved her hand and shouted that she was back. Lo turned around and asked his girlfriend with displeasure why she had returned so quickly. His partner told the guy that she had run away from her grandmother. The main character looked closely at his girlfriend and wished her good luck. She walked up to the guy. She looked at him slyly and said that she wanted to go on a date with him. Lo was standing next to his girlfriend under a street lamp late at night. He shouted that she was a pervert. His partner answered the guy that he was a pervert himself and that she noticed his glances at her. A lonely cat was sitting on the roof and was watching all of this from above. A group of 4 warriors stood on the roof of a building. Below them was a huge night city. The strangers in black clothes shouted to Yang Chen that they had arrived. The fighter said in a stern voice that they had to eliminate the one who dared to steal their sister. Inside the hotel, the protagonist was sitting at a table with friends. The man said that Zhang Tiehong was arrested at his relative's house. The main character couldn't believe that the boss could get caught so easily. Lo asked his partners out loud what happened next. The man said that boss came to the police station after his arrest and committed suicide. The fighter jumped up. He was unhappy that Zhang had gotten away with it so easily. The main character told his partners in a stern voice that all this was very strange. An investigation was needed. The captain told the guy that he would check everything personally. Kun was very helpful during the arrest, so he will get a not very strict sentence and will be released in a couple of years. Lo told his partner that after a few years behind bars, Lo could become a good person. A boy ran into the room. He greeted the main character at the table. Lo looked at the child and told him to join them if he was not busy. The boy looked slyly at the main character and asked him to help his sister at the pharmacy nearby. The protagonist agreed to go with the boy. He told him that Dr. Jiang was looking after him at the hospital. The main character and his companion entered the pharmacy building. They approached the girl. The guy thanked the girl for her help. Jiang replied to the client that all of this was her job. The boy looked around carefully. He told his sister that it was empty and there was not a single person around. Jiang closed her eyes and explained to her brother that the people around her were all healthy and did not need medical attention. The main character turned to the entrance and said that new patients would appear soon. An old man stood there with a guy. The master looked at the girl and congratulated her on the opening of the medical center. Next to him stood a guy with a basket of fruit. The worker thanked Mr. Pina. The guy handed her a basket with treats. The guest turned around and angrily asked the main character, "What is he doing here?" Lo demanded that his partner give him a reason why he couldn't be there. The old man sternly demanded that the guy Zinan not be rude. Zinan bowed and told the details of the main character's life. He said that this guy definitely disguised himself as a beggar in the ring. Lo was able to secretly learn Xinmen Kung Fu. The old man asked the boy, "Is he really a student of the ancient medical school?" Lo answered the master that he was just a university student. He came here to look around with his friends. The master got angry. He said that he heard from Zenon that the main character had gotten into fights many times. He sternly asked his partner, does he really have the skills of Shinmen Kung Fu? The main character said in a thoughtful voice that he knew nothing about Jinmen. Lo Feng thought slyly to himself. He thought that the fighting technique was very magnificent, and he would like to learn it. The old man looked slyly at the guy and said that he could introduce him to a special combat technique. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. He told the master that they could try it now. Zenon glared at the protagonist. He knew his father had a mastery level of 8 with a striking power of 1,000 pounds. Qian came over and told Mr. Ping Yu that her friend was just an ordinary guy and he wouldn't be able to beat him in a fight. Luo told his girlfriend not to worry about him. Pin smiled evilly. He told the guy that they would just practice and would not fight at full strength. The main character stood in a fighting stance. He asked Mr. Pinya to give him some advice. An image of a blue demon appeared above the old man. He decided to show the protagonist the great power of Shinmen. A bright lightning appeared near the master's hand. The main character looked at the old man attentively. There was a bright blue glow around the pin. The master looked at his opponent very angrily with a shining gaze. The main character was warming up before the fight. She asked the guy not to fight. She told him that Mr. Pin was twice as strong as him. Lo looked happily at the girl and said that their fight would be very interesting. Zhang turned around and looked at the protagonist with fear. She was worried about him. A girl with green hair got out of the car. She angrily told the main character that he had challenged the master himself. Lo stretched his arms. He asked his friend in a quiet voice, "Why was there a girl nearby?" The fighter explained to his friend that he was worried about him and called his girlfriend. The girl approached the old man from the side and asked him not to take the guy's words seriously. Ping looked at his partner with excitement and said that he would not refuse the fight. He promised to be merciful to the guy. A bright glow appeared near the protagonist's hands. He shouted that he just wanted to measure his strength with the master. Zenon looked angrily at the main character and shouted that he thought too much of himself. Lo stretched out his hand forward. He shouted at Mr. Pinyu to start fighting. The old man ran forward at full speed, angry. There was fire in his eyes. The main character was surprised to see the old man's hand stop near his face. He stopped his hand near the old man's body. Pin swung his hand to the side and a blue demonic snake appeared next to him. He wanted to show the main character his true skill. The protagonist turned to the side. He saw a bright glow inside the mouth of a predatory snake. Lo dodged to the side very quickly. The old man rushed past him. The girl on the side was very surprised when she realized that the guy had dodged the master's attack. Ping was surprised. He couldn't understand how the guy could be so much faster than him. Lo very cunningly and quickly dodged to the side. The old man was unable to hit him with his bright blow. The main character swung his arms. He sternly told the master that his pathetic snake would not be able to bite him. Pin looked sternly at the guy and shouted that he was very impudent. He decided to attack his opponent with the help of several demonic snakes. The protagonist dodged back sharply, and bright blue lightning flashed around him. Lo looked ahead in fear. The old man's snake style would not help him in any way in a fight against him. Ping sternly shouted at the guy not to rush to conclusions. He was not going to retreat. The main character called for help from a huge magical red predator. The old man was very scared. He saw a red predator in front of him. Lo attacked his opponent with a leopard against his predatory snake. Pin, after the attack from the guy, flew far to the side. The girl realized that the main character was the mysterious man in the ring. The boy ran up to the old man and asked his father with concern if everything was okay with him. Ping looked at the guy with displeasure. He shouted that Lo was not worthy of using such power. The main character looked slyly at the old man and said that he looked at him a lot. He had a good visual memory. Zenon turned to the side. He looked at his father with great excitement. The old man got very angry. Bright lightning appeared around him. He shouted to the main character that this was unforgivable. Frightened, she shouted from the side to the guy to be careful. The main character looked ahead with a piercing and attentive gaze. He prepared to continue fighting. Pin swung his arm wide and launched a very bright bolt of lightning at the main character. The guy closed his eyes and got into a fighting stance. He activated his magical skills. Lo summoned a bright red magical dragon. He used it to attack the master. A bright red explosion was heard near the old man. He stretched out his hand forward and activated lightning from it. The master was scared. He shouted excitedly that the guy had used a snake fist against him. The master could not fight back any longer. He put his hands forward and tried to hold back the attack of red energy. Pin raised his hands in front of himself in fear. He did not understand how this could be possible. The old man looked angrily at the main character. The guy hit him with all his might and the master flew backwards. The boy ran up to his father in fear and called him. A girl ran to the side and called Master Pina. Zinnen held the old man in his arms. He asked his father with concern if everything was all right with him. The main character said from the side in a cheerful voice that the master would lie around for a bit and would be as good as new. Pin looked at the guy in fear. He asked him in surprise how he was able to use the snake fist. The guy smiled slyly at the old man and said that he did all this thanks to him. Pin felt worse. He started coughing blood and wheezing. Lo turned away. He told his friends that they had to leave. The girl looked closely after the main character. The guy was able to defeat a powerful 8th level master. The girl looked at the guy leaving with bewilderment. She couldn't understand whether Lo Feng was her friend or enemy. The fighter got ready for training. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then the guy waved his hand forward and launched a blue lightning bolt from it. The fighter, with the help of a very powerful magical blow, was able to destroy the mountain in front of him. An excited servant ran up from the side with a letter. The soldier, without turning around, told the guest to give the letter to him. The master read the message carefully. He received an invitation to fight. The fighter looked ahead piercingly. He shouted that he would have to fight Lo Feng. The fighter threw the letter aside. He said that Master Xinyamen was struck by some disciple. It was not worth the attention of the 5 sects. The servant held the letter in his hands. He told the master that he would return it to Yang Chen. The boy turned around and asked his subordinate in surprise, "Did he really talk about Yang Chen?" The master waved his hand to the side. He shouted to the servant that he would definitely fight now. The subordinate bowed to his master and said that he understood. The guy looked carefully in front of him. He decided to check the information about Yang Chen. The old man held the letter in his hands. He told the main character in fear that the Xinyamen were calling all the heroes to deal with him. Lo calmly answered the old man that he would deal with it later. The partner worriedly explained to the guy that he did not understand the seriousness of the problem. The old man said with excitement that people from the 5 sects would also participate in the tournament. Their strength was beyond ordinary imagination. One must not be careless. The guy looked at his partner and calmly asked what he could offer. The man excitedly told the boy that he could lead an ancient medical school. As a result, he would be able to rise in the eyes of the 5 sects and confront them. The main character stood up from his seat. He told his partner with a smile that he had to go on an autumn hike tomorrow. They could see each other later. Lo waved his hand at the old man as he walked and shouted that he would participate when he returned. The elder excitedly told the girl that on the 15th they must do everything they had planned. Zhang replied that she understood everything. The main character was at home and taking a shower. He stood under streams of water and thought about something of his own. The main character recalled his last battle. He used the red demonic predator then. Lo decided to himself that the more people there were from the 9 sections and from the school of the 9 forces, the better. The guy decided to return after the autumn hike on time. Then he would have time to relax and learn martial arts. The main character was taking a shower. At that moment, a blue magic sign appeared on his body. The girl knocked on the door of the room. She suggested that the guy go with her tomorrow. She prepared a snack with him. She noticed that the bathroom door was open. She decided to look inside. The girl entered the room. She realized that the guy was in the shower. She decided to look around. She was surprised to notice some photograph on the table. It depicted some girl. The main character came out of the shower. He looked at the guest in his room with surprise. The guy was very worried. He decided to take advantage of the situation because the girl was in his room. Lo grabbed his girlfriend from behind. He slyly told her that she had decided to rob him. The girl dropped the photo in surprise. The main character stretched his hand forward in fear. He decided that the photograph would break. She was very scared. She closed her eyes and abruptly darted to the side. Lo managed to grab the frame in time. He angrily asked his partner why she was touching his things. The girl calmed down. She told the guy with tears in her eyes that he was very rude. The main character demanded that his girlfriend leave quickly. The girl ran out of the room. She shouted at the guy on the go that he was very cruel. The main character stood and looked at the girl's photo. He wanted to be with her. Lo Feng looked at the picture of his girlfriend on the table. He thought sadly to himself that if he could, he would return everything and would not be afraid of difficulties. The next day, the guy was riding inside a bus. His friends were inside. Lo sat in his seat. He decided that this trip had prepared a new test for him. 2 passengers were happily riding the bus in their seats and talking to each other. The boy on the side asked the main character, "Where is Qian?" She was supposed to go with them. Luo answered his partner that the girl was not feeling well. The main character remembered his girlfriend's words. Qian happily told him that she was sick and therefore would not go. Suddenly, she handed the main character some fruit and offered to try it. Luo tasted the delicacy from the girl. The passenger looked slyly at the guy and said that he should like it sweet. She cleaned the fruit for him. The main character smiled slyly at them and said that everything was very sweet for him. She laughed slyly in her place. The girl looked at the guy with great excitement. The main character was riding on a bus. There were many other passengers around him. The guy looked angrily at the main character from behind the chair. He wanted to take Zheng Wei's girl for himself. The girl stood near the computer inside the Xuanyuan sect building. She was looking for information about the main character. She found nothing about him. An old man came up from the side and asked his partner, "Is she checking people again?" The subordinate asked Mr. Feng excitedly if he had heard of Luo Feng before. The girl said that this guy has great strength, but the sect can't find any information about him. Feng said in a thoughtful voice that there was no information about the guy. He could have been involved in martial arts and belonged to the military. The girl looked closely at the computer. She saw a photo of the main character and Captain Pen. The worker thanked Mr. Feng and ran away. She decided to find out everything about the main character herself. A group of passengers were traveling in a carriage. One guy said that this train was more cramped than the previous one. We turned around and slyly asked the guy if he knew anything about entertainment in Xinfu village. Luo smiled and answered his girlfriend that he had never been to that village. The passenger looked slyly at the guy and said that he could walk with her. An unfamiliar guy came up from the side. He sternly told the main character not to waste Zheng Wei's time. Luo sternly demanded that the stranger answer the girl's question. The passenger angrily shouted that his name was Li Tian. The main character decided to ignore the strange guy. He asked his girlfriend for some fruit. Wei handed him the treat. Li Tian approached the girl and told her in a cunning voice that there was a dragon hiding in the pond of Xinfu village. It had a spiritual pearl inside it. He wanted to go there with her. Wei looked slyly at the guy and said that she was not interested at all. Luo turned around and asked the guy with interest, "Did he really mean the dragon's pearl?" Lai was surprised that his partner knew about the pearl. The boy shouted from his place in a joyful voice that Qian had already told them this story. She told the main character that she could take him to the dragon's pearl. Li shouted to the girl in a displeased voice that she had just told him that she was not interested in the pearl. The passenger told her friend what the guide had said. He said it was all just a rumor. The diving team found nothing. She asked the boy, "Do they really want to check this?" The partner happily shouted that the last word would be for Lo Feng. Lo looked at his phone. He said in a thoughtful voice that it manifests itself, if necessary. Li turned around with displeasure and asked the main character how he dared to refuse the girl. Wei turned around and demanded that the guy be quiet. The main character was busy. Li put his hands on his head in displeasure. Li stepped aside discontentedly. He very sadly decided to himself that he had lost. The main character was texting his subordinate. He wrote to him that he would arrive in half an hour. The passengers arrived at a large building. They looked at it with admiration. The owner of the house offered the guests to stay there at a low price. Lo walked carefully near the building and looked around. He heard as if someone called him. The protagonist heard someone call him boss from the side. He turned to the side. There were two guys standing to the side. One of them happily waved his hand in greeting. The main character commanded his companion Daeru to take his luggage. The boy answered the guy that he would do everything. The guy from the side ran up to the main character with his hands raised. He shouted joyfully that they finally met. Lo Feng swung his arm and hit the guy who ran up to him in the face with a powerful blow with all his might. The fighter fell to the ground after the blow. He asked the boss to be gentle with him. Dare stood to the side and watched everything closely. Another hooded fighter rushed forward. He shouted at the protagonist for daring to hit his man. The main character angrily shouted at his opponent that he would beat him up too. Lo and his opponent looked at each other very angrily and silently. The main character swung his hand and a bright lightning bolt came out of it. He prepared to attack. The fighter ducked very quickly. He folded his hands in prayer and shouted to the boss that it was his mistake. The main character stopped attacking his opponent. He looked at him attentively and with interest. The fighter took off his hood. He told the protagonist that he needed to make sure it was him. Lo Feng extended his hand forward to his friend and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character shouted to the fighter in a joyful voice that he had gotten very fat. Lo Feng turned around and in a joyful voice suggested that his friends go and talk somewhere else. Da Er-hee stood aside with the girl. They carefully watched everything that was happening. The main character and his companions went inside the cafe. They sat at a table. The beaten fighter put his hand on his boss's shoulder in fear. He told the guy to look at his beautiful face. Lo grumpily reminded his partner that he was supposed to keep everything a secret. The friend raised his glass and with a smile suggested that the main character forget about everything and start drinking. The customers happily banged their mugs of beer together and started drinking them. The guy put his mug on the table and said that he had already forgotten how many years had passed. The fighter remembered asking the boss to give them a sign. They were all ready. The main character told his friends that there was no need to discuss the past. They should continue living and enjoying the world. The fighter put his hand to his head. He said in a dissatisfied voice that you can't just take and leave the past. The main character asked his partner how things were with the Dragon Ball. The friend excitedly told the guy that they had explored everything underwater but had found nothing interesting. They had seen the reflections of underwater rocks. The protagonist looked at his friend silently. He decided that he needed to check everything personally. The main character was sitting at the table and thinking about something of his own. His friends were already drunk and dozing. Lo left the restaurant. At that time, she was watching him from around the corner. She didn't understand where he went alone without friends. She looked around carefully. She didn't understand where the guy had gone. The main character came to the river. There was no one around. He decided that the right place was here. Lo looked thoughtfully into the water. After he arrived at the village, he immediately felt something strange. The guy suddenly saw some movement inside the pond. He jumped back in fear. Suddenly, a huge blue monster appeared from the water. The guy jumped sharply to the side. Lo Feng looked ahead happily and said that the right place was indeed here. The guy decided to look for the treasure in the water himself. He undressed and jumped into the cold water. He dived into the depths and looked around carefully. The main character looked around carefully under the water. He saw nothing and decided to return to this place tomorrow with equipment. The main character looked down carefully in the water below him. He saw a very bright glow there. Suddenly, some kind of beam came from the depths of the water and hit the body of the surprised guy. The main character felt as if he was caught in fire. He could no longer breathe. Lo could not move any further. He remained in the water. Fish were swimming above him. The girl walked along the shore. She looked into the clear water and decided to return here together with the main character. She very realistically imagined that the main character extended his hand to her. The girl stood on the shore. She decided to apologize to the main character for the frame. She turned around in surprise and saw a guy lying down. She got scared and decided that he had drowned. The girl swam up to the main character in the water. She called his name in fear. She swam up to the guy and hugged him. She asked him in fear to come to his senses. A bright glow appeared on the guy's back on his magical blue pattern. She continued to hug the protagonist. The glow on his back disappeared. Frightened, she pulled the main character out of the water. She tried to bring him to life and pressed on his chest. She looked at the guy carefully. She realized that she had to give him artificial respiration to save him. Lo was very scared and opened his eyes. He could not understand where he was. The guy found himself in a parallel reality. He saw a red glow and the name of various skills in front of him. The main character looked ahead in surprise and did not understand what he saw. Lo suddenly saw a very bright glow in front of him. It seemed to blind him. Lo came to his senses and looked carefully in front of him. He realized that it was she in front of him. The main character found himself squeezed in the girl's chest. She felt embarrassed. She called the guy a scoundrel with a loud scream. She threw him aside with her hand. The main character came to his senses and began to cough. Water was coming out from inside him. Lo Feng turned around in shock and looked at the girl carefully. She didn't understand why the guy was staring at her like that. The main character looked closely at the girl's chest. She felt very embarrassed. She angrily shouted at the guy that he was an idiot. She turned around and ran quickly to the side. Lo didn't understand why the girl ran away. He just wanted to ask her how she ended up here. The girl was rushing forward at full speed. She was upset and did not understand how this could happen. She remembered how her relative warned her to be careful of men. He demanded that she be careful. The relative strictly told his partner that if someone touched her intimate parts, then such a person should be killed. The girl was scared. She didn't know what to do with the main character now. The main character thoughtfully recalled the monsters from the water. He did not understand what it was. The guy remembered the mysterious space where he was. He wanted to go into it again. Lo sat on the riverbank and meditated deeply. Energy moved in his body. Gradually, the energy penetrated deeper and deeper into the guy's body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The main character found himself in a parallel space. He got there thanks to the pearl. He saw the names of different martial arts in front of him. Lo stretched out his hand. He wanted to activate the void. With its help, it was possible to return the dead. The guy decided to resurrect his girlfriend to see her again. The main character looked up and saw some book flying above him. These were secret inner powers. Luo opened the book and began to study it carefully. He decided to try the purple Qidong for himself. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared in front of the guy. For him, it was all great. He was sitting in a meditative pose. There was fire on his hands. Luo clenched his fist with all his might. He couldn't learn all the skills completely. He wouldn't be able to practice the inner power of Kung Fu. The main character waved his hands and a bright glow appeared around him. He decided to get the necessary information at the meeting of the heroes. Lo met his friends in an alley. They decided to tell him something. The fighter handed the main character a flash drive with information. He checked the right number. Lo took the flash drive in his hands and confidently told his friend that he understood everything. The fighter smiled happily at his boss and told him to contact him if he needed their help. The main character promised his surprised friend that they would soon fight together again. The subordinates clenched their fists. They joyfully shouted that their boss had decided to deal with the Xuanyuan sect. Lo calmed his friends down and explained to them that he was talking about something completely different. The fighter sternly promised the boss that he would follow him in any case. The main character went to the side. He decided to come back first and then contact his friends. The guys happily shouted after the boss that they understood him. Lo thought about it and decided that there must come a day when they will destroy everyone who was. Then they will learn the truth about the event on the rock a year ago. Lo Feng very realistically remembered how the girl was falling somewhere down, and he extended his hand to her. The guests were gathering near the bus to leave. Someone shouted that he still hadn't been able to see the dragon's pearl. Young people were wandering on the green lawn near the bus. Someone shouted that it was warm here and everything around was green. She was watching the guy from the side. Lo turned around and asked Wei with displeasure why she was looking at him. The girl on the side said in a sly voice that Wei wanted to ask the main character where he went during the trip. She couldn't find him, and she was lonely. Wei angrily rushed at her friend and shouted at Ta not to make anything up. Lo looked slyly at the girl. He told her to come to him. He wanted to tell her something. Wei became worried and decided to approach her friend. She realized that he wanted to talk to her about something in person. The frightened girl stood near the wall. The main character told her that he found out about the problems of the Haitian corporation. Wei reached out her hand in surprise to take the flash drive. She asked the guy, "Did he really do it that quickly?" The main character turned to leave. He said goodbye to the girl and said that she could contact him if she had any questions. Wei happily answered her friend that she agreed. She realized that the guy had kept his promise. The main character entered a luxurious hotel room. A boy approached him from the side. The main character thought about the guest in room 206. He turned around and asked the boy what had happened. The child looked at Lo happily and shouted that he had finally returned. The boy told his partner that there was a strange guest sitting inside the hotel room. He never left the room, but ordered food delivery every day. This dangerous person could be doing something illegal. The main character walked along the corridor with his companion. He thoughtfully said that there are many dangers in this world. A person pays taxes and is not touched. A child told the guy that something could have happened inside the room. The main character slyly promised the boy that he would sort everything out here. The child thanked the guy for being there. The old man stood near the corner. He told the main character that he had finally returned. The master told the boy to follow him to the abode of the ancient medical school. There he would take the place of the head. Lo walked past the very surprised elder and told him on the go that he was busy. The master rushed to the guy and grabbed him by the leg. He demanded that the main character quickly take his place. Lo answered the old man with displeasure that they would talk about the post of head later. The man handed the main character a small book and shouted for him to take it. Luo held a book with the skills of Tian Shen tactics in his hands. He told himself that the old man wanted to make him the leader. The guy walked into the room. He couldn't imagine what tactics would be better for him. She greeted the guy happily. Luo thought with displeasure that Song Dayan returned first. He decided that the girl might have a hidden knife and he needed to run. She smiled happily at the guy. She asked him to go on a date. Song walked happily and held a lollipop in her hands. The main character looked at her from behind with displeasure. The guy slyly asked his girlfriend, Is she still mad at him? Song turned around with displeasure and looked at the guy. The main character was afraid that he could anger the girl. After a short pause, the girl with the lollipop told the guy that she forgives him. The main character and his girlfriend were standing on the bridge. The girl asked her friend if the woman in the photo was important to him. Song told the guy in a sly voice that she envied him because he treasured the photograph. Bright fireworks appeared in the sky. The girl told the guy that her real name was Song Chuyun. She was from the village of Dongnan Miao. The main character was very surprised when he heard that his girlfriend's name was Song Chuyun. The protagonist looked piercingly ahead. He thought about the girl's name, Song Chuyun. A couple of hours ago, a stranger approached the main character from behind. He asked him in surprise if he really studied here. Luo turned around and asked his partner who he was. The guy said that his name was Song Ban. He was looking for his sister Song Chuyun and decided to ask the main character about her. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully. He told Ban that he was not familiar with his sister. The guy told his partner that they had been looking for his sister and brothers for a couple of days. The school was closed during school trips, so they were just waiting for her to come back. Lo told his partner that classes would start tomorrow and he would look for the girl. Ban thanked the main character at parting and asked his name. Lo shouted to his partner on the go that his name was Lo Feng. The main character asked his girlfriend in surprise, "Is she really Song Ban's sister?" The girl turned around in surprise and asked the guy, "Has he really seen her brother?" He told the girl in a shy voice that her relatives were looking for her. Song told the main character that her relatives were constantly watching her. She was under their surveillance. If they were seen together, she would not be able to be near Lo. Ban and his friends ran up from the side. He called his sister with great excitement. The girl turned around. She looked at her brother in surprise. The guy angrily told the main character that he had deceived him when he said he didn't know the girl. A stranger on the side shouted at Lo to stay away from Song. The girl sternly explained to her brother that she had not told anyone at school her real name. Lo Feng could not have known about this. The brothers happily surrounded their sister from all sides. One guy shouted at the girl that she should have been allowed to find her. From the side, he thought that the girlfriend's brothers were more like sisters. Song confidently told her brother that she didn't need protection. She could stand up for herself. Bai sternly shouted at the girl that she couldn't protect herself. The girl hugged the main character by the hand. She told the doctors to leave. The brothers got angry. Bai sternly asked the guy, what kind of relationship could he have with his sister? Lo looked calmly at the guy and explained that he was just studying with his sister. Bai swung his hand and prepared to hit the protagonist. He was unhappy because Lo touched his sister. Song was very scared. She shouted in an angry voice at her brother to stop. The angry Bai swung his leg with all his might to kick the protagonist. Song ran up in fear and clung to her friend. Lo looked angrily at the guy and said that he had a perverted concept of protection. The brothers kept shouting for the main character to let their sister go. One of them shouted at the main character that he was a warrior, but was mocking a child. Lo shouted at his rivals that they were underestimating him. There were more of them around anyway. Song sternly demanded that her friend not argue with her brother. Bai swung his arm wide and rushed forward at the main character. He shouted at the guy that he got him. Lo dodged a powerful punch from his opponent in time. The main character swung his arm sharply and hit the guy in the body with a powerful blow. He flew back. The frightened Bai saw a guy's hand stop in front of him. The main character said in an angry voice to his rivals that he wanted to be alone with the girl. He felt that after such a warm-up, his strength had awakened even more. A surprised Song stood next to him. Bai asked the protagonist in surprise, "Who is he?" The other surprised brothers stood to the side. Someone shouted. It's no wonder that Sister Kyuyun got close to the protagonist. Lo looked slyly at the fighters and explained to them in a calm voice that he was a very ordinary schoolboy. Lo told his brothers that he had a pure relationship with their sister. They shouldn't misunderstand him. The guy told the main character that if he stayed away from Kyuyun, they wouldn't bother him. Luo promised his partners that he wouldn't interfere with them sorting out their family relationships. The main character waved his hand to the girl and her brothers as he walked. He said goodbye to them. The main character waved goodbye to the girl and the guys and said goodbye to them. Bai looked after the departing Lo and said with surprise that he did not know that the guy had such power. We thought about it and decided that the main character might decide to break the rules of her family. Song decided that if the guy called their relationship pure, then he decided to leave her forever. The sister angrily shouted at her brothers that they were getting on her nerves. In the middle of a clear sunny day, the main character was walking down the street along a path near a tree. He saw a familiar girl. She looked slyly at the guy and asked, "Is he really in no hurry?" Luo asked Jian, "Is she really skipping class because of a made-up illness?" Jiang told the boy to be careful. The heroes turned to the Daoyao faction for help. The girl told the boy with excitement that the Daoyao faction is one of the 5 major sects. Their main princess is currently missing, Luo asked his partner. Should he really be afraid of this sect? Luo turned around and walked away. He said goodbye to the girl that the sect members could find a spare princess for themselves. Jian shouted after the guy with displeasure that she was worried about him. Suddenly, Wei appeared on the street. She saw Lo next to her friend and excitedly called the main character. Jian waved her hand to the side. She told the guy and the girl that they could chat and she was leaving. Wei glanced slyly to the side. Lo asked his partner with displeasure. Was she really looking for him? Wei looked very carefully after Ni Yuan, who was leaving in front of her. She told the guy with admiration that her father was waiting for him near the school. He studied the flash drive and wanted to meet the main character. The man stood near the car. He happily called Wei and the main character to him. He waved his hand at them. Zheng happily shook the protagonist's hand. He praised him for the guy getting access to the fake account. Luo replied to his partner that it was all nonsense. Wei asked her father in surprise. Could the main character really hack his problematic account? The man enthusiastically answered his partner that the guy had helped him and given him invaluable advice. With such a set of knowledge, he would be better at managing the company. The girl looked at the main character with admiration and praised him. Lo praised his girlfriend in return. Zhang looked at the boy seriously. He said that he wanted to give him an offer he couldn't refuse. The man extended his hand forward. He told the protagonist that he would take the position of general consultant at the Haitian Corporation. Wei was very surprised when she heard such words from her father. The main character excitedly explained to the man that he was just a schoolboy. The man told the protagonist in a cheerful voice that he would not have to sit in the office. He would set his own annual salary. He would help solve problems in the company from time to time. The guy looked at the man in surprise. He didn't know what to answer to his offer. She advised the guy to agree. Zhang told the boy to think about all this carefully. Luo could come to visit him any day. Wei told the main character with great excitement that she wanted to take him out. The guy agreed with her. She looked happily at the main character. She was pleased that he wanted to walk with her. The main character went inside the hotel. A small boy ran towards him from the side. Lo greeted the child. The boy told the guy that the guest in room 206 was still inside. The customer asked the hay manager to deliver the food, but this worker had a day off, so the guest made a mess. The boy pulled the main character along by the hand. He explained to him on the go that the client had rebelled and was throwing things. Lo promised to sort it out. The main character approached the door with the number 206. The boy, frightened, asked his friend to be careful. Lo opened the door of the room and confidently walked inside. He looked around there. Suddenly, a teapot flew past the main character's face. He barely dodged it in time. Lo shouted to the stranger that he really wanted to see what kind of monster she was. The main character looked closely and saw an unfamiliar girl in the room. The stranger in the hood angrily shouted at the guy to get out quickly. The main character saw a short, unfamiliar girl in front of him. He leaned over and told her that he wanted to discuss some issues with her. The client glared sternly. She shouted at the guy to get lost quickly. The girl waved her hand in front of her and a bright glow appeared near her. Lo dodged to the side in time. The main character continued to dodge the girl's blows in time. She attacked him with a bright lightning bolt. Lo stretched out his hand forward and grabbed the stranger's hand with it. He asked her sternly, "Why is she hiding behind a mask?" The stranger demanded that the guy let her go. The girl rushed forward. She shouted at the guy that he shouldn't know this. Lo crouched in a fighting stance. Lo twisted the stranger's hand to the side and threw it on the floor. He angrily told her that she had to defeat him in order not to answer his question. The guest looked angrily at the guy and sternly demanded that he let her go. Lo suddenly grabbed the hood on the stranger's head with his hand and tore it to the side. The girl with green hair and green eyes sternly told the guy that he would regret it. The stranger fell to the floor. She sternly shouted at the guy that he was a sick idiot. The main character was sitting inside the hotel room. He said in a calm voice to the girl not to cry. The stranger with tears in her eyes shouted at the guy that he was very bad and was making fun of her. The main character said to the client with a smile that he was sent to this room to scout out the situation. Lo glanced slyly at the client and reminded her that she was the first to attack the workers. The girl said with displeasure that the workers looked like bad guys. Lo asked his partner, "Does he really look like a bad guy too?" The client looked at the main character and said that he was good because he didn't attack her. The main character stroked the girl's head. He asked her name. The partner explained to the guy that she couldn't tell him her name. The main character looked at his new acquaintance with displeasure. The girl continued to sit and whine. Lo promised the girl that he would call her just baby. He offered her to have a bite to eat together. The client looked at the guy with interest and said that she agreed. The boy ran down the corridor. He asked the main character with excitement how he felt. He told his little friend that he had already figured it out. He just needed to organize lunch. The old man walked up to the wall and called out to the protagonist. Luo angrily asked Xiaoya, "Is he up to his old tricks again?" Xiao happily told the guy that he came to see if he had managed to read the Tianshen tactics. Luo told his partner that he had not started reading it yet. Luo told the surprised old man that he had accidentally learned new techniques. He wanted to know which school they belonged to. Xiao was surprised. He decided that the boy had stolen the knowledge of the great schools. Lo looked at his partner with displeasure and sternly demanded that he stop talking nonsense. The main character waved his arms and a bright purple lightning appeared around him. The old man watched the boy happily. He shouted that he used the heaven and earth palm. Xiao excitedly asked his friend how he could learn such techniques on his own. Luo told the old man that he did not steal this knowledge. He just needed to determine its origin. The protagonist thought to himself that the girl in the room was the missing princess of the Daoyao faction. The old man looked after the guy who was leaving with surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. The main character asked the girl why she didn't want to leave the room. The little one was gobbling up food with a big spoon. She told the guy that she didn't know anyone in this place and had no idea where to go. Lo slyly suggested to his new little friend that they go for a walk. The little one was delighted with the offer and stretched out her hands on the table in front of her. In return, he asked the girl not to cause any more harm to the hotel. The little one smiled very happily at the main character and said that she agreed. The main character was walking through the city late in the evening, accompanied by a girl. There was some unfamiliar guy with a hood standing to the side. He was taking pictures of everything on his phone. The little girl happily ran along the street and laughed merrily. The main character was watching her from behind. The main character was walking down the corridor with a girl. The little girl thanked the guy and said that thanks to him she felt happy. The girl wanted to show the main character a photo on her phone. She was wondering if the guy had met this person before. The little girl showed the main character a photo of her sister on her phone. It was a girl with blue hair and in a dressing gown. The girl, with emotion and tears in her eyes, told the main character that her sister had left her family almost 7 years ago. Lo glanced at his phone. He asked the girl, "Did she really come here alone to find her sister?" The little one answered affirmatively. The main character asked the girl why she was hiding. If her sister had seen her, she would have recognized her immediately. The little girl excitedly told the boy that her family had filed a missing persons report, but she couldn't return until she found her sister. The main character looked at the girl and promised to find her sister. The little one happily told the guy that she could only rely on him. Lo stroked his new acquaintance on the head. He promised to meet her in the morning. The main character stepped aside. He realized that the girl herself would not be able to find the missing person. At this moment, some fighter with burning eyes ran up to the guy from the side and swung his arms. Lo rushed forward sharply and fearfully. He felt the breath of the king of soldiers behind him. The man happily praised the protagonist. He said that few people could notice his attack. Lo turned around and told the stranger that he didn't know him. The man introduced himself and said that his name was Kodor Morden. The fighter angrily told the protagonist that he would take his life. Lo sternly answered his opponent that there was no such person who could take his life. Kodor shouted loudly at the guy that he still didn't know who he was dealing with. Lo answered his partner that he was on the list of soldiers of 100 nations under the name of Crane Tail. The man angrily asked the main character, how did he know about the military list and his call sign? He waved his hand at his opponent and said that now he was no longer so confident in his abilities. Kodor rushed forward at the main character. He angrily shouted at the guy not to tease him. Lo very quickly and deftly dodged the opponent's attack. He asked him in surprise, "Who sent him?" The main character suddenly and quickly extended his hand forward. He twisted Hodar's hand and grabbed him by the head. The main character, with a very powerful and sharp movement, twisted his opponent's arm and leg back. Lo used all his strength and managed to break the fighter's leg with a powerful movement. The man felt severe pain. The protagonist threw him to the ground and sternly asked who hired him. Kodar stretched his hand to the side. He took out his knife and prepared to attack the guy. The main character kicked the knife out of the man's hand with a powerful kick. Lo put his knife to the frightened man's throat. He sternly demanded that he tell him everything quickly. The fighter shouted at the guy to wait a second. Kodar shouted in a loud and frightened voice to the main character that he should get involved in everything. The main character repeated the name of A. Sinchenya to himself. He remembered this guy. Lo realized to himself that Ye Shinchen disliked him so much that he decided to use a mercenary. The main character pointed a knife at the fighter from above the head. Kodar shouted to the guy in a frightened voice that he needed money. He just wanted to earn a living. Lo hit the floor with his knife with all his might. The frightened man turned to the side and looked at the weapon. The main character sternly demanded that the beaten fighter convey a few words to his boss. Kodar agreed to this proposal. The guy's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and asked the fighter if he had finished the mission. Kodar, frightened, told his boss that he had almost died. Everything ended in failure. There were a lot of bandages on the boss's body, he angrily asked the mercenary. Could he really not defeat even Lo Feng? A beaten fighter was walking down the street. He decided to pass on a message from the main character to his boss. Kodar conveyed to Mr. E that the main character had prepared a return gift for him. The boss got very angry. He shouted that Lo Feng was very arrogant. The guy was lying on a hospital bed. He angrily squeezed the phone in his hands. It turned out to be a big problem for him. He couldn't trust anyone. The patient hit the table with his hand. He felt a strong pain in it. Mr. E, after hitting himself on the table, felt severe pain and started calling for a doctor. The master was sitting on the couch in his room and talking on the tablet. He asked the master, "Did they really go out to Yanchen?" Pin told his partner that the protagonist and the princess live in the same hotel. They suspect that Luo got the girl's trust to study at the noble school. The old man shouted in an angry voice that he would immediately send someone to Yangchen. He asked the master to protect their princess. The protagonist should not get what he wants. Pin looked slyly at his partner and told him that he had already sent a man. The master looked angrily ahead. He thought joyfully that the main character would finally be punished. The main character was standing in a large building. Unexpectedly for himself, he sneezed loudly. The man approached the employee and said that they were looking for a girl in a purple scarf. He did not know which room she might be in. The employee asked the guest, "Why does he need this client?" The main character on the side said in a sly voice to the guy that they came to the hotel and were looking for a little girl. This must be very suspicious. The fighters turned around in surprise and looked at the main character. They called him by name in unison. The guy pointed his finger forward. He told the protagonist that they came here to bring back the princess on the orders of Senior Master Shinmen. Luo slyly asked his partners, "Why does the old man need the little princess?" The fighter showed the protagonist a photograph of himself next to a little girl as he was leaving the hotel. Lo suddenly reached forward and grabbed the fighter. He asked angrily, "Were they really spying on him?" The partner explained in a frightened voice that all this was their precautionary measures. They wanted to take the princess for themselves. The main character swung his arm wide and threw the fighter back. He said that if the master wanted to get something from him, then he should come to him personally. The fighters headed for the exit. One of them shouted to the protagonist that they would get him yet. Luo thought excitedly to himself that Xinmen had decided to unite with the Dao Yao faction. The main character entered the room. The princess asked the guy, "Why did he come here?" The main character said in a serious voice to the girl that he knew she was the Dao Yao princess. The little one looked at the main character in surprise. She didn't answer him. The little girl screamed at the guy in a frightened voice that she didn't know what he was talking about. Lo answered the girl that she couldn't hide anything. Her palm was the best confirmation. The princess asked the guy excitedly why he treated her so well. Lo looked slyly at the girl and said that for him, she was just a baby who needed help. The protagonist told the girl in a cunning voice that something had happened. Her location had been discovered by the Xinyameng and the Dao Yao faction. The protagonist sat on the sofa next to the girl. He had just driven away the people who had come for her from Xinmen. The Dao Yao faction was about to arrive. Luo asked the princess if she wanted to go home. The little one turned around. She didn't want to go back because she hadn't found her sister yet. The main character slyly told the girl that she might not come back then. The princess warned the guy that the elders might start to persecute him. Lo promised to help her find her sister. The guy extended his hand forward and stroked the girl. She still didn't believe that he would help her. The main character confidently told the girl that his word was law. The princess was very happy. Lo looked at the baby with joy. He decided that a new place needed to be found for her. The master sat on a chair in the room. He was surrounded by his subordinates. He informed Elder Fu that the protagonist refused to give his people the second princess and attacked him. The elder said in an angry voice that the protagonist was in his style. Pin warned his partner that if the second princess fell into the hands of the protagonist, the consequences would be catastrophic. Fu told his partner in a sly voice that he had sent his strongest student to capture the main character and the return of the second princess. The master asked his partner in fear if he was confident in his student. Fu asked Pinya with displeasure, "Does he really doubt his students?" Fu sternly told his partner not to compare the students of the Xinyi school and the Great Daoyao school. The main character told his partner on the phone that the girl would stay with him for a while. Lo heard someone approach him from the side. He threw his hand forward sharply. A frightened guy stood in front of him. The main character held his hand in front of him. He asked his friend with displeasure what he was doing there. Pan Guan told the guy with a smile that he had come to visit him. Lo stepped aside. He told his friend that he had recently been bothered by some thugs. Pan followed his friend. He told him excitedly that he could not miss an interesting fight. An unfamiliar fighter appeared from the side along with his subordinates. He sternly asked the surprised girl, "Where is the main character?" The gentleman pointed his finger towards the fighters. He wished his boss good luck. Lo explained to his friend that first they needed to scout out the situation. The protagonist came up to the side and asked the stranger if he belonged to the Xinyi organization. The fighter strictly demanded that the main character give up the girl and come to talk to the elder. The main character smiled and told the strangers that they were joking if they decided to take the princess away from him. The fighter began to warm up his hands. He sternly told the main character that he would see how he would show himself in battle. The gentleman stepped forward. He shouted at the fighter that he was not worth even the movement of his little finger. The stranger asked the boy, "Is he really protecting the main character?" The gentleman answered his rival that he was protecting his friend from people like him. The stranger angrily shouted at his opponent that he would take him out first. He attacked him with bright fire. The fighter jumped high up. There was a bright glow around him. Pan rushed to meet him. Fighters in flight fought against each other. The stranger shouted to the opponent that he would take him out first. Pan used the skill of continuous flow. The protagonist watched the fight between his friend and the stranger closely. He thought that Sun Mao seemed stronger than the little one, but his palm skills were significantly lower. The fighter eagerly shouted from behind at his opponent to attack. Luo very sternly told his friend Pan Guan to do it. The fighter pounced on his opponent from behind and swung his arm. A demonic warrior appeared above him. The gentleman turned sharply and prepared to counterattack the fighter. He decided to cover himself with his hands. The frightened warrior covered his face with his hands. He felt a strange impulse in front of him. The gentleman held a huge brush in his hands. He painted with it in the air and prepared to finish off his opponent. The gentleman waved his brush from side to side. He sternly told his opponent that he still had 2 attempts. The fighter swung his arms and ran forward. He angrily shouted at his opponent that he would not be able to defeat him with one hand. The gentleman calmly told the warrior that he would completely defeat him. The fighter swung his arm. He sternly shouted at his opponent not to get cocky. Pan extended the brush forward and a fire appeared near it. He used a magic pen. Pan struck his opponent with a powerful blow using his brush as he ran past him. The fighter was mortally wounded and began coughing up blood. The warrior fell dead to the ground. The master glanced at him furtively and said that that was all. The fighter lay unconscious on the ground. Other warriors rushed to his side. A group of fighters lifted their colleague to his feet and headed for the exit. They shouted at the protagonist that he had crossed the line. The gentleman asked his boss how he had managed it. Lo told his friend in a joyful voice that he had defeated his opponent in a couple of moves. Pan explained to the boss that he had not wanted to brag to him at all. The protagonist told his friend in a confident voice that the Daoyao sect would know how cool they were. Pan asked his partner what happened to the group of people he had chased away earlier. Lo prepared to leave. He told his friend that he was busy now and they could meet later. Pan waved goodbye to his friend. The main character realized that someone was following him. He needed to hide the girl. The main character showed his girlfriend a little girl. The girl looked at the princess in surprise. Luo told his partner that his cousin Luo Li was standing next to him. Her parents had temporarily entrusted her to him. He felt uncomfortable dealing with the girl, so he bothered the teacher. June promised the guy that he could leave the child with her. The teacher sat down and looked at the girl happily. She told her that her name was June Lianming. The princess looked at the woman with displeasure. The main character nodded approvingly to the baby. The girl greeted the woman. June told the princess that she had already prepared a room for her. Lo promised the woman that if the girl immediately tired her out, He could pick her up after the call. June looked closely at the girl. She promised the guy that they would have fun together. The princess waved her hand to her friend and said that she would wait for him. Lo Feng smiled at his girlfriend. He also waved goodbye to her. Fu shouted in an angry voice over the video link to his subordinate that he had disgraced his name. The fighter closed his eyes. He felt very scared and didn't know what to say to the elder. The elder angrily told the fighter that he had lost to a man with no inner strength. The protagonist did not even fight. The warrior made excuses to the old man. Pin asked the elder what he would do next. Fu told his partners over the radio that they would keep the defeat a secret. For now, they would do nothing. The fighters from Sinmen were to keep an eye on the main character. The old man and the guy shouted that they understood. The elder said that he would soon go to Yangchen. The Diaoyao faction would be attending the hero meeting on Baiyun Mountain. He would have to personally handle this. The master said to Elder Fu in a joyful voice that he would be glad to welcome him. The old man headed for the exit. The fighter told him that they needed to solve the problem with the main character now. The princess was bothering him. Fu told his partner in a dissatisfied voice that only Lo knew the location of the princess. The elder sternly asked the boy if he could track down the second princess. The fighter promised the teacher that he would complete this task. Fu thought to himself that it would not be difficult to kill the main character when they found the second princess. The main character was walking on the street. A girl ran up to him from the side and shouted that she had business with him. Luo turned around and asked his girlfriend, "Did something happen?" Zheng excitedly told the guy that the Daoyao faction had suddenly decided to take part in the Battle of Heroes. Their elder Fu Jingheng would also be participating. The main character said in a calm voice that everything was exactly as expected. Jian asked the guy with displeasure, "Did he really do something?" The main character smiled slyly at his partner and said that he had done nothing wrong. She told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that, in addition to the Daoyao faction, a law enforcement squad was also called in. They consist of masters of various disciplines. Jian looked piercingly at her friend and warned that luck would soon turn away from him. The main character said with a smile that law enforcement agencies sounded like something new to him. She handed the guy a notebook and shouted that he was annoying her because of his imperturbability. He asked the girl what she had given him. Zhang explained to her friend in a dissatisfied voice that this was the only way she could help him. The main character opened the notebook with great interest and surprise. He began to study it carefully. The main character carefully studied the contents of the notebook. There were notes and detailed information about various warriors. Luo read the list of heroes in the notebook and told the girl that he was impressed. Jian shouted at her friend in displeasure that he couldn't handle all these people alone. He had minimal chances of survival. The guy sat down on the sidewalk and told the girl that she should trust him. He was not alone. And he had helpers? She asked the guy with displeasure who could help him except the ancient medical school. Lo glanced slyly at his girlfriend. He told her that anyone who wanted to deal with him would definitely be defeated. Jin looked at the guy with displeasure. She didn't know if she could believe his words. The girl turned around and walked away. As she said goodbye, she reminded the guy that she had warned him. Lo slammed the notebook shut. He shouted after the girl that she always seemed cruel and indifferent in words. But she always continued to help him. The main character took his phone in his hand. He decided to call a friend and ask for help. The guy woke up on the bed. He grabbed the phone with displeasure and asked who woke him up. The main character called his friend T Min. The guy was surprised to realize that his boss had called him. Tai jumped up on the bed. He shouted in a joyful voice that maybe he was still sleeping. The main character told his friend that he wanted to propose one thing to him. Tai replied that he was ready to listen. The main character told his partner in a sly voice that he needed his help in the upcoming battle. 3 hours later, the main character was inside the hotel. He looked around and looked for his friend. Xiao ran up to the main character from the side and asked in fear why he was again in trouble with the Daoyao faction. The old man grabbed the protagonist by the leg and asked in fear, "Did he really get involved with a dangerous faction and their people attacked him?" He calmly told his partner that this was an almost exact description of the situation. Xiao told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that he really was going to help the second princess. If that was really the case, then Xinmen would set him up, and the Daoyao faction would not let him go. The main character explained to the old man that if he promised to help, he definitely could not back down. Lo decided to raise as much noise as possible. He decided to attract the attention of 3 religions. She said to the boy in a stern voice that the strength of the Daoyao faction should not be underestimated. He must make a decision. The ancient medical school fully supports him. The protagonist calmly explained to the old man that the faction wanted to take revenge on him. The ancient medical school should not interfere with this. Xiu looked at the boy seriously. He said that the ancient medical school would fight to the end. He needed a little time to return to headquarters for reinforcements. The old man rushed to the side. He shouted to the protagonist to avoid trouble and wait for his return. Lo looked after the old man as he ran away and said that he had not looked for problems for himself. The guy walked along the corridors of the hotel and looked around carefully. The main character heard from the side how someone called him boss. He immediately became happy. Lo looked at his friends. He realized that the upcoming battle would be for the three of them. Tai rushed joyfully to his boss. He shouted to him that they would finally fight together. The main character looked at his friend with displeasure and said that, judging by the morning call, he didn't really want to move. Tai looked at his friend with fear. He motioned to him with his hand to be calmer. The protagonist angrily shouted to his friend that he wanted to see if he had lost his powers. He asked his friend in a frightened voice that they go together next time. Lo began to beat his subordinate. The master was watching this with his phone nearby. The beaten fighter lay on the ground. The protagonist sternly reminded his friend that without training there would be no progress. Lo, he came to the door. He told her that this time he forgives him. He had something to discuss with his friends. The main character treated his fighters to tea and told them everything. Tai slammed his cup on the table with displeasure. He couldn't believe that someone had attacked the main character. Pan thoughtfully said that they needed to fight and finish them all off. The main character clenched his fist. He told the fighters that they would definitely win this battle. They could put on a fight that would shake the world of martial artists. The main character bumped fists with his friends. He shouted that there would be a battle of 3 heroes. The next morning, 2 fighters lay unconscious on the sofa. There were bottles and glasses on the table nearby. The main character headed for the door. Even after a night of drinking, he had to go to school. The guy looked out into the street and noticed that it was raining. He decided that the girl would go for a run and would not take an umbrella. The main character was walking down the street. He was holding several umbrellas in his hands. The guy told himself that the girl would be indignant again about the upcoming fight with the heroes. Inside the large hall, 2 old men were sitting in the center. Other participants of the meeting were sitting around on sofas. The elder told the guests that in a couple of days there will be a meeting of heroes. It is necessary to help law enforcement agencies to capture the main character. Pin told the participants in a confident voice that there was a big problem with Canyon's daughter. He decided that this girl had gone over to the enemy's side. The elder told the master in a stern voice that the law enforcement agencies would receive orders to capture Canyon and her entire family. They would deal with this family after the heroes' meeting. Pin promised Elder Den that he would do everything. In his mind, the master wanted to take revenge on the main character for insulting Shinmen. Kian was running alone on the street between the trees. Heavy rain was pouring down on her from above. The girl was holding an umbrella. She looked ahead and said that the guy was late. Several mercenaries appeared from the side, and a woman with purple hair ran in front of them. The girl looked to the side in fear. She realized that it was not her friend behind her. The woman with purple hair asked the girl if her name was Qian Yilan. Qian asked the strangers with excitement, "Are they really from law enforcement?" The strangers sternly shouted to the girl that they had come here to seize her for treason. She directed her subordinates forward. Qian fought off the attacking warriors with powerful blows. She shouted that she never betrayed Shinmen and the main character is not a villain. The ninja tried to hit the girl with all his might, swinging his hand. He shouted that this was her end and there was no use arguing. Qian threw the attacker away with a powerful blow. She used the leopard technique. The ninja, after a very powerful attack from the girl, flew back and hit the wall. Qian glared at her rivals and said that their darkness would not stop her. The woman Tang Hongyu launched bright red ribbons in front of her. She shouted to the girl that she would personally take her to the elders today. Qian squatted down and used the red sleeve technique to defend herself. She shouted at the woman that she had no right to arrest her. She was a member of the Xinyamen. Tan slyly shouted to her victim that they would not have come for her if there had not been an order from Xinmen. The girl got scared. She realized that she was recognized as a traitor and began to worry about her family. Tan shouted to the girl that she had opened up. She launched more red ribbons at her. Qian looked around in fear. She saw red ribbons flying around her. The girl looked in fear as red ribbons began to envelop her from all sides. Tan grabbed her victim with nooses and pulled her towards herself. She asked angrily, "Is this really all that Chen Yan's daughter can do?" The girl was tied on all sides with red ribbons. She could not free herself. The woman attacked her victim with red puffs. She shouted at the girl that she should feel the pain of betrayal. Sinmin. Tian looked ahead in fear. She decided to try to escape as quickly as possible now. The girl found the strength in herself and sharply pulled the red ribbons towards herself. Qian pulled the woman who was flying towards her towards the tree with red ribbons. The girl swung her hand and prepared to attack Tan. There was a bright glow next to her. A ninja ran up from behind and attacked the girl in the back with all his might. She was unable to defend herself and took a powerful blow. The girl was wounded and fell dead to the ground. A fighter stood behind her and a Tan came up in front. The woman sternly took the girl's head with her hand. She said in a stern voice that Qian's daughter had gotten involved with the main character and ended up like this. The beaten girl angrily shouted at the woman that Lo Feng wouldn't let them get away with anything for free. Tan told the girl with a stern smile that another group of law enforcement officers had been sent to the main character. He would soon be taken to Mount Bayun. The girl could no longer look ahead. Her eyes began to close. At the last moment, she asked her friend to run away. The main character was walking with an umbrella over his head in the pouring rain. He wanted to see his girlfriend. Luo looked around with displeasure. He said thoughtfully that Qian could have left long ago. The guy walked and looked around carefully. He noticed that the girl was not nearby. The main character turned to the side and saw an umbrella lying there. There were traces of blood near it. Lo stretched out his hand forward and squeezed the umbrella from earth with all his strength. Lightning flashed brightly in the sky above. The main character stood and stared piercingly ahead. Luo looked at the bloodstains on the ground. He didn't know what happened to the girl. The guy thought that the Shin men couldn't attack their own disciple. The protagonist looked closely at the bloody umbrella. He decided that the girl was strong and should have run away. At this time, a bright fiery explosion was heard from the side. Several ninjas appeared in the sky. The main character swung and with powerful blows repelled the attacking fighters. One fighter shouted to the main character that a law enforcement team had arrived to take him away. Luo looked at the fighters with displeasure and asked them where the girl Qian was. Warriors rushed at the main character from all sides. One of the attackers shouted at the guy not to think about others, but to come down to earth. Lo looked angrily at his rivals and sternly asked, "Do they really want to get all his attention?" The fighter waved his hand in the air in displeasure. He realized that he saw a mirage in front of him. The main character pounced on him from behind. Lo swung his arm wide in midair to hit the fighter from behind. The main character hit the fighter on the head with a powerful blow of his hand, and he flew into the ground. The attackers prepared to attack the main character. They wanted to crush him with a crowd. Lo looked very angrily at the fighters and shouted that he would send them all to hell. The warriors jumped up and launched a huge number of blades at the main character. Lo jumped and flew quickly forward. He decided to attack all the attackers at once. The protagonist rushed past the fighters and attacked them with a powerful blow of red energy. The attackers were struck by the energy and could no longer stand on their feet. Lo rushed past them. The fighters were in pain and fell to the ground. Lo lifted one of the attackers up by his clothes. Lo held the attacker by his clothes. He sternly asked him why Shinman ordered to kill the girl. The fighter excitedly told the protagonist that Chen had helped him gather information. In the end, she betrayed Shinman. Elder Dung personally ordered the arrest of her entire family. The main character remembered his girlfriend's words. She told him that there was only one method by which she could help him. The guy realized that he was guilty of the girl's death. The main character swung his arm to the side and threw the fighter to the ground. He angrily asked him how they dared to attack his man. Lo Feng looked angrily ahead and said that Shinmen had condemned themselves to death. 15 minutes later, the main character was walking down the corridor. He saw a girl near the door. Song greeted the guy with surprise. She asked him if something had happened and why he was wet. Lo excitedly told his girlfriend that he had simply forgotten his umbrella. The guy asked the girl why she was there. She slyly told the guy that he was not at school and she decided to go check on him. She saw his friend sleeping in the room. Lo thought about it and immediately realistically imagined the sleeping Tai and Pan. A group of young guys appeared in the corridor. Bai asked the worker, "Which room belongs to the main character?" The employee pointed to the right door. Lo looked out from behind the corridor and noticed a large group of uninvited guests there. The protagonist realized that it was time to act. He rushed forward with the girl in his arms. She was very surprised. She didn't understand why the guy threw her into the room. The main character slammed the door of the room. Song slyly asked him, "What is he doing?" The main character told the girl that her brothers were nearby. She excitedly answered the guy that she had not told his address to anyone. Lo explained to his partner in a displeased voice that her brothers had come for him. The girl said that she had warned her brothers not to dare touch the main character. Lo Feng looked away with displeasure. He said that he himself did not know what was going on. Song looked at her friend and decided to kiss him. The girl realized that she couldn't make noise. Otherwise, they could be found. There was a knock at the door. The main character stood next to his girlfriend in silence. Lo warned her friend that if the brothers found him again, they would not be able to avoid problems. The guy whispered to his girlfriend that she should stand silently. He decided to deal with it himself. The main character came out from behind the door and saw one of the girl's brothers there. The girl barely managed to restrain herself from speaking. The main character looked happily at the guests and said that the Song brothers were in front of him again. One of the brothers told the main character that he wasn't at school. They were glad he was here. Bai asked his partner why he looked like a wet chicken. The main character explained to the guests that he got wet in the rain because he didn't take an umbrella with him. He asked the brothers why they were looking for him. The guest bowed to the guy and said that they came to apologize for their past rudeness. They wanted to help the main character in the upcoming Battle of Heroes. The main character looked at the guy in surprise. He asked again what he said. Brother told the protagonist that the head of the Jean Medical School had called him a future leader. The girl stood near the door and listened attentively. She was surprised when she heard about the Battle of Heroes in the ancient medical school. Lo asked the guests with displeasure, what did they agree on with the school? Brother said that if their family fights with him in the Battle of Heroes, the medical school will form an alliance with Dun and Miao. Bai explained to his partner that for the sake of this alliance, they are ready to go and help him in the battle. The protagonist told his partners that in that case, it would be best for them to negotiate with the head of Zhang himself. The guy realized that the school did not really want to personally participate in the Battle of Heroes. So she made concessions and made a deal with the village. The guy approached the main character and asked, what will he say? He answered his partners that he already had a plan. If he needed help, he would have told them. The guest told the protagonist that they would be waiting with Chief Zhang. All of this had to be kept a secret from Sister Qiuyun. Bai explained that the Battle of Heroes would be brutal. They wouldn't want the girl to interfere or get worried. The girl stood near the door and listened attentively to the conversation. Her brother said goodbye to the main character. Lo opened the door and went into his room. He asked his girlfriend if she had heard everything. Song asked her friend with displeasure who he really was. The main character explained to his partner that for her, he is just a neighbor. He advised her to stay away from these matters. She excitedly told the guy that heroes can be dangerous, so she fully supports her brother's desire to protect her from all this. The main character was surprised when he heard such words from the girl. He stopped and turned his head towards her. Song demanded that the guy promise her that he and her brothers would take care of themselves. The main character looked happily at the girl and told her not to worry. Song stepped aside. She decided that if the boy had overcome all the difficulties and inherited the ancient medical school, then it would mean that he had definitely been given to her by heaven. He was sleeping deeply and lying on the floor. He was snoring loudly and felt nothing. The main character suddenly approached and hit his sleeping friend with a powerful blow. Tai fell to the floor. He shouted in an angry voice that someone had attacked the sleeping man. Lo put his foot on his friend's head. The guy asked the main character in surprise why he was so wet. The fighter asked the boss with interest what had happened. The main character told his friend that his close girlfriend had been kidnapped. The master had to know the meeting place of all members of the Hero Society. Pan told his partner that all the participants had scattered to hotels at the foot of Bayun Mountain. Sinment had occupied the main 5-star Jolly Hotel. Excited Tai suggested the main character to kill everyone and save a bunch of people. Lo explained to his partner that he wanted to defeat everyone at the heroes' meeting. Lo asked his friend what about his classmate. The gentleman happily promised the boss to leave this problem to him. Tai looked at him from the side with displeasure and did not understand why he was there. At this time, the phone rang in the side pocket of the main character. Teacher Jun called him. She could not find little Luo Li anywhere. Lo asked the teacher in a stern voice on the phone, "How did this happen?" The woman told the boy that Luo had disappeared in the blink of an eye. After she told her that the protagonist had not shown up at school, the boy promised the woman that he would personally look for her. He realized that the girl had decided that he had been captured by the Diaoyao faction. At this moment, an unfamiliar woman ran past the door. The main character looked at her in surprise. The main character asked the woman on the phone to contact him if the girl returned. He and his friends turned around with displeasure at the stranger in the room. The purple-haired girl raised her hand up. She happily called the protagonist an enemy of the fighting schools. After a short pause, the gentleman asked the girl with displeasure who she was. The protagonist realized that in front of him stood a warrior from the abyss of skeletons named Zhang Zi. The girl introduced herself and said that her name was Zhang Zi. She told the guys that she wanted to help them. Tai and Pan were very surprised when they realized that in front of them was a girl from the abyss of skeletons. Zi told the protagonist that Sinyaman had summoned her heroes to deal with him personally. The abyss of gatherings always avoided ordinary earthly affairs. Zi looked at the boys and pointed her finger at them. She said that she wanted to help them now. Lo asked his partner what their ancient school wanted to ask him in return. The girl extended her hand to the guy. She promised him protection from the abyss of skeletons. The partner told the guy that the abyss of skeletons, together with the most ordinary student, defeated a bunch of heroes. Everyone ended up winning. The main character asked the girl if she really wanted to recruit him to her school. Z explained to the boy that once the Hero Society met him and lost, martial arts would be abolished. It would be the best choice for Luo to join her. The main character waved his hand in front of the girl. He explained to her that he was not going to cooperate with the skeletons. He could take care of the victory himself and she should not worry about anything. Z pointed her finger at the guy with displeasure. She explained to him that he himself would not be able to handle the battle with the entire society of heroes. The girl jumped out the window. She shouted goodbye to the main character that even without him, an abyss of skeletons would come to the battle of heroes. Tai, after the guest disappeared, told the main character that she had big breasts, but little brains. Pan asked the boss if he should follow the warrior. The main character explained to his partner that they should not be distracted by trifles now, so that the gentleman could focus on saving his classmate. The protagonist told his disgruntled friend that he would go with him to look for the girl. Tai was very unhappy because he had to rush to look for Luo Li. The main character hit his friend on the head with all his might and angrily asked what kind of nonsense he said. Lo walked down the corridor. He had no idea where the girl could have gone. On the street, the partner told the girl on the phone that they would continue to monitor the target and choose the right time to take the necessary measures. The partner asked the mercenary what was wrong with the Zheng family. The girl happily replied that she would soon return the girl named Zheng Wei to the family. The old man stood in the center of the room. He sternly demanded that the tied-up girl testify against the main character. The beaten hostage told the old man that Lo had done nothing wrong, and she would not pin a false crime on him. The master got angry at the girl. Another prisoner said that their Shinyi school is known for its integrity and honesty. They cannot indiscriminately testify against others. Pin looked angrily at the captives. He threatened them that if they did not cooperate with him, they would be expelled from the school. They would never be able to use martial arts again. The prisoners were very surprised when they heard such words from the master. Pin sternly pointed at the hostages and said that if any of them defended the main character, they would be considered a traitor. The girl sternly told the old man that the main character is his personal enemy. He is ready to deal with him at any cost. The master turned his back on the girl. He told her that the main character must die. He gave the prisoners one more day to think. The elder left the room and slammed the door. He ordered the fighters to look after the prisoners. The hostage said in a frightened voice that if they fell into the clutches of the old man, then nothing would help them. The guy said with displeasure that the blue men had fallen very low to deal with the main character. The girl looked angrily ahead. She shouted that the main character cannot lose. The man told the girl that she knew very well how strong the sects were. Did she really think that Lo Feng could win in such an unequal fight? The girl wanted to say something to the man. At that moment, suddenly someone kicked the door with a powerful kick. The surprised hostages looked ahead in fear at the man who had entered. A gentleman in a hood entered the office. He told the captives that he had come on the orders of the boss to save them. The girl asked the fighter if he knew the main character. The man asked the guest how he got past the guards. The master cut the ropes on the girl's body with a magic brush. He told the hostages to follow him. The boss was waiting for them. The fighter and the freed prisoners walked down the corridor. There were bodies of guards lying everywhere. The gentleman pointed with his hand towards the door and told his companions to go in there. Acrid smoke appeared in the building. Pin asked angrily what had happened and demanded that everyone put out the fire. The fighter frightenedly pointed his hand at the wall to the master and told him to look there. On the burning wall was a message from the main character. The master looked at it in surprise. There was a strong fire on the top floor of the building. After that, a powerful explosion was heard. The girl looked out the side window of the car. The gentleman was sitting behind the wheel. He informed his boss by telephone that the message had been delivered. The fighters came with a message to their master. Den sat in a chair in the center of the room and listened to them attentively. The elder shouted to the fighters with displeasure that the main character had started a fire and ignited a war. Pin explained to the elder in a frightened voice that someone was helping the main character. The strangers passed by the cameras and silently neutralized dozens of the best students. Den said in an angry voice that the main character had to be dealt with. He also wanted to say something about Chen Yan's family. The elder pointed his finger to the side. He demanded that the Chen family members be brought to him and forced to apologize. Den glanced angrily to the side. He said that if the main character showed up here, they would be ready for a brutal reprisal. The boy walked and looked for the little girl. He couldn't find her and didn't know how to explain this to Jun's teacher. Tai walked next to the boss near the building. He told him that they would come back here again later with the master and search everything thoroughly again. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from the side of the main character. He looked at her in fear. She crashed into the surprised guy from the side and did not want to move aside. Qian looked at the protagonist with an exhausted look and called him by name. Lo asked his girlfriend with concern, "Was she really injured?" The girl answered the guy that small bruises didn't bother her. The main character promised the girl that he would help fix everything. She was treated unfairly. The partner explained to the guy that she did not blame him. He said to his friend in a sly voice that with such classmates it was not surprising that the main character loved to study at school. The man behind him told his surprised daughter that she should thank the main character. Zhang rushed to the guy from the side. She emotionally thanked him for saving the family. The main character bowed to the people and said that he was very sorry for bringing so many problems to their family. The man told the boy that the cinnamon had gone too far with this matter. He asked what to do now. Lo told his partner not to worry. He promised to handle it and never let him down again. She told the main character in a joyful voice that he would now go with them. Lo asked her in surprise, where would they go? The girl told the main character that they would go to a place where he had never been before. She pulled him by the hand. The man told the guy to go with them. They wanted to help him. The main character told his companions to go back to the hotel and wait for him there. The guys told the boss that they would do everything. The main character was riding in a car with a man. He couldn't understand where Chen was taking him. 40 minutes later, the protagonist found himself near a luxurious building. The girl took him inside and said that this was the military department of the Zhuanyuan school. Outsiders could not get in here. The protagonist was very shocked. He looked around the Zhuanyuan military sect with surprise. The girl happily rushed to the side. She said that her parents should connect to the Zhuanyuan system. They could find a solution to the problem. The protagonist looked up at the glass ceiling with joy. He thought that the Zhuanyuan were not yet completely obsessed with huge buildings. This was not the largest abode of their power. In the huge hall, fighters stood and trained their combat skills. There were huge monitors on the walls. The girl told her friend that she would take her parents inside first and that he should wait. The fighters continued training around. The main character looked closely at the monitors on the wall. They displayed the ratings of the sect's heroes. Lo analyzed the information on the large screens with interest. He saw all the great figures of the sect in front of him. Tian told her friend that he saw only the legends of Xuanyuan in front of him. The very top was occupied by Yan Luo. The girl told the main character in a joyful voice that if he meets the mysterious fighter, he will never regret it. The main character glanced slyly to the side. He told the girl that he would regret it if he spent his time on this. Tian got angry because the guy spoke about her idol like that. She handed him a form and told him to fill it out. Lo looked carefully at the questions in the questionnaire. After that, the guy looked around and decided that his friends were not here. The old man walked into the Great Hall. The boy greeted Elder Chun in the Yang Chen Martial Arts Department. Chun looked around and said that this department looked modest and pathetic. The elder stopped and saw the main character from the side. He looked at him with excitement. The old man looked closely at the guy from behind. He reminded him of someone. Chun walked around the building of the military department of the Xuanyuan school. He asked a fighter what was in the corridor ahead. The guy told the guest that there was a testing hall ahead to check the strength of newcomers before joining. Seong was surprised when he heard about the newcomers. The worried boy asked the elder what was wrong. The old man told the fighter that he wanted to see everything again. A group of warriors followed him from behind. The worker at the desk glanced at the protagonist questionnaire. He told the guy that he could begin the test. Lo began taking strength tests. They measured his hand strength and punching power. The worker analyzed the main character's indicators. He thought that the guy was very weak. Lo asked the employee if he could leave. The employee waved his hand at the guy and said that he could go. Lo turned away thoughtfully. He decided to himself that everything had gone well for him. A girl ran up to the guy from the side and asked how everything went for him. He answered her that he had coped and that she shouldn't worry. Zhang looked at the guy happily. She said that her parents' results were very good. The main character told the man and woman that they needed to go back. He found a place to stay for them. The man thanked the guy for his concern. Lo looked at his companions and said that all this was his duty to them. The old man stood on the balcony inside the building. He told the fighters that their students' fighting skills left much to be desired. The fighter told the guests that they were just an ordinary small department of the school. They would continue their work. Chun heard a conversation from the side and turned around in surprise. The guy excitedly called out to Elder Chun. The elder glanced at the main character from the side and immediately recognized this guy. Chun demanded in a frightened voice that the fighter give him a list of people who were tested today. The excited guy answered the old man that he would do everything. The guy demanded that the worker quickly give him all the data for today. The guy was sitting at the table next to the elder. He asked him what kind of person he was. Chun answered his partner that he was incredibly lucky. The excited worker approached the old man and handed him a list of applicants. Chun looked carefully at the list. He was amazed and realized that Lo Feng had returned here for some reason. The old man looked closely at the questionnaire. He did not understand. Why the main character had bad indicators, the guy asked the elder. Is this really the guy he is looking for? Chun handed the form to the guy Dongfan and demanded that he enroll the main character. The partner told the old man that he would do everything. Dongfan glanced at the notebook. He asked the old man, "Is there really something special about this guy?" Chun looked sternly at the fighter and explained that the main character was a member of the Hellish Brotherhood. Dongfan shouted in a frightened voice, "Hell Brotherhood is the strongest team in the history of Xuan Yuan. It was a legendary group that ruled the era." Chun thought for a moment and said that the protagonist's goal is not to return to school. The old man told the boy with excitement that this matter should remain strictly confidential. It is necessary to contact the protagonist if possible. Dongfan told the elder that he would do everything. Chun remembered the main character. He thought that such a strong soldier should fight. Half an hour later, the main character was standing with his girlfriend in the hotel corridor. Jian told the guy that she wanted to go to the Battle of Heroes with him. Lo slyly told the girl that she could not help him in any way. He did not want to save her again. The main character stroked his girlfriend on the head. He told her to wait for him at home. Jian told her friend in a dissatisfied voice that she would not forgive him if he lost to her. The main character waved goodbye to the girl and said that he understood everything. The guy mentally promised the girl on the go that he would get rid of everyone. 2 days before the meeting of the heroes, 2 elders sat and gave instructions to their subordinates. She stood next to the elder and told something to the other masters. The girl Song sat and looked thoughtfully ahead. Next to her were her brothers. Zhang stood and talked animatedly about something with 2 guys opposite her. The main character beat his friend Tai with powerful blows, and he lay on the ground motionless. 2 days later, the main character looked out the window. He said that it was finally time for the battle. There were 2 fighters standing near Baiyun Mountain. One of them was looking through binoculars. The fighter with the baton asked his friend if the main character had shown up. The partner shouted to his friend that Luo was going with someone. The main character walked with his friends. Pan Guang was the main lord of Silver Feather. The fighter pulled the binoculars away from his face and laughed loudly. He shouted that there were 3 little idiots in front of them. The fighter with the club demanded that the main character and his friends kneel before them. He warned the guests that there were 17 more lines of defense ahead of them. The protagonist's friends suddenly teleported. Lo confidently walked forward towards the fighters. Tai and Pan suddenly appeared in the air and prepared to beat up their surprised opponents. One of the fighters hit the participant with the baton with his hand on the head with all his might. Another fighter hit one of the fighters with his knee with all his might. The main character told his friends in a thoughtful voice that they didn't need to hurry. There were still enemies ahead of them. The warriors shouted to the boss that they were following him. A group of judges were sitting at a table on the stage of the Battle of Heroes. A guy ran up and decided to report the information to them. The fighter excitedly told the elders that the main character himself was not fighting. 2 fighters were protecting him. The elder happily said that the woman fighter from his school, the Red Fist Brother, had reached the 9th level of Minjin. His striking power is 2,300 kilograms. The protagonist and his friends will not be able to defeat him so easily. The fighter fell to his knees before the elders and wanted to report the information to them. The fighter said in a frightened voice that the elder woman had been hurt by the protagonist's friends and had received serious injuries. Deng shouted at his subordinates and demanded that they all calm down. The next few lines of defense were guarded by 9th-rank martial artist Mingjin. The last line was carefully protected by the Aoshin blade. Another elder turned around and shouted to his colleague that Aoshin had defeated many world martial arts legends. He was a short distance away from the Andijin rank. Deng said with a proud voice that Aoshin had taken refuge in Xinyamen a year ago. Pin happily congratulated his colleague on the side and said that Xinyamen would eventually get another great general. The old man shouted in a stern voice that Aoshin would kill the main character and his friends with extreme cruelty. The girl on the side thought in fear that Lo Feng couldn't lose. There was a group of medical vehicles in a forest clearing. A beaten soldier lay on a stretcher. The main character asked his friend how many lines were left. He answered his partner that they were left with the last line. Someone was watching the main character from above and swung a blade at him. The stranger from above swung a huge sword and prepared to hit Lo on the head. Pan suddenly jumped out from the side to protect his friend. He blocked the blow with a blade from behind the main character. The gentleman swung, and with a powerful blow threw the unfamiliar fighter far to the side. The main character calmly walked forward. The fighter threw the attacker aside with a powerful blow, after which a loud explosion was heard. Suddenly, another opponent in red clothes appeared on the fighter's path. The gentleman said in a dissatisfied voice that all this must end someday. The angry stranger shouted to the protagonist that Tian Feng, a disciple of the Red Fist School, would now fight him. The main character looked calmly ahead. The opponent's fist stood next to his head. Tai suddenly appeared from the side. He put his hand forward and stopped the flying blow towards the main character. Fen was very surprised when he saw that someone was able to block his blow. Den looked at Fenya with displeasure and said, "Is this really the best fighter?" The elder shouted in a frightened voice for the protagonist to retreat. Fen continued to wave his arms in all directions. Tai very quickly dodged his blows. The protagonist angrily told the fighter to stop playing with the Iron Head. They were in a hurry. The gentleman angrily called the attacker a weak fighting cock. Fen turned around and rushed forward at the fighter. He was angry because the fighter called him a weak cock. Fen flew down on his opponent. Pan took out his magic brush and prepared to fight him off. The gentleman calmly swung his brush and with a powerful blow threw his opponent aside. Tai grabbed the fighter flying towards him by his clothes. He shouted to his friend to bring his opponent back. The beaten Fen lay unconscious on the ground. After this fight, a shadow of shame hung over the Red Fist School. The fighter ultimately never reached Anjin. Tai pointed to the beaten fighter. He told his friend that it was his opponent. Lo angrily told his subordinate to hurry up. Den angrily shouted at the protagonist that he would not be able to become part of the martial arts world after passing 18 levels. The main character turned around and looked with displeasure at the stage where the elders were. Pan looked at the elder on the stage with displeasure. He said that he wanted to ruin their boss's reputation. Tai told the main character that he wanted to deal with the old man and could not stand him any longer. The main character told the fighters in an angry voice that they could deal with the elder. Lo and his fighters suddenly rushed forward from their place to attack the masters. The main character landed on the ground after the jump. His fighters ran up from behind. Lo asked the surprised old man how he himself could become a warrior without inner strength. Den thrust his hand forward. He accused the protagonist of secretly learning the techniques of his Xinyamen school's snake style and grabbing one of his students. The main character calmly told his partner that he had not committed any crimes. He decided to appeal to heroes from all over the world. The protagonist spread his arms out to the side. He asked the guests if any of them had seen him use Xinyamen school, Xinyiquan, for his own purposes. Den looked sternly ahead and said that the world respects only the strong. Xinyamen wants to deal with the main character who betrayed their city. The old man demanded that the guy accept the punishment with honor. The main character angrily repeated to himself the old man's words that the world is ruled by force. Lo turned to the guests and asked which of them had a strong fist and could prove his strength. Lo Feng sternly pointed to the side and said that he could deal with anyone who wanted to. The old man looked at the main character with great anger and surprise. The girl in the mask said in a thoughtful voice that she didn't expect Lo to go that far. The guy decided to present himself as a superhero. The spectators in the stands were waiting for the fight. Someone shouted that the main character would not be able to defeat the elder of Den. Den decided not to waste time. He abruptly jumped out of his seat at the table. Den landed opposite the main character and his fighters after the jump. A dark aura appeared near the elder. He held a sparkling ball in his hands and told the fighters to attack him all three at once. The gentleman told the old man in a stern voice that he himself could defeat him. Tai cunningly told the elder that he could try to fight him. Several more old men flew up to help Den. Pin told the guys that they had really turned to the sage. The gentleman looked at the old men with displeasure and said that there would be 2 more opponents against them. Tai joyfully warmed up his hands and said that now they would fight 3-on-3. The main character pointed at Den and said that he would fight with this old man, and his friends would fight against other masters. The subordinates on the side shouted at the guy that they would do as he said. Tai pointed to the elders and said that they would now try to compare their strength with each other. The guy suddenly rushed forward at the old man. The master put out his hand and defended himself from him. He jumped back. Pan stretched out his hand forward with the brush. He prepared to fight against Elder Pinya. The old man looked at the guy with an angry and hateful look. He took a fighting stance to defend himself. Pen waved his brush to the side. The girl on the side happily shouted that the main character and his friends were very strong. Zhu looked at the table carefully. She said that if the Daoyao faction did not interfere, the protagonist and his friends could win. The old man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to worry. Their ancient medical school would support the protagonist and his friends. The audience on the stage watched the main character and Elder Den closely. Once Den defeats Lo Feng and helps the other masters, the battle will end immediately. The fans on stage shouted words of encouragement for the Elder Dan with intrigue. The main character stood at a short distance from the old man. People around were shouting for them to start the fight quickly. Den rushed forward to attack the guy. He shouted that he would teach him to be a man. A bright green glow appeared around the elder. He summoned a magical beast. A huge green predatory and magical snake flew straight towards the main character. A bright red magic snake appeared next to the main character. He prepared to use it. Lo Feng swung his red predatory snake and prepared to attack his opponent. The old man looked at the boy carefully and shouted that he had really learned the techniques of the Xinyuman fighting. The elder summoned a blue magical wolf to protect him. Den prepared to attack the guy with the predator. He shouted to his opponent not to hide. Lo told the elder in an angry voice that he could come near him. The protagonist looked at the magical predator and told the elder that his leopard was a little old. A demonic monster appeared above the main character. He shouted at his opponent to meet his beast. The main character activated his huge predatory beast and sent it to attack his opponent. The red demon rushed forward to attack the blue magical beast. The protagonist on Earth fought against the elder. The spectators stood to the side and watched the battle of the masters with great excitement. The red predator rushed forward and bit the blue monster with all his might. The red predator finished off his demonic rival and grabbed his body with his paws. There was a bright explosion behind the elder. He looked at the guy in amazement. The elder pointed at the boy and accused him of studying the techniques of his school. Luo calmly answered his partner that his personal style of fighting was not at all like Shinmen. The girl in the mask thought that the main character was very powerful. Den couldn't handle him. The spectators around looked at the guy in surprise. The girl thought that he defeated the Elder Ping with the help of Xinyuan techniques. Chen thought about it and decided to herself that the main character was the same hero in the cloak. The girl thought dreamily to herself that it would be great if the hero in the cloak took her as an apprentice. The main character stopped abruptly. He turned around and looked closely at the girl next to him. Zhang noticed that the guy had stopped next to her. She looked at him carefully. The main character turned around and smiled at the girl. He blew her a kiss and a heart. Zhang turned around shyly. She was very touched by the boy's attention. The elder sternly demanded that the boy continue to fight. He threatened him that he would force him to kneel and admit his mistake. Den got into a fighting stance and swung his arms wide. There was a bright blue glow around him. The old man jumped high into the air for a follow-up attack. Lo stood on the ground and watched him closely. The elder activated 2 predatory magical beasts and directed them at the guy. Lo Feng stood calmly and watched as 2 predatory magical beasts flew towards him. The main character summoned a huge red predator to protect himself. Lo Feng held the lessons forward and a bright glow came out of them. He shouted that it was time to finish. A huge red and predatory monster flew forward straight at the elder. Pen extended his brush forward against his opponent. There was a bright glow around him. The guy jumped high up and prepared to kick the elder on Earth with all his might. During the battle between the fighters, a bright fiery explosion was heard. People on Earth covered themselves with their hands in fear. The audience stood silently. They were very impressed by the duel between the main character and the master. There was a powerful explosion. The bodies of the fighters flew to the side from a large pile of fire. The unharmed protagonist stood surrounded by his friends. There were clouds of dust around them. Zhang looked happily at her friends and shouted that they had won. The spectator in glasses looked ahead joyfully and shouted that she couldn't believe it. The beaten master elders lay on the ground, silent and motionless. Fu was very disappointed with the master's loss. He looked ahead with displeasure. The main character was very pleased with his victory. He looked ahead with joy. The power of young geniuses in the world of martial arts has not yet been fully revealed due to their youth. The main character and his friends defeated their rivals. They exceeded expectations and shocked the audience with their skills. Their appearance shocked the world and dazzled those around them. There were invitation tickets to the Battle of Heroes lying on the ground. The guy said in surprise that a very young warrior was going up against the Xinyumen. The beaten elders were kneeling near the earth. They could no longer fight. Den shouted angrily that the world would fall into decay. An evil genius would become the head of chaos. The frightened old man turned around and demanded that Elder Fu restore justice and defeat the enemies. The masters knelt before the table. They asked Elder Fu to defeat the enemies and return their long-standing glory to them. Pen held his fist in displeasure. He said that the masters have good acting skills. They want to present good as evil. The spectators in the stands looked attentively at the elder at the table. They waited to see what would happen next. Fu looked ahead attentively and piercingly. He thought about what to do next. The spectators all bowed to the elder and asked him to take action. Fu stood up and demanded that the protagonist return the second princess to him. He promised that his faction would not bother him again. The protagonist spread his arms out to the side. He told the elder that he didn't know where the girl was. Fu jumped high up. He didn't believe the guy that he didn't know where the princess was. The elder landed on the ground with a very dark aura around him. The protagonist told his friends to step aside. They might not be able to handle Elder Fu. The friends told the boss that they agreed. The spectators ran up to the table and wanted their money back for the tickets. They would have been unhappy that there was only one fighter left instead of 3. The elder told the protagonist that self-confidence is a bad human quality. Lo smiled at the old man and said that he could start with his strongest attack. A strong aura appeared next to the boy. Fu rushed forward with his eyes sparkling. He shouted to the guy that it depended on his abilities. Den looked angrily ahead. He said that the main character would not be able to win this time. Fu suddenly extended his hand forward and a bright glow came out of it. The guy managed to jump to the side. Suddenly, a huge red magical predator appeared above the main character. A demonic snake attacked him from the side. The protagonist rushed forward to attack the old man. Fu jumped back sharply and dodged back. A girl ran up from the side. She shouted at the old man not to hit the boy. Lo and the elder turned to the side in surprise. Luo ran up and looked ahead with a weak gaze. She looked tired. The main character turned around in fear. He realized that the girl would now have to return home with Fu. She wouldn't be able to escape again. Luo shouted angrily from the side and demanded that the elder stop the fight. Fu was very surprised when he realized that the second princess was standing in front of him. The main character was happy that the girl came out to protect him at a difficult moment. The old man bowed and said in a submissive voice that he was glad to meet the second princess again. Luo ran up to the main character very happily. She called him crazy brother. Den was very shocked that the girl called the main character brother. He did not understand what kind of relationship she could have with Lo Feng. Luo looked at the main character and said with a smile that she was not late. Lo smiled happily at the girl in response. The girl strictly ordered the elder not to hit her half-blood brother. Fu bowed to the princess and said that he would do everything. A spectator wearing glasses said excitedly that she finally felt relief. The girl took off her glasses and said that the main character was well prepared for the meeting of the heroes. The main character reached out to the girl's head and stroked it. Luo looked at him with admiration. Jiang glanced at the protagonist from the side and said that he was always lucky with girls. The masters were shocked when they realized that Elder Fu would not fight. Deng said with displeasure that the protagonist was friends with the second princess of Daoyao. A warrior fell headfirst from above. Other beaten fighters lay around him. A surprised elder stood to the side. Den looked at the battered warrior on earth in surprise. He had a dark mark in the shape of a skeleton on his back. The elder turned around and asked angrily, who dared to kill his disciples? The main character and Fu turned around in surprise and looked at the warrior's body. The main character looked closely at the body of the lying warrior with a mark on his back. He did not understand what was happening. Fu pointed his hand at the fighter's back in fear. He noticed a skull symbol there. Pin looked closely and said in fear that this was the work of the hands of the abyss of skeletons. There were surprised spectators standing to the side. They looked ahead in fear. People all looked up at the sky and saw magical petals falling on them. The stranger put his hand on his face. He shouted to the people that the petals could be poisonous. They had to hold their breath. An unfamiliar woman suddenly appeared from the side. There were subordinate warriors around her. The warrior in the long red robe said that the skeleton abyss heard that all the great martial arts schools had gathered for a meeting of heroes on Bayun Mountain. The stranger looked slyly ahead and said that these three guys took her glory. She and the fighters came here to teach the blue-eyed how to fight properly. The beaten elder looked angrily at the stranger. He was starting to cough blood. The spectators on the side looked at the warrior with surprise and hatred. The guy shouted in fear that the evil school of Qi Yuan has been reborn. Now the world of martial arts will be shaken by a new bloody storm. Fu stretched out his hand to the side. He told the people not to worry. There were no 13 blood demons in front of them. The old man said that 13 bloody demons joined forces and became very powerful. They can be compared to the real devils of hell. The old man looked at the woman carefully and said that her name was Yin Wunyan. The woman spread her arms out to the side and a bright demonic explosion was heard all around. She shouted to the old man that they had come here today to pay them all off. Yin turned to the side and happily rushed at the little girl. She shouted that she was pleased because the second princess of Daoyao was here. The warrior said that she wants to take the little girl for herself. Soon, perhaps, another female warrior will appear in the world of martial arts. Luo ran up to the main character and said with tears in her eyes that the woman was scaring her. Luo promised the little one that when he was next to her, nothing would happen to her. The elder angrily shouted at the woman that his master had defeated 13 demons. He would defeat even more today. Yin took out her battle blades. She sternly told the elder that she would carry out the will of her sect today. The woman swung her knives. She commanded her sisters to attack. The elder stood calmly. Warriors were flying above him. Small bombs were falling next to him. Suddenly, there was a very powerful explosion. Everything around was covered in dark smoke. The warriors jumped back. After a strong explosion, the mercenaries were thrown back by the shockwave. Luo stood to the side and watched the battle. He said that the girls would not be able to defeat the elder so easily. He would be able to fight off even their combined onslaught. Luo told the protagonist from the side that demons are good at poisons. The warriors raised their hands in unison. A huge magical skull appeared above them. The spectators screamed in fear that the legendary pink skull was in front of them. The man answered that after the skull touches a person, the face will be covered in red spots. Then the body rots, and only the skull remains. A bright glowing pink skull appeared in the sky. The old man jumped back in fear. Yin flew very sharply and quickly from behind to the elder and stuck a knife into his back. The wounded elder turned around and mentally asked the protagonist to take the princess. Yin threw the wounded old man's body aside. She turned further towards the audience. The woman stood on the stage. She told the audience that perhaps someone else wanted to challenge her. The guys in the crowd stood angry, but they were afraid to fight against a woman. Yin looked at the fighters with displeasure. She asked angrily, "Are these really the best warriors in the whole world?" The main character appeared from the side. He slyly told his rival that he was ready to fight her. She looked at the main character with glasses on, frightened, and called him by name. Zhang watched her friend with great attention. She called him out in fear. The princess sternly demanded that the guy beat the old witch. The main character said to the woman with a smile that he himself was not a hero, but he wanted to challenge the abyss of skeletons. Yin sternly asked her subordinates who would give the main character a worthy final duel. Several mercenaries surrounded the guy from two sides and threw magic sand at him. The main character stood calmly and watched as the dark aura flew at him. The girl on the side shouted at the guy to be careful. The main character suddenly took off. Dark aura was behind him. He ran forward towards his rival. Lo swung and hit the mercenary with a very powerful blow, and she flew far back. The main character began to attack in all directions. He scattered mercenaries to the sides. The main character stood in the center of the square. He shouted to his rivals that instead of 13 demons, there were 11 left. Lo raised his hand high up. A bright and yellow glow appeared next to him. The main character looked sternly at his rival and said that they would now fight her. Yin was very scared. She looked at the main character silently and with excitement. A bright fiery glow appeared around the guy. He prepared to attack the woman. Tai joyfully shouted that the boss had regained his strength. Pan said in a satisfied voice that he always felt that the main character had not yet revealed his strength. The gentleman turned to the side and said that the main character lacked the uncontrollable furious spirit of the world evil. The boss held back for a very long time. A dark purple aura appeared around the woman. She was holding her blade in her hands. Yin suddenly extended her hand to the side. She shouted to her subordinates to kill the main character together. Lo stood calmly and watched as mercenaries rushed at him from all sides. One of the girls swung her arm in mid-flight and prepared to hit the guy from above. Lo stood calmly and watched as several rivals with weapons flew at him. The woman raised her hand up and began to activate the spell. There was a dark aura around her. Lo looked up carefully. He saw a huge pink skull descending on him. The guy stretched out his hand to the side and a bright fiery glow appeared near it. The main character waved his hand and attacked the skull, flying at him with bright fire. The main character used a powerful fire attack to repel the dark magic flying at him. The main character looked around in fear. He saw the mercenaries coming down to him. A bright fiery explosion was heard on the ground. The mercenaries were blown aside by a powerful blow. The main character jumped up and swung his arm wide. He was getting ready to hit one of his rivals. Suddenly, there was a very bright fiery explosion. The earth began to crack. The main character closed his eyes and clenched his fist. Clouds of dust flew around him. Lo, he stood in the center of the square. The ground next to him began to crack. A surprised woman ran up to him from the side. Yin looked at the guy in fear and asked in surprise, "What is he?" The protagonist turned around sternly and told the woman that his name was Lo Feng Baohinia. The woman put her hand in her pocket. She took out several small demon bombs from her clothes. Yin looked at the guy angrily and said that she would never die at his hands. The woman jumped high into the air and threw several bombs to the side. Lo looked at her in fear. Suddenly, a very bright explosion broke out. The main character covered himself with his hands. The spectators on the side saw a very powerful explosion. Dark aura began to spread around. The woman disappeared in a puff of smoke. She shouted to the guy that they would meet again. Her reprisal would be cruel. The main character shouted in a frightened voice to the people to protect the girl. As the poisonous smoke of the Skeleton Abyss sect enveloped everything, Elder Fu continued to walk forward. However, Jingheng unexpectedly discovered that the second Princess Li was missing. A stunned Shen began to look around in search of the little girl. Suddenly, Luo called out to him, saying that she was okay, and the old man immediately turned around. Where he saw the princess in the company of Pan and Min, Fu sighed with relief. The main character was also delighted by her sudden appearance and smiled. At this moment, Jingheng apologized to the young master, saying that he believed the rumors and made the wrong conclusion based on them. The young cultivator replied that the main thing was that he realized it in time and took the right side. Those around were shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. Everyone was genuinely happy that Feng had managed to defeat the 13 demons, thereby raising their fighting spirit. People literally chanted his name, and from now on, Baohinia became a national hero, removing the stigma of a traitor from himself. Xue, Tian, and the second princess also rejoiced at the success of their beloved. Lo, in turn, accepted congratulations with pleasure and basked in the rays of glory. At a certain point, everyone lined up in such a way that they created a corridor, along which Feng, Guan, and Ti hurried to pass. Shen once again apologized to Baohinia and said that naturally all charges against him were dropped. In response, the guy stated that he simply wanted to defend his honor, and that was the end of the incident. Of course, Dan agreed with him and said that everything that happened was a misunderstanding. Fu immediately ordered the second princess to be escorted and follow the Skeleton Abyss. Suddenly, Luo tugged at Luo Feng's shirt sleeve and looked at him pitifully. However, Baohinia paid no attention to her and invited Jingheng to have lunch together. Soon, they all went to the famous Ying Shao Hotel to celebrate the occasion. Everyone began to drink to such a gifted teenager, and the young man reciprocated. Most of the fighters said that from now on they would be at his service and would always help him if necessary. Luo Feng, in turn, thanked everyone and said that their support meant a lot to him. The elder noted that now their school will overcome all difficulties, and in the future will pass into the hands of Baohinia. At this moment, Sui suddenly ran up to the guy and said that he was simply incredible today. Qian also rushed to her beloved and declared that he had become a real legend. Thus, the girls instantly met with their hateful glances. The young man replied that he always kept his word, and therefore emerged victorious from the battle. Zhao immediately made a toast, proposing to drink to him and the ancient medical school. Qian tried to attract Feng's attention to herself and asked him to drink with her. Naturally, the main character noticed their silent squabble but didn't show it. Suddenly, the second princess rushed towards the young master and called out to him. The young cultivator was genuinely happy to see the little girl and hurried to leave the girls. The ladies were extremely unhappy with this, and Qian even demanded that he return immediately. Baohinia, meanwhile, went to Elder Jingheng, asking if he could have a drink with him. Fu agreed and greeted Luo and his friends, saying that they were the heroes of the day. after which they had a nice chat and started drinking alcoholic beverages again. Luo, in turn, was upset that no one was paying attention to her. As a result, she rushed off in an unknown direction while Feng was talking to Sheng. Of course, the old man understood perfectly well that Bauhinia and Pan with Mayan had a great future, because they had talent. A moment later, Jingheng began to look around and realized that Li was nowhere to be found. The shocked elder immediately ordered a search of everything and the girl to be found. After some time, the servants came running to him and reported that they had not been able to find Luo. Naturally, Bauhinia, stunned, volunteered to help him in his search for the princess. Sheng thanked him for his help and asked him to let him know as soon as Li showed up. Of course, the guy agreed, understanding how important it was for the elder. At the same time, Feng had no idea where exactly to look for the little girl. Luo also asked Guang to monitor the movements of the Daoyao faction and prevent them from getting close to Lan. The teenager then went into a thought process to figure out where to start looking for Luo. Naturally, many people wanted to help in this difficult matter. Xue urged Feng to be careful, stating that the 13 demons were clearly involved in Li's disappearance. However, the self-confident teenager assured that everything would be fine with him. Suddenly, Jian told him that she wanted to talk to him about the Zhuanyuan sect. Song, in turn, also offered to help, as his family was temporarily located in the ancient medical school. The aunt urged the young man not to refuse their services. Naturally, they wanted to introduce him to Yilan. Out of politeness, Feng thanked them, not understanding why they were so kind to him. Meanwhile, one of the guests hurried to inform Qiuyun that they had gotten Luo drunk. The girl was immensely happy about this, believing that everything was going according to plan and that she would soon get what she wanted. After all, everything will depend on the coming night. At that moment, she took out some kind of potion from her purse. After a certain time, the main character slowly went to his home, where the extremely cunning Qiuyun rushed to carry out her plan in a hurry. The girl immediately poured the contents of the bottle into a glass of water to offer it to Lo later. San's medicine was completely colorless and tasteless, and it was also difficult to identify. The young lady took advantage of this. The young master entered the room and suddenly found Song. The girl immediately offered him a glass of water and said that the brothers told her about how the guy had shocked everyone with his strength today. The stunned young cultivator asked why she was dressed like that and still not sleeping. Qiuyun replied that she suddenly heard him come back and decided to meet. Then she offered him a glass of water. Luo Feng kindly took the glass, and the girl waited impatiently for him to finally drink it. Song sat down on the sofa, anticipating the moment when Bauhinia would appear before her in a completely different form. However, someone suddenly knocked on their door, which made Qiuyun extremely unhappy. The young man immediately put the glass on the table and headed towards the front door. The indignant girl asked who decided to visit them at such a late hour. The teenager noticed that this was the second princess of Daoyao, and she had finally been found. Upon opening the door, Feng actually found Luo standing on the threshold, who said that she had been looking for him. Song was confused, not understanding why the little girl had come to Bauhinia. Lo began to explain that she couldn't hide with teacher Jun all the time because the faction couldn't find her. At the same time, the young man took hold of a glass of water, and Qiuyun hastened to correct the situation. She snatched the glass from his hands with a lightning-fast movement and urged him not to drink it. A stunned Feng asked what was going on and why she was acting so strangely. Second Princess Li also couldn't understand her rather suspicious behavior. Song herself stated that the water had supposedly become stagnant and that it would be better for her to pour him some new water. Bauhinia couldn't shake the thought that she might be up to something bad. Unexpectedly, Luo asked the guy to talk about her sister. Luo was surprised. The embittered Qiuyun understood that now she would have to wait for the right moment again. The little girl, in turn, asked Feng to help her find her sister. The teenager noted that they couldn't put her on the wanted list and asked for some more clues. Li said that her name was Yueme and that she had a red birthmark below her collarbone. Bauhinia said that he had a friend named Mei. Then Luo asked about the birthmark. Feng wasn't sure about this, and besides, a princess should be distinguished by her nobility. But Liu was clearly behaving differently. He added with a smile that she was clearly not her sister and that they just had similar names. Meanwhile, Yue suddenly sneezed, assuming that someone was remembering her. The girl saw her sister in the Zheng family mansion and headed towards her. He asked why she was acting so strange today, believing that it was because of Law's disappearance. Vivi replied that she was simply worried about the important guests who were coming to visit their father. Naturally, Mei questioned her answer, realizing that she missed Feng. At this time, Jiang came out of Geishan's office and said that she would wait for news from him. Of course, Jung assured her that he would definitely tell her about everything soon. Seeing an unknown person in the corridor, Vivi wondered who she was. Liu Yue immediately pulled her sister back, saying that this woman was extremely dangerous because she literally exudes hostile power. The sister was surprised, not understanding why their father would get involved with such a person in that case. Meanwhile, the main character assured the little princess that he would study all the evidence and urged her to hide with teacher June. The girl thanked the young master, saying that she would eagerly await news from him. Qiuyun continued to be nervous, not understanding why Luo was still in the room. At the same time, she was well aware that her grandmother would approve of Feng's candidacy as her fiancé, since he was the head of an ancient medical school. Suddenly, Song left the room and noted that it was already late and it was time for the girl to return home. However, Li objected to her, saying that today she wanted to stay right here. This literally shocked the young cultivator, as well as Qiuyun, who couldn't come to terms with it. But Li began to tearfully ask Lo for permission to stay the night in his apartment. Naturally, he couldn't refuse her and eventually agreed, noting that it was only for one night. An enraged Song couldn't believe that some little girl could ruin her plans. In fact, the little girl understood what the insidious Qiuyun had planned and deliberately thwarted her plan. The girl was literally furious, but she couldn't do anything to the princess, which made her even angrier. By then, sisters Vivi and Liu Mei had gone to their father to find out what was going on. Gaichen greeted his daughters and noted that they had finally returned. The girls immediately asked why this woman came to him and what they talked about. Tian said that this was Zhongtian's daughter, to whom he had made a promise, and now the time had come to fulfill it. A stunned Vivi asked what promise exactly he was talking about. Jen replied that her father wanted to accept her as a disciple, and they discussed the possibility. Liu Mei immediately objected, asking her uncle not to do this because Zhong was a dangerous person. In addition, he practices black magic, and with its help he takes away the youth of girls, feeding on their power. Suddenly, Vivi burst into tears, saying that she would not become a student of such a bad person. Yue, in turn, added that Zhong may have been good before, but now everything has changed radically. The stunned Gaichen immediately hugged his daughter, saying that in that case, of course, he would not allow her to be taken away. Extremely worried, Zheng asked what they would do if Zhongtian tried to force them. Father intended to hire security, but Mei reported that this man's men were highly skilled fighters. But at the same time, she convinced that she could protect Vivi. The girl's face instantly changed. Tian was also surprised and asked her if Liu Yue was hiding something from them. She then revealed that she had been homeless when Vivi had picked her up off the street 7 years ago. But in reality, she is a minion of one of the 5 martial schools and the eldest princess of the Daoyao faction. Gaichen and her daughter were shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the protagonist was constantly thinking about how he could find Yue. At this moment, Qian suddenly called out to him and said that she had good news. The puzzled young master asked in response why she looked so happy. The girl said that the Xuanyuan sect informed her that her parents and he had passed the test and could receive an orange card. The young cultivator couldn't understand how no one noticed his fraud, asked if she had bribed the examiner. An enraged Qian replied that the clan was famous for its honesty. Luo Feng immediately tried to calm her down, saying that he was actually very happy with this outcome. Naturally, she had doubts about this, noting that he was obliged to come, especially since Dongfang personally decided to congratulate him. Baohinia understood that after the selection, like everyone else, he was obliged to appear for initiation, but he decided to be an exception. During the lesson, the boy kept thinking about what happened and suddenly remembered Vivi and Mei. Not understanding why they didn't come to school today, Lo kept looking around. Meanwhile, Yue tried to persuade her sister to go to the Daoyao faction with her father, but she refused. However, Liu stated that the abyssal skeleton sect could harm them, and therefore they needed to hide. Vivi stood her ground and said that she had already decided everything, and naturally Gaichen supported her. A few minutes later, Feng called her, and the girl asked what happened. The boy asked her a counter question, asking why he and his sister didn't come to school today. Then Zheng told him about the arrival of a certain Z, and Mei states that she is a member of a dark guild. However, Liu urged her not to tell him everything, because then he would also have to be dragged into this matter. At that moment, Baohinia stated that she was indeed from the Abyssal Skeleton clan. Surprised, Vivi revealed that Lo also knew about the existence of this sect. The young man urged her not to discuss such things over the phone and said that he would come right away. It was unclear, however, how she tracked down Zheng and her family. A couple of days later, Zheng tried to call Gaichen, but he did not pick up the phone. Realizing that her plans had fallen through, Z immediately gathered her henchmen and ordered them to go to his home. Soon, the main character arrived at Vivi's house, who hurried to meet him. The young master asked the girl to calm down and tell him what had happened. A sad Zheng told him the whole story, and they began to think about what to do next. The young cultivator confidently stated that he would not allow this guild to harm her family. What really managed to calm her down? Vivi noted that Mei told her about everything. Yue herself was thinking not only about her sister's safety, but also about how she could protect herself in the future. A puzzled Liu asked how she knew about the existence of this group. Zheng then explained that she was actually in hiding and was a member of a martial arts school. An extremely indignant Mei declared that this was her secret and that she could not tell anyone about it. Shocked, Luo Feng asked if she was really the heir of the Dao Yao faction. Vivi added that she left her as a child, and only now this became known. An embittered Yue once again became indignant, saying that she had to keep this a secret. Bauhinia asked again if she really had a mole on her collarbone. The distraught Liu immediately attacked him with her fists, saying that he knew too much. She also began to accuse him of following her, because such a detail could not be found out so easily. Vivi, in turn, tried to calm her friend down, saying that Feng was a good person and was not capable of such a thing. As a result of the sudden scuffle, they all fell to the floor with a crash, which was extremely painful for all participants in this performance. At a certain point, Bauhinia saw that very birthmark just below his collarbone. The girl was extremely outraged by this and again began to insult the teenager, calling him an indecent person, which the guy categorically disagreed with. He said he only did it for one reason, then handed her a photo of her as a small child with Li. A stunned Mei literally froze in place. Vivi also recognized her in the photo. Then Luo Feng realized that he was truly lucky to have found Sister Luo. Yui immediately asked him where he got the photo from, believing that he was sent to find it. The guy said that her younger sister Lu was looking for her, and the perplexed Vivi asked for everything to be explained to her. Mei said sadly that she really was her sister, who, even in childhood, made a promise that she would definitely find her, no matter what it cost her. At that moment, Yue was literally lost in her memories and almost burst into tears. Unexpectedly, Zheng showed a desire to go with them to meet the second princess. The young man did not argue with her and agreed, after which they headed towards the exit. Soon, Bauhinia brought them to Li and knocked on her door, but no one opened it. Feng knocked again, and a moment later Luo came out to the door, saying that Luo had come early today. Seeing her little sister, the little girl was simply speechless. Mei was also in shock. Li suddenly burst into tears, not believing her eyes. She slowly moved towards Liu. While Yue said it was like a dream, she was in a similar state and didn't say a word. After a few seconds, they finally hugged, and Mei apologized to the little girl for having to leave her. The main character and Vivi stood to the side, with sadness in their eyes, just watching what was happening. By that time, the Abyssal Skeleton clan had started a pogrom in Zheng's house, beating up all the guards. Ziyi, in turn, stated that he should not have ignored her calls and that is why she had to visit him. The stunned Gaetian said that Vivi was not here and that she would not lure her to her side. The enraged girl once again began to beat up the bodyguards, saying that it was better not to joke with her. Zhang then ordered him to answer where exactly his little daughter was. Meanwhile, Luo began to thank the young master for helping her find her little sister. At this point, Li mentioned how Feng defeated Elder Fu. Yue was shocked by how skilled Luo was. The second princess added that he was able to defeat all the participants in the hero competition, and even 13 demons. A shocked Mei asked what was really going on there. The girl began to talk about how Xinyaman wanted to destroy Feng. Liu asked the young cultivator where he got such strength from and where he learned it. Vivi noticed that Bauhinia was indeed very strong, and she was convinced of it herself. The young man tried his best to change the subject, but the persistent Yue asked again who he was. But he began to evade the answer again, so Liu called him a common scoundrel. Unexpectedly, Luo made things worse by saying that Luo had called her stupid earlier. Vivi just laughed, but the guy himself understood that the impulsive Mei would have a different reaction, which he, of course, guessed right, because the girl again began to throw her fists at him. After a certain amount of time, Zheng's phone rang, and she was surprised to find that it was her father. But when she picked up the phone, it became clear that it was Z talking to her. The stunned Bauhinia immediately realized that her family was in danger and they needed help. Zhang urged her to return home, but her father's sharp cry terrified her, who demanded that his daughter not even think about coming home. Of course, Feng recognized her voice. A shocked Vivi ordered Z not to touch her parents, but she said that if Zheng returned, they would be alive. after which the connection suddenly broke off. The shocked girl did not know what to do. Naturally, everyone began to calm her down, saying that Lo would definitely help them. A tearful Vivi asked him for help, saying that she was in a difficult situation. Bauhinia immediately responded that he would do everything possible to save her family. Meanwhile, Yilan tried to call her lover, but he did not answer. The parents asked why he hadn't come, and the saddened Qian replied that she had no idea. Dongfeng, like the others, was extremely outraged by Feng's behavior. After all, this was the first time that Venerable Fan personally came to present the orange card. But the disciple did not show up. Yilan knew he probably had a good reason, but she wasn't going to let it go that easily. After a certain amount of time had passed, the executive director called for everyone to disperse as Lo had not shown up. Chen apologized to him for Feng's absence and promised to bring him back soon. Dongfeng stated that for the sake of Bauhinia, he was willing to bend the rules and wait for him, because he had to join their sect. Everyone was shocked by the director's sudden decision, because Fan had never given anyone such an opportunity before. Yilan in turn thanked him for his kindness, realizing that he clearly knew about Luo's achievements in the hero tournament. After which, the executive director left the guild, hoping that they would soon meet Feng. At this time, Zi continued to cause trouble in the Zheng family's home, demanding that Vivi be handed over to her. Gaichen declared that he would never give his daughter to Zhongtian and that old promises were now worth nothing. Suddenly, Jiang grabbed his neck and began to squeeze it, saying that he would not stop what was destined. At that moment, the main character appeared and said that he could stop her. However, the young master appeared in a slightly different form, wearing a torn robe and claiming to be the Blade of Vengeance Zhengtu. The stunned warrior of the Skeleton Abyss could not understand what was happening and who he was. Sometime before Lo appeared, Mei noticed that in this outfit he looked more like a bandit than a savior. But the young cultivator replied that Jiang shouldn't recognize him, and besides, he had his own scores to settle with this clan. Vivi said that her parents would definitely keep his secret a secret. At the same time, Yue Liu realized that her sister did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, Luo said that he should think about his nickname. Feng asked what name would suit him, and then the second princess suggested that he call himself the Blade of Vengeance Zhengtu. Bauhinia liked the nickname and went to save Vivi's parents. The girls wished him luck and began to wait for the guy at Li's house. The teenager promised to return soon. Chen was delighted with her beloved, and with every minute she fell in love with him more and more. Mei thought the name sounded very familiar, but she couldn't remember where exactly she had heard it. Luo explained that this was the name of a famous magician who was the guardian of the abyss of hell. Yu was shocked, because he belonged to one of the 7 cursed factions, just like the Skeleton Abyss. Then the little girl realized that she had chosen a very unfortunate nickname for Feng. The first princess sincerely hoped that the young man would be able to get out of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang couldn't understand how the Blade of Vengeance could be here. Lo in turn ordered her not to say his name out loud, as it was forbidden. Suddenly, the thugs rushed towards him, trying to defeat Bauhinia. However, they were unable to do this, because the teenager was superior to them in strength. After he dealt with Jiang's henchmen, the boy immediately headed towards her. Then, he delivered a devastating series of blows, and Zi was instantly sent flying backwards. Realizing that it was indeed Zhengtu, she began to beg for mercy. The girl named her father, but this did not affect Lo in any way. But suddenly, the protagonist wondered how Jiang knew about the Blade of Vengeance. The young master then stated that her father had no right to attack the Zheng family. Vivi's parents were shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Jiang immediately said that she regretted what she had done, and did not know how important these people were to him. Besides, she understood that he was much stronger than her, and in general, his guild was more majestic. The young cultivator noted that it was extremely stupid of her to hide behind her father's name. However, Zi said that she simply expressed herself incorrectly and did not mean to offend Zhengtu. Luo himself did not expect that his pseudonym would help in this matter so much and change Jiang's attitude, after which he hit her and ordered her to ask for forgiveness, and she no longer had the right to enter the house of this family. The girl instantly fell to her knees, and along with her henchmen. Then they all apologized to him, adding that they were in his debt and would never set foot in that house again. Feng immediately urged them to leave the Zheng family's territory, which they subsequently did. After a certain amount of time, they headed towards the exit and finally relieved everyone of their presence. Gaichen in turn thanked the savior and asked who he was. The young man hurried to untie him and took off his mask. Everyone was shocked. After all, their savior turned out to be Bauhinia. They couldn't believe their eyes. At that moment, a joyful Vivi ran into their room and hugged her parents. Luo saw Luo and asked why she chose this particular nickname for him. Liumi noted that the most important thing was that he didn't give himself away, and everything turned out well. But Feng continued to be indignant about the fact that they forced him to hide behind a false name, since he could have gotten into trouble. However, Li said that Tu was badly injured 10 years ago and was most likely already dead. But Yue stated that it was possible that he had actually been healed and had reached a higher level. The guy thought about it, realizing that pretending to be the Blade of Vengeance was clearly not a good idea. Tian and his wife continued to thank Bao Henia and say that they were in his debt. Naturally, the young man replied that it was not a problem for him and everything was fine. Adding that he finally found use for martial arts, Guy asked where he learned these techniques. The mother suddenly told her daughter that she now had to find a way to thank the teenager. Vivi replied that she understood this perfectly well and was just thinking about this issue. Soon, Luo Feng went to his home, where he went out onto the balcony and breathed in the fresh air. Realizing that all the problems with the Zheng family were now resolved and he could go about his business, he suddenly discovered a missed call from Qian. Meanwhile, the defeated Z faction was indignant at their defeat. Zhang was just as furious as they were about what had happened, and suddenly one of her henchmen asked what they should do next. Zhang responded menacingly that they would have to return to headquarters and tell the leadership everything. She understood perfectly well that too many of her plans had fallen through lately, and therefore, it was necessary to involve her father. At this time, Yilan finally found the main character and called out to the guy. The young master greeted his classmate and asked what had happened. An enraged Qian claimed that he had disgraced her by not showing up at the Xuanyuan sect and not answering his calls. The young cultivator replied that he had unfortunately lost his phone and had no way to tell her. At the same time, Yilan informed him that Dongfang had made an exception for him and agreed to give him a full-time job. Bao Henia, extremely surprised, asked why he needed to work all day. The girl said that Lo's results exceeded all expectations, and that's why he made concessions. Feng immediately suspected that the CEO had found out about something and clearly wanted to talk to him. The irrepressible Yilan once again asked when he intended to visit the sect, so that she could go with him. However, the young man suddenly said that he would never agree to meet with Fan. A dumbfounded Qian asked him in return why he didn't want to meet him. Then the teenager said that in fact he had a huge number of enemies in this guild, adding that these were his personal problems and she had nothing to do with it. He also agreed to help her if necessary because of him she could get into trouble. The girl smiled and replied that it didn't matter how many enemies he had, since she would always take his side. But suddenly her smile changed to anger. Bao Henia could not understand what was going on. With a lightning-fast movement, Yilan punched him in the stomach, telling him that he had to carry his phone with him so that she wouldn't get nervous, after which she absolutely calmly left in an unknown direction. The guy was shocked by her behavior. At the same time, he had absolutely no idea what to do with this restless girl. After some time, he was suddenly met by members of the Song family. Luo asked what happened. Brother Qiuyun replied that their grandmother would soon be 100 years old, but they could not find their sister. Of course, the teenager promised to help them find the girl, which the brothers were immensely happy about. Meanwhile, Song stuck to her plan as always and poured the potion into the glass of water again. She sincerely hoped that today she would definitely get lucky, and Feng would belong only to her. A few minutes later, Bao Henia returned home and went into the living room where Xiuyun was waiting for him. The young lady was overly smiling and asked if he had taken the girl home. The guy answered positively, adding that he had a very important conversation with her. Pouring himself a glass of water, he said that his brothers had asked him to find her on the occasion of their grandmother's birthday. However, Song asked him to detain the brothers, as she had some important business. Besides, after this, she will be happy to go to her grandmother's birthday party. Feng agreed to help her and find a reason for the brothers to delay her trip. Although it all seemed rather strange to him, he slammed the door behind him. But the teenager took a glass of water with him, and Qiuyun began to think about whether she should follow him or wait for him in the living room. Tormented by certain thoughts, Song literally could not pull herself together. After all, she waited so long for the moment when the main character would fall into her net, and there will be no turning back. But after some time, nothing happened. But she knew one thing for sure. Now the young master had nowhere to run. The young cultivator, in turn, went to his room, thinking about what had happened. In addition, he needed to collect information about the three sects and obtain the bone regeneration technique. At a certain point, Luo Feng drank a glass of water and sat down on the bed, assuming that the purple smoke would definitely help him achieve enlightenment. Soon, Bauhinia began to cultivate in order to finally achieve success. Several hours passed, and the guy was gradually approaching another breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he discovered a magic core, which indicated that his meditation had progressed. This was the purple combat technique, which made the teenager immensely happy. Kyuyun, in turn, could not understand why nothing was happening, because several hours had already passed. Opening the door to the young man's room, she suddenly saw him right on the threshold. Luo Feng looked quite strange and stared intently at the curious girl. As a result, she jumped back sharply, as she did not expect him to be standing at the door. At the same time, Song noticed a strong glow coming from the room and assumed that it was the effect of the potion. Bauhinia, in turn, asked why she was hiding behind his door. Kyuyun replied with extreme hesitation that she was just passing by and decided to drop in. Suddenly, she saw an empty glass on the dresser and realized that he had drunk the water, but there was no effect. Closing the door behind him, Law noted that she had better return to her room, because he was training. A shocked Song couldn't understand how such a dose of the medicine had no effect on him, believing that Feng is too strong and such drugs do not work on him. The guy himself understood that with the first level of Minjin he would be able to hide his true power. Anticipating his journey into the world of martial arts, the teenager was literally beaming with happiness. The next day, Bauhinia met with the Song brothers again and suggested that they personally look for her at the school. However, they reported that the guard did not let them through, and therefore it was impossible. The young man looked at them carefully and noticed that perhaps they did not have the appropriate appearance. The elder brother replied that every time they came to school, Kyuyun seemed to deliberately not show up. Then Lo suggested that they split up and simply surround the educational institution from all sides, because, having seen them, the girl could easily exit through the back door. The brothers thanked him for his help and hastened to resort to his recommendations. Feng himself understood that they were incredibly stupid, but this only played into his hands. After all the lessons were finished, the main character finally went home. But Vivi and Yue unexpectedly met him and asked him to come visit them, because his father wanted to thank Luo. The young master replied that he had a lot of things to do now and therefore could not meet with Geishin. All this time, a nervous Kyuyun was watching what was happening, because she understood that Jung was her rival. At the same time, Song admitted that the young cultivator might have liked another girl. This thought made her furious, and suddenly, the girl turned her attention to one of her brothers, who was sitting in a tree. Kyuyun hurriedly disappeared from his sight, but he still noticed her. The young man immediately called out to his little sister, but she rushed to climb over the fence. He knew that Feng's idea had really worked and rushed after Song. Bauhinia, in turn, met the girl's younger brother again and explained that he had only caught a glimpse of Kyuyun. The upset guy said that they would find her anyway and thanked him for his help. Lo noted that this was a mere trifle for him and wished him luck in finding the girl. A moment later, his phone rang and the teenager hurried to pick it up. His older brother told him that he had finally found his sister, which of course made him happy, adding that he was currently following her footsteps to the house and would soon send him the address. The delighted young man replied that he would eagerly await good news from him. At this time, Kyuyun finally got home and decided to prepare for Feng's arrival. Understanding that even if she fails to start a relationship with him, the brothers will always help her. After which, unsuspecting, the girl took a shower to think about everything carefully. Meanwhile, her brothers were already downstairs at the apartment complex, having learned that Lo lived there. At the same time, the older brother insisted that she entered this particular house using an electronic key. Then they began to wonder whether Bauhinia might not have known that she was living in the same house with him. After a certain amount of time had passed, Feng returned to his home, where he unexpectedly met the Song brothers, who claimed to be spying on their sister and found out that she lives right here. The stunned guy realized that now he would have big problems. At that moment, Luo remembered how Kyuyun suddenly called him and asked him to stay with her, because the pipes in her apartment allegedly leaked. Then he agreed. Feng had no idea what kind of situation he would find himself in the future. The Song brothers, in turn, invited him to go to his home to continue searching for Kyuyun together. However, when he got to his apartment, Bauhinia suddenly announced that he had lost his keys. But one of them found that the front door was not locked, which was quite strange. Lo was horrified, assuming that she had simply forgotten to close the door behind her. After which, the brothers completely unceremoniously entered the main character's apartment, where they unexpectedly discovered a rather shocking picture and simply froze in place. No less surprised, Kyuyun was wearing only a towel and asked what they were doing there. They had the same question for her, as they did not expect such a turn of events. The young master finally realized that he could not get out of the current situation. An extremely indignant Song once again asked her brothers why they had come. The boys answered her with the same question, saying that this was the apartment of a young cultivator. They also demanded an explanation from Luo Feng, who tried to escape. Bao said that it was most likely by chance that she ended up in his house. However, the girl urged the teenager to tell them the truth. The guy did not know what to do. Then Kyuyun took matters into her own hands and said that she was actually Luo's girlfriend. Everyone was simply shocked by such an unexpected statement from the young lady. Feng also couldn't understand why she was doing this and was only making things worse. In connection with this, Bao began to deny everything, but the persistent girl stood her ground. The enraged Song brothers once again demanded that Lo explain what was happening, but Feng also continued to deny it, saying that they had misunderstood everything. Suddenly, one of them said that they understood why they had done all this, because they wanted to make a surprise. And in fact, they are only glad that Bao turned out to be her chosen one. The teenager did not understand what was happening and how he was lucky enough to avoid trouble again. At the same time, the Song brothers intended to please their grandmother and tell her about what had happened, because she will be happy that her granddaughter will marry the head of an ancient medical school, after which they hurried to leave the lovers alone, calling Feng their brother, which once again confirmed the absurdity of the current situation. When they closed the door behind them, the stunned young man asked her how long she had been planning this. The girl in turn only smiled. Bao insisted on stopping lying to everyone. But Kyuyun said that she had no intention of lying, and besides, she really was his girlfriend. A puzzled Lo asked again what she really wanted from him and why this performance. Song replied that she simply wanted to fulfill her grandmother's request, and he should help her with this. The guy was surprised and continued to listen to her. Kyuyun said that the old woman had long dreamed of finding her a worthy husband. All Feng has to do is pretend to be her boyfriend and go to her birthday party with her. The shocked teenager asked her again if it was really that important. The girl replied that if he refused, the old woman would marry her off to some scoundrel from another village. In the end, Bao could not resist and agreed to help her in this not-so-simple matter. As a token of gratitude, Kyuyun suddenly kissed him, something Luo had never expected, after which the girl immediately went to her room, holding back her emotions, closing the door behind her. A joyful Song couldn't believe that this situation with her brothers had only turned out to be beneficial, naively believing that now the main character will not go anywhere from her and will become her husband. The young master, in turn, felt used and understood that this would not lead to anything good. Meanwhile, Jun was very worried about the young cultivator and Lee, so she decided to call them. But suddenly, someone knocked on her door, and Ming slowly moved towards the door. Opening the front door fearfully, she saw her father on the threshold, which surprised her greatly. The old man said excitedly that he had finally found her. Then they went into the room. The father noted that they hadn't seen each other or had a heart-to-heart talk for so long. Meng immediately made it clear that if he wanted to convince her again, nothing would come of it. However, the old man stood his ground and insisted that this was an incredible opportunity for them. The girl suddenly burst into tears, saying that she didn't want this, and that she should have the right to choose. The old man noted that her choice literally decides the fate of their family, and she is obliged to do the right thing, adding that in a couple of days they would come for her, and if they did choose her, the catastrophe would pass them by. Besides, they had no right to expose themselves to such a risk. Meng was horrified. Her father took her hand and said that one day she would understand that this was all for their family. Through her sobs, June asked when exactly they would come for her. The old man lowered his eyes and said sadly that the day after tomorrow they would come to their house. Suddenly, the girl got up from the table and said that she needed to think everything over, after which she locked herself in her room and hurried to call Bao. Feng, extremely surprised, asked her what had happened to her since she was calling him so late. Meng asked him to come see her tomorrow evening. She wanted to say goodbye to the guy. The next day, Lo came to her house and saw an extremely unexpected picture. Teacher June was wearing a charming dress with a glass of wine. The young man froze in place. Then he looked around the table and asked if it was some kind of holiday today. The girl remained silent, then suddenly grabbed the bottle to pour Feng some wine. At the same time, she stated that she does not need a reason to get drunk and have fun. Soon they began to chat pleasantly, Meng constantly pouring wine for herself and him. At a certain point, it seemed to the main character that June had already stopped drinking. In connection with this, the young master said that they should slow down. But the girl, who had been drinking heavily, had a completely different opinion on the matter. Unexpectedly, Meng even attacked the young cultivator, which discouraged him. Bauhinia did not expect such a development of events and did not know what to do in this situation. Suddenly, June asked him what kind of person he considered her to be. Feng replied that she was the best teacher and helped him with his apartment. So it is obvious that she is a very good and positive person. Meng immediately closed his eyes and asked if he was interested in who she thought he was. Adding that he was a special person in her life, Lo continued to be amazed. But a moment later, the teenager pushed her away and said that he had better leave, as she needed to rest. June lay down on the couch and thanked them for their help, saying that she was doing great. A puzzled Bauhinia asked again if she was sure everything was okay, because her behavior indicated otherwise. However, Meng assured that everything was fine and that it was indeed better for him to return home. After wishing her good night, Feng headed towards the exit. June only watched him go. Then, right at the door, she called out to him sharply and said goodbye, which seemed rather strange to him. As soon as he left her apartment, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had said goodbye to him forever. After which, lost in his thoughts about what had happened, he went home. Meng moved slowly towards the window, realizing that they would never see each other again. The next morning, the young man rushed to school to find out what had happened to June. Suddenly, Qiuyun stopped him and said that they would go to school together today. But Bauhinia said that he had too much to do today, and so they would go together next time. Song said that she simply wanted to declare their closeness, and that Lo didn't want it. Feng soon arrived at the school and immediately headed to the teacher's room. But Meng was not there. Instead, Lan was in the room, and he asked her where June had gone. The girl responded in surprise that she had left, which was indeed extremely suspicious. The stunned teenager once again asked why she decided to leave. He was also interested in where exactly she went, but Lan didn't know the answers to these questions. She only gave him a letter that Meng had left especially for the young man. Bauhinia hastily opened the envelope and began to read what he had not expected at all. In the letter, the teacher said that they would most likely not meet again because some problems had arisen in the Shenhua Palace. Lo couldn't understand what relation she had to the 5 factions, and naturally decided to figure it out himself. The main character instantly ran out of the office and fled in an unknown direction. Soon, the young master went to the Zheng family and informed Yue about the disappearance of the teacher. And since she left from behind the Shenhua Palace, Luo guessed that Mei might have some information. Then Liu thought that Meng might actually be the chosen one just like her. The puzzled young cultivator asked what exactly she meant. Suddenly, Yue declared that Jun did the right thing because Shenhua Palace chose her. And it was for this reason that she herself ran away 7 years ago to visit the Tiandi Temple. Bauhinia seemed speechless, and he didn't quite understand what was being discussed. Mei said that every 5 years an enlightenment is held in the temple, and all the great warriors want to go there. Also, only one person is chosen from each supreme teaching. But there is also a dark side to what is happening, where 5 factions select girls based on their appearance. Luofeng asked again why this was so important to them, since she was talking about warriors. Yue continued her story, saying that most often the girls are taken as slaves, and this custom is called the initiation of concubines. Since the representatives of the 3 teachings cannot do anything without instructions from above, and that is why many students look for their partners among the girls of the Tiandi Taoist Temple. As it turned out, Liu Mei was also chosen as a slave, which is why she ran away. The enraged youth could not believe that all 5 factions had joined forces to commit such a horror. Yue added that if a girl is chosen, her family receives generous gifts, and this has been going on for decades. Naturally, the guy understood perfectly well that he had to save his teacher. Unexpectedly, he asked Mei where exactly this temple was located, and the girl was surprised. But Liu stated that he had no specific location, and this was always communicated to all factions in advance. At the same time, she tried to dissuade Bauhinia from looking for the temple, since only representatives of the 3 teachings can visit it. However, the teenager was determined and asked how he could enter this sinful place. Mi reported that some of the heads and elders of the 9 sects might be able to get there. After thanking her for the information, Luofeng immediately set out on his journey. Liu Yue wished him luck, even though she knew perfectly well that he couldn't get by with just that. Soon the teenager went to Zhui, which was a real surprise for her. Bauhinia flew into the office like a madman and immediately declared that he was ready to head the medical school. The extremely surprised girl noted that he had been rejecting their proposals for so long. But Feng said he was not ready to take responsibility, but now everything has changed. She said that the situation had changed somewhat and that it would now be much more difficult to do so. However, Lo sharply replied that he did not have time and that he had to become the head of the school right now. before the meeting at the Tiandi temple. Surprised, Zhuo asked the protagonist how he knew about the enlightenment in the temple. The young master replied that he could not explain everything at the moment. Xiao, in turn, said that she would definitely talk to her father about this. After returning home, the young cultivator began to realize that he definitely needed a backup plan. Since there was no guarantee that he would be given the position of head of the school, at this moment, Qiuyun met him. The girl immediately suggested that he go shopping, which he really didn't want to do. But Song said that her grandmother's birthday was next week and they couldn't come empty-handed. Of course, Bauhinia had no choice but to refuse, and they ended up going outside. After a certain amount of time, they came to the antique market. Exhausted from the girl's excessive shopping, Law asked why she decided to bring him here. Huyun replied that her grandmother simply adored various antiques, and that was why they were here. Suddenly, Feng had the thought that Song really saw him as a millionaire. Soon, traders began to offer them various goods in the form of Genghis Khan's sword and the horn of Zhu Yuanzhang's own cow. But the young lady's gaze fell precisely on the jade pillow, which cost 20,000. In connection with this, she used her feminine tricks and got a discount. Bauhinia understood perfectly well that in the company of such a beautiful girl, it was much easier to bargain. Suddenly, he noticed a wooden box and thought that it was a good option. The seller noted that it was an incredible box with a secret inside. For only 500 wen, Lo decided to check and immediately opened the box, where a very ordinary stone lay. Feng immediately became indignant, saying that this impudent man was trying to deceive him. At this point, the guy grabbed Xiuyun's hand and said that it was time for them to leave here. However, the merchant apologized and agreed to provide a 10% discount. But Bauhinia refused again, so the seller agreed to give away the jade pillow for only half the price. And along with it, the box. Lo happily took the pillow and took the box with the stone. When she got home, the girl became indignant and said that they needed to go shopping again. The puzzled young man objected, saying that she had bought a jade pillow. But Qiuyun replied that it was her gift to her grandmother, and he didn't choose anything except the box. Feng, dumbfounded by such logic, seemed speechless for a moment, but then he finally agreed with her. At that moment, the box with the stone inside actually began to glow, but Lo didn't pay attention to it. Meanwhile, Z went to her father to report the failed mission. Kneeling before him, she declared that she was ready to be punished for what had happened. The old man in turn asked what exactly had happened, as he was thirsty for details. At the same time, Zhongtian assumed that the young master had interrupted them again, and asked her about it. Zheng replied that he was indeed very strong and had defeated the association heroes, intending to hinder them. But Tian didn't believe in the guy's supernatural powers and said that he would soon deal with him, because he had disrupted an important event. Z suddenly asked if the Blade of Vengeance 2 was really related to the Zheng family. Zhang didn't know for sure if this was true and said that in any case it was better not to enter into conflict with him. Moreover, the priority was to destroy the gates, and for this it was necessary to reunite with the other sects. In connection with this, it was necessary to find out where exactly the main base of the 9 gates was located. Therefore, Zhang had to help in the search. Naturally, the girl agreed. Meanwhile, Yilan once again caught up with the main character at school, which he was not very happy about. Suddenly, she asked how it happened that he had descended to the first level of Minjin. The young master replied that this was actually his true level, but Chen objected, calling on him not to make a fool of himself since he had caused such a stir at the hero competition. At the same time, she again demanded that Luo meet with Dongfang, but the teenager again refused. Suddenly, Yilan grabbed the young cultivator's hand and dragged him towards the car, saying that Fang had asked her to bring Feng to him. Bauhinia understood perfectly well that the guild's executive director was up to something. After a certain amount of time, the persistent Qian finally brought Luo to the elder. Nan, who was standing nearby, thanked her for her help and began to take a closer look at the guy, not understanding why Dong had such high hopes for a person with the first level of Minjin. Unexpectedly, the director asked them to wait near the entrance to the park, and he himself approached Feng. Nanya was clearly stressed by this whole situation, because Fan had never treated him like that. Soon Dun greeted Bauhinia and introduced himself once again, stating his name. But Luo suddenly interrupted his speech and said that he was an ordinary person and had no intention of joining the Zhuanyuan clan. Suddenly, the elder's face changed, and he said that he was aware of the teenager's affairs and knew about his involvement with the Devil's team. As Feng began listing various nicknames, he did not expect this turn of events. The director also asked which of the listed names the young man bore the title. Bauhinia continued to pretend as if he didn't understand what he was talking about. repeating that he was an ordinary guy. Dongfang then challenged him to a duel, indicating that if he won, Luo would reveal his identity. The teenager broke into a sly grin, and of course agreed to fight him. Fan immediately assumed a fighting stance and said that he would do everything to win this fight, after which, without wasting a second, he pounced on Luo Feng, delivering fierce blows, but the extremely skilled Bauhinia easily bypassed all attacks. Studying the enemy's techniques, Dun himself understood perfectly well that the kid was deliberately hiding his true strength. However, he naively believed that he could still defeat him by using his magical skills. But Feng once again surprised him with his abilities and again avoided all the blows. The main character literally mocked the sect elder, saying that he would not be able to handle this fight. This only provoked Dongfang, who again rushed to attack, but Luo successfully blocked it. The young master then unleashed a series of crushing blows, causing Fan to collapse to the ground. The young cultivator rushed towards him with a victorious gait and asked if this was all he could do. The defeated director accepted his loss and said that it only confirmed his suspicions, adding that Feng was indeed a member of the devil team. The guy didn't deny it this time. After reminding him of their agreement, the executive director in turn again urged him to join the sect. Bauhinia again refused him, noting that he could not even defeat him, so the answer was clearly negative. At that moment, a stunned Yilin ran up to them and asked what had happened. Fan stated that he simply wanted to demonstrate a few techniques to Lo, but he was unable to interest him. Nan in turn asked why the elder needed a first-level person. Minjin. Of course, Chen stood up for him, saying that Feng was very strong. Realizing that the situation was getting tense, Luo decided to quickly go about his business, and Yilin also hurried to escape. Dongfang explained to Zhang that Bauhinia was actually very talented, and they should all look up to him. Naturally, Nan was dissatisfied with the master's statement and wanted to deal with the newcomer in the future. At this time, the thugs were discussing the murder of Feng, who was clearly in their way. The leader of the bandit group insisted on dealing with him quickly. Xing asked how to get rid of this Bauhinia, since even Hao couldn't do it. He replied that he had hired a foreign mercenary at a very high price, and that everything would be decided soon. A stunned Chen asked the gang leader again who this hired killer was. The thug assured him that this man was much stronger than Di and would deal with Lo, while also bringing him the woman he needed. At this time, Chuyun prepared a luxurious dinner for her lover and began to wait for his arrival. A moment later, the front door opened slightly, and the girl thought it was Feng. However, no one entered the apartment, so the surprised Song decided to check who had come to see her. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared on the threshold with a door handle in his hands, who noted that the girl was indeed quite pretty, and that it was not for nothing that he was hired. Shocked, Yuyun asked who he was and what was going on, and the guy smiled, after which he said that they paid a good sum of money for it, and now he is obliged to bring it to the customer. Song immediately jumped back, demanding that he not touch her and leave her house. Naturally, the assassin didn't do this, and Kyuyun fired several needles at him. But the extremely skilled killer easily blocked her efforts and rushed towards the girl. The girl was horrified by how quickly he deflected her sharp needles without getting hurt. The mercenary, in turn, did not waste time and pounced on the young lady, saying that she couldn't do anything against him. Song still managed to dodge the blow. However, another attack followed, which caught up with Kyuyun. The end result was that she literally flew into the table, and plates of food flew in all directions. After several blows, Song completely lost consciousness, which the thug took advantage of. Having easily grabbed the girl, he rushed to leave the confines of the protagonist's apartment. After a certain time, the young master returned home and could not understand why the door was open. When he entered, he found the house in disarray and immediately realized that someone had broken into his apartment. The young cultivator also saw traces of a fight and realized that Chuyun had been kidnapped by someone. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a piece of paper. Lo instantly rushed towards it. It turned out to be a note left for him, from which he learned that he should go to the abandoned factory. Meanwhile, Xingchen and his men went to meet with Captain Milliken. The extremely arrogant thug asked why they had come and what they wanted from him. He replied that he had brought him the agreed-upon portion of the money and that upon completion of the task, the captain would receive the entire amount. Milliken noticed that they were just in time and immediately ordered Bu to bring the girl. A moment later, Feng dragged in an exhausted Chuyun, who could barely stand on her feet. Among the crowd of people, she was surprised to recognize Xingchen and called out to him. The guy approached her and said that he would definitely get her out of here, but Song demanded that he not touch her, asked what he was really up to. Chen's expression instantly changed, saying that today she would see him take revenge on Feng for all his misdeeds. The dumbfounded Qiuyun objected, saying that he had no right to do that. Bu, in turn, thought about it, because he had already heard this name once. Milliken immediately passed the order to his killer and ordered him to deal with Bauhinia. Once outside, Feng hurried to send all the information he had to his boss, who at that time was fighting off yet another group of criminals who intended to rob his mansion. Huan pointed a gun at them and said that he should have thought of it earlier, but they still asked him not to kill them. As soon as he received the message, Quan decided to see who was bothering him again. But when the thug saw the order for Lo Feng, the guy literally went into shock. Dropping the pistol from his hands, he seemed to forget about the bandits who were kneeling in front of him. They themselves could not understand what had happened, but Yan understood that this would be an extremely difficult matter. After some time, Feng spoke on the phone with his boss and returned to Milliken, realizing that an extremely exciting performance and a serious opponent await him. Sin, in turn, asked the captain when the young master would come to them. The leader of the group replied that he left him a note. The dumbfounded Qiuyun nervously said that he was using her as bait. Chen suddenly grabbed her and said that as soon as Luo appeared, he would be finished off. However, Song once again said that he had no right to harm Feng, but Yi noted that it would be much more pleasant for him to kill Bauhinia, since she loved him so much. He added that the young cultivator had become a nuisance to everyone and had brought trouble upon himself. Suddenly, Song burst into tears and loudly shouted the name of her main character, which, a couple of seconds later, appeared with a roar on the abandoned farm. As a result, an explosion occurred, and none of the bandits had time to understand anything. One of the captain's frightened henchmen reported that Feng had come alone. Entering the factory, Lo said that he did not expect to run into professional mercenaries. Qiuyun immediately urged him to run away, saying that it was a trap. But Qingchen, on the contrary, was very happy about his appearance. The enraged guy ordered him to immediately release Song, since he had nothing to do with it. Milliken immediately ordered the teenager to be killed, and the mercenaries in turn surrounded him. They were all armed, but Bauhinia was not at all afraid. Declaring that they would regret their decision, his eyes shone with an unknown magic. After which, with lightning-fast movements, Feng began to deal with the bandits. The captain was horrified by the boy's abilities, realizing that they had clearly underestimated him. Soon, Luo rushed to Xingchen to deal with the villain once and for all. However, Ye put the gun to Song's head and ordered the boy to surrender. Bauhinia immediately froze in place, after which one of Milliken's henchmen headed towards him. Eventually, he began to beat Feng, who did not resist. A few seconds later, he found himself again in the sights of the mercenaries, realizing that this was the end. Chen could not be happier with the outcome of the confrontation and said that victory was his. Lo noted that he was a real coward because he was using a defenseless girl as a shield. In response, Xing stated that he would die a long and painful death before Song's eyes. Qiuyun, in turn, urged him not to do this and to change his mind before it was too late. Bauhinia also demanded that Yi stop this circus, promising to finish him off. The mercenaries watched the events with great pleasure, pointing their guns at Lo. The main character could not calmly watch as the thugs abused the girl. In connection with this, the young master nevertheless decided to try his luck and once again attacked them. Having dealt with the bandit standing nearby, the young cultivator snatched the machine gun from him, after which he pointed it at Xingchen and ordered him to release Song so that they could resolve all issues. But Yi noticed that there were dozens of weapons pointed at him, so he wouldn't survive anyway, Feng said nervously. Did he really doubt his abilities? Sin, in turn, became nervous because he understood that Lo was not as simple as he seemed. Milliken immediately ordered his men to open fire, but at that moment, Bu put a gun to his head. He ordered everyone to immediately lower their guns before he shot the captain in the head. He added that being Lo's enemy turned out to be extremely unprofitable. Everyone was in shock. An enraged Chen began shouting that Feng was a traitor and was making a mistake, realizing that the situation was now more complicated and he needed a backup plan. However, he was not there. Bauhinia decided to take advantage of the moment and shot at Sin. The bullet hit Yi straight in the shoulder, which was quite painful. Chen subsequently let go of Qiuyun and stepped back, letting out a wild roar of pain. Feng then delivered a series of crushing blows and caught Song. After asking her for forgiveness for putting her in danger, the girl sighed with relief, saying that she never doubted him and always believed in him. Unlike the others, Milliken suddenly asked Bu why he was doing this. Feng replied, because of Huan. Luo was shocked by this information, realizing that he was under Quan's command. The captain was also perplexed, calling him a traitor and wondering how this was possible. Most of the mercenaries knew this name too, because Huan had conquered the Middle East in just 1 year. Feng, in turn, said that he had been given the order to help Feng. The boy asked him again if he was really talking about the mad shadow leopard. Bu answered positively and urged him to go to his boss as he was waiting for the young man. At this point, Millikan suddenly broke free from his grasp and ordered his men to open fire. But before they could do so, Feng had already shot him in the head. With a precise hit, the captain instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Everyone was horrified. The wounded Xingqian immediately ordered the rest of the bandits to kill everyone, especially the traitor. So, machine guns were pointed at them again, and it seemed there was no escape. Bauhinia shielded Qiuyun and urged her not to be afraid, assuring her that everything would be fine. Enraged, Ye once again ordered the mercenaries to kill the traitor and Feng. At that moment, multiple shots were fired, but in the direction of the bandits themselves. The rest were eliminated silently, and Xingqian was shocked by this turn of events. Realizing that he definitely couldn't get out of this now, Yi was extremely scared. Soon, absolutely all the mercenaries were killed, which made the main character happy, who turned Qiuyun away from the terrible picture so that she would not see this nightmare. After a couple of minutes, Huan finally appeared. The young master did not expect to see him. Feng immediately reported the work done to his patron. Quan, in turn, praised all the fighters and said that everything went more than successfully. Seeing the young cultivator, the joyful Huang instantly rushed towards him. At the same time, he bowed to Feng and said that he was glad to see the boss in good health. A dumbfounded Song couldn't understand what was going on and why the bandit was calling Low Boss. Shadow Leopard noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and turned his attention to the girl. It was also a surprise for Bu and the others, as they never thought that their boss would be Bauhinia's subordinate. Song, in turn, demanded an immediate explanation from the teenager. Suddenly, Feng began to list the merits of Huang, who literally set a record. Having taken over the Middle East and made a splash by becoming the best mercenary in the area, everyone began to call him the most terrible killer, because he became a symbol of mercenaries. A stunned Lo asked his protege if this was all true. Quan replied that they were clearly exaggerating and that in reality everything was somewhat different. It was extremely unusual for Feng and the others to see their boss as a dog, who hangs around Bauhinia and calls him his boss, which was quite strange. Everyone began to actively discuss this moment, but Song did not understand how many more secrets she would learn about Lo. Meanwhile, Xingqian was brought to the protagonist and forced to his knees. Huan immediately attacked him with insults, saying that he would finish him off right now. However, Feng urged him to calm down and give him a chance to talk to Ye. Naturally obliging, Quan stepped aside, thereby giving the boss a chance to personally get even. An enraged Chen, in turn, began to say that if it weren't for the help, Luo would already be dead. Suddenly, Bauhinia dealt him a crushing blow, making it clear that he was in no position to be insolent. At the same time, he noted that Song was worth killing him for, but Qiuyun did not want this. Feng then agreed to spare his life, saying that it would become unbearable because he would be known as a loser, where absolutely everyone would laugh at him. Sin continued to curse at him, after which the young man ordered Shadow Leopard to blow up the abandoned factory and deal with Yi. Huan immediately began to carry out his patron's order. As a result, he began to beat Chen, who could do nothing to resist him. After several heavy blows from Quan, Xingqian lost consciousness. The girl watched what was happening in horror, but Law urged her not to look at it. Suddenly, Qiuyun looked at her lover, realizing that she had never seen him so cruel. He also ordered Song to go home and wait for him there, and the young lady did not contradict him. After all, no matter what, Feng risked his life to save her, and it was worth a lot.